The story opens with a devastating scene in a city. Everyone's faces are filled with utter panic, and among them is our main character, Ye Tian. He glances up at the sky, then looks around, suddenly realizing some kind of energy is surrounding him. His eyes are filled with worry. Suddenly, some force lifts him into the air. Ye Tian is completely enveloped by this energy. He screams out in pain. Then, slowly, those strange energies converge into one point. It then slowly descends upon him. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes fly open. He's now back in his bedroom. He can't help but wonder, am I awakening my talent? Were those images I just saw hallucinations that appeared during the awakening process? He slowly sits up, gazing out the window into the distance. He reflects on how 100 years ago, countless spatial rifts appeared in Earth's sky. Dimensional beasts swarmed in, invading. They threatened humanity's very existence, but the dimensional energy also activated talents within people. A small number of individuals awakened these gifts, leading mankind into the age of talents. As he's lost in thought, there's a knock on the door, and a sweet voice calls out, "Are you feeling better? Did you awaken your talent?" Ye Tian barely notices the person outside, his eyes fixed on the black object in front of him. It's a weak-grade talent. Seeing this, he lets out a helpless sigh. A weak-grade talent. Doesn't this mean my life is basically over? He slowly gets up and tosses the object onto the floor, his heart heavy with disappointment. If I can't become a martial artist, how will I protect my little sister in the future? When there's no reply, Yu opens the door and steps inside. She looks at him with sparkling eyes and asks, "What's wrong? How did your talent assessment go?" Ye Tian lowers his head and replies, "It went great, of course." Hearing this, she becomes overjoyed. "Really?" He forces himself to reassure her. "Don't worry. I'll definitely become the strongest martial artist." Yu jumps up and down. "I knew my big brother was the best." Then she skips off. "Let's go. I made your favorite dish. I was just waiting to celebrate your assessment results." Suddenly, a system panel appears in front of Ye Tian. He stares blankly at Yu, who has her hands on her hips, urging him, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" But what he's seeing is Yu's information on the system panel. Her cultivation talent is low grade, and she has a basic grade ice talent that hasn't been awakened yet. He just stands there, his eyes wide. Then, the system panel shows his own information. Cultivation talent, weak grade. Ye Tian stares blankly. What is this? Suddenly, Yu grabs his hand, pulling him along as she runs. "Come on, the food's getting cold." As she holds his hand, Ye Tian feels a surge of energy. The system panel displays another message, and he's completely stunned. Can be copied. What does that mean? The system then gives him the option. Copy talent. Ye Tian freezes once again. I can copy other people's talents? This means there's still a way for a useless person like me to be saved. Later, the two are at the dining table. "I made your favorite braised pork." "Oh, thanks." They both sit down at the table. "Here, eat up." But Ye Tian's mind is racing with thoughts. Copying talents? This ability is incredible. But I can't use my sister as a test subject. I should definitely choose not to, right? Her basic talent is better than mine, and the ice talent is extremely rare. Once it awakens, she'll definitely be able to defeat any opponent. He continues to eat, lost in his thoughts. "Mom, Dad, if you know this from the afterlife, you can rest in peace now." The scene changes to the next day in the city center. A young man in a black jacket stands in the middle of the street, gazing into the distance. It's Ye Tian. He tells himself, "Let's try copying a talent first and see what happens." As soon as he has the thought, a wave of energy radiates from him. It turns out he can only assess other people's talents within a 3-meter range. That's a bit restrictive. He then proceeds to collect from everyone around him, but all he finds are low-grade talents. He thinks in frustration, "These talents are all too weak. I need to copy at least a mid-grade talent. Now that I have awakened my talent, even though it's weak grade, I can at least go check out the academies. However, after I copy someone else's talent, my own might change, so I can't enroll in academies that require a talent assessment test." Later, Ye Tian arrives at the 5th Academy of Linhai Base. Looking inside, he thinks to himself, "This is the place. There are bound to be many people here with mid-grade talents, but with my talent copying ability, I'm sure I'll become stronger than them in the future." 10 days later, at training ground number 3 of the 5th Academy of Linhai Base, a voice rings out. "If you want to become a martial artist, you must first become a martial apprentice. And if you want to become a martial apprentice, you must first learn the training method." Inside the training hall, the instructor, who is meditating, continues. "Next, you will learn the training method with me. Remember this carefully. Success is achieved once you condense a vortex of qi in your chest." Another person shouts, "Yes, sir." Ye Tian and Zhang Bao are sitting in meditation, beads of sweat on both their faces. Many other students are around them, all looking exhausted. Some have already collapsed onto the floor. Zhang Bao cries out in alarm. Sir, someone's fainted. The instructor stands up, hands in his pockets. Don't worry about that trash. Only those who can condense a chi vortex have any hope of becoming a martial artist. Ye Tian thinks to himself, why is this happening? I can't condense it at all. Is it really because my talent is too weak? The instructor stands with his arms crossed, watching as the students collapse one by one. Before long, only Ye Tian remains sitting upright. All right, that's enough for today. You lot are the worst group of students I've ever taught, the instructor says angrily. I hope you'll all learn from your classmate Chen Dong and show some ambition, instead of being so useless. Ye Tian opens his steely eyes. Later, Zhang Bao and Ye Tian are walking across the school grounds. He curiously asks Zhang Bao, who's Chen Dong? Zhang Bao replies cheerfully, that guy is no joke. He's already become a martial apprentice. And now he's the headmaster's personal disciple. Ye Tian is delighted. Then his talent must be pretty good, right? Zhang Bao holds up a piece of paper. Guess what this is? Ye Tian asks blankly. An autograph? It's his signature. Zhang Bao holds the paper with a smug grin. When he's as strong as the headmaster someday, this autograph will sell for several months' worth of living expenses. Ye Tian stands beside him, speechless. Suddenly, a roar goes up from a crowd. Look, it's Senior Chen Dong. Senior Chen Dong is here. The commotion draws their attention. Chen Dong walks over, warmly waving to everyone. A group of female students flocks around him. Can you sign this for me? Please, can I get your autograph? Zhang Bao dashed over to Chen Dong, shouting, Chen Dong, can I get your autograph too? Ye Tian smirked. So that's Chen Dong, huh? This looked like an idle meet and greet with his fans. Chen Dong, I'm a huge admirer of yours. Chen Dong raised his hand and said humbly, thanks. I appreciate everyone's support. The status window announced, Human, Chen Dong. Intermediate Cultivation Talent. Ye Tian quickly clasped his hands together and ran towards Chen Dong. I should go say hi, too. Suddenly, Chen Dong smirked and said loudly, all right, can everyone please quiet down? I'm here today on behalf of our teacher to encourage everyone. Let's skip the autographs. If word gets out, people will just make fun of us. Zhang Bao and Ye Tian were still rushing forward. Ye Tian spoke up, suggesting, then can we shake your hand? Zhang Bao, next to him, excitedly added, yes, a handshake is fine, that's fine. It's fine, you got to keep working hard. Chen Dong shook Zhang Bao's hand, no problem. Everyone else went up one by one. Keep up the good work. Thanks. You too. Thanks, Senior. Chen Dong held out his hand. Hey you, it's your turn. Ye Tian remained frozen in place, staring at Chen Dong. He unconsciously smirked, then reached out his hand. As their palms touched, a stream of light appeared between their hands. Keep it up. Thanks. And just like that, it was done. Chen Dong turned to leave as the crowd behind him continued to cheer. Goodbye, Chen Dong. Goodbye. Ye Tian was once again lost in thought. The sky opened up and a heavy rain began to fall. In a dense forest, the status window appeared. Successfully copied Intermediate Cultivation Talent. Fuse, yes or no? Ye Tian sat in a cave, wondering to himself, I don't know if fusing this will be a blessing or a curse. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and that scene again. He recalled the vision of himself shouting as he floated in the air. Biting his finger, he thought, what on earth does it mean? Whatever. Forget about it. Ye Tian looked at the system panel and selected fuse. Still in the same position, particles of light passed through his body, and he suddenly clutched his chest in pain. Ugh! The pain made the veins in Ye Tian's arms bulge. He cried out in agony, then collapsed to the ground, clenching his fists. What's happening? Ye Tian dug his fingers into the dirt, fusing the talent. He lay writhing on the ground in pain, gritting his teeth, veins popping out on his hands. How can it be this painful? A few bolts of lightning struck from the sky. Ye Tian was still in the dark cave. He opened his mouth, and smoke suddenly billowed out. The status window announced, Human, Ye Tian. Intermediate Cultivation Talent, he said with satisfaction. Changing my talent. A complete rebirth. Even more pain would be absolutely worth it. In front of Ye Tian, the status window appeared again. Human, Chen Dong. Intermediate Cultivation Talent. Talent copy cooldown countdown, 30 days. He wondered aloud. A cooldown countdown? Does that mean in 30 days, I can copy another talent? Wow, this skill is totally OP. Suddenly, he had an idea. That's right. I should try the training method the teacher taught us. Snap. He pressed two fingers together, and a swirling vortex of light appeared before him, making his eyes widen in surprise. This is... Ye Tian thought to himself, I can't believe that after getting an intermediate talent, applying the training method would be this easy. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Forget just being a martial artist, I want to become an elite martial artist and even a grand martial artist. Outside, the rain was falling harder and harder, but his face was filled with satisfaction. 1 month later, under a bright moon in the night sky, dark clouds were gathering. Something just flew by. It was a monster, hovering in the sky. It had red eyes and long teeth. It seemed to have spotted its target. On the street, a little girl was walking and asking, "Daddy, what are we eating tonight?" Her father replied gently, "What does my little treasure want to eat?" Ye Tian, holding a lantern, walked past the father and daughter. Even though I've become a martial apprentice, I'm still a long way from being a true martial artist. The happy voices of the father and daughter could be heard. "I want beef stew with bread. You got it. We'll make it for my treasure when we get home." Ye Tian was still lost in thought. Chen Dong is getting private lessons from the director, so he's definitely going to improve faster than me. Slash. Splat. Blood sprayed out, and the lantern fell to the ground with a thud. The monster had lunged towards the little girl's father. Hearing the noise, Ye Tian spun around. In front of him, the father was lying in a pool of blood, with the monster standing beside him. The little girl screamed in terror, "Daddy!" The monster stood there, baring its fangs and claws. He witnessed the entire thing. Ye Tian couldn't help but be horrified. The surrounding people panicked after seeing the ferocious monster. "Hun!" someone screamed as people scattered. "A fierce beast is here. Run!" "The beast is killing people." Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock as he silently questioned himself. That must be. He froze, watching the creature gnawing on the man. A fierce beast. Its eyes were blood red, its sharp fangs stained with fresh blood. It let out a guttural growl. As fast as lightning, the monster leaped, about to pounce on the little girl nearby. Ye Tian risked his life and dove in, grabbing the girl and rolling away with her. "It's too fast. I can't escape." Suddenly, Ye Tian looked up in astonishment as if he'd seen something. A man holding a sword descended from above. He wore an old, tattered red cloak. With one swing of his sword, he slammed it into the ground, cracking the pavement and forcing the fierce beast to dodge away with an irritated screech. The fierce beast leaped back, skidding to a halt. It landed, its eyes glaring at the man with pure rage. The man spoke with a powerful voice. "Sorry, I'm late." With a triumphant tone, he looked up at the monster. Ye Tian looked at him and asked, "You are?" The man raised his sword. While watching the monster, he introduced himself. "Everyone calls me Feng Lang." Then, he glanced over at the boy and instructed, "Leave the Silver Moon Martin to me. You protect the child." Ye Tian stood to the side, his arm still protectively shielding the girl beside him, and agreed. "Got it." Feng Lang charged towards the fierce beast, yelling, "Come here, you beast." The beast blocked the captain's blade with its sharp claws. Ye Tian covered the little girl's eyes. He said softly, "Don't look." Feng Lang relentlessly attacked the monster, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're pretty strong, huh?" Then he shouted, "Ha!" And with a powerful swing, he flung his sword and the fierce beast up into the air. Instantly, he rushed in, exclaiming as he swung his sword nonstop. As expected of his Silver Moon Martin, its speed is incredible. Feng Lang looked up, his eyes wide as he stared at it. "But don't forget, I have teammates." Just as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared in the sky, diving down towards where the fierce beast was. It looked up, its sharp red eyes fixed on the group. As they pointed their swords at the fierce beast, it bolted, darting away to another spot. Someone cried out, "Captain." The monster was charging towards him. Quick as a flash, he aimed his sword straight at it and yelled, "Right on time." His team members also rushed in, surrounding the fierce beast. Slash. The sword pierced through, sending blood flying everywhere. The blade ran straight through the monster, finishing it off cleanly. But as Feng Lang's teammate pulled the sword out, he asked doubtfully, "Is it dead?" How is that monster still moving its limbs? Feng Lang was stunned to see it. The vicious beast suddenly roared, its fur slowly turning red as it struggled free from his blade. Feng Lang was alarmed and ordered everyone, "The beast's bloodline is awakening. Everyone, be careful." He was sent flying by the Silver Moon's sable's immense pressure. His teammates rushed over, swords in hand, asking, "Captain, are you all right?" He staggered back and replied, "I'm fine." The vicious beast suddenly turned and fled. Ye Tian quickly shouted, "It's getting away." The monster disappeared from sight in an instant. Feng Lang reassured him, "Don't worry." As he spoke, he smirked confidently. "It won't get away." Suddenly, a red light appeared in the distance. A female archer was drawing her bow, ready to fire. She yelled, "I've been waiting for you." As soon as the arrow was released, it shot forward, flying straight towards the vicious beast. The beast saw the arrow hurtling towards it and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Its eyes widened as it stared at the arrow, which pierced straight through its body, and it immediately collapsed to the ground. Feng Lang watched the beast fall and laughed triumphantly. You thought you could take us on? You're still too green. The team members turned to celebrate, some of them praising the female archer. A perfect shot, as always. She smiled and replied, of course. Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, that's a vicious beast's talent. The beast's status window appeared. Vicious beast, Silver Moon Sable. Bloodline talent, intermediate. Speed talent, elementary. The status window popped up right in front of Ye Tian. Vicious beast, Silver Moon Sable. Bloodline talent, intermediate. Speed talent, elementary. His eyes widened as he wondered in astonishment. This is a vicious beast's talent. Suddenly, the monster's arm twitched. Ye Tian's eyes shot open in disbelief. The others around him hadn't noticed anything unusual and were casually chatting. Speed-type beasts are a real pain. Glad we finally took it down. Someone next to him excitedly suggested they go for a drink. Just then, the vicious beast began to stagger to its feet, and Feng Lang yelled, hey, everyone, watch out. Hearing his shout, everyone turned in shock. It's still alive. Spread out, now. In an instant, everyone backed away, putting distance between themselves and the beast. The creature let out a long, ferocious roar, threatening them. Feng Lang's team asked in alarm, these beasts are terrifying. I can't believe it has so much vitality. What do we do, Captain? Seeing everyone in a panic, he reassured them, calm down. It's extremely weak now. Just leave it to me. Then he turned to Ye Tian and warned, hey, you can't stay here. Get out of here, now. In the distance, Ye Tian stood completely still. Seeing this, the captain shouted angrily, did you hear me? Stop standing there. Ye Tian acted as if he hadn't heard Feng Lang. He was still focused on the vicious beast, a sudden smirk appearing on his face. My chance is here. With all his might, he charged towards the beast. Feng Lang let out a surprised, huh. Ye Tian clenched his hand into a fist, leaped into the air, and punched the vicious beast with all his strength. A system notification sounded. Vicious beast talent successfully copied. Ye Tian's hand remained clenched as he did a somersault in mid-air and landed on the beast's back. The system announced again. Vicious beast talent successfully copied. Ye Tian launched himself high, raising both hands to prepare another attack. He brought his hands down hard on the beast's body. The system announced again. Talent successfully copied. Talent successfully copied. Ye Tian punched it forcefully, sending blood flying. Just like that, lost in the thrill of it, he attacked relentlessly. Ye Tian smirked. As he was about to land another blow, Feng Lang suddenly grabbed his arm. Stop, it's dead. Ye Tian paused and asked doubtfully, it's dead. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in excitement as he thought, of course I know that. He raised the hand he had been punching with. It's because I successfully copied the beast's talent. After confirming the vicious beast was truly dead, Feng Lang shouted, all right, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. You guys take the man's body and the Silver Moon Sable. He then remembered the little girl. And you, take care of the girl. The female archer replied, yes, Captain. Once everything was cleaned up, Feng Lang turned to say goodbye. Farewell, young man. Once you become a martial artist, come join my Feng Lang squad. Ye Tian was still buzzing with excitement after copying the beast's talent. Its blood still splattered on him. Hearing the captain's farewell, he simply replied with a single word, okay. At dawn the next day, Ye Tian went into a nearby public restroom. First, he had to wash the blood from his face. Otherwise, Yi would definitely worry if she saw him. He leaned down, washing away the bloodstains, his eyes thoughtful, lost in contemplation. Ye Tian returned to his apartment, opened the door, and hesitated before stepping inside. As he walked through the living room, he saw Yi Yu sleeping soundly on the sofa. She mumbled his name in her sleep. Ye Tian gave a soft, tired smile. On the table were 2 bowls of rice and dishes that had long gone cold. Today was the first time I've seen a vicious beast with my own eyes. He walked towards his room and grabbed a blanket. Ye Tian thought to himself as he gently draped the blanket over Yi Yu. It's 100, 1,000 times more terrifying than the ones in stories. Gazing at Yi Yu's peaceful face, his resolve hardened. To protect her, I have to become a martial artist as quickly as possible. Entering his room, Ye Tian held a piece of cloth in his hand for some reason. He sat on his bed and opened the status window to check it. I wonder if a vicious beast's talent can be fused with a human body. Ye Tian furrowed his brow, looking up at the beast's status window. He mused, it might be even more painful than the last talent fusion. It could even be life-threatening. The status window displayed the Silver Moon Sable's details. Bloodline talent, intermediate. Speed talent, elementary. But to get stronger, to protect the people important to me. He raised the cloth he'd been holding and thought, I'll have to risk my life. Ye Tian stuffed the cloth into his mouth and bit down hard, preparing for the agony to come. Speed talent initiated. Commencing copy. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, biting down hard on the object in his mouth. The whites of his eyes showed, and veins bulged all over his face. He collapsed to the floor, his fingernails scraping against the ground. His mind was filled with nothing but pain. It hurts so much. It feels like my bones are being shattered. Ye Tian crawled on his hands and knees on the floor. His legs began to tremble, twisting around on their own. He screamed silently in his mind as his entire body began to transform. And suddenly, Ye Tian's leg was torn clean off. He stammered in his mind, It's gone." With a look of utter disbelief, Ye Tian wondered, could it be? The talent copy failed. His face contorted as he cursed, damn it. The next morning, at Ye Tian's house, he was lying in the middle of the floor. Suddenly, he shot upright, his eyes wide open, gasping for air and drenched in sweat. Ye Tian looked down at his own hands, wondering what in the world just happened. He glanced from his hands to his legs, murmuring, "My legs." Ye Tian stood up and threw a kick. A streak of red light appeared, following the motion of his leg. He was shocked. "Whoa, my body feels so light." As he said that, his eyes widened in astonishment. A status window appeared, displaying its contents, Human, Ye Tian. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate. Speed Talent, Elementary. Ye Tian thought to himself, the talent copy was a success. Scene changed to the 5th Academy, in a small forest. The view pans down from above, surveying the entire area, as a streak of red light zips across the screen. It turned out to be the trail left by Ye Tian's running. He dashed through the forest, running and then leaping high into the air, a bright expression on his face. Full of life, Ye Tian laughed heartily as he slid down a cliff face, landing on the ground with a loud thud. A single leaf began to fall, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed. He darted forward while the leaf was still suspended in midair. Ye Tian reached out and caught the leaf just before it hit the ground. The moment it touched his palm, he clenched his fist, crushing it to dust. He smirked confidently and said, "The speed of the Silver Moon Marten is truly formidable." After speaking, he leaped onto a large nearby rock, crossed his legs, and began to meditate. The air around him began to gather in a circle. He thought to himself, right now, in terms of speed alone, I'm not inferior to a martial artist, but my overall strength is still severely lacking. It would be great if I could increase my cultivation speed. Ye Tian closed his eyes, lost in thought. From a distance, Zhang Bao waved his arm, calling out to Ye Tian. Puzzled, Ye Tian looked up as Zhang Bao walked over to him and said, "I couldn't find you at the academy, so you snuck out here to train, huh?" Zhang Bao was amazed. Whoa. He reached out and touched Ye Tian. "Damn, you're solid. You've already become a martial apprentice, haven't you?" Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, "Yeah." Zhang Bao covered his mouth and whispered, "Do you want to get stronger, faster?" Ye Tian smirked and asked, "You have a way?" Zhang Bao clenched his fist and asked with a sly grin, "Have you ever drunk the blood of a vicious beast?" Ye Tian shook his head, "Never." Zhang Bao pointed a thumb at himself and said proudly, "I won't hide it from you. I drank the blood of a vicious beast. That's how I progressed faster than you." Hearing this, Ye Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, vicious beast blood has that kind of effect? He recalled what happened earlier. Holy crap, there was so much blood from that Silver Moon Marten. What a complete waste. Zhang Bao wagged his index finger and said, "I have a way to get some vicious beast blood right now. Are you willing to give it a try?" Ye Tian's face lit up. "What is it? Tell me." The leader of our Lin Hai base built a wilderness area outside the city, specifically for the 5 great academies to hold a trial. The reward for the trial is vicious beast blood, served in a brilliant ornate goblet. Ye Tian asked suspiciously, "What level is this wilderness zone?" Zhang Bao replied, "It's a very low level. All the vicious beasts have been cleared out, leaving only their descendants, the feral beasts." Ye Tian rubbed his chin in agreement. "Sounds pretty good. It's worth a trip." Zhang Bao was delighted. Right? See how sincere I am. Join my squad, and let's go get that beast blood together." Ye Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Join your squad, you say? About that." Zhang Bao pointed at him, exclaiming in disbelief, "Ye Tian, what's with that look on your face? I'm telling you this because I consider you a good friend." Ye Tian closed his eyes with a slight smile. "Sorry, man. I'll definitely team up with you next time, don't worry." The two of them then walked off, one after the other. Zhang Bao followed behind, wiping away fake tears. "And here I thought we had a great relationship. I can't believe you'd be so heartless." While Zhang Bao was feeling hurt, he noticed the gap between him and Ye Tian was widening, so he broke into a run to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." Even if we're not teaming up, we're still good friends. Wait up. As Ye Tian walked, he thought, teaming up with a large group would be too complicated. If my special ability gets exposed, it will definitely bring disaster upon me. It's better to go alone. I must get that vicious beast blood and break through to the martial artist realm. 1 month later, at the 5th Academy, a teacher sat, with his hands clasped on his desk. With a stern expression, he said, "If you haven't received an official notice about the trial, then you don't need to be here to register." "Who leaked the information about this trial anyway?" Ye Tian replied, "Sir, I'm already a martial apprentice. I'm qualified to register." Hearing this, the teacher raised an index finger to his face and smirked. "I was going to let you kids live a few more days." With that, he stood up from his desk, grabbed a piece of paper, and threw it in Ye Tian's face, shouting, "But I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to die." Ye Tian bent down and picked up the paper. He was suspicious of the life and death contract. The title on the paper read, "Certificate of Inferior Status." The teacher picked up his teacup and answered with a scowl, "That's right. If you want to participate in the trial, you have to sign the life and death contract." Ye Tian lowered his head to read the paper. "So that's how it is." The teacher grew impatient and yelled angrily, "If you're scared of dying, then get the hell out. Don't waste my time." Ye Tian shot him a glare. In the school hallway, Ye Tian walked away with a triumphant smile. The teacher sighed. He stood with his back to the door, facing the window. "Do you really think this trial was prepared for a poor trash like you?" he scoffed. "Ungrateful brat." Scene changed to Ye Tian's house. Yi Yu had woken up. She rubbed her eyes as she walked out of her room, calling for her brother. Time to get up. She saw breakfast already on the table and ran over happily. "Whoa, what's the special occasion that made my brother cook?" On the table was a note left by Ye Tian saying there was an academy activity, and he would be back in 3 days. Yi Yu thought worriedly. "What kind of activity? For 3 days? I hope it's not anything dangerous." Scene changed to the trial location. The sky was incredibly gloomy, with flocks of red-eyed crows flying everywhere. Skyscrapers leaned precariously. A group of students stood on the street below, awaiting orders. Ye Tian remarked, "Wow, there are so many people." Zhang Bao laughed and replied, "Well, everyone from the 5 great academies is here." A voice was heard. Someone from the 5th Academy? It was Mo Xiaobei and his subordinate. The young master of the Mo family frowned and sneered. "That garbage academy dares to participate in the trial, too?" His subordinate chuckled, lowering his head and replying, "Young master, in this trial, we can not only hunt feral beasts but also people. So, the more trash there is, the better, right?" Mo Xiaobei laughed contemptuously. "It's an honor for the weak to be hunted by the strong." The people around them began to buzz with discussion. "Did you see that? That guy's name is Mo Xiaobei, the genius of the First Academy." Zhang Bao added, "He's the most outstanding member of the Mo family's younger generation." Ye Tian realized, so he's from the Mo family. No wonder he's so arrogant. From a distance, the grating sound of a sword tip dragging on the ground could be heard. A young man in purple approached the First Academy's area. The Academy students shouted at him intimidatingly. "Hey, stop right there. Who do you think you are, dragging your blade through our First Academy's territory?" He strode forward and yelled at Mo Xiaobei, "Get out here. I'm going to cut you down." Mo Xiaobei asked, "Already defeated by my hand, and you still want to lose again?" The two locked eyes, and the air grew tense. They were all at the trial grounds, under the same gloomy sky filled with dilapidated old buildings and flocks of black crows flying everywhere. Ye Tian asked, "Who is that guy?" Zhang Bao immediately replied, "Li Yunting, the sword talent genius of the Second Academy. But he was defeated by Mo Xiaobei once before." The teacher spat contemptuously. "Another poor fool who doesn't know his place." He sneered, his face stern, clueless. Ye Tian swallowed his anger, feeling disgust in his heart. "I think you're the one who's clueless," he thought. Suddenly, he raised his hand and cheered, "Go for it, Li Yunting. I'm rooting for you. Charge." Faced with this encouragement, Li Yunting wasn't pleased at all. In fact, he was more embarrassed. "Who the hell is that guy? Isn't he afraid of Mo Xiaobei, cheering for me like that? Man, this is so embarrassing." A broadcast announcement echoed, "Fighting outside the wilderness zone is prohibited. Any violators will have their trial qualifications revoked." Li Yunting grunted in anger. "Consider yourself lucky." He sheathed his sword and turned away, but his eyes were still like daggers fixed on Mo Xiaobei. "Once we're in the wilderness zone, I'll show you." Mo Xiaobei's smile became even more sinister. "Hey, just a stray dog barking all over the place." Li Yunting walked towards Ye Tian's group and called out, "Hey, you there." He put his hands on his hips and said, "You dare to cheer for me. You've got some guts. What's your name?" Ye Tian introduced himself without hesitation. "Ye Tian, 5th Academy." Suddenly, His eyes lit up. Li Yunting stood with his arms crossed, muttering, "Nice name." A single leaf that blots out the sun, lawless and untamed. The status window appeared, opening the human information for Li Yunting. Cultivation talent, mid-grade. Sword talent, mid-grade. Having obtained his information, he thought to himself, a sword talent genius, not bad. Then, Ye Tian extended his hand, smiling as he said, "You have to beat Mo Xiaobei in this trial." Li Yunting's eyes widened in surprise. He then closed his eyes, smiled casually, and shook Ye Tian's hand. "You do your best too. Try to make it back alive." Ye Tian nodded, "Definitely." The firm handshake activated Ye Tian's power. Sword talent successfully copied. The announcement blared again. The trial begins. A giant wooden gate slowly creaked open. First Academy, you may enter first. A flood of students in red from the First Academy rushed in. Among them Mo Xiaobei and his subordinate, with triumph written all over their faces. Zhang Bao exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's starting. I have to go find my squad. See you inside, Ye Tian." Ye Tian reminded him, "Be careful." Li Yunting stretched his arms and back. "The First Academy goes in first, then my Second Academy. Your Fifth Academy will be last." That's just how cruel the world is. Those words reminded him of the low-grade certification paper the teacher had given him earlier. Li Yunting turned to leave, raising a hand. "I've got to get back to my team, too. Good luck." "Yeah." Ye Tian glanced in one direction and suddenly noticed something. He immediately dashed off, crossing through the forest and landing deep within it. Ye Tian took off the gear he was wearing, thinking, this place should be hidden enough. He raised his hand to open the status window. The window showed the message, "Sword talent successfully copied. Integrate, of course." Ye Tian began to feel the pain of transformation, veins popping on his hands. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. It hurts, but after copying 2 talents before, I'm getting used to it. He collapsed to his knees, crawling on the ground. Though the pain caused veins to bulge on his face, his eyes wide, he still gritted his teeth, his iron will forcing him to tell himself, I absolutely have to get stronger. A streak of light in the middle of the forest shot straight up into the sky. Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes. He got into position, gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze firm. Ye Tian swung his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. He leaped up, slashing the surrounding trees. All of them were split into multiple pieces. The sword cuts incredibly sharp. The status window appeared again, confirming the information for the human, Ye Tian. Cultivation talent, mid-grade, speed talent. Elementary grade, sword talent, mid-grade. Ye Tian put his backpack back on and walked away, filled with killing intent. The broadcast continued to announce, the first 4 academies have entered the trial zone. Next, the 5th Academy may enter. A line of students from the 5th Academy, their expressions serious, strode proudly into the zone. It was a desolate scene with ruined buildings. Everything in sight was collapsed and shattered. Birds with piercing cries swooped and circled under the dark sky. A footstep landed on the withering grass as the figure of a young man appeared, a bag slung over his shoulder, gradually stepping into the trial grounds. Ye Tian could feel a brutal presence slowly approaching. His senses had always been extremely sharp. A snake-like beast was slithering along the ground. It suddenly lunged out of a cloud of purple-blue smoke, a beast with the body of a snake and the head of a dragon, trying to attack him. Ye Tian drew his sword without hesitation. His presence surged, and he glanced at the green serpent beast without a trace of fear. He launched himself off the ground, twisting his body and swinging his sword to face the serpent. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his power, cleaving its body in 2. The beast seemed incapable of fighting back, split cleanly into 2 pieces. Ye Tian used the tip of his sword to hook out its eye, holding it in his hand and muttering, 1 point down. This beast is weaker than I thought. He put his collected items into the large bag he was carrying. He thought to himself, according to the trial rules, the more beasts you hunt, the higher your rank will be. I wonder how many points are needed for first place. Memories surfaced in his mind. From 10th to 4th rank required 1 portion of low-grade vicious beast blood. 3rd rank needed 3 portions of low-grade vicious beast blood and 50,000 yuan. 2nd rank needed 1 portion of low-grade vicious beast blood and 100,000 yuan. And 1st rank required 3 portions of low-grade vicious beast blood and 100,000 yuan. It's truly a long road ahead. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, Ye Tian leaped into the air again, continuing his hunt for targets. No matter how many it takes, I just have to hunt and kill as many beasts as I can first. Suddenly, a cry for help reached his ears, a very clear, help me. Ye Tian heard the scream and quickly landed on a high vantage point. He looked down at the scene below. It was Zhang Bao, surrounded by a pack of wolves, his face pale with fear, repeatedly shouting, Stay back. He realized it was him. Zhang Bao held his weapon, his whole body trembling, looking utterly helpless. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even gotten married. The wolf couldn't understand, of course. It just leaped forward, baring its fangs to pounce on him. Zhang Bao let out a scream and turned to run. Ye Tian sensed something was wrong and immediately knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and instantly fired with incredible force, piercing the ferocious wolf. Zhang Bao's eyes widened in terror, his pupils dilating in fear. Soon after, he approached the wolf pack's position and said to the boy, "Mind giving me all of those accumulated points?" Seeing him, Zhang Bao stuttered, sweating, Ye Tian." Then, his expression turned to one of panic and worry. "Ye Tian, run. You're no match for these dire wolves." He paid him no mind, instantly activating his speed talent. His entire body was enveloped in a red aura, moving so fast that only streaks of red lightning could be seen dancing among the wolf pack. Wherever the lightning swept, a dire wolf was struck down. He then activated his next talent, Blade Arts, Slash. The color enveloping his body changed as a terrifying amount of power was concentrated into his sword. His pupils reflected the light, seeming to change color as he swung his blade, wiping out all the dire wolves. Zhang Bao's eyes widened in awe. He couldn't help but admit it, so strong. Ye Tian used his blade to pry out a wolf's fang, then turned back to Zhang Bao and asked, "I'm taking the wolf fangs. You don't mind, do you?" Zhang Bao stammered in reply, "No, I don't mind. They're all yours." Hearing this, Ye Tian put them away, stood up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and looked at Zhang Bao again to ask, "Are you going to keep fighting like this?" Zhang Bao sat dejectedly on the ground and replied with a sigh, "No, I give up." He looked utterly defeated and continued, "This trial is too dangerous. I'm lucky just to be alive. My teammates are all seriously injured. I need to get them out of here quickly, or at least make sure they survive." All around them were the collapsed bodies of fallen participants. Just as Zhang Bao said, they were all heavily wounded, some hovering between life and death. Ye Tian sighed in agreement. It seemed there was no other choice. With that, he turned to leave, but Zhang Bao shot up and called out to him, "Wait, Ye Tian." His expression was grave as he warned, "Deep in the wilderness, there's a pseudo-vicious beast. You have to be careful." Ye Tian turned his head and asked, "A pseudo-vicious beast?" The danger levels of monsters, ranked from highest to lowest, were fierce beasts, pseudo-vicious beasts, and finally, vicious beasts. Zhang Bao lowered his head slightly, frowning as he said, "I heard that people from the First Academy are surrounding a spotted snake that's over 10 meters long. They say it's already reached the level of a pseudo-vicious beast." He paused here, looking up with an extremely heavy expression, and continued, "And it's worth 500 points. Ye Tian just grinned, his red pupils seeming to glow as he asked, with a dangerous and wild look, 500 points. He spun around, placed a hand on Zhang Bao's shoulder, and his voice rose like a command. "Tell me where it is." Zhang Bao pointed in a direction and replied, "It's currently to the southeast." Following the direction Zhang Bao indicated, a dense, crimson aura could be seen radiating. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Tian stomped the ground, creating a small tremor. He left Zhang Bao behind and shot straight toward the southeast. Pink lightning crackled around his body, showcasing his incredible speed. With a murderous look and grim determination, he said to himself, 500 points. If I get that, I can definitely take first place in this trial. From behind, Zhang Bao called out worriedly, "Be careful, Ye Tian." Above, the sky was dark with ominous clouds, and below was a scene of desolate ruins. A streak of pinkish-purple lightning flashed through the air the path of Ye Tian's movement. He landed lightly on a building, glanced around, then pushed off with his heel, landing firmly on the ground. Before Ye Tian now was a field of bodies and weapons. Looking closer, he recognized that the dead were all wearing the uniform of the First Academy. Not far away, a world-shaking explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. Ye Tian looked in that direction, certain. It's over there. Without hesitation, he flew straight toward the site of the explosion. Ye Tian stopped on a tall building to survey the scene. Below, the ground was a sea of fire. Ye Tian lay down to get a clearer view, and his eyes widened in shock as he thought, so that's a pseudo-vicious beast? He saw a colossal monster, horned, with the lower body of a snake, incredibly fierce and savage, fighting against a group of people. Suddenly, Mo Xiaobei roared, "Charge! We must kill this beast!" At his roar, the men charged toward the monster like moths to a flame. Mo Xiaobei yelled again, "Those 500 points must belong to me." Mo Xiaobei, one man slashed at it with a sword, but it didn't even scratch its rock-hard scales. As the blonde-haired man fell, he managed to cry out, "Young master, the pseudo-vicious beast's stamina is starting to weaken. This is our chance to kill it. The monster continued to roar amidst the raging flames. Mo Xiaobei pushed off the ground and shot forward, saying, "Good. Leave the rest to me." He raised his sword high and launched himself straight at the monster. The human figure was tiny compared to the colossal beast. He landed, and a purple liquid sprayed out. Mo Xiaobei had managed to pierce the monster. He broke into a gleeful, wicked smile. The pseudo-vicious beast roared in pain from the blow, and he thought triumphantly, "Success." But before he could celebrate, the monster suddenly swatted him, sending him flying. Mo Xiaobei cried out, "Ag," as he hit the ground. His impact left a huge crater in a ruined wall. He stood up, the same wicked smile on his face and a hint of madness in his eyes, saying joyfully, 500 points are mine." The giant monster thrashed in the air, causing the surrounding structures to crumble to pieces amidst raging fires. Standing nearby, Ye Tian wondered, is it dead? He clenched his fists, thinking bitterly, damn it, I was a step too late. He was unwilling to accept it, his brow furrowed and his gaze wavering. Mo Xiaobei's followers were all celebrating. "Congratulations, young master, on securing 500 points. He laughed. "Ah ha ha. First place in this trial definitely belongs to me, Mo Xiaobei." His smile was ecstatic and unrestrained, but then the seemingly dead monster's eyes shot open. Its body turned from red to a deep purple, and it lunged up with a roar. It swatted the men away, sending them flying as they screamed helplessly. "Ah, it's still alive?" Mo Xiaobei gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, a bloodline burst. Then he roared a warning to his entourage. "That's not a pseudo-vicious beast, it's a real vicious beast." The men hesitated, looking at each other. "A vicious beast? Should we still go after it?" Mo Xiaobei replied fiercely, "Of course we're going after it. It's worth 1,000 points." The men repeated in shock. 1,000 points? He continued to command, "Move it. We can't let someone else get to it." His entourage hurriedly chased after him. Mo Xiaobei thought to himself, his face tense, "This vicious beast has already been greatly weakened by my attack. I can't let anyone else see it now, or all my efforts will have been for nothing." On the roof of an abandoned building, Ye Tian said joyfully, "I can't believe it's a beast worth 1,000 points." A pink lightning bolt flashed. He said arrogantly, "Sorry, but you're not as fast as me." Ye Tian placed his hands on the ground, crouched low, and silently activated his power, speed talent, full power. His eyes glowed red as pink lightning crackled around him more intensely. Finally, as Ye Tian's power fully unleashed, an explosion erupted where he had been just a second before. He zipped past the scrap heap, moving in the direction the monster had fled, leaving a pink streak in the air. Then, Ye Tian landed. There was no one around. He said, "Good. The people from the first academy aren't here yet." He noticed a long trail of purple liquid on the ground. He bent down to touch it, thinking, this must be slime secreted by that monster. He brought his hand to his nose to smell it, using the scent to track the monster's location. He looked toward a dilapidated building and thought, hiding in here, huh? Looks like 1,000 points are about to be mine. Ye Tian surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a foul stench filling the space. The smell of this spotted snake is so strong, he thought. Without hesitation, Ye Tian ventured deeper inside. Based on the smell, he guessed, it must be close. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. An enormous, vicious beast suddenly appeared before him. The creature was leaning back with its mouth wide open, its sharp teeth and slimy tongue catching a drop of water falling from a stalactite above. What is it drinking? Ye Tian wondered. That can't be ordinary water. He cautiously drew his sword from its sheath. Ye Tian held his sword in a ready stance, a smile on his face that was both confident and brimming with fighting spirit. "I'll take the 1,000 points first and figure out the rest later." With that said, he immediately charged toward the pseudo-beast at incredible speed. Seemingly sensing Ye Tian's fighting intent, the pseudo-beast immediately turned to face him. It attacked the charging Ye Tian with its massive claws. So fast, Ye Tian was taken aback by the beast's speed. He quickly halted his advance, narrowly dodging the beast's powerful attack in the nick of time, and used the force of the blow to flip backward a few times. While dodging, Ye Tian's hands moved swiftly, switching from his sword to a bow and arrow. In midair, he drew his bow and fired 3 powerful arrows at the beast. 2 of the arrows struck it directly in the eyes, causing the pseudo-beast to roar in agony. Ye Tian used the momentum of his shot to twist his body and land successfully. The sword he had tossed into the air spun a few times before returning to its master's hand. As soon as he caught his sword, Ye Tian launched another attack on the pseudo-beast. Just like before, he charged at it with extreme speed, gracefully dodging its powerful claw attack. He plunged his sword deep into its back, causing the beast to roar in pain. Ye Tian gripped the sword with both hands, driving it deeper into the beast's back. Immediately after, he let out a powerful shout and, with all his might, cleaved the pseudo-beast in two as it let out a final, dying shriek. With a swing of his blood-soaked sword, Ye Tian leaped off the beast. The creature's massive body lost all its strength and crashed heavily to the ground. Ye Tian let out a breath, unable to hide the excitement on his face. He smiled and remarked, "This vicious beast was truly formidable. If Mo Xiaobei's group hadn't weakened at first, I wouldn't have stood a chance of winning." Ye Tian's gaze shifted back to the stalactite above, where the pseudo-beast had been drinking. He couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this stuff? But he quickly made a decision. He took out a glass vial and muttered, "Whatever it is, a beast with this much spiritual energy would know good from bad better than I would. It must be some kind of treasure. I'll collect it first and figure it out later." Ye Tian held the vial under the dripping stalactite, then forcefully pulled his sword out of the beast's body. He walked to its head and used the tip of his sword to dig out its eyeball. Holding the crimson eyeball, Ye Tian felt a sense of accomplishment and said happily, "The vicious beast's eyeball, worth 1,000 points. Next, a stab to the heart for its extremely precious heart's blood." As Ye Tian spoke, he held another glass vial to collect the blood flowing from the pseudo-beast's heart. Once that was done, Ye Tian stood up and walked over to the vial that had been collecting the water from the stalactite. "Oh, it's collected this much already?" Ye Tian smiled with satisfaction as he swirled the glass vial in his hand. His gaze once again turned to the high stalactite, and he thought, "Even though I don't know what this is, I can't leave it for Mo Xiaobei." With that thought, Ye Tian once again swung his sword, slicing the stalactite in two. Afterward, Ye Tian checked his loot and quickly cleaned up the area. He couldn't help but think happily, "This many points is enough for me to take first place in the trial." Then, as if he thought of something else, a smile that was both satisfied and cunning spread across his face. "Time to go," Ye Tian decided quickly. After Ye Tian left, a short while later, Mo Xiaobei's group rushed into the ruined area. They gathered around the pseudo-beast, and cries mixed with regret and anger rang out. The beast's eye has been gouged out, and its heart's blood has been completely drained. One of Mo Xiaobei's underlings saw the situation and reluctantly turned to report to his young master. "There's only a corpse left. Young master, what do we do now?" Mo Xiaobei's fists clenched so tightly his veins bulged. He hissed through gritted teeth, "Who was it? Who was it?" Rage completely consumed him, and he roared venomously, "You dare steal my 1,000 points? I'll definitely kill you." The sky began to darken as a torrential rain began to fall. Inside the abandoned city, a familiar figure sat on a pile of rubble. Ye Tian watched silently from a distance. He had been waiting for Mo Xiaobei's group to emerge. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, like a predator that had spotted its prey. As he thought, there they are. Mo Xiaobei and his angry entourage were walking and talking. "Young master, the person who stole your points has probably escaped. What should we do next?" Hearing his subordinate's words, Mo Xiaobei's face darkened. Even the cold raindrops couldn't cool his fury. He stared at the pile of scraps before him, wondering what audacious fool dared to snatch his kill. His voice was like steel as he said, "Search everyone you see. You must find that thief for me." At this point, his fury reached its peak. His face contorted, his eyes sharp and cold. He stressed that this matter absolutely would not end so easily. His subordinates heard the command and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Watching everything unfold from a distance, he knew that danger was fast approaching. He quickly stood up, his eyes cold as he looked at the people below, thinking to himself, "Looks like I have to get out of here." He activated his speed talent, leaped to the ground, and sent his body hurtling forward. With his agile and flexible body, he leaped lightly from one skyscraper to another without any difficulty. Thanks to his diligent training, he could overcome any obstacle with ease. Right now, he was like the silver moon vulture beast with its astonishing speed. As Ye Tian ran, he muttered to himself, "I can hide for an hour, but not for a lifetime. In 3 days, when the trial ends and the scores are tallied, everyone will know I was the one who killed that beast." His footsteps suddenly halted as he focused on a plan in his mind. He had to use the remaining time to cultivate and quickly increase his strength. Ye Tian looked up at the abandoned building in front of him. After observing it for a moment, he thought, "This place is quite discreet." Stepping inside, he immediately put his bag aside and held a vial of blue liquid in his hand, wondering, "I wonder how much strength this beast's blood can give me." After a minute of hesitation, he took the first sip. He felt like bursting into tears, with snot and tears streaming down his face. If he had some snacks, maybe it wouldn't be this hard to drink. Thinking about the future, Ye Tian looked at the disgusting liquid and tried to encourage himself. Well, to have the power to protect my little sister, to become stronger. Bottoms up. In that instant, he made up his mind and drank it all without hesitation. As if by a sixth sense, Ye Yu, who was at school, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and said, "Is someone talking about me?" Looking out the window, she saw it was starting to rain. A sense of unease crept into her heart, and she wondered, "Big brother, are you okay over there?" Ye Tian began to cultivate. Waves of primal energy enveloped his body, his eyes glowing brightly. He was completely astonished by his own abilities. Good heavens, it increased my cultivation speed by nearly 4 times. As if enlightened, he understood everything. His eyes widened with realization as a thought crossed his mind. No wonder guys like Chen Dong cultivate so quickly. It turns out that besides one's own talent, you also need external resources to help. Ye Tian looked at the pile of enhancement potions beside him. The fighting spirit within him began to boil. He told himself, "I have to focus on cultivating for the next 2.5 days." About 3 days later, at the score tallying area, many teams had already gathered. They lined up one by one to submit their results and await the final tally. The judges were busy checking and announcing the scores. Zhang Xia, 10 points. Bao Lei, 23 points. Shu Hai, 0 points. A mysterious young man walked up and tossed his bag on the table. He said arrogantly, "Ma'am, please calculate my score." The person in charge opened the bag, examined the items inside, and calmly read out the result. Li Yuxing, 195 points. Hearing this, the surrounding students couldn't help but gasp in admiration. "Whoa, that's amazing." Mo Xiaobei and his bodyguards strode in with an imposing aura. He said with a smug look, "It's only 195 points. What's there to be so surprised about?" Holding a bag in his hand, he walked straight up to the other guy, his tone sharp and provocative. "Li Yuxing, I didn't expect this was all you were capable of." He looked at him as if he were a dog, with a contemptuous smile and a mocking tone. "You think you can challenge me with that pathetic score of yours?" Li Yuxing was furious. His eyes turned sharp, staring at this damn, arrogant young master. The anger in his heart flared up, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, "Mo Xiaobei." He wasn't afraid of him. He calmly walked to the judge's table, dumped a pile of items out, and said cockily, "Calculate my score." The person in charge was shocked when she saw the number of items he had collected. She announced loudly, "Mo Xiaobei, 427 points." The people around them couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, breaking into a cold sweat. One of them spoke up, 427? Holy crap, that's insane. As expected of Mo Xiaobei, a female student standing nearby said with a sigh of admiration, "The gap is too big. I only got 30 points." Li Yuxing refused to accept his reported score. He shouted, "You shameless bastard. You must have stolen points from other people." Mo Xiaobei just chuckled, admitting it casually and without fear. "Haha, I took them with my own strength." "You got a problem with that?" Seeing his shameless behavior, Li Yuxing was seeing red. He scowled, clenched his jaw, and snarled, "You bastard." A group of female students approached him, showering him with praise. "Congratulations. 427 is definitely first place." When Mo Xiaobei heard the words, "first place," his expression changed as he replied, "No, first place will probably be over 1,000 points." The crowd was stunned to hear this and asked in unison, 1,000 points? How is that possible? The head teacher of the 5th Academy stood by, observing everything. He asked, "Have all the surviving students returned?" The person in charge calmly checked and replied, "Yes. Anyone who hasn't come out by now is probably dead." He immediately dropped his kind facade, revealing a vile smile. With a despicable tone, he replied, "In that case, first place belongs to Mo Xiaobei." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps entering the hall broke the atmosphere. A figure emerged from the trial zone, drawing everyone's attention. A student shouted, "Huh? Someone else is coming out." The head teacher was startled and turned his head to ask, "What?" He walked in confidently, each step exuding a heroic and powerful aura. His eyes were filled with courage, unafraid of Mo Xiaobei's group. Under the clear sky, Ye Tian strode forward and threw his items onto the table. The judge's face was filled with shock as she stammered, That's a monster's eyeball." Ye Tian's face was expressionless, his eyes sharp and cold. "That's right. So, what's my total score?" The judge hurriedly shouted, "Yes, 1,163 points. Congratulations on achieving first place in this year's practical exam. Your reward is 3 vials of beast blood and a cash prize of 100,000 yuan." Ye Tian held his backpack in one hand and accepted the prize with the other, his face radiant yet cold. The student next to him couldn't stop yelling, "You did it, Ye Tian." Li Yuxing had a suspicious look on his face, stroking his chin in thought. That kid, how did he do it? Mo Xiaobei's face was contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. So the thief has finally shown himself. Ha, just some punk from the lowly 5th Academy. He clenched his fist and ordered his subordinate, "Go and check his background and everything about him for me, now." His subordinate bowed and replied, "Understood." The surrounding crowd started chattering again. Ye Tian really proved it to them. Our 5th Academy finally brought home first place from the practical exam. The person next to him added, yeah, I never would have imagined this. How did he do something so awesome? The teacher had a look of disdain on his face, while the brat named Zhang Bao standing next to him looked utterly confused. Teacher, why do you look so unhappy? Didn't Ye Tian bring glory to our 5th academy? The teacher's expression was unreadable. That little brat offended and angered the powerful Muxiang clan. I'm afraid you'll be picking up your friend's corpse sooner than you think. Zhang Bao frowned. Understood. The judges and cameras turned towards Ye Tian. Li Yunting and Mo Xiaobei stood in a line and said, look this way and smile. The surrounding crowd cheered. The practical competition has now officially ended. Congratulations to the top 3 participants who have received their awards. On the stage, Mo Xiaobei glared angrily at Ye Tian. You must have a lot of guts to steal something that belongs to me. So what? Ye Tian retorted with a scornful look. I was about to say the same thing to you. Beside them, Li Yunting added with a sharp gaze. Hey, young Master Mu, have you really forgotten what you said to me earlier? Mo Xiaobei frowned, his eyes sharp and his face furious as he glared at him. I talked to you? What did I say? Li Yunting replied, just like you. Ye Tian also stole points using his own methods. Is there a problem with that? His voice was filled with contempt and disdain. Ha ha, his own methods. Humph, so between me and him, who do you think is stronger? As Mo Xiaobei spoke, his lips curled upwards and his eyes narrowed so much it looked like they might pop out. Just then, Ye Tian turned around, a green aura surrounding him, his eyes glowing red. He faced his rival and said calmly, we'll have to fight to find out, right? If young Master Mu has the time, then I'd be more than happy to fulfill your request. In response, a red aura enveloped Mo Xiaobei. His face lit up with interest as his lips curled into a smirk. Oh, how interesting. Facing Mo Xiaobei, his expression was serious, his brows furrowed. He couldn't help but think that once he was targeted by someone like him, there would be no escape. The only way out is to become so strong that he can no longer challenge me. Time passed slowly, and by dusk in the quiet city, Ye Tian opened the door to his home and called out, Yi Yu, I'm home. Just then, Yi Yu rushed out from inside, joyfully throwing her arms around her older brother. Then, she looked up at him, her face full of concern, asking, what took you so long? Where have you been? Then she pulled away from his embrace and circled him anxiously, asking, you're not hurt, are you? Don't move, let me see. Ye Tian helplessly scratched the back of his neck and said, of course not, I'm perfectly fine. After a few steps, he turned back to her and said cheerfully, I brought some gifts back for you. Yi Yu stared at him excitedly. Ooh, what is it? The two of them then sat down on the floor. Ye Tian immediately emptied a pile of shiny objects from his backpack onto the floor. Seeing it, Yi Yu couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, that's so much money. Yi Yu picked up one of the items and looked at her brother sincerely, saying, you finally have enough money to get married. Her brother, Ye Tian, looked at her in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? This money is for you, to use for your tuition and daily living expenses. Beside him, Yu Yu asked again in disbelief, really? Does this mean we can finally afford to eat meat every day? Then she picked up the beast-attracting device and shook it with a confused expression. Huh, what's this? Ye Tian, sitting beside her, picked up a book and leaned one hand on the floor, calmly replying, I didn't know either, so I bought this illustrated treasure guide. She asked curiously, an illustrated treasure guide? I want to see it too. Ye Tian opened the book and flipped through the pages. His eyes flashed red, as if he'd seen something amazing or terrifying. His eyes widened. Wait, this is it. The Tarak Divine Elixir. The page he was looking at was for a treasure called the Taraco Divine Elixir. Treasure effect. A liquid substance formed by Terra veins after absorbing the primordial essence of heaven and earth for hundreds of years. It can enhance cultivation talent, but it's only effective for talents at the intermediate level or below. Additionally, there is a small chance that an advanced Terreo stone exists near the production site of the Terra Divine Elixir. For more information, please see the Terra Modi Stone entry. Ye Tian remembered something. That snake back then was probably able to become a monster by using this Tarak Divine Elixir. I never thought that something I obtained so easily would be such a miraculous item. Beside him, Yi Yu held the beast-attracting device out in front of him. Since this thing can cultivate power, it will definitely be useful for you. Ye Tian looked at his sister, then turned and lowered his head. No, I don't need it anymore. His eyes grew sharp. Instead, I'm going to make you stronger. Drink it, Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked as if she had heard something terrifying, her eyes wide. Huh? Me. As night fell, the bustling city suddenly became quiet. Inside a small apartment, with just enough light to see their faces, Yi Yu sat opposite Ye Tian. She spoke up, asking in surprise, you want me to drink it? but I haven't even awakened my powers yet. Wouldn't that be a waste? Status window. Name, Ye. Cultivation Talent Poor. Power, Ice Novice, Unawakened. Ye was wearing a yellow shirt, red pants, and grayish-blue socks. She sat on the floor, one leg crossed and the other raised, holding the green magic potion in her hands. She couldn't help but doubt herself. The cultivation talent levels are Poor, Novice, Average, Intermediate, Advanced. Ye Tian sat opposite her, his hand on his chin as a thought crossed his mind. My sister's cultivation talent is only at the Poor level. If she drinks this Terra Core fluid, it will definitely increase. I just don't know by how much. Ye, excited like a teenager, said, "Oh, hey, we could sell this. With such an incredible item, we could definitely exchange it for a lot of money." Ye Tian stood up and walked over to the bookshelf near the balcony window. The bright moon shone through the window, clearly outlining his tall, slender figure. He said, "The book says that a Terra Core energy stone forms where the liquid is created, but I already destroyed it. When the time comes, if a buyer wants to purchase the Terra Core energy stone from me, they definitely won't believe me. In the end, it will only bring danger and disaster." Ye Tian raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture, a thin smile on his lips and a profound meaning in his eyes. Ye was still holding the green magic potion. She lifted the vial slightly and said regretfully, "Oh, why did you destroy it? What a waste." Ye Tian walked up behind her, and his hand gently took the magic vial and opened the cap. Only then did he speak. "If you don't drink it, that would be an even bigger waste." Then, he quickly pinched Ye's cheeks, forcing her mouth open before she even knew what was happening. Before she could even react, Ye Tian quickly poured the entire vial of the magic potion down her throat. She struggled against her brother, trying to kill his own adorable little sister. After pouring the entire vial of magic potion into Yi's mouth, Ye Tian asked, "How does it taste?" Cough, cough, cough. Yi responded to him with a series of coughs. "Ah, it's so warm and refreshing." After she stopped choking, Yi felt a source of energy radiating out, warming her whole body. She felt as if her strength was being replenished. At that moment, Ye Tian's sharp, red eyes showed even greater surprise. What's happening? Her cultivation talent is still at a low rank. Could it be that what the book said was a lie? Status window. Name, Yi. Cultivation talent, low. Rookie ice power, unawakened. Just then, Yu ran over to the sofa and started rubbing her eyes. Maybe it was because it was getting dark, or perhaps a side effect of the potion was making her drowsy. She said, "Brother, I'm sleepy. I'll make you food later, okay?" "Oh, that's okay. You go get some rest." Noticing no immediate effect from the divine potion, Ye Tian began to ponder. Strange. Why is this happening? I'll just wait. Maybe the effects haven't been triggered yet. On the wall, the clock ticked away. An hour passed, and Ye Tian was still sitting on the floor cultivating. The whole room was unusually quiet when suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted, and he turned his head to look. Yi was still asleep on the sofa, but that powerful energy was surrounding her. So, that means even without cultivating, her power level increases just by resting, all because she drank that miraculous potion. Ye Tian looked at Yi's status window. Status window. Name, Yi. Cultivation talent, intermediate. Rookie ice power, unawakened. Seeing Yi's status window, he was utterly shocked. Intermediate rank cultivation talent. It jumped 2 whole ranks. An intermediate rank cultivation talent with a rare ice power. Next, he took out 3 more magic vials. It was likely the blood of a vicious beast, and he placed them in a row on the floor. Yi is definitely going to become a top-tier warrior, he thought as he looked at her. Mo Xiaobei, bring it on. Ye Tian gripped the vial of vicious beast blood tightly, his mouth set in a firm line as he declared, "I will absolutely not lose to you." The room grew quiet. Outside, dark clouds obscured half of the moonlit sky, as if this foretold that the Mo family's supremacy wouldn't last much longer. Ye Tian tilted his head back and chugged the vial of beast blood. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ugh. This tastes even worse. After finishing the red liquid, he plopped down at his desk, grabbed a handful of snacks, and started chomping on them. He thought to himself, "I wanted to eat these back in the cave. I finally get the chance." After he finished the snacks, the disgusting taste in his mouth had subsided a little. He sat cross-legged and positioned his hands to cultivate, gathering all the ambient energy and drawing it into his body. He wondered, if this were the blood of an intermediate rank vicious beast, how much would it increase my power? I have to train my body hard enough to increase it 8 times over. The power exploding inside him gave Ye Tian even more motivation to become a warrior. He thought, the boosting effect of intermediate rank beast blood is insane. If I had enough of this blood, I could break through to the warrior realm. He looked down at the remaining vials of beast blood on the floor. It's a shame there are only 2 vials left. What should I do? 10 days later, in a small forest at the academy, the air was fresh and the sky was beautiful. At the edge of the woods, a small oriole perched on Ye Tian's head, chirping happily. Ye Tian was sitting cross-legged in a cultivation pose, taking long, deep breaths. He looked completely at ease. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of panting came from Zhang Bao. He ran over in a hurry, yelling, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Ye Tian asked, "What's wrong?" Ye Tian replied, "It's Mo Xiaobei," Zhang Bao said, panting with exhaustion. His words only made Ye Tian more curious. He immediately stood up and asked, "He's here?" "No, no, no." Zhang Bao flopped onto the ground and hastily continued. "He's trying to break through to the warrior realm. He's gone into seclusion in his room. He's definitely up to something. He wants to become a warrior before you do, just so he can make you pay." "Damn it, why are you sitting back down? This is serious." Zhang Bao went on. "He's just going into seclusion? I thought he came here to challenge you." After hearing that, Ye Tian felt it wasn't a big deal and sat back down, disappointed. Considering Mo Xiaobei's talent, he's also at the intermediate rank of cultivation. He's trying to break through to the warrior realm. He'll need about a month. Yeah, but, Zhang Bao thought, if he really becomes a warrior, won't he be able to crush you like an insect? Zhang Bao said anxiously, "He's cultivating, but so am I." "I'm not afraid of him," Ye Tian replied calmly. Zhang Bao yelled in frustration, "He's from a noble family and has vast resources. What do you have? You only had 3 vials of intermediate rank beast blood. And you've already used them all." "Yep, I used them all up," Ye Tian replied, completely unconcerned. "Looks like you're a dead man. I'll help arrange your funeral. I'll even take care of your sister for you." Zhang Bao collapsed to his knees on the grass, completely dejected. A line of thought ran through Ye Tian's mind. "Right now, all I have is beast blood, low-grade blood, and heart's blood. When I use all of that up, I should reach the high-level warrior apprentice rank. But even if I'm just a hair's breadth away from the warrior realm, I still won't be able to break through. But with my current strength, speed, talent, and sword skills, I'm still strong enough to fight a warrior." Ye Tian's gaze turned sharp and determined. At the Mo family estate, black crows circled overhead. Dark clouds gathered, blanketing the sky and casting a gloomy shadow over the landscape. In a certain room, a door was slowly cracking. After a loud bang, the door exploded into smithereens. A tall, powerful figure gradually stepped out. A man with blonde hair knelt on one knee and said, "Congratulations, young Master Mo, on reaching the warrior realm. All hail the young master." At that moment, Mo Xiaobei was being attended to by 2 maids. One was helping him put on his robes, while the other knelt, awaiting his command. The main doors opened, and a voice boomed with laughter. "Xiaobei, you're finally out." It was Mo Xiaobei's father. The portly, bald man approached, saying as he walked, "It seems you've reached the warrior realm. Just as expected of my son." This was Mo An, Mo Xiaobei's father. He was a pillar of the Mo family, one of the 10 great elders, and an elite intermediate rank warrior. He wore a black robe trimmed with red fur. He walked over to Mo Xiaobei and said, "Xiaobei, you've done well." Mo Xiaobei let out a sneer, looked at his father, and said, "Don't worry, father. I won't bring shame to the Mo family." Mo An replied, "Of course not. The old ancestor has said he wishes to reward you personally." He replied, "I sincerely thank the ancestor and my father for his encouragement and care." Mo Xiaobei knelt on one knee to express his gratitude. Moan laughed heartily and said, "Haha, son, get up." Then, Moan turned to the subordinate behind him and ordered him to go to the kitchen to see if the meal was ready. "Yes, master," the subordinate replied. Mo Xiaobei raised a hand and said, "Wait, I have some personal business to attend to." He walked over to Mo An's side. The man said, "Xiaobei, remember to come back and eat later. I've prepared your favorite foods to celebrate." "Thank you, father," Mo Xiaobei said with a bow. After Mo An left, Mo Xiaobei's already cold gaze turned even colder. He asked the blonde-haired man, "That thing I gave you before I went into seclusion, have you fully investigated it?" The blonde subordinate behind him replied without looking up, "Young master, I finished investigating everything a long time ago. That kid has no parents and no background. We can bully him as much as we want." The subordinate's eyes turned vicious. "Oh, so he's just a piece of trash, with no backing. I thought he might have some powerful family behind him." Mo Xiaobei said casually as he walked out. "In that case, find someone to kill him." Mo Xiaobei walked out the door and sank into a chair placed on the veranda. The blonde man followed behind the young master and continued speaking. "Young master, killing someone in the base isn't like doing it in the wilderness. If we just kill someone randomly, even with the Mo family's influence and power, it will still cause some trouble. Mo Xiaobei held a golden goblet while two servants attended to him, one of them gently pouring wine from a decanter. Who told you to kill him in the Mo family's name? Find a shadow assassin. When the shadows kill someone, no one can investigate a thing, the young master replied, taking a sip of wine. But hiring a shadow assassin costs at least 1 million. He's just some poor kid. Is it worth it? The subordinate countered. Seeing this, Mo Xiaobei immediately said, a servant is still a servant. Your mind is filled with such lowly thoughts. In a territory this large, only a few families have avoided collapse. The rest are all slaves. Do you know why? Mo Xiaobei asked again. It's because if a genius is discovered among those poor wretches, that genius is immediately snuffed out. As Mo Xiaobei spoke, he crushed the goblet in his hand in front of his subordinate. That's why the Wu Academy can't nurture any true geniuses. The weak die, and the strong live. This is the law of this world. The subordinate began to feel afraid. In contrast, the young master found this whole business of killing to be quite interesting. In a small forest at the Wu Academy, the sharp clash of metal could be heard, mixed with the sounds of magic swords. The one cultivating was Ye Tian. After finishing a full set of moves, he glanced up at the sky. The air is heavy. It looks like it's about to rain. Time to head home, he said. On the street, the rain began to fall harder and harder, but his hurried steps continued towards home. Suddenly, a bright panel appeared in the sky. He said, what is that? The status window appeared, name Li Kun. Cultivation Talent, Novice. Power, Darkness. Just as he finished reading, a shadow appeared in a flash, launching a sneak attack on him. Ye Tian quickly swung his life-stealing sword to block, but he was still pushed back. He quickly got back on his feet, his eyes narrowing as he asked, who are you? The one who's going to kill you. At that moment, the figure revealed his true form. He was Li Kun, the shadow assassin. The sky grew darker as the rain fell even harder. On the street, two figures, one azure and one cyan, faced off. The cyan one was Ye Tian, holding his cultivation sword. Facing the assassin of unknown origin, he asked, who are you? The man didn't answer the question, instead stating directly, I'm the one who's going to take your life. Li Kun's eyes sharpened as he slowly drew a short sword. Li Kun was likely the assassin sent by Mo Xiaobei to kill Ye Tian. A thought flashed through Ye Tian's mind. Wait a minute, was this assassin sent by Mo Xiaobei? But Mo Xiaobei has already become a martial artist. He could have just challenged me to a duel. Why resort to such a despicable tactic? Just as he finished thinking, Li Kun on the other side made his move, leaping high into the air and bringing his demonic sword down straight towards Ye Tian. He quickly raised his sword to block the strike, but in an instant, Li Kun vanished. Ye Tian couldn't help but feel anxious, and his heart pounded as he couldn't see him anywhere. It seems this shadow talent is a type of invisibility. Before he could think any further, Ye Tian suddenly sensed danger. He turned around to see Li Kun bringing his sword down straight at him. But this time, he was faster, leaping up to the rooftop of the adjacent building. When he looked down, he only saw Li Kun's angry face. The assassin thought, damn it, he's just a mere martial apprentice. How is he so fast? At that moment, Ye Tian called down from the rooftop. I guess it's my turn now. Then, he dove down like an eagle targeting its prey. In a flash, he was almost face to face with Li Kun. But with a whoosh, Li Kun vanished again with incredible speed. At this moment, Ye Tian thought, invisibility would certainly be a deadly move against an ordinary person, but against me, it's useless. With that, Ye Tian shot up into the air. He unleashed a fatal sword strike aimed directly at the invisible Li Kun. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Li Kun was stunned by the slash and fell to the ground with a thud. With a horrified expression, he said, how is this possible? Even an elite martial artist shouldn't be able to see through my talent. He raised a hand to cover the wound on his shoulder and asked, how on earth did you do that? Ye Tian walked over, looking at Li Kun's haggard state. You want to know? Then tell me who sent you. Li Kun remained stubborn and refused to talk. He secretly gripped his demonic sword again and shouted, Humph, I'll tell you when you're on your deathbed. He raised his sword and yelled, Shadow Blade. Sensing danger, Ye Tian instinctively shot up into the sky. After a few exchanges of pursuit, Ye Tian ended the fight by thrusting his sword through Li Kun's heart. The look on the man's face was terrifying. Ye Tian spoke, I'll ask you again, who sent you? Li Kun's voice grew weary. Hey, you're the strongest martial apprentice I've ever met. Very impressive. Fine, I'll tell you. After saying Mo Xiaobei, Li Kun took his last breath, collapsed, and died. Only then did Ye Tian slowly pull out his sword, his eyes revealing his fury as he said, Mo Xiaobei. Afterwards, Ye Tian sat down next to Li Kun's corpse and reached out his hand, absorbing all of his remaining internal power. After absorbing Li Kun's spiritual energy, All the chi paths around Ye Tian's body lit up, turning green. A status window appeared. Human. Ye Tian. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate. Speed Talent, Elementary. Beginner Blade Talent, Beginner Shadow Talent. Obtained Shadow Talent. The rain poured down, thunder crashing. He lay on his back, spitting blood with his eyes wide open. The ground where he lay was dented, and so Li Kun lay still. Ye Tian gathered the surrounding earth and rock, filling the crater. He had made a grave for Li Kun. In the midst of the increasingly heavy rain, he sat there, placing a hand on the man's grave. A murder of crows flew overhead as the rain continued to pour. Whoosh, the wind howled too. A single leaf drifted gently to the ground. Ye Tian, half kneeling, stared at it. A human life shouldn't fall as easily as a leaf. His gaze was resolute, defiant against the wind and the rain. Ye Tian reached out and picked up the leaf, rainwater soaking his hand. I, Ye Tian, for this entire life of mine, I. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the leaf. Rainwater scattered. Must live like a human being. He straightened up, ready to face this world. Ye Tian stood tall, his eyes glaring forward, and smirked. I must be the rain, the wind, but definitely not a fallen leaf. Back at his house, hot water streamed from the showerhead. Ye Tian stood under the shower, washing himself. After finishing, he wrapped a towel around his waist and walked out. He reached out and grabbed his shirt. Ye Tian got dressed and started moving. Feeling refreshed after his shower, Ye Tian sat on the sofa and yawned. Ah, that feels so much better. He looked at the items on the table. These were the spoils from Li Kun. Ye Tian picked up a sword, examining it. These two swords, they're probably weapons from the Yuan dynasty. My own sword is all chipped and damaged, but these two are in perfect condition. He picked up one of the cards from the table. A gold card with 1 million, a silver card with 100,000, a total of 3.5 million. With a dark smirk, he took out his wallet and put all the cards inside. Hey, Mo Xiaobei, this is the money you paid to have me killed. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Ye Tian picked up something that looked like a notebook. Written on it was Blade of the Night Shadow. What's this? He sat down, crossing his legs to study it. He read the name aloud, Blade of the Night Shadow, a bronze-tier sword skill. Ye Tian was overjoyed. An excellent item. A sword skill can fully unleash the power of a swordsmanship talent. This is exactly what I need right now. He grabbed it and started to leave. Time to test it out and start training. Ye Tian slammed the door shut and sat on his bed, flipping to the first page. Outside, the rain was still pouring down, and flashes of lightning lit up the sky. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes shot open. Wait a minute. He leaped to his feet, spinning around and shouting, "Why isn't Yi Yu home yet?" He bolted out the door. If Mo Xiaobei sent someone to assassinate me, that means he knows everything about me. His hand grabbed the doorknob. That means he threw the door open and leaped from the high floor, a purple aura of energy flaring around him. Yu Yu could also be a target. Ye Tian grabbed a safety rail on the outside of the building and slid straight down. He then took off at full speed. Yu Yu, please be safe. The rain poured down, splashing on umbrellas. The scene shifts to the regular junior high school in the low-tier city sector. Ye Tian leaped across rooftops, landing hard on the ground below. Despite the heavy rain, there were still many people on the street. Ye Tian looked around, searching. Yu, where are you? He stood in the middle of the road. This is a normal school. No one with powers would just casually kill someone here. Ye Tian lowered his head, thinking grimly. But a guy like Mo Xiaobei, would he really play by the warrior's code? An umbrella poked him. Don't move. Ye Tian instantly moved behind the person, swinging his arm to gather a massive wave of power, ready to strike. He stood behind them and warned, "No, you're the one who shouldn't move now." The person took off their hood, revealing who Ye Tian had been looking for. She smiled and waved at him. "Big brother, it's me." The rain is still so heavy. A hand offered a sausage. "Here's your grilled sausage, kid. Take it." Yi Yu took it. "Thank you." Ye Tian held an umbrella over both of them. They walked and ate their sausages, laughing and talking happily. The rain was heavy, and the traffic was still dense. As they walked down the road, they chatted back and forth. "Oh, right, big brother. What do you want for dinner tonight?" "I'll cook for you," he replied. Make your specialty hot pot." On the street, a suspicious black car appeared. Ye Tian glanced over. Are we being followed? Back at their apartment, Yi Yu brought out the food, calling, "Hey, big brother, dinner's ready." And just as he suspected, the black car was parked below their building. Unaware, she urged her brother, "Come on, bring the food over." Ye Tian, his eyes fixed on the car, replied, "Coming." The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Someone called out, "Yi Yu." The teacher called on her, "Please solve this problem." She stood up and walked to the blackboard. Yes, sir. On the school rooftop, a figure was standing. It was Ye Tian. He pulled his hood down, hands in his pockets, watching the school intently. Ye Tian turned his head to look at the parking lot. For 3 consecutive days, upon seeing the black car, Ye Tian's brow furrowed. Daring to watch You've crossed the line. The black car began to pull out of its parking space. Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. They're leaving? Ye Tian leaped from his spot. He took off after the car, following them. He jumped from building to building, keeping close to the vehicle. The car stopped. It was in an empty lot by a workshop. The car door opened, and someone got out. Ye Tian watched from above. So this is the place? He seethed with anger. Mo Xiaobei, a man in black, threw a punch, sending another man to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Blood splattered on the floor as he screamed. Ah! The old man lay paralyzed on the ground, blood pooling around him, begging. Why, young Master Mo? I really don't have the money. He crawled on the floor. As soon as I have it, I'll pay you back immediately. Please, spare me. Mo Xiaobei said, if you don't pay today, the amount doubles tomorrow. After all, my money isn't easy to borrow. He sat on a stack of wooden planks, lacing his fingers together, exuding a menacing pressure. He glared. Don't you agree? The man knelt on the ground. Your interest rate is too high. I can't possibly pay it back. I have elders and children to support. Please, let me go. One of Mo Xiaobei's subordinates at the door called out, Young master, I'm back. Ye Tian remained hidden, watching them from above. Mo Xiaobei asked the newcomer, Any news from the shadow assassin? The subordinate replied grimly, I can't get in contact with him. Let me try to reach out again through other contacts. Hearing this from above, Ye Tian thought, so it really was Mo Xiaobei who sent the assassin. He approached the debtor. Do you think the money from us scions of powerful families? Mo Xiaobei kicked the debtor, shouting, is easy to swindle. The subordinate who had just arrived was sweating profusely. No, of course not. I am completely loyal to you, young master. I would never think such a thing. Another subordinate checked the debtor and said, Young master. He stopped breathing. Mo Xiaobei casually said, Get rid of him, then turned to the other subordinate. Right. What about Ye Tian's sister? Have you figured out how to deal with her yet? The subordinate lowered his head and reported, Originally, I planned to hand her over to a friend who was just released from prison. Mo Xiaobei's footsteps drew closer. The subordinate's voice continued, But it seems the others have failed. I'll go handle it myself. Mo Xiaobei stepped in front of the subordinate, who tensed up and clenched his fists. Please rest assured, young master. Mo Xiaobei let out a harsh laugh, his energy flaring. He struck the subordinate, making him cough up blood. A subordinate fell to his knees. Young master, why? Mo Xiaobei raised his bloody hand and laughed. This is the punishment for your incompetence. Ye Tian summoned a sword he'd taken from Li Kun's things, an elemental weapon. Gripping it, he jumped down towards Mo Xiaobei. Mo Xiaobei turned, and in a flash of white, blood sprayed. Ye Tian zipped past him, a triumphant smirk on his face. Mo Xiaobei's bloody hand now lay severed on the ground. His subordinates screamed in panic. Ah, young master. Someone killed the young master. The henchman who was just punished spoke up. It's the shadow talent. It conceals one's presence. As Ye Tian strode forward confidently, an energy radiating around him, the subordinate stared. Confused, he shouted out, Li Kun. Ye Tian's blood-splattered face curved into a slight smile. The subordinate was horrified. Why is it you? How do you have the shadow talent? He yelled. I investigated you before. You're just some useless, low-level talent. How could you possibly kill the young master in a single blow? Ye Tian closed his eyes, tilting his face upward as the subordinate's demanding voice echoed. Where is Li Kun? He's gone straight to hell. Ye Tian exhaled sharply and leaped forward, swinging his sword at the loudmouthed henchman. As the sword came down, the subordinate just stood there, stunned, screaming, You can't kill me. The blade passed right through him. He choked on blood, his head thrown back and eyes rolling white. Ye Tian delivered the finishing blow, and the subordinate crumpled to the ground. He then pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood off his blade. Once finished, he tossed it near the bodies. There was a letter embroidered on the cloth. He used his power to stow the 2 swords away. Ye Tian pulled his hood up and glanced back at the bodies. I'm not some little lamb waiting for the slaughter. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for picking the wrong target to bully. With that said, Ye Tian shoved his hands in his pockets and walked off, before leaping away and disappearing. An hour later, 3 cars pulled up to the scene, a hand clenched, veins bulging. It was Mo An. Who was it? He growled. Who in the hell did this? He roared. Who killed my son? A subordinate behind him held up the handkerchief Ye Tian had left. 10th Elder, he reported. We found this at the scene. He handed it to Mo-An. The killer might be a shadow assassin. Mo-An stared at the cloth. To hire a shadow assassin, who could be this ruthless? A man appeared and stepped forward, calling out, "Old Mo." It was Mo Changqing. Martial ranks: martial apprentice, martial artist, elite martial artist, great martial artist, grandmaster. Mo-An was shocked. Ancestor. He fell to his knees, overcome with grief. Ancestor, my son is dead. The genius of the Mo family is gone. Mo Changqing closed his eyes and said, I am aware. Rise and speak. Mo-An remained on the ground, continuing, Ancestor, Xiaobei had just broken through to the martial artist realm. He just finished the celebratory feast you threw for him. He could have become a great martial artist. He was meant to be the one who would bring glory back to the Mo family. He looked at Mo Xiaobei's mangled corpse. And now, to end up like this. Mo Changqing acknowledged this. It's true. That boy was the hope of our family's next generation. If the Mo family had produced a second great martial artist, our position in the Linhai base would have surely soared. Mo-An wept. That's why my son's death cannot be for nothing. He raised the handkerchief towards the ancestor. I beg you, ancestor, please avenge Xiaobei. The old man reached out and took the cloth. Mo Changqing studied it, murmuring, a shadow assassin. It must be one of the rival families. Mo and spat. They're the ones who hired this shadow assassin. Mo Changqing raised the cloth high. As the sunlight streamed through it, he saw that besides the letter in the center, there was another symbol in the corner, a circle with a blade. Mo Changqing's face grew serious. Tianha. The handkerchief dropped to the ground. The Tianha base? Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao. That's right, Zhang Bao replied. The Tianha base is far more powerful than our Linhai base. The two continued to talk as they walked. Zhang Bao added, the Mo family ancestor suspects that one of the families here in Linhai base is secretly working with the Tianha base, plotting to kill off the younger generation of experts so they can annex Linhai base. Zhang Bao went on, I heard they killed Mo Xiaobei right after he broke through to the martial artist realm. They even cut his head off. He shouted. Zhang Bao's face contorted with various expressions as he told the story, leaving Ye Tian to listen in silence. Excellent, he thought to himself with a sigh of relief. It seems no one suspects it was me. Zhang Bao continued to ramble as they walked. You know, after Mo Xiaobei broke through, you were definitely going to be the first person he dealt with. And now look, someone else dealt with him. You're so lucky. Walking behind Zhang Bao, Ye Tian thought to himself, I intentionally left Li Kun's handkerchief with the shadow initial at the scene to misdirect the Mo family's attention. But somehow, that old ancestor of theirs discovered the Tianha base symbol on the cloth. He continued to ponder as he walked. Did I accidentally stumble upon the truth? Have I really uncovered a conspiracy by the Tianha base? Or is that old geezer just fabricating a story? To deliberately cause a conflict between the two bases, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The scene shifts to 4 in the morning the next day, at Ye Tian's home. He had just woken up, stretching wearily. He got out of bed, changed, and grabbed his backpack. As he walked to the door and started putting on his shoes, a soft voice called out from behind him. Without turning back, he spoke gently. Did I wake you? It's so early. Where are you going? She rubbed her eyes sleepily. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and said, I'm going to the wilderness to train by myself. I have to take this chance to get stronger. She looked at him impressed. But you've only been home for a few days, and now you're leaving again? And all alone? Her voice held a pleading tone. Can't you stay? Or at least take a few friends with you? Don't worry, he replied. You just be good and wait for me at home. During the entire conversation, he never once turned to face her. As he walked slowly toward the door, she suddenly ran up from behind and threw her arms around him. He said her name softly, Yi, but she cut him off. You have to come home soon. Okay, he answered quietly. Elsewhere, he arrived at his destination. A vast expanse of barren wasteland. Pink electric sparks crackled around his body. He stood, surveying the area, and began to think aloud. I've heard there are high-level vicious beasts in this area, but at my current level, I can only discreetly hunt some of the low-level beasts on the perimeter. I can't risk alerting any of the powerful ones. This time, it's my turn to break through to the martial artist realm. As he was lost in his thoughts, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. He wondered to himself, what's happening? Is this an earthquake? The moment the thought crossed his mind, an enormous, ferocious creature appeared before him. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, that's not a vicious beast. This was the iron-armored bull, a vicious beast. Its bloodline talent was low grade, and its defensive talent was secondary grade. The beast was enormous, a bull with a muscular body, sharp hooves, and a completely red hide. He looked at it and smirked, seeming intrigued. An iron-armored bull? with a secondary grade defensive talent. As he was assessing the beast, he suddenly saw it charging towards him like a rocket. "So it spotted me, huh?" he said, as it galloped towards him more ferociously. Perfect timing. With that, he dropped his backpack and prepared to fight the beast. The beast charged, its eyes turning from pink to a fierce red, but he was not to be outdone. He leaped high into the air, his body crackling with pink lightning. In mid-air, a huge spark erupted from his hand, forming two swords. He used all his strength, spinning once before plunging straight towards the beast. But the beast's defensive power was too strong, preventing him from even touching it. "This defense is insane," he thought, as a golden sphere enveloped the beast, which he couldn't penetrate. Just then, the beast let out a roar that sent everything around it flying into the air, including him. He was thrown a great distance, slamming hard into a nearby rock outcropping. And yet, he could still mutter, "Now that's what I call a top-tier talent." The beast had no intention of letting him go. It roared and charged at him like it was catching its prey, but he just stood there, a slight smirk on his lips. A novice-level defensive talent. "It'll be mine soon." After saying that, he seemed to gain a new surge of power and dashed towards the beast. Wherever he ran, sparks of lightning followed. He shot upwards from below, landing multiple slashes on the beast's body. Then he jumped high over its head. No matter the creature, the weak spot is always in the same place. At that moment, the beast raised its head and roared, and he immediately gripped his sword, and with all his might, plunged it straight down towards its eyes. But just like before, a golden sphere of energy erupted around the beast, protecting it. He gritted his teeth. "I can't break it." He put all his strength into shattering the sphere. But the beast was too strong. Despite attacking many times, he couldn't break through. He leaped into the air and rained down blows, but the sphere showed no signs of breaking. After so many attacks, his sword finally reached its limit and shattered into pieces before his eyes. It's just a novice-level defensive talent, but it's this strong? He froze for a few seconds, watching the fragments of his sword float around him. While he was mourning his sword for that brief moment, he didn't notice the beast was preparing to land a punch on him. But by the time he realized it, the beast's fist had already smashed into his body, sending him plummeting from the sky. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lip and thought to himself with a sigh, "What a shame. This armored bull is probably weaker than a silver moon wolf, but it's much stronger than a vicious scale snake." System notification, power copy cooldown, 16 days remaining. He stood up and looked at his broken sword regretfully. "But it's so big. I just need to find its weak spot and launch a sneak attack." Suddenly, he tossed the broken sword aside, his eyes fixed on the beast with renewed confidence. "I have a chance to win." His fighting spirit surged. Activate shadow power. Blazing blue lightning flared up around him, enveloping his body. He instantly dashed behind the beast. He thought to himself, "This shadow power is really useful. It doesn't even realize I'm attacking it. But even my swordsmanship talent is useless against this defense." He stood below, looking up at the beast with an emotionless face. "Where's the weak spot? This defensive talent is flawless. What a damn hassle." Frustrated, he sat down and studied the beast, thinking. He scanned it for a weakness, when suddenly his gaze fell downward. "Hey, the defense system here is really weak," he exclaimed, looking at the beast's rear end. "Could its butt be the weak spot? I've got to give it a try." Hey, he laughed slyly. The moment he finished speaking, he took his sword and shot towards the beast's rear. His blade pierced through the beast's most sensitive area, and blood splattered everywhere. The beast screamed in agony. In the end, he defeated it. "Sure enough, you can stick a knife in it after it's dead," he said as he collected the beast's blood into vials he had brought. He carefully sealed each vial, one by one. After filling all the vials, he stood up, let out a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from his face. "Seems that no matter how many powerful talents you have, in the end, death is the great equalizer," he said, looking at the beast. After a moment, he decided that if he was going to take something, he might as well take everything valuable. "This hide must be worth a lot, right? The eyes, bull's jewels. I have to take everything. But the most expensive part is definitely this pair of sharp horns." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his blade, and the horns came right off. He continued to harvest parts from the beast's body. Then, he organized everything he had collected and put it all in his backpack. After that, he continued his journey. Achoo. Time to find a quiet place and start cultivating. Carrying the spoils of his victory, he was full of energy to continue on his path of cultivation. A short time later, he found a cave that was spacious enough for him to cultivate. He decided to stop and rest there. He started laying out his items to take inventory. Fresh beast blood, and the peanuts my sister packed for me. "My breakthrough to the martial artist realm depends on you guys," he said, looking at the blood and peanuts. Immediately after, he took a vial of fresh blood, drank it all, and ate some of the peanuts his sister had packed. After eating his fill, he began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees, eyes shut tight. A white, floating orb appeared in the center of his chest. The orb emitted blue rays of light that enveloped him. And so, he sat there cultivating until today. Today was the 12th day. He had finished all the peanuts and beast blood. His hair was now longer than before. He let out a sharp breath, and his eyes began to glow, crackling with blue lightning. He let out a scream. Ugh, ah, ah. His body began to transform. 4 fangs started to grow, and black veins appeared on his body. His power began to erupt, destroying the cave and causing a huge explosion. Not far away, 2 girls were standing nearby. One girl said to the person next to her, "Miss, look, even in a desolate wasteland like this, someone is breaking through to the martial artist realm." Those 2 girls were Yue Ling and Xiao Yu. The one with long black hair, an emotionless face, and a black veil was named Yue Ling. The girl with short blonde hair and a red veil was Xiao Yu. She was Yue Ling's servant. The 2 of them stood there, looking toward the source of the explosion. Yue Ling bowed her head slightly, a smirk playing on her lips as she thought to herself, "Interesting." Meanwhile, back with Ye Tian, he was feeling the new power coursing through his body, this surging sensation of strength. He stood up, his body now toned and powerful. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around his body as he exclaimed, "This is it, the martial artist realm." After a few moments of exploring his body's new power, he remembered it was time to head back. He straightened his clothes, picked up his backpack, and prepared to go home. When he glanced over and saw the empty jars that had previously held the ferocious beast's blood he had drunk, he thought to himself, "The iron-armored bull. It's been over 20 days, so the cooldown should be over by now." As he picked up his backpack, he thought, "I should go copy its defensive talent first." Then, the arcs of electricity around him intensified. He immediately rushed to the place where he had previously killed the iron-armored bull. All around was quiet, with the golden evening light blanketing the sky. He arrived at the spot where the ferocious beast had died, but now only a dry skeleton remained. He gently placed his hand on the beast's skeleton. A status panel appeared with a notification, "Target's state is incomplete. Copying cannot be completed. Please select a target in a complete state to proceed." He wondered aloud, "Wait, that's a rule?" Then he answered his own question. Sigh. "I really shouldn't have butchered you so quickly." He let out a regretful sigh and turned back toward where the 2 girls were standing. The 2 of them were still standing there, watching his actions. Xiao Yu asked her miss curiously, "There's no way he killed this ferocious beast, right?" Yue Ling replied to Xiao Yu while still looking at him. "He just broke through to the martial artist realm a moment ago. This beast has been dead for a long time." Xiao Yu rubbed her chin and replied thoughtfully, "That makes sense. When this beast died, he was still just a martial apprentice. There's no way he could have killed it. For a mere martial apprentice to dare enter the mountains to scavenge for scraps, this guy has some nerve." While the 2 were busy discussing him, he happened to spot a lake. He then approached the lake and took off his clothes, preparing to jump in for a bath. He looked at the water and said, "I've been in the mountains for 10 days. I should wash up properly before going home." Then he began doing some stretching exercises before getting in. Over where the 2 girls stood judging him, they were startled, looking at each other in alarm. "Miss, he's about to do something indecent. Let's not say another word and get out of here." Embarrassed, the 2 of them left immediately after that. At the same time, he jumped into the lake and bathed to his heart's content after many days in the dark cave without a wash. He then returned to Linhai Base, to the martial artist market. By this time, he had arrived back at Linhai Base. He stood in front of a large building in the martial artist market. He looked at it and muttered, "This looks like the biggest shop in the market." Above the entrance hung a small purple sign with the name Martial Pavilion. "I'll go check it out." After looking for a moment, he walked in. Just as he was about to enter, the 2 girls walked right past him. The quick-witted Xiao Yu turned to ask Yue Ling after she saw him, "Huh? Isn't that the guy from the wasteland?" Startled by her words, he turned around to look. At the same time, she also turned to look at him. He looked at her with a questioning tone. Ye Tian couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the girl before him and suddenly called out, "Little sister." Yue Ling's expression was cold as she wondered, "His sister? Is he talking to me?" Ye Tian shook his head and slapped his forehead. "No, that's not right. How could Yi Yu be here?" He covered his face with his hand and peeked at the beautiful girl before him, marveling to himself, "This girl is a true genius." Seeing how Ye Tian addressed her, Xiao Yu shouted, "Hey, who are you calling little sister?" She continued to mock him aggressively. "You scrap-collecting punk? You've got some nerve." Ye Tian raised a hand to sniff himself, thinking, "Scrap collector. I already bathed. Could I still smell?" Seeing that Xiao Yu's words were too harsh, Yue Ling spoke up to remind her. "Xiao Yu, don't speak nonsense." Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, "Ah, I almost misspoke. Yue Ling covered her mouth and whispered softly, "Say this to him next, this and this." Xiao Yu nodded. Mm-hmm. Then she bowed her head to apologize. "Sir Martial Artist, Xiao Yu was rude just now. My miss has already taught me a lesson. Please forgive me." Ye Tian scratched his head in confusion. Watching Yue Ling's back as she walked away, he seemed to have another question, saying, "Your miss." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu's hand grabbed his wrist, cutting him off. My miss had something to attend to, so she left ahead. She said this while pulling his arm to lead him away. "Weren't you planning to sell materials at the Martial Pavilion?" "My miss is the manager of the Martial Pavilion. I misspoke earlier. To show our remorse, no matter what you want to sell, we'll buy it for double the price." Ye Tian was surprised by the offer and asked again, "Double?" Xiao Yu confirmed with a firm nod, gesturing with her hand in an inviting posture. "That's right. Please, come in." Stepping into the Martial Pavilion, Ye Tian looked around at all the exquisite weapons that filled the place. He marveled to himself, "Wow, all top-tier stuff. It's truly worthy of being the biggest shop in the martial artist market." A young woman brought a cup of tea over with a warm and hospitable smile. "Sir Martial Artist, please have some tea." Ye Tian replied politely, "Thank you." The voice of the woman who brought the tea rang out. "The horn of the iron-armored bull is worth 2,467. In total, we'll pay you 200,000 N. With double the price, you can sell it for 400,000 N. Hearing the number 400,000 N, Ye Tian, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost spat it out. He rubbed his forehead and replied, "Deal," thinking to himself, "This money is a little too easy to make." Xiao Yu handed him the money. "Here are 4 silver cards, each worth 100,000 N. She said politely, "Please take them." Ye Tian took the money and replied, "Thank you." Looking at the money in his hand, he thought if she saw this much money, Yu would definitely be thrilled. Xiao Yu then made another cheerful offer. "Sir Martial Artist, our miss also said that to show our sincerity, if you wish to buy anything, we'll give you a 50% discount on everything." A smirk appeared on Ye Tian's face. "Well then, I won't be polite." Looking at the price list, he thought, "But these items are so expensive. No wonder the cultivation of martial artists is completely monopolized by the major families. How could ordinary people ever afford cultivation materials?" He decided to buy 1 Origin Force Body Tempering Technique Manual, 1 guidebook to ferocious beasts, 3 vials of mid-grade ferocious beast blood, and 3 vials of pure origin liquid. "I'll buy these for now." Hearing Ye Tian's order, Xiao Yu quickly gathered the items for him. "Yes, please wait a moment." Ye Tian's ingredients were packaged in an exquisite box. Xiao Yu quickly calculated the price. After a 50% discount, the total comes to 785,000. "I'll just round it down for you. Just 700,000 will be fine." Ye Tian paid immediately. "Here is a gold card with a value of 1 million. He secretly felt lucky, thankful he had managed to get so much money from that obsessive assassin. Xiao Yu handed back the change. "Here is your change, sir. Please take it and check." He took his things and left, thinking to himself as he walked, "But for the Martial Pavilion to give me such a huge discount, it can't just be because of a single comment about picking up scraps." He wondered silently, but what could they possibly see in a poor guy like me? His mind was filled with questions, and he had nothing to say. "Well then, I'll really be going now." Just as his hand touched the doorknob, Xiao Yu's voice called out, "Mr. Martial Artist, please wait." Just as he expected, it wasn't that simple. He turned his head and asked, "Is there something else?" Xiao Yu pointed upstairs, speaking warmly, "Our young miss, who is also the manager of this Martial Pavilion, would like to meet you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, sir?" A smile of interest spread across Ye Tian's face. "Please, lead the way." The door opened to reveal the sight of Yue Ling leisurely sipping tea. She spoke, "Mr. Martial Artist, please." Looking at the woman before him, Ye Tian was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, "So similar. They're just too alike." Yue Ling extended her hand, gesturing for a handshake. "Let me introduce myself. Demon Sea Base, Yue Ling." Yue Ling, a peak-level elite martial artist from the major base, Demon Sea Base, is the manager of the Martial Pavilion's branch in Forest Sea Base. The two merely shook hands, but they could already feel an immense power. A notification appeared, "Successfully copied high-level cultivation talent." Ye Tian introduced himself. "Forest Sea Base, Ye Tian." From the second floor of the Martial Pavilion, under a clear blue sky, Yue Ling graciously welcomed her guest. "Please, have a seat." Ye Tian replied politely, "Thank you." She calmly poured tea, saying composedly, "All who can step onto the second floor of the Martial Pavilion are considered our honored guests." He crossed his arms and tilted his head, questioning, "Ye Tian, I come from an ordinary background. with no connection to any of those powerful families. What's so honored about that? Yue Ling continued to pour the tea elegantly. You're right. What makes you honored is precisely your common background. What makes you honored is that you have no connection to those powerful families. He silently assessed her. She's so calm, not lively and cheerful like Yu. Xiao Yu bowed and placed a teacup on the table. Please, have some tea. Yue Ling spoke frankly about her intentions and took out a badge. I'll be direct. The reason I invited you for tea is to personally invite you to join our martial pavilion. Ye Tian imagined Yue Ling pleading coquettishly. Oh, please, join the martial pavilion. He rested his head on his hand, looking troubled, and thought, damn it, I've never been able to refuse a request from someone with this face. Ye Tian voiced his confusion. I'm a little confused. The Demon Sea base is a large-scale base. Its power is unfathomable. A large-scale base surely has no shortage of talent, right? His eyes were filled with suspicion as he spoke, lifting the teacup to his lips. Besides, I'm just a beginner-level martial artist. Yue Ling stood up, stretching as she explained. The reason a large-scale base can become a large-scale base isn't because it never lacks talent, but because it is always in need of talent. Hearing her explanation, he felt convinced. That makes a lot of sense. Ye Tian crossed his arms, silently making a comparison. I never expected a girl who looked so young to be so persuasive. As expected of someone from a major base, my silly little sister could never say things like this. So, what are you still hesitating for? Xiao Yu leaned in and asked. What is there to hesitate about? This is a great opportunity. She crossed her arms proudly and declared, the elite descendants of the great families all want to latch onto a powerful branch like the Demon Sea base, but our young miss wouldn't even give them a second glance. Ye Tian tacitly agreed. That's right. This is indeed a great opportunity. But joining any organization means being bound by its rules. Once someone discovers my special ability, I'll definitely die without a proper burial. So, until I can solve this problem, I have to try my best to remain independent. Yue Ling crossed her arms and sat lightly on the table, asking, You're hesitating. I'd really like to know why. Ye Tian thought, looking troubled. Damn. It's really hard to say no to this face. I really want to know your reason for refusing. Please, tell me. He clenched his fist. I can't really explain it clearly. Ye Tian said grimly. Let's take the rumors about the Iron Fang base's invasion as an example. It was because of the internal conflicts among the great families over that incident that I was able to find some peace and quiet again. He was resolute in his thinking. I don't want to become like them, and I don't want to serve people like them. Hearing this, Yue Ling replied, So in your eyes, I'm just like them. He gave her a look that said, Aren't you? Yue Ling still wanted to salvage the situation. How about this? You can observe for a while. Don't give me an answer yet. After all, I'm a very patient person. The two locked eyes. Ye Tian walked out of the martial pavilion, thinking, martial artist. What is a martial artist? And what is a talent? He looked at the power gathering in his hand. He saw the gloomy, bleak lives of ordinary people, their ideals forgotten. He wondered if the martial artists who held these talents in their hands still remembered the original mission of a martial artist. Watching a group of children happily and innocently playing soccer, he thought to himself, aren't martial artists supposed to protect ordinary people? Suddenly, the ball rolled to the feet of a guard at the gate. A child innocently asked, Mister, can you kick the ball back to us? The guard moved his foot towards the ball. Ye Tian despaired. Why, besides the fear of beasts, do they also have to endure bullying from certain martial artists? Watching the guard stomp on the ball, the child burst into terrified tears, while the other two martial artists smirked wickedly. Standing on the roof of a tall building and looking down, his determination surged. Ye Tian realized, it's not high enough. I'm still not standing high enough. I need to become stronger. A notification popped up. Successfully copied high-level cultivation talent. Fuse, yes or no? Ye Tian silently resolved to stand on even higher ground. He chose to fuse. Under the clear blue sky, sunbeams shone down on the apartment building where Ye Tian and his sister lived. A closed door was opened by someone. Ye Tian opened the door to his home and called out, Yi Yu, I'm back. Yi Yu, who was wiping the kitchen counter, heard his voice and turned her head, exclaiming, Bro. She then rushed over. You're finally back. She threw herself into Ye Tian's arms, her voice filled with joy. Ye Tian placed a hand on her head. We haven't seen each other in 20 days, and it looks like you've gotten a lot more muscular. Yi Yu smiled, reaching out to touch his muscles as she assessed him. Ye Tian, while changing his shirt, said casually, Of course. Your big brother is a martial artist now. Yi Yu repeated in astonishment. A martial artist? The Yi family has a martial artist now. Yi Yu shouted in shock. She was so excited she jumped for joy. This is great. Let's go. The Yi family has made us proud, so proud. Hooray, hooray. Yi Yu cheered, waving her arms and legs around. Ye Tian relaxed on the sofa, watching his silly little sister act goofy with joy. Once your talent awakens, you'll become a martial artist too. In the future, if we find a suitable treasure, I'll help you enhance your talent even more. Ye Tian gazed at Yi Yu with a determined expression. A notification panel appeared. Human, Yi Yu. Yi Yu held up a pair of scissors and said to Ye Tian, "Come here, my dear martial artist brother." Then she stood in front of him, waving the scissors. "Let your little sister give you a haircut, okay?" Ye Tian stared at her blankly. "Huh? Look at your hair. Is it any different from a haystack? Now that you're a martial artist, you have to take even better care of yourself. Understand?" Yi Yu scowled and glared at him. Ye Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yi Yu placed her hands on Ye Tian's shoulders, reminding him, "Sit still now." He obediently sat still in the chair. From behind him, Yi Yu spoke, "I'm starting now." "All right, I'm counting on you. Just cut it in the old style." He replied with a gentle smile. She smiled back, "Don't worry. It's the only style I know how to cut anyway." Strands of hair fell as she snipped away. Yi Yu was still diligently trimming her brother's hair. While waiting for his sister to finish, he thought to himself, time really flies. Ever since their parents passed away, Yi Yu had always been the one to cut his hair. He sighed. An image of a small, trembling hand holding a pair of scissors appeared in his mind. Ye Tian was sitting on a chair, hands on his knees, his face bruised, waiting for Yi Yu to cut his hair. But Yi Yu was scared, and she said hesitantly, "Brother, I still don't dare." Her face crumpled, one hand clutching the scissors, the other balled into a small fist. She softly suggested, "Maybe we should go to the hospital." Ye Tian answered dismissively, "It's just a small wound. It's fine. Going to the hospital costs money." His face was completely swollen from the beating, but he casually told Yi Yu, "I just got punched a few times. It's no big deal. Help me cut my hair short, and then we can bandage it up." The scissors dropped. Yi Yu reached up to wipe away her tears. "It would be so great if you had the power of the immortal jellyfish." Ye Tian stared, not understanding what she meant. "Immortal jellyfish? What kind of power is that?" Hearing this, Ye Yu looked at him with suspicion. "Have you forgotten? It's from the fairy tale you used to read to me." Yi Yu sat down, cupping her cheeks with her hands, and said softly, "The immortal jellyfish has the ability to self-heal. After it gets hurt, it recovers in a flash." Ye Tian then remembered. He closed his eyes and calmly reasoned, "That stuff in stories is just to fool kids. Why do you still believe in it?" Yi Yu quickly retorted, "You don't get it. It's real. It's real." He smiled and patted her head. "All right, I know you're worried about me. Who knows, maybe when my talent awakens, I'll actually get a healing talent." Ye Tian placed his hand on her head to comfort her. Then, he would never get hurt again, and he'd be able to protect Yi Yu. He smiled so widely his eyes squinted shut, his cheerful expression meant to reassure her. He suddenly remembered. That's right, the immortal jellyfish. Ye Tian shot up, making Ye Yu yell angrily, "Don't move. You'll mess up the cut. Where are you running off to?" "I'm not done yet," she called out as Ye Tian dashed away. He quickly took out a book, thinking to himself that this was the treasured bestiary he had bought before. He flipped through the pages, murmuring to himself, "Immortal jellyfish, immortal jellyfish, jellyfish." His eyes widened. Found it. Ye Tian picked up the book to read. Immortal jellyfish, an aquatic fierce beast. Talent, healing. Distribution, Death Lake. Yu Yu approached from behind, confused. He was muttering, "What's that? Did I just hear something strange?" Ye Tian looked at the information from the treasured bestiary and thought slyly, "If I can copy the healing talent, I'll never have to be afraid of getting hurt again. And Yi Yu wouldn't have to worry anymore." Yi Yu stood behind him, looking down. The immortal jellyfish. Isn't that from a fairy tale? She crossed her arms and repeated the words he had once told her as a child. That stuff in stories is just to fool kids. Ye Tian closed the book and denied it. No. He glanced at her with a smile. Some stories are real. Yi Yu's eyes widened, unconcerned. "All right, get your butt back here so I can finish your hair." After his hair was neatly trimmed, Ye Tian grabbed the book and started pacing back and forth, searching for a cultivation method. Just how powerful is this body-tempering method that only martial artists can practice? He stared intently at the book, reading every word. Early-stage martial artist, tempering the skin. Mid-stage martial artist, tempering the muscles. Late-stage martial artist, tempering the bones. Then he quickly began to cultivate. Let's give it a try first. In the room, a white orb of light began to gather. It glowed brilliantly. Compared to this, the speed at which he absorbed primal energy before was like a turtle's crawl. He marveled as he cultivated. Ye Tian reached out and grabbed a vial of blood, thinking, Let's try adding the effects of a mid-level fierce beast's blood. He opened the cap and chugged it down, the blood quickly pouring into his mouth. After drinking it, spiritual energy flooded the area around Ye Tian. He was shocked. The speed has tripled. This is insane. Ye Tian's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in disbelief. I'll focus on cultivating at home for now. When the cooldown is over, I'll head to Death Lake, he reminded himself. The system panel appeared, displaying a countdown for the talent copy cooldown, 30 days. Find the immortal jellyfish to copy its healing talent, he frowned, then let out a sly smirk. The Martial Pavilion was a large, two-story building in a traditional style. A hand pushed open its doors. Inside, the spacious hall displayed many different types of weapons. Bows and arrows hung on the walls, and a long table was covered with helmets. A few customers were carefully selecting their weapons. Seeing someone enter, Xiao Yu turned around and greeted them with a smile. Welcome, valued customer. When she realized the person who had just walked in was Ye Tian, her initial impression of him immediately came to mind. It's him, that scrap collector, Xiao Yu thought to herself, but she didn't let her thoughts show, cheerfully waving to Ye Tian. Sir Martial Artist, you've arrived. She stood opposite Ye Tian, pointing a finger at him as she asked in a challenging tone, You must be here to see our young miss, right? Ye Tian calmly denied it. No, I'm here to buy something. Ye Tian looked down at Xiao Yu, his expression calm. Xiao Yu also looked up, carefully observing him, and marveled silently. Clothes really do make the man. He actually looks quite handsome now. But very quickly, Xiao Yu regained her professional demeanor. She gestured for Ye Tian to follow. My apologies. If you're here to buy something, please come this way. Ye Tian didn't follow Xiao Yu to look at the goods. He was only interested in what he needed. Do you have a map of Death Lake here, he asked. Xiao Yu quickly nodded. Yes, of course we do. She immediately went behind the counter, opening several drawers to search while continuing to talk to Ye Tian. Please wait a moment while I look. Soon, she found a small map and placed it on the counter. Ye Tian held the map in his hand, examining it. He smiled with great satisfaction as he thought about his plans. That's right, this is it. I'll definitely be able to copy an awesome talent there. He immediately asked Xiao Yu the price. How much is it? Xiao Yu carefully checked the price list and informed Ye Tian. This will be 30,000 yuan. I'll get it for you. Ye Tian didn't haggle at all and immediately handed his card to Xiao Yu. She quickly replied, Okay. Standing behind the counter, Xiao Yu watched Ye Tian leave, wondering to herself, is he off to a new spot to collect scraps again? Then she couldn't help but worry as she remembered what Yu Ling had said. The Lake of Death holds many terrifying aquatic beasts. Even elite martial artists would have a hard time surviving. Xiao Yu watched Ye Tian's retreating figure and silently prayed, I hope nothing happens to him. Amidst the overlapping mountain ranges, a streak of light shot across the sky like a comet. Ye Tian landed firmly on the ground from above, startling a bright red chameleon perched on a rock. Viewed from above, the Lake of Death was a chaotic land shrouded in a dense miasma. Looking at the scene before him, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. This was truly a treacherous, untamed wilderness. Then he smiled in satisfaction, certain that he could copy some high-quality talents here. Ye Tian looked at the dilapidated houses and quickly assessed his surroundings. It seemed this place had been abandoned for a very long time. He walked through the ruined structures, observing the thick fog that obscured the scenery. He remained silently vigilant. A strange atmosphere enveloped the area, making him feel as if danger could strike at any moment. Ye Tian waved his hand to clear some of the miasma in front of him and turned his head to the side. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A section of the lake's water was churning violently, and immediately after, a massive pillar of water shot up from the lake into the sky, forming a huge waterspout. Ye Tian stood facing the vortex, his entire body on high alert. A ferocious beast, he couldn't help but be cautious. Ye Tian frowned, looking at the column of water, and quickly made a decision. I need to hide first and observe before I do anything. With a soft cry of phantom talent, a stream of light enveloped Ye Tian as he activated his ability. Then, Ye Tian leaped high into the air, landing on a mountaintop to look down. From a distance, the column of water in the lake had condensed into a sphere of light. Ye Tian still couldn't make out what it was and wondered, what on earth is that? The sphere of light gradually shattered, revealing two figures inside. A tall man holding a red umbrella floated in midair, shouting to the girl in black beside him. We got it. Young miss, we should leave now. The girl in black was none other than Yue Ling. She clutched a metal box tightly in her hand and replied, Let's go. Ye Tian also quickly recognized her. It's her. Just then, a gigantic monster's head emerged from the lake right below them. It opened its massive, tooth-filled maw wide, and with its jagged fangs, lunged towards Yue Ling and the man with her. The old man cried out in alarm. It's too late. Before quickly leaping to the side, dodging the monster's deadly snap with Yue Ling. They both landed safely on the ground beside the lake and turned to face the beast that had just attacked them. Upon seeing its full form, they couldn't help but cry out in terror. It's a peak-level ferocious beast. In the middle of the lake was an absolutely enormous monster, shaped like a ferocious dragon, with a huge gaping mouth full of sharp teeth, glowing golden eyes, and a long row of massive, sharp spikes down its back. The beast seemed enraged that it had missed its prey. It let out a furious roar in the middle of the lake, causing the entire lake of death to churn with waves. Roar. A peak-level ferocious beast. Even Ye Tian was stunned by the monster's appearance, staring intently at the giant beast. Meanwhile, sensing the situation was dire, the old man shoved Yue Ling back with one hand, shouting, "I'll hold it off. Young miss, you go first." Thrown back unexpectedly, Yue Ling cried out in surprise. "Ah!" From a distance, Yue Ling looked back at the old man and said worriedly. She still refused to leave, but before she could finish her sentence, glowing yellow eyes suddenly appeared behind Yue Ling. Sensing the danger, she froze, but her hand still clutched the box she had just found. Yue Ling screamed, "Ah!" and bolted, pursued by a horde of monsters that looked like they were made of stone and earth, all gray and covered in sharp spikes. The old man up ahead looked back in panic. "We're doomed. There are more behind us." Yue Ling had only been running for a moment before the monster behind her had nearly caught up. At this point, Ye Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up, thinking, "What a pain," then dashed towards Yue Ling, still thinking to himself, "Looks like I have no choice but to intervene." Yue Ling sensed something approaching her. The monster opened its huge mouth and rushed towards her. The force of its attack so great it created a gale. Her small figure was right in its path. As swift as lightning, she dodged the monster's gaping maw. The old man cried out worriedly, "Young miss, be careful." She and the monster faced off in mid-air. Separated by a very short distance, she slowly closed her eyes, bringing two fingers together and thinking, secret technique. A red light began to glow. A pattern of a 5-petaled pink flower appeared on her forehead. A sword materialized in her hand, surrounded by a swirling red light brimming with power. Her hair turned pink, and she hovered in mid-air, enveloped in streams of red energy. Holding the sword, she whispered, "Release." She vanished, leaving only a dark afterimage and a remnant of her power lingering in the air. The monster, its mouth agape and eyes wide, was stunned, not knowing where she had gone. It looked around, searching for her, but she was high above, diving down towards it with her sword. Her gaze turned sharp and cold as she plunged downward without hesitation. Swish. A streak of crimson and gold light sliced down horizontally, striking the bewildered monster. The slash cut deep into its body. Her eyes glinted sharply. The monster was thrown into the air before crashing to the ground, shaking the earth around it as the residual red energy slowly dissipated. Ye Tian silently watched the battle, thinking, "What kind of secret technique is that? How can it be so powerful?" His expression grew serious. "Model." A bead of sweat quietly dripped down his face as a blue light enveloped him. He leaped up, landing on higher ground, still surrounded by that same blue light. "This is terrifying," he thought. "This isn't a battle a low-level martial artist like me can get involved in." Yue Ling swung her sword, dicing the monster into pieces with each strike. Her movements were so fast, it was like she had afterimages. He watched the scene. He realized Yue Ling must be at the peak of the elite martial artist realm. She held her box tightly in one hand, while her other hand relentlessly slashed the monsters below into countless fragments. An angry monster breathed smoke, its eyes glowing brightly. He thought to himself that after activating her secret art, she seemed to have gained the power of a grand martial artist. Her power was truly immense. This pink energy spread throughout the vast space below. Countless monsters she had killed lay strewn across the ground while he just stood and watched. He scratched his face as a drop of sweat trickled down, feeling a bit helpless. "I'm no match for her either." A water monster flew up from the water, looking furious. The old man screamed, "My leg." His face was contorted in pain, the whites of his eyes showing. He yelled, "Young miss, run." He was caught in the water monster's mouth, which was wide open, about to swallow him whole. Even so, he still tried to shout. The secret art's time won't last much longer. The item is more important. A lot of blood spurted from his mouth. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain. Meanwhile, she was still slaughtering monsters, but the more she killed, the more they came. The old man spoke again. "If you don't go, the sacrifice of our 10 brothers who died in the water will be for nothing." She suddenly froze. Sweat rolled down her face as she glanced at him. She closed her eyes, tears welling up at the corners, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it." He thought curiously. So 10 people died down there. What kind of treasure could it be that they'd risk everything for it? His expression gradually grew more serious. She pushed off with her feet, once again running through the air with monsters chasing after her. The seal on her forehead began to fade. She frowned, thinking, oh no, the secret art's time is up. Her hair flew wildly in the air. Her power was completely gone, and she began to fall from the sky. Her box fell from her grasp as well. It tumbled a few times on the ground before slowly coming to a stop at his feet. Next to the box was her small figure, as he stood on the ground, looking down with an emotionless expression. She used the last of her strength to open her eyes. The mole by her eye only served to highlight her stunning eyes. She thought drowsily, who? Before her was the blurry image of a black-haired young man whose face she couldn't see clearly. He slowly looked at the box with his red pupils. As he bent down to touch the box, he whispered, what kind of treasure is in here, anyway? Even though she was sprawled on the ground, she managed to warn him. Don't touch it, he replied. Don't. Yeah, I got it. I'm not going to steal it from you. Behind him, 3 monsters had appeared at some point. He glanced back and thought, what a pain. He gently lifted her into his arms, princess style. Pardon the intrusion. He looked at her in his arms, along with the box, and quietly made a suggestion. I think it would be more sensible to find a cave and hide. What do you think? She only managed to crack her eyes open, having no strength left to reply. Without waiting for her answer, he said, no response means you agree. A flash of power shot forward at lightning speed. The monsters could only grit their teeth and watch. In another area, filled with nothing but caves, black crows flew everywhere in the sky. The girl lay on the ground, his yellow shirt draped over her, while he sat watching her, his hand on his chin, thinking, she looks so much like my little sister. He looked at her tired face and the mole by her eye. The only difference is the tear mole. He used his finger to gently rub the mole on her face and thought, it won't come off. He exclaimed in surprise, it's real. Night began to fall, and the atmosphere seemed gloomier and colder than during the day. He stood watching her lying on the ground, thinking to himself that she still hadn't woken up. He crouched down to look at her. How much longer is this woman going to be unconscious? A soft sound came from her. No. He was surprised. She's awake. She slowly sat up, and the shirt covering her fell off. She put a hand to her head and said, it hurts so much. She groggily turned her eyes toward him, rubbed them, and began to speak. Ye Tian. She stood up, brushing the dust off herself, still holding his shirt. She asked, did you save me? He turned his face away and replied, it was just a coincidence. She used both hands to return the shirt to him. Thank you for the clothes. He politely took the shirt, replying, you're being too formal. She watched him put on the shirt she had just returned, resting her chin in her hand and thinking, to dare come to the Lake of Death alone. He really has some skill. I must recruit someone like him into the martial pavilion. Her eyes suddenly lit up, the corners curving upwards as a smirk appeared on her lips. She raised her hand, and a crystal-like light hovered in her palm. The crystal emitted a light so bright that even he had to exclaim, so bright. What are you doing? She chuckled, gently raising a hand to cover it. Look how I scared you. The gem hovered in midair. The two of them stood facing it as she explained, this is called a light stone. It can store light and release it. Just think of it as a lamp. The area around the gem lit up, and it slowly floated higher. He asked in surprise, where did you pull that thing from? In her hand, she was tossing a bottle filled with a pink liquid up and down. Noticing his curious look, she said softly, you seem to be very interested in this. She held the bottle forward. It was pink, with a golden rim at the top, and the cap had a glowing purple gem. She said, wait until I finish drinking this healing potion, and I'll explain in detail. She raised the bottle to her lips and slowly drank the liquid inside. He rested his chin in his hand, his expression turning serious. Could she have some kind of space-type talent? But among all the known talents, a space talent doesn't exist. She sat down on the ground, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on her legs. A green light enveloped her as he quietly sat and watched. The light continued to surround her. With her eyes closed, the mole by the corner of her eye seemed even more vivid. She used her foot to kick his leg, which was resting on the ground. She crossed her arms, looking down at him from above. I'm done healing. Get up. He had been lying on the ground but shot up, replying, She looked down at him with cold eyes and spoke, didn't you want to know where this stuff comes from? She picked up the box she had been protecting so fiercely. In one hand, she held the box, and in the other, a small pouch. Both items were hovering above her palms. She said, watch closely. This is just a black bronze box, even though it's much larger than this pouch. The two items left her hands. The mouth of the pouch opened, and a white light shot out towards the glowing box. As she spoke, the pouch completely enveloped the box. Seeing this, he exclaimed in amazement, I get it now. It's not a space-type talent at all. It's a space attribute treasure. She took back her pouch and replied, that's right. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, asking, so, do you like it? Want to learn how? Just join the Marshall Pavilion, and I'll take you to our base. I'll take you. He stretched a hand behind his head, turning away and cutting her off. I'm tired. Time for a nap. She was stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape. He actually sat right down on the ground, and she just stood there, staring at him in disbelief. Her anger flared, and she clenched her fists, grinding her teeth with rage-filled eyes. You bastard, she thought. Just you wait. I'll deal with you sooner or later. He just rolled over, turning his back to her. He closed his eyes, thinking, it's just a spatial pouch with some special healing potions. Once I restore my spatial and healing talents, I won't need them anymore, obviously. She curled up and sat to the side, watching his back. With his eyes closed, he thought to himself, she disturbed the lake of death. It's not going to be peaceful around here for a while. The sky was blue, the sun was shining, and birds were flying freely. He lay on the ground, covered only by a yellow jacket, the sunlight warming his sleeping face. He woke up, groggily rubbing his messy hair. He stretched his arms, covering a yawn with one hand. Suddenly, he realized something and jolted, his eyes wide with surprise. He stood up, looking ahead while clutching his jacket. She's gone, he thought. Noticing something, Ye Tian turned his head. A short distance away sat a red, rectangular object with patterns on it. He walked closer for a better look, wondering, what's this? He bent down and quickly opened it. Just like in the mountain cave, the box was filled with red vials and gold cards. Seeing these items, he exclaimed in shock, these are medium-grade origin power crystals, 10 vials of high-grade beast blood, and 10 gold cards, worth 1 million. Did she leave this for me? He realized, startled. A slight smile touched his lips as he let out a sigh of relief. He touched one of the vials in the box. This is enough for me to cultivate to the elite martial artist level. He drank one of the potions, a purple liquid flowing into his mouth. If that's the case, then I'll change my plan. First, I'll level up to an elite martial artist. Then I'll go down to the lake and find the lighthouse jellyfish. He smiled. Looking at the potion he had just consumed, a little of the liquid still lingering on the corner of his mouth. 4 months later, a piece of meat was roasting over a fire in a dark, rocky space. 2 or 3 empty bottles lay on the ground next to a dead wild boar and a familiar yellow jacket. Blue streaks of light surrounded the silhouette of a black-haired man who looked much larger than before. He was in a meditative posture, a spherical orb of energy hovering in front of his chest. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, flashing with light, his expression unreadable. Dozens of lightning bolts flashed, striking a spot in the forest and sending birds scattering in every direction. The surrounding rock formations crumbled, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. He stood there, a silhouette in the dust. Blue lightning crackled in Ye Tian's palm, his eyes glowed red. A smirk played on his lips as he clenched his hand into a fist, veins popping on his bicep as the blue energy enveloped his entire body. Ye Tian thought excitedly, so this is the realm of an elite martial artist. He put on the jacket from the ground. His hair had grown longer, and his power was far greater. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a dangerous smirk spread across his face. Time to hunt. It was pouring rain. Ye Tian stood in the middle of a graveyard and, after a quick count, concluded there were 9 new graves. Standing before one of the graves, Ye Tian thought to himself, Yue Ling must have made these. With so many beasts around, I doubt there were even any bones left of these people. He picked up a stone, knelt, and gently placed it on the grave, musing. For Yue Ling to not forget to make graves for them before she died. She was a good person. Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. It was an umbrella. He recognized it. I remember they used this when they were diving. Ye Tian picked up the umbrella. He opened it to shield himself from the rain and thought, I wonder if this still works. He was startled as the raindrops, falling on it, formed a shimmering barrier around him. Ye Tian exclaimed with joy. It's a water-repelling barrier. Realizing what a miraculous item he had found, he declared, this is a great find. Ye Tian smirked. With this, jumping into the water will be no problem at all. A powerful stream of pink energy shot into the vast ocean. The seawater splashed everywhere as he thought to himself, now that I have this, my speed underwater will be even faster. Using his shadow talent, Ye Tian propelled himself forward at high speed. He wondered when he saw a blue square in the distance. What is that? A notification panel appeared. Species: tiger claw fish, bloodline talent, intermediate. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he thought, this is an intermediate level beast. A massive beast appeared ahead. He gritted his teeth and thought, that was close. I was almost discovered. Ye Tian decided to continue diving deeper. His feet touched down lightly on the ground. Looking at the dark abyss before him, Ye Tian whispered, this must be the deepest part of the lake. A creature glowed brightly, like a lighthouse. Getting closer, Ye Tian confirmed that there really were lighthouse jellyfish here. He instinctively sensed danger from behind as a tentacle whipped violently at him. Dodging the attack, Ye Tian cried out, "What was that?" He was trying to read the status window. Species: Lighthouse Jellyfish. Bloodline Talent: Beginner. Healing Talent: Peak. A huge beast stood before Ye Tian and shrieked, "Lighthouse Jellyfish." The lighthouse jellyfish was about to attack him, so he quickly activated his healing talent and struck it directly. Knocked back by its prey, the lighthouse jellyfish let out an angry gurgle. One of its tentacles was blistered, but it healed in an instant. Ye Tian was surprised. It heals so fast. As expected of a peak-level healing talent, the lighthouse jellyfish charged again, getting close to Ye Tian. He used his healing talent and touched it. Another notification popped up. Successfully replicated peak-level healing talent. Immediately after, the lighthouse jellyfish sent Ye Tian flying. He slammed hard against a rock, his mouth filling with water as he crashed to the ground. Despite this, Ye Tian flashed a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, "I got the peak-level healing talent." He stood up, his hand glowing with the light of his newly acquired ability. Just then, the lighthouse jellyfish attacked, spitting poison. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and quickly raised the umbrella to block the attack. The poison completely destroyed the umbrella. It seeped through Ye Tian's skin, and he screamed in pain. Seeing the umbrella fly off into the distance, he cursed internally. Damn it. He quickly shut his mouth to avoid swallowing more water. Ye Tian thought to himself, the umbrella's broken, so the water-repelling barrier can't be maintained anymore. His eyes suddenly flashed as countless notification panels appeared before him. Ye Tian saw many creatures approaching in the distance. He panicked. Was that another swarm of headlight jellyfish? Clenching his fist, he calmed himself down. He had already obtained the peak-level fusion talent. There was no need to get tangled up with these beasts anymore. And so, Ye Tian turned and fled as the rain continued to fall ceaselessly upon the lake of death. Ye Tian burst out of the water, gasping for air as giant, red octopus tentacles broke the surface right behind him. "This thing's a real handful," Ye Tian shouted as he launched himself into the air, dodging an attack from the massive tentacles. He quickly initiated his next move. His speed, talent, and arcs of lightning crackled around his legs. He continued to push it to its maximum output, then shot towards the mainland like a bolt of light. The entire landscape was blurred by the downpour. Ye Tian staggered into a cave to take shelter from the rain and collapsed onto the ground. He leaned back on his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm out. First things first, replicating a talent is the most important thing, Ye Tian said as he raised his hand to open a virtual screen. Lines of text appeared on the screen, informing Ye Tian about his talent status. The status window read, "Successfully replicated peak-level healing talent. Do you wish to fuse? Yes or no?" The moment he selected yes, the virtual screen began to glow brightly. Ye Tian's eyes widened as his entire body felt like it was being electrocuted. The pain forced him flat against the ground. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tian endured the agony, reassuring himself internally. "I've replicated talents many times before. My body is used to this kind of pain." Soon, the virtual screen displayed another status update. Successfully fused peak-level healing talent. It then showed Ye Tian's current status, human, Ye Tian. Cultivated talents. High-level cultivation talent, beginner-level speed talent, mid-level blade talent, beginner-level shadow talent, and peak-level healing talent. Ye Tian let out a breath and muttered, "The fusion process was simpler than I thought." He sat on the ground, taking a few deep breaths, and looked at his hand. Well, I should test it out. Ye Tian lifted his injured hand to examine it. There was a nasty, red wound on his wrist. The venom of a headlight jellyfish is extremely potent. A normal person would die instantly from just a small amount. Ye Tian mumbled his assessment of the injury, then immediately activated his healing talent. His injured hand was instantly healed. The vicious wound on his wrist vanished without a trace. Ye Tian then furiously punched the cliff wall in front of him. The dust kicked up by the force of his attack slowly settled, revealing the deformed cliff face. Ye Tian stared at the deep cracks, etched into the rock from his punch, feeling extremely satisfied. And there are absolutely no side effects. What a monstrously powerful talent. But as Ye Tian looked at his arm, which seemed to still be crackling with electricity, a worry surfaced in his mind. He thought to himself, but right now, all of these talents are basically support types. If I want to fight stronger opponents, I definitely need to replicate an offensive talent. Finally, he made a decision. It's time to go back. The rain continued to pour, blanketing the sky in white. On another sunny day in the city, Ye Tian was flipping through a book, deep in thought. Mighty Power Bear. A regular firebird is nothing special. Yi Yu grumbled as she trimmed Ye Tian's long, shaggy hair. Stop fidgeting. Disappearing for dozens of days is just too much. Ye Tian, still flipping through the book, gave an awkward laugh. Haha, sorry, you. Suddenly, a page caught his eye. He stared at the book's contents in surprise. Divine Power Ant, a low-level beast specializing in strength, usually appearing in swarms. Ye Tian continued reading. The page showed an image of an ant with a caption. When they launch a group attack, even a grand martial artist would have a hard time escaping. This is the one. Ye Tian smiled, pleased to have found his target. When he entered the martial pavilion, the one who greeted him was, once again, Xiao Yu. She chirped happily. Welcome to the martial pavilion, valued customer. Seemingly not recognizing Ye Tian, Xiao Yu turned to search through the cabinets behind the counter. After turning back around and realizing it was Ye Tian, she greeted him excitedly. Oh, it's the great martial artist. Long time no see. What are you buying today? Ye Tian handed her a yellowed piece of paper and said, a complete divine power ant corpse. Xiao Yu took the paper and gave him a sly smile. A divine power ant? Are you planning to soak it in wine? It's very good for your health. Ye Tian's face darkened. He was speechless, wondering, do I look that weak? But Xiao Yu paid him no mind, quickly smiling and continuing her sales pitch. We don't have any divine power ants, but we do have information about them. I wonder if you might be interested. Of course, Ye Tian was interested. Oh, let's hear it. Xiao Yu quickly told him what she knew. The Linhai base is preparing to open a trade route with the Qiaozhong base. In her mind, Xiao Yu pictured the distance between the two bases, holding up her fingers to illustrate for Ye Tian as she continued to explain. There are many demonic beasts between the two bases, including a nest of divine power ants. The Qiaozhong base. Is that the Taya base? Ye Tian asked casually upon hearing this. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to recall what he knew. The only base near Qiaozhong base is Tia base. Yes, that's right. Xiao Yu confirmed repeatedly. Seeing that Ye Tian knew of the place, she smiled happily, wagging her finger. That's the one. The Tia base is 100 kilometers from Linhai base. Ye Tian stared intently at Xiao Yu, his voice turning serious. But, I remember someone from the Mu family died there before. The Mu family even suspected the Tia base, saying they were planning some kind of invasion. That's right. The Mu family went there to investigate, and afterwards, the Tia base helped clear up the misunderstanding. Xiao Yu confirmed Ye Tian's words while turning to search in his cylindrical container, continuing the conversation without missing a beat. It was through the Mu family's connections that the Tia base reached an agreement to open the trade route. Xiao Yu's words made Ye Tian think seriously. So that's how it is. With the Mu family involved, I have a feeling nothing good will come of it. Just then, Xiao Yu exclaimed, found it. In her hand was a dark brown card, which she then handed to Ye Tian. Great martial artist, please take this. Ye Tian reached out in surprise to accept it, asking, what is this? Xiao Yu waved her hand towards the brown card in Ye Tian's grasp and said with conviction, this is a token to participate in the operation. It was originally meant for our young miss, but we're from a major base, forcing us to do extra work for the Qiaozhong base. They can dream on. Then she smiled at Ye Tian and continued to tell him what she knew. The two bases are preparing to send out a group of martial artists to clear all the beasts from the trade route. If I join this mission, I might even be able to get my hands on the corpse of a divine power ant. Ye Tian thought to himself, staring at the card in his hand. The Lin family, they're the absolute rulers of the Linhai base. Even the Mo family has to bow down to them. He smirked, a calculating look in his eyes as he gazed at the brown card. It's about time I went and saw what's out there. In front of the Lin family's cathedral-like manor, a massive statue of a warrior stood silent guard. Hundreds of martial artists from all over had gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation. Ye Tian was dressed in plain clothes, with a long, hooded cloak worn over them, hiding his face. A carefully wrapped longsword was strapped to his back, along with a large backpack. He scanned his surroundings warily, knowing he had to be careful. Just as he was thinking that, the martial artists in front of him began to shout, Lin Mingzi is here. They pointed toward a figure who had just appeared on the high platform at the foot of the warrior statue. Lin Mingji, the son of the current Lin family head, was an elite peak-level martial artist. He had a full beard and was dressed in an expensive suit. He spread his arms wide, happily welcoming the martial artists gathered in the courtyard. Welcome everyone to our beast-clearing initiative. Behind him, two tall men slowly approached. One was Mo Changqing, the patriarch of the Mo family, and the other was Mo An, the father of Mo Xiaobei. Ye Tian smirked, muttering a silent greeting. Well, look who it is. We meet again, members of the Mo family. Up on the stage, Lin Mingji raised his voice. As you all know, our Linhai base is too small. Resources are limited, making it difficult to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Being able to trade with other major bases will bring benefits beyond your wildest imagination, he declared boldly to the crowd. That's why this mission is so critical. Of course, clearing out these beasts will be dangerous. In the middle of the square, Lin Mingji stood on the high platform before them all. He paused for a moment, then shouted with confidence, "But the spoils from this operation will be far more generous than any hunt you've ever been on." Hearing Lin Mingji's words, everyone below raised a fist and cheered. The Lin family is incredible. Someone in the crowd asked uncertainly, "Isn't that Feng Lang?" Startled, Ye Tian, who was standing off to the side, turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, who was cheering and raising his hand along with the crowd. Ye Tian chuckled to himself, "I wonder if he even remembers me." Up on the stage, Lin Mingji continued, trying to ease everyone's concerns. He pounded his chest and declared, "I, Lin Mingji, can personally guarantee that during this mission, anything you acquire," he said, raising his hand with a powerful voice, "will belong entirely to you." The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. They threw their hands in the air and cheered, "Awesome! Long live the Lin family." Once the chatter died down, Lin Mingji continued, "Furthermore, our family has prepared additional compensation." He casually stuck his hands in his pockets and announced, "For those at the martial artist realm, each person will receive 20 portions of mid-level beast blood, plus an additional 2 million. Elite martial artists," he continued, "will receive 3 portions of high-level beast blood, plus an additional 10 million. He finished with one last sentence, "Now, hurry and get registered. I wish you all a successful return." The crowd below raised their hands in unison, and then a rush of people headed for the registration area. Someone stood off to the side, directing the flow. "Anyone who needs to be tested, please form a line over here." Everyone gathered in front of a massive stone slab. 2 people were there to give instructions. "For the test, please place your hand on the testing stone. It will reveal your true strength." A blonde-haired man stepped forward and touched the stone. Words immediately appeared on its surface, and the guide announced, "Mid-stage martial artist. You qualify." The guide then consulted a list and called out, "Next." The line of people continued to be tested, one by one, while from a distance, Ye Tian watched everything unfold. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Yue Ling was right. I don't need to work for these big families anymore. He glanced over at where Mo An was standing and swore to himself, especially not that damned Mo family. Ye Tian mused to himself, if I test as an elite martial artist, it'll definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Under the bright sun, Ye Tian stood before the testing stone. With everyone's eyes on him, he thought, this device mainly tests raw power. If I hold back a bit, maybe it'll register me at a lower level. The guide said, place your hand on the testing stone. Ye Tian reached out. As he placed his hand on the stone, he focused on holding back his power. He furrowed his brow. Testing as a late-stage martial artist should be good enough. With that thought, wisps of white smoke began to rise from where his palm met the stone, and words slowly began to form. The final result? Late-stage martial artist. Qualified. Hearing this, Mo An raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze questioning. A late-stage martial artist. The other applicants stared at Ye Tian in awe. Amazing. He's a late-stage martial artist. He doesn't look that old, either. People began to gather and whisper, unless he's a prodigy from one of the great families, to have that level of cultivation at such a young age. Another person added. As they watched Ye Tian's retreating figure, someone clicked their tongue in envy. What a monstrous talent for cultivation. Ye Tian lowered his head and pulled his hood down further, thinking wearily, I only revealed a fraction of my power and it's already causing this much of a stir. Looks like I showed too much. Feng Lang's group was also watching in the direction Ye Tian had gone. He praised aloud, a true young hero. At his age, I was only a late-stage martial artist myself. The person next to him chimed in, you said it. The rest of us are only at the mid-stage. One of Feng Lang's teammates suddenly spoke up. Captain, isn't our squad still short one person? We should get that young man to join us. Feng Lang shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. He's a powerful late-stage martial artist. Why would he even give us a second look? As he was speaking, that same teammate exclaimed in surprise, Captain, look, I think he's heading our way. Ye Tian suddenly stopped walking and pulled his hood down. Ye Tian looked up and smiled at Feng Lang. Long time no see, Feng Lang. Feng Lang was startled when he clearly saw his face. He recalled their first meeting and said with a laugh, you're the martial artist who saved that little girl from the Silver Moon Eagle. He smiled brightly, patting Ye Tian on the shoulder in praise. It's truly unbelievable. In just 1 year, you've already cultivated to the late-stage martial artist realm. Hearing his praise, Ye Tian replied sheepishly, I was just lucky. Ye Tian shyly raised a hand to scratch his face and asked, Captain, for this operation, Is it possible for me to join the Wind Wolf squad? The moment he heard this, Feng Lang agreed without a second thought. He gave a thumbs up and said, "We'd be thrilled to have you." Ye Tian bowed his head and said, "I'll be in your care." Feng Lang clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't be so formal. Let's do our best together." Before the two could say much more, their two teammates urged them to get going. The squad's only female member turned back with a smile and said, "With another late-stage martial artist on the team, I feel a lot more at ease." Hearing everyone's flattering compliments, Ye Tian could only manage an awkward smile, not knowing what to say. After a while, the group arrived at a desolate, dilapidated city. Feng Lang introduced it. "This is our mission area." With Feng Lang in the lead, he spoke as they walked. "The map says there are only low-level beasts here, but just in case, everyone prioritize safety, no reckless moves." Suddenly, two wolf-like beasts appeared, charging toward them. Ye Tian vigilantly turned to Feng Lang and said, "Captain, something's coming. It's fast." The whole team, group up, back to back. "We're surrounded by a pack of beasts," Feng Lang shouted to calm them down. "Everyone, stay calm, don't panic." Under the fierce glares of the beasts, he continued, "Looks like the appetizers have arrived." He shouted orders, drawing his saber. "I've got the front, Ye Tian takes the back. The rest of you provide support as needed." His teammates responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Ye Tian raised his sword and said with a cold smile, "Leave it to me." At that moment, they were surrounded by the wolf pack. In the center were Chen Dong, the village patrol captain, and three other team members, one with a sword, one with a saber, and one with a bow and arrow. They steeled themselves for the fight. The wolves' eyes glowed as they bared their sharp fangs. They glared at the team with even greater hostility. Just then, the captain yelled, and Ye Tian charged forward with him. After he replied, "Okay," the two of them rushed in to fight the wolves. They split up, each taking a different direction to fight. When the wolves saw them attack, they immediately charged as well. He leaped high into the air, did a flip, and brought his sword straight down on the first wolf's head. For the next one, he dashed toward it and landed a powerful kick to its stomach, sending it flying in agony. As the wolf struggled to get up to continue fighting, he unhesitatingly rushed over and delivered a fatal stab. It let out a pained roar before collapsing on the spot. He stood there, looking at the two corpses, and let out a sigh of relief. Behind him, the captain clapped and praised him. "Not bad. You're really impressive, Ye Tian. Too bad you were still a step slower than me. Besides, I killed 3 of them." "Ha ha ha," he boasted, pointing to the spoils of his victory. Ye Tian looked on with a weary expression, thinking, "Give me a break. I'm just trying not to reveal my true strength." Then he gave a slight smirk. "Little brother, Ye Tian, you're really amazing. I'm starting to like you more and more," she said, raising a hand and smiling at him. Another person chimed in. "So young and with such a high cultivation level. Captain, you should stop being so smug." The embarrassed captain turned and snapped at the teammate who had just made him lose face. "You bastard, can't you let me be proud for a second? Do you always have to call me out?" That teammate just rubbed his head and apologized. "Sorry, Captain, my apologies." Meanwhile, Ye Tian stood to the side, watching them bicker. Another teammate in the group walked over and knelt before the corpse of one of the wolves. He looked at the body curiously and asked everyone, "But why didn't this wolf pack attack us after we entered the valley? Perhaps it's not that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't." The captain answered the question. The teammate asked again, puzzled, "What do you mean?" The captain replied with a serious expression, "The area inside isn't their territory. There's an even more powerful beast in there." The teammate's face showed a hint of fear as he asked, "An even more powerful beast? So are the 5 of us stronger?" The burly, bald-headed teammate clapped him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, brother. 2 late-stage martial artists, 3 mid-stage. What's there to be afraid of?" He spoke confidently to comfort his teammate, but the man still looked a little worried. Suddenly, the captain noticed something and turned to ask everyone, "Wait a minute, what do you think this is?" "This is a Lin family communicator." Everyone was a bit surprised. The captain continued, "That's right. Every team captain is issued a communicator. If we encounter danger, we can call for reinforcements, so everyone can just focus on the task at hand." It was the same fearful teammate from before who replied weakly, "Okay." The captain, full of fighting spirit, took the lead and continued forward. When they arrived, the place was nothing but a pile of ruins. Tall buildings had been smashed and lay collapsed everywhere. As they were carefully stepping forward, they suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. The captain immediately ordered everyone to stop. "Halt! There's movement," he gasped. Up ahead. In front of them now was a beast 100 times their size. Its shape resembled a reptile. Scales like iron armor covered its back, legs, and tail. At that moment, it stood facing their group. It bared its sharp fangs and a status window appeared. Species: fire-spitting skink. Bloodline talent: elementary fire talent, secondary. Right then, it began to prepare an attack on their group. He looked at it and said, "It's a fire-type talent." It then spat fire toward their group. At the same time, the group, already prepared, managed to dodge in time. After its attack on them failed, the beast paused, let out a roar, and prepared to attack the group a second time. Just then, the burly teammate stepped forward to face the beast and said to the others, "Captain, you all had your appetizers already. Leave this beast to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his weapon, ready for battle. The captain stood behind with his arms crossed and reminded his teammate, "Judging by its aura, it's just a low-level beast, but be careful of its flames." After that, the other three teammates charged toward the beast together. Down below, he and the captain were talking to each other. "They shouldn't have a problem," the captain replied, his sharp eyes fixed on the beast. "It's just a low-level beast, don't worry." A few minutes later, a loud crashing sound echoed, followed by thick clouds of dust that obscured their vision. When the dust began to settle, the three teammates proudly announced to the captain, "We won, Captain. Great job, everyone." The captain praised them as he walked over to the three teammates. At that moment, the beast had been defeated and was lying on the ground. Sitting on top of its body was one of the teammates who had just fought to defeat the beast. Below, the female teammate was helping the burly one up while praising her comrades. "It was all thanks to you two. I didn't really help much, to be honest." The teammate next to her, though injured, replied to her statement, "Without you drawing this creature's attention with your bow, we wouldn't have been able to take it down so smoothly." The teammate sitting on the beast called down, "Too weak. Just a low-level beast. It took no effort at all. Even if 2 or 3 more showed up, it wouldn't be a problem." Just as the guy was bragging about his feat, a surge of power shot towards him from behind. Luckily, Ye Tian sensed it and jumped, pulling him out of the attack's path. At that moment, everyone panicked. "What's happening? Is that another one?" "It's the fire guard's gift. It's probably the same type of beast. The squad is near Area B. We're in danger. Requesting backup. Requesting backup." The captain yelled into the radio, desperate for help. Before them, 3 monstrous beasts were slowly closing in. But the radio in the captain's hand only emitted static, with no sign of any backup coming to help everyone. The captain gripped the radio, gritting his teeth as he said, "Those damn bastards are ignoring our call for help again. Damn it." He slammed the radio repeatedly, cursing in anger. Meanwhile, his other teammates stood by, saying resentfully, "Captain, it looks like you overestimated Gao Lin. They don't give a damn about the lives of people like us." At this point, the captain was seething with rage, his eyes becoming fierce, and as he clenched his jaw, the veins on his face bulged. "And here I thought we finally followed the right person this time, that I could lead my brothers to something big. I never expected the Lin family to be." After saying that, he furiously crushed the radio in his hand, shattering it into pieces. "It seems this Lanhai base is completely rotten." Then, worried for his teammates' safety, he picked up his weapon, preparing to fight the 3 beasts alone. "I'll hold them off. You all get out of here, now." Partly out of his own guilt for dragging his comrades into danger, everyone shouted in unison after hearing his words. "Captain," saying that is like, "You don't see us as brothers. If we go together." One of the teammates stood up and declared. He yelled out one phrase. "That's an order," she gasped, speaking helplessly, "Captain." The teammate from before could only look at him and sigh. The teammate, who had just been saved by him, immediately bolted, shouting, "You bunch of idiots. If you don't run, are you just going to wait to die?" And just like that, he ran off first. "You guys have fun. I'm out of here." At that moment, everyone could only stare as their teammate abandoned his brothers, running for his own life without a second thought. The burly teammate looked at the fleeing man and said furiously, "That new guy can't be trusted. If I make it out of this alive, I'll kill him myself." The captain then turned to him and said, "Brother Ye Tian, your talent is too great. It would be a waste for you to die here." Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and continued, "Please, take my 2 brothers and get out of here." The 2 remaining teammates chimed in. "We almost forgot you're new to the squad, too. Go, quickly. That's right, run. Don't let us ruin your bright future." The 2 said to him, their faces full of concern. He smirked slightly and said, "Of course, I'm going to run." Then, as he walked towards the 3 beasts, he added, "The only thing is, I'm running forward." At the same time, an incredibly strong energy, laced with crackling electricity, radiated from his body. With his sword in one hand, he moved ever closer to the beasts. When the captain saw the energy radiating from his body, he exclaimed in shock, "That's the aura of an elite warrior. You've been hiding your strength." The 2 teammates also asked in disbelief, "An elite warrior? How is that possible?" Just then, a monstrous beast attacked, spewing fire at him. I really didn't want to show my true power. As the fireball reached him, he effortlessly sliced it in two. But, he muttered under his breath, his eyes resolute as he moved to confront the beast. At the same time, he leaped high into the air, surrounded by pink energy tendrils, and thought to himself, if I don't act, the Wind Wolf squad will be wiped out. With Feng Lang's strength, he could have easily escaped alone. Simultaneously, he brought his blade down hard on the beast's neck, severing it completely. His thoughts continued, but he was willing to stay behind and let his squad members escape. If I kept hiding my strength, I'd be a real piece of work. Meanwhile, the two remaining beasts joined forces to attack him. How would that make me any different from those mongrels from the Mo family? Facing him, the two beasts attacked simultaneously, but he stood there calmly, waiting for the right moment to counter. As for the dangers of revealing my true power, I don't have time to think about that anymore. But I believe that with Feng Lang's character, he probably won't cause any trouble for me. His thoughts were still racing. Suddenly, he swung his sword towards the opposite side. He slashed with enough force to cut a tall building, causing it to lose its foundation and slowly collapse. With a massive crash, dust and debris flew everywhere as the building came down. Watching from a distance, a woman looked on with interest at what he had just done and exclaimed, "So this is the power of an elite warrior? How impressive." Just then, he leaped out from the thick dust cloud, sword in hand, to continue the battle with the two beasts. He flew towards them at incredible speed. He moved so fast that the arcs of electricity surrounding him hadn't even dissipated from the places he passed. He reached the two beasts with a powerful blade aura, circling them and delivering multiple fatal blows, leaving them no time to react because his movements were just too fast. The beasts roared in agony before collapsing to the ground, one after the other. At that moment, the captain clenched his fist, his hand trembling slightly as he thought to himself, He's too strong. His face was serious, his brow furrowed. Without a doubt, he's a top-tier warrior in this land-high base. Not far away, where the teammate who ran off was, he let out a terrified scream. He was now surrounded by that same pack of wolves from before. One by one, they leaped on him, tearing at his body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, the burly teammate heard it and yelled, "Captain, it sounds like that guy's in trouble." The captain replied coldly, "Don't worry about him. Did he really think he could just escape this place alone? That's a fool's dream." While everyone was discussing the other teammate, Ye Tian had already grabbed his backpack and was preparing to leave. He turned back and asked the captain, "Feng Lang, the path is clear. I need to go deeper. As for the rest of you," he paused for a few seconds, his eyes turning bloodshot, before continuing, "Are you coming with me, or does it end here?" Everyone stared at him, stunned, but after only a few seconds of thought, the captain firmly declared to his men, "The Wind Wolf squad advances and retreats together." He lowered his head and smiled with satisfaction. After walking for a while, the group decided to stop and rest. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts." At that moment, she was helping bandage the tall teammate's wound. She grumbled as she compared her teammate to Ye Tian. "Look at you, so rough and clumsy. And then look at someone like brother Ye Tian." Ye Tian was standing on a tall building, observing his surroundings, when the captain called up from below. "Brother Ye Tian, thank you for getting us here." He looked down at the captain, the wind whipping his overcoat around him. He jumped down to the captain. "Don't mention it, Captain. Let's stop here for now. I have to go test something." The captain said in alarm, "You want to go deeper?" "That's right," he replied. Just then, the other two teammates came out. "Going deeper right now isn't a wise choice. Captain, you all head back. I'm going alone." Ye Tian slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to venture further in. The captain looked at him worriedly. "Alone? With your abilities, I should be at ease. But, just be careful." He reassured the captain, then turned to leave. At that moment, Feng Lang still wanted to stop him. "Wait, brother Ye Tian, let's discuss this a bit more." But he ignored the captain's words and kept walking. The tall teammate asked the captain, "What now?" "Captain, should we follow him?" "Forget it. We'd only get in his way. With his strength, he doesn't need anyone's help." After the captain said that, his retreating figure grew smaller, his eyes determined as he walked forward step by step. "Before I encounter a stronger clan, before I face a more complicated situation, I have to test just how strong my self-healing talent really is." As he went deeper, the area became a field of rubble. Flames were burning everywhere, and suddenly, a pungent, foul stench assaulted his nostrils. What a stench! Have I reached its lair? He covered his nose with his hand. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake. What's going on? Out of nowhere, a pair of giant hands shot out to grab him. The hands swiped past him, but luckily, his agile movements allowed him to dodge. Recovering from the surprise, he immediately went on the offensive, drawing his sword and throwing it straight at the giant arm. But unfortunately, This vicious beast was quite tough, and the impact threw him to the ground. At the same time, it raised its hand and brought it crashing down. He quickly dodged to the side. At that moment, the beast leaped high into the air, revealing its full form. This beast was truly massive. Its entire body was red, with sharp spikes on its back and a huge horn growing from the middle of its face. It stood opposite him, and he looked at it with interest. "This Kim Sok is huge. You're perfect for testing my self-healing talent," he smirked. The beast's eyes glowed, and it shot a fireball straight at him, causing a massive explosion. A loud explosion erupted where he and the beast were fighting, smoke and fire lighting up the entire sky. Not far away, Feng Lang's squad was watching the battle from a distance. "Captain, look, the fight has started." The captain also looked worriedly towards the explosion. Brother Ye Tian. Back at the battle, he stood up after the attack, looking at the beast with excitement. Worthy of the name King Lizard. "I have a proposal. How about we make this a little more exciting?" Before he could finish, it blasted him directly with fire. He collapsed to the ground, fair and square. Before the beast could even gloat, he immediately got back up. "Let's see if you can burn me to death before I wear you down." He stood up, resting his sword on his shoulder. His eyes lit up as he stared at the beast, his gaze firm. He leaped high into the air, meeting its eyes, and then swung his blade as the beast attacked with fire. Another massive, earth-shaking explosion occurred, and dust and smoke began to rise again. Back with the captain's group, they were still watching. "Captain, the fire over there is getting stronger. It's been spewing fire for an hour now." Wave after wave of explosions erupted from his direction. "Is brother Ye Tian still alive?" "I don't know. But there's no way we can interfere in a fight like this." A long time later, looking back towards the battle, they saw the sword was now embedded deep in the beast. He wiped away beads of sweat. He had finally taken it down. The beast lay unconscious on the ground, and he sat on its body, gazing into the distance. "Looks like I won this game." He let out a sigh, looking down at the beast. Ye Tian sat pensively on the corpse of the defeated beast. Looking at his hands, he thought, "This self-healing talent uses up too much stamina. It feels like I've been completely drained." Getting up, Ye Tian observed the beast's body. This is a mid-level beast. With his finger, Ye Tian made a cut on the beast's skin, and blood flowed out. He squatted down at the cut, placing both hands firmly on the beast's body. Ye Tian took a deep gulp of the blood that was flowing out. "First, I'll use its blood to recover a little." His middle finger and thumb touched. Ye Tian placed his hands on his thighs and assumed a meditative posture, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his lap. He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. A small orb of light appeared in the center of his chest, its light spreading out in all directions. Back in the city, buildings were now tilted and unstable from the recent aftershocks. Black smoke billowed behind them, and embers flew everywhere. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The fighting has stopped." Looking at the thick black smoke from a distance, someone asked, "Is it over, Captain?" The large teammate pointed ahead, where a figure was standing. Because of the darkness, they could only see a silhouette. The bald man shouted, "Captain, someone's coming out." The person he was referring to was Ye Tian. Shirtless, he walked forward confidently, holding the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, the people around him shouted, "It's brother Ye Tian. He's back." Ye Tian stood before everyone and spoke, "Captains, didn't I tell you all to head back to the city first?" Feng Lang looked at him and said awkwardly, "Well." Feng Lang gave a forced laugh in response. "Hey, even though we couldn't help, we were still worried." Then, Feng Lang hesitated before looking at Ye Tian and continuing, "Your clothes are all burned off. Are you okay?" "I have some spare clothes. You should change into them." Taking the clothes from the captain, Ye Tian quickly put on the shirt. The woman looked at Ye Tian after he finished dressing and said, a little loudly, "It doesn't seem to fit very well. Sorry." Ye Tian touched the back of his neck and replied, "No, it's fine. Thanks." Ye Tian smiled. In front of Ye Tian and Feng Lang, besides the ruined buildings, was the beast's corpse. Ye Tian then asked, "Captain, what should we do with these spoils?" Feng Lang stammered. After thinking about it, he continued, "Listen, brother Ye Tian, this is all thanks to you." Ye Tian didn't take all the credit. He replied, "Captain, since no one is leaving and the beasts have scattered, everyone should take these spoils of war back." Hearing Ye Tian's suggestion, Feng Lang hesitated awkwardly, but a large teammate standing on a beast's corpse, holding an axe, excitedly said to him, "I've never seen so much loot before. We didn't get killed by the beasts, but we might die from exhaustion carrying all this loot. Ha ha ha." Down below, Ye Tian remembered something and quickly told Feng Lang, "Captain, don't worry about this junk for now. Let's deal with the king lizard inside first." Feng Lang, who was walking ahead, heard Ye Tian and turned back to ask, "The king lizard? Aren't you coming with us to transport the loot? Ye Tian simply answered with one word, no. Seeing that Ye Tian was already some distance away, Feng Lang shouted loudly, then where are you going later? Brother Ye Tian. Ye Tian looked back and replied, I have to go to the Divine Power Ants area. Feng Lang repeated the words Ye Tian said in surprise. Divine Power Ant. A current of electricity stretched along a small road surrounded by ruined buildings. The one emitting that power was none other than Ye Tian. While running, he recalled the information Feng Lang had shared. Brother Ye Tian, I heard them say that in this plan to wipe out the ferocious beasts, the most difficult mission is the Divine Power Ant's nest. When Feng Lang told Ye Tian this, his face was very tense. Although a single Divine Power Ant is just a low-level beast, they swarm out of their nest. In front of Ye Tian was an old building from which a pillar of light shot up, surrounded by flashes of lightning. Even a grand martial artist would find it difficult to escape if they fought alone. So, Brother Ye Tian, you must be careful. Outside the building, dozens of people were gathered on both sides. Ye Tian stood high above, looking down majestically. The main forces were all assembled here. Below was Mo Changxing, the old ancestor of the Mo family, and next to him was Mo An. As soon as he saw Mo Changxing, Ye Tian recognized that this was the Mo family. Besides the Mo family's large force, there were people from other families as well. The leader was Lin Mingji. Ye Tian looked at him. This was the Lin family. In front of them was a man with an eye patch. Ye Tian couldn't figure out who he was for a moment. This old man, which family is he from? The person Ye Tian was wondering about was Elder Qing, a grand martial artist from the Iron Wall stronghold. Suddenly, Elder Qing's eyes snapped open, and he glanced upwards. He said in a loud voice, Who's spying on us? Standing on the structure above, Ye Tian, having been discovered by Elder Qing, could clearly see that the old man's strength was no small matter. This old guy is really powerful. Elder Qing ordered 2 of his subordinates, who quickly rushed to capture Ye Tian. Seize him for me. Ye Tian looked ahead, stunned, trying to calm himself down. What's there to be afraid of? I had to blend in with the group sooner or later anyway. The 2 men quickly caught Ye Tian and hurriedly brought him before Elder Qing. One of them reported, We've caught him. The 2 men held Ye Tian tightly, preventing him from escaping. As soon as he saw the person before him, Elder Qing quickly recognized Ye Tian's strength, that of an elite martial artist. Elder Qing stroked his beard and asked gently, Young man, who are you? Why were you spying on us from a distance? Ye Tian smiled and replied, I am a martial artist from the Linhai stronghold. I heard there was a big mission here, so I wanted to come and contribute. Hearing this, Elder Qing immediately ordered the 2 men. Let him go. Elder Qing stroked his beard. He felt something was off about Ye Tian's words. He glanced around and asked, Which family is this martial artist from? Why isn't he with the rest of his group? When asked, the people below quickly answered, He's not from our family. One by one, they all said they didn't know him. He's not from our family either. Looking Ye Tian up and down, Elder Qing asked him again. To become an elite martial artist at such a young age is truly rare. But if you're an elite martial artist, why does no one know you? Ye Tian lowered his head and stammered, unsure of how to answer. Just then, Lin Mingji walked over and spoke up to help Ye Tian out. Ha ha, Elder Qing, you must be joking. How could it be that no one knows him? As he spoke, Lin Mingji placed a hand on Ye Tian's shoulder, cleared his throat, and continued. He is a member of my Lin family. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian quickly glanced over. Ye Tian could only give a wry smile and think to himself. The moment this old man heard I was an elite martial artist, he immediately claimed I was one of his. As expected of the Lin family's head, he's even faster at snatching people than the Mu family. Lin Mingzi stood there with his arms crossed and ordered, Ye Tian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and join the team. Ye Tian heard him and replied with an okay. Lin Mingzi chuckled smugly to himself. Picking up an elite martial artist for free was a huge gain. Through a pair of binoculars, Ye Tian's image was being watched. Besides the people below, there were 2 others high above, both women. One of them spoke up, the insignificant Lin family thinks they're worthy of Ye Tian. Xiao Yu, holding the binoculars, turned to her young miss and continued, Am I right, miss? Young Miss Yue Ling kept her eyes fixed on the scene below, smiled faintly, and said to Xiao Yu, Ye Tian belongs only to my martial pavilion. The sky was gloomy, with birds circling everywhere above the desolate city of Xiao Diao. Someone's footsteps were running forward quickly. On a wide dirt road with a few sparse bushes, a group of people walked forward in a line. Elder Qing was in the lead, followed by Lin Mingji on the left and Mo Changqing on the right. Behind them were Mo An and the members of the 3 families. Ye Tian followed along, thinking, Now everyone knows I'm an elite martial artist. It seems it'll be difficult to grow in secret like before. Looking ahead, there were fortified earthen structures, the place they would soon have to charge into. Ye Tian thought again. But with my current strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. Standing before an empty clearing, a glowing orb suddenly appeared, radiating streams of energy. Elder Qing quickly gave the order, halt. With a slight movement of his hand, sparks of power appeared on it. In front of them, a hooded man was kneeling on one knee. He said, reporting to Elder Qing, the formation has been set. Everything is ready. Elder Qing stroked his beard. It seems to be that mound up ahead. Opposite the group was a layer built of earth and sand, a massive, towering structure, the nest of the Divine Power Ants. Above the Divine Power Ants' nest, countless birds circled. The layer below also had many openings. Looking at it, Ye Tian smiled. The thing he needed was finally within his reach. Ye Tian was ecstatic, thinking to himself, it's finally time. Elder Qing, walking ahead, didn't forget to give an order to the person who had just created the formation. You've worked hard. You may leave for now. The man received the order, bowed his head, and replied, yes, sir. Elder Qing turned to face the others. He commanded, everyone, fall back. Someone below muttered, what kind of trick is that old geezer trying to pull now? Elder Qing closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. A magic circle appeared over the Divine Power Ant's nest. He raised his hand, gathering power around it, then slammed both palms onto the ground. At the same time, another magic circle appeared on the ground right where Elder Qing stood. He let out a great roar. Open. Just as he finished speaking, following his command, the magic circle above activated. The Divine Power Ant's nest exploded in a blaze of fire. A moment later, the dust settled. Elder Qing remained in his stance, with the others standing behind him, watching. Lin Mingji was the first to speak after the formation was activated. Another formation master, the Iron Fang's stronghold's power runs deeper than I ever imagined. Ye Tian closed his eyes, using his hands to block the stones flying towards him. As he did, he muttered to himself, this formation is so powerful. I definitely have to learn it someday. Standing above, Yue Ling and Xiao Yu were still watching intently. Xiao Yu spoke up, my lady, is that old man insane? Why would he use such an expensive formation? Yue Ling, beside her, added, the Iron Fang stronghold has its own agenda. Yue Ling seemed amused by what had just happened. A single flame burst orb could have secured the Lin Hai stronghold. This was truly a profitable exchange. Over here, the ground had been shattered by the formation. The people below, having witnessed the spectacular formation, roared with excitement. Everyone, look, the ant's nest has been blown to smithereens. Deep craters appeared in the ground. Gray smoke billowed endlessly from the holes, and the sound of everyone praising Elder Qing's formation echoed through the area. What an amazing formation. The monsters must have been blown to dust. I can't see a single Divine Power Ant corpse. Everyone quickly rushed forward. Ye Tian followed, going from crater to crater, searching the area that was once the Divine Power Ant's nest. As he searched, Ye Tian muttered, nothing. I really can't find anything. Could they all have been blown to ashes? Ye Tian gritted his teeth, his expression changing. It seemed his previous plans were now ruined. Without a complete corpse, he couldn't replicate its talent. Watching from above, Yue Ling crossed her arms and made her own assessment. That old geezer just stirred up a hornet's nest. Things were going fine, and he had to go and smash it. Two members of the team discovered a massive, dark pit. One of them lay down to peer into the hole and called out, what is this dark pit? It's so dark I can't see a thing. It's unclear what he saw, but his face suddenly changed, his eyes widening in terror. Down below, countless bright spots glowed, standing out in the darkness. To the horror of his teammate, a massive Divine Power Ant leaped up from below, soaring through the air. The Divine Power Ant stabbed one of its sharp pincers right through the chest of the man closest to it. He collapsed right where everyone was gathered. Before them stood a Divine Power Ant, the very creature they all thought had been annihilated in the formation. The Divine Power Ant opened its mouth, which was filled with razor-sharp teeth. It let out a mighty roar, creating a powerful suction that kicked up a storm of dust. Moen stared at it in horror, whispering, a Divine Power Ant? A teammate behind him, also looking at the ant, exclaimed, how is this possible? In contrast to everyone else's panic, Ye Tian cracked a smile, because what he wanted had finally appeared. Following that first ant was an entire swarm, lined up and ready to attack everyone present. One of the men shouted, there are way too many of them. Elder Qing waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Hearing the command, the martial artists there let out a collective, powerful roar, showing their strength, ready to face the Divine Power Ants. Lin Mingji wasn't about to be outdone. He threw off his outer coat and yelled to his subordinates, martial artists of the Lin Hai stronghold, charge with me. Hearing the command, the martial artists roared in unison, kill. With those two words as their command, everyone bravely charged forward to engage the swarm of divine power ants. On his side, Ye Tian was also ready, sword in hand, as he rushed forward to attack. Ye Tian's devastatingly powerful strike slashed clean through a divine power ant's body. The mighty blow quickly brought it down. He had taken down a divine power ant before it could even attack. Ye Tian landed on the ground next to the corpse of the ant he had just destroyed and shouted, "That's one down. Keep killing." Ye Tian glanced down, his hands subtly touching the divine power ant's corpse. The moment he made contact, a surge of power enveloped his hand. After that action, he had successfully replicated the high-level strength talent. A cloud of purple and black smoke enveloped the divine power ant's body as Ye Tian stood there, continuing to look at its corpse. Now, the source of that purple and black smoke was clearly visible. Ye Tian clenched his hand into a fist, and black smoke billowed from it. A system notification appeared. Talent status window. High-grade strength successfully replicated. Do you wish to fuse? Yes or no? Ye Tian stood before the system's notification panel. All around him were spider monsters and their corpses, with a sword stuck in the ground. Ye Tian picked up the sword and slung it over his shoulder, his muscles tensing, his face taking on a fearsome expression. He said, "I need to find a safe place." He pushed off the ground with his legs, and power like lightning coursed around them. The ground where he stood instantly shattered into pieces. He used his strength to leap high into the air, arcs of power enveloping his body. He thought to himself, speed, talent. He suddenly saw something, his eyes growing wary, his face filled with annoyance. Screech. 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 The sound of spider monsters rushing towards him. He quickly executed his shadow blade technique. He brought out his sword, and a green light enveloped it. Shadow kill. Instantly, a beam of light shot from the blade, piercing through the bodies of two spiders near him, his eyes sharp as he used the technique. On the ground, a black hole appeared. Within the black hole were two red eyes, and a strange red light glowed around the pit. Out of nowhere, hundreds of large figures started running from where Elder Qing and the others stood on the ground. A strange red light enveloped them. Old Qing's face drained of color, his eyes wide with terror. He thought, a high-level beast, as strong winds began to swirl. The red light gradually enveloped the surrounding area, and rocks started to fall. From beneath the ground, a monster's hand emerged, surrounded by intense, dark purple tendrils of power. A yellow, monstrous leg slammed onto the earth, its claws massive and sharp, with the purple energy still swirling around its leg. A voice came from a long-haired, horned old man who said, "Look there," as he glanced down at the people below. Before he could finish his sentence, he uttered, "It's a high-level ant god power." The massive monster's power was so immense that it whipped up a violent storm all around it. Seeing this, one of the fighters below screamed, "It's a high-level beast. Retreat, now." Mo Changqing, already running from the ant god power, yelled to the person beside him, "Follow me, quickly." Moen chased after him, shouting, "Wait for me." Lin Mingji watched as his own subordinates started to flee, while he was still left fighting the other monsters. He cursed in anger. Those sons of bitches sure know how to run. He turned to the subordinates who remained and said, "We're retreating, now." Hundreds of large men fell back, with the spider monsters and the high-level ant god power chasing the crowd ahead of them. Yue Ling looked down on the fleeing men with contempt and scoffed. "Humph, a bunch of pathetic cowards." She turned to leave, saying to the person behind her, "Let's go." "We have to retreat, too," he replied. "But what about Ye Tian?" She turned back, her eyes filled with pride and confidence. "Don't worry, he'll be able to escape." One of the subordinates spoke up. "But don't we have a grand martial artist on our team? They should be perfectly capable of fighting a high-level beast. Why are we running? The ant god power has a strength talent. When a high-level beast's attack is boosted by that kind of talent, it can rival a grandmaster." Another replied, "So how is a grand martial artist supposed to fight that?" Yet another chimed in, "Didn't you see? Even the great old Qing of the Titha stronghold is running the fastest." A man running up ahead saw him and cursed. "Look at that damn old geezer go." Ye Tian, watching from behind, saw it all unfold. He thought bitterly, "These damn big shots. Just as I thought, completely unreliable." The high-level ant god power quickly flew into the air, chasing the desperate people on the ground below as a wave of red energy washed over them. 3 or 4 subordinates were about to be swallowed by the monster's gaping maw. They opened their mouths to scream for help. The monster's mouth snapped shut, and in an instant, they were gone. The high-level ant god power opened its mouth again, unleashing an immense wave of power. This purple energy washed over thousands of subordinates. Their legs felt an immense pressure, as if they were about to buckle and shatter. Their faces went deathly pale, contorted in pain and terror. In that moment, before their very eyes, the sky began to spin. Their vision blurred, and their bodies went rigid. One man collapsed to the ground, crying out, "The air is getting heavier." Sweat poured down his face as he gasped, "I can't breathe." The others, still oblivious, foolishly asked, "What's happening? How is that guy managing to run even faster?" Ye Tian pushed himself to run faster. With his sword slung over his shoulder, his expression was grim, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his jaw. He thought angrily, "This dark aura, it's some kind of suppression field. I have to break through it." He pushed himself to move even faster, leaving the other confused runners behind. The dark aura slammed into him from behind. He was thrown to the ground, his back hitting hard as he skidded across the dirt. Rocks and debris scattered. He got to his feet, watching the massive dark aura before him, exhausted. Veins throbbed on his face as he grit his teeth and let out a heavy breath. The golden ant will definitely follow the main force. It's time for me to go my own way. Elsewhere, in a bleak and desolate area, the scattered skeleton of a monster lay among abandoned buildings. Ye Tian stood there, 1 foot on the massive skeleton, and mused, Feng Lang and his team really live up to their name as professional hunters, tearing this thing down to a bare skeleton. He leaped from the ground, flying up to the top of a tall building and landing lightly. The rubble beneath his feet shifted and crumbled. The sun began to set, its brilliant light creating a beautiful scene with his silhouette. He stood there, watching the burning sun on the horizon. His expression softened. He smiled, taking in the beautiful, peaceful sight before him. Then he sat down, placing his sword beside him. Behind him was a large pile of scrap and rubble. He raised his hand, and a blue panel appeared. Status window. High-grade strength talent replication successful. Fuse, yes, no. He thought, fuse? His eyes sharpened, muscles tensing. Smoke escaped from his mouth as his eyes glowed red, his face taking on a frightening look. The corners of his mouth pulled into a wide grin. He thought, when facing those so-called big shots, only absolute power gives you the right to stand against them. The moon appeared in the silent, starless sky. He ripped off what was left of his shirt. It was too tattered to be worn anymore. A golden light emanated from his eyes, enveloping his entire body. It's time to go home. The sky was clear and blue, sunlight bathing the entire city. A tall building soaked in the bright morning sun. Inside one of its rooms, a person was sitting on a bed, surrounded by a desk and other furniture. Ye Tian was sitting there, cultivating, wearing a shirt so small that it exposed his midsection. He thought, with a top-tier strength talent, my power is 10 times greater. With his eyes closed, he mused. Even though I'm only an elite martial artist right now, killing an early-stage grand martial artist would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yi ran up to him, jumping up and down and shouting, I wait and wait for you to finally come home. And what do? You just sit there every day without moving an inch. She held a large spoon in her hand, puffed out her chest, and said, You won't even talk to me. Are you pretending to be some great master? Her face fell as she looked at him. You're so annoying, acting all mute. She turned and stomped towards the kitchen, saying angrily, Fine, if that's how you want to be, then don't blame me for what happens next. Her face took on a demonic expression, with sharp, jagged teeth. She angrily dumped pepper into the food, declaring, I'll make you taste the wrath of this young lady. The finished dishes were arranged beautifully on the table, looking delicious. She called out, Brother, the food's ready. Time to eat. He sat at the table, looked at the spread she had prepared, and his mouth fell open. So, much food. She leaned on the table and said, You've had it so tough out there, so of course you need some nourishing food. I made all of this especially for you. He happily picked up his chopsticks. Well then, I'll be sure to eat it all. The house was quiet when suddenly there was a knock on the door. He quickly ran over. Who could be knocking? She looked at him in alarm and said, Hey, have a bite before you open the door. He opened the door to find a large man carrying a green satchel. He asked politely, Excuse me, who are you looking for? When he got a clear look at the man's face, he cried out with joy. Feng Lang greeted him with a happy reply as well. Hello, Ye Tian. The two of them went inside, with Ye Tian leading the way. Come on in. But Feng Lang, who was following behind him, chuckled and said he was there to share the spoils of war with him. He opened the bag, which was filled with all sorts of fresh and delicious items. Ye Tian was surprised. There's this much. Ye Tian rubbed his hair and replied with a smile. Actually, you all can just split it. Feng Lang tossed the bag over. And Ye Tian grinned. How could I do that? Everyone definitely gets a share. He reluctantly took the bag and replied, All right. Feng Lang sat down at the dinner table and said, With so much delicious food here, I'm not going to hold back. Ye Tian rubbed his neck and replied, Then please join us for dinner, Captain. It just so happens I have something I wanted to ask you. Yi Yu crossed her arms and quietly observed the two men. He was devouring the food, praising how insanely delicious it was. His chopsticks moved swiftly across the dishes on the table as he said, "It's been so long since I've had a home-cooked meal like this." Ye Tian took the bag and said, "Please eat more, Captain." "As it happens, I'm not that hungry." Yi Yu clasped her hands awkwardly and asked, "Don't you find it salty?" Feng Lang, popping food into his mouth, said, "Not salty at all. It's actually a bit bland. You went light on the salt, didn't you?" She picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters." The two men sat down together on the sofa. Feng Lang drank some tea and said, "Brother Ye Tian, you said you had something to ask me. What is it?" Ye Tian replied casually, "I've been at home, cultivating for the past few days, so I'm not sure what's going on outside. How is the plan to exterminate the ferocious beasts coming along?" Feng Lang picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, "I heard some news. You could say that their Iron Fang stronghold and our Forest Sea stronghold have both suffered some pretty serious losses." Ye Tian asked in surprise, "Serious losses? Are you sure?" Feng Lang replied grimly, "Positive." He poked at a bowl of food on the table and said, "Over 50 elite martial artists died, and even more than 3 grand martial artists were killed." Ye Tian said gravely, "3 grand martial artists died at the Divine Power Ant Nest?" Chewing his food loudly, Feng Lang replied, "That's right. After the first group was beaten back, they organized another group of grand martial artists, but they lost too." He recalled the scene with the high-level Divine Power Ant, saying, "In the end, the Iron Fang stronghold was driven into a frenzy. They sent out a Grand Master, and only then were they able to handle that swarm of ants." Ye Tian jumped up from his seat in shock and said, "A Grand Master? Does that mean the trade passage is considered open?" Feng Lang replied, "It's open, but I really have no idea what the Iron Fang stronghold is plotting." Yi Yu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard a loud voice ask, "Was it worth paying such a high price?" Ye Tian fell silent in thought. The Iron Fang stronghold. In a large building in the city, the sun had already set. As Feng Lang was leaving the house, he said, "Ye Tian, brother, no need to see me out. After all, we're brothers. We'll be seeing each other often." Hearing that, Ye Tian stopped and waved back. "Take care, Captain." A figure walked up to him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Ye Tian?" Mo Yuan approached, an arrogant look on his face as he held a stack of papers. "I am Mo Yuan, a steward of the Mo family." Ye Tian questioned him back. "The Mo family?" The man bowed his head before him, presenting the envelope he was holding. "I have come on the family head's order to invite Lord Ye Tian to the Mo estate for a meal." He offered a brown envelope with both hands. Ye Tian cracked his neck and refused. "Sorry, but I don't feel like going out lately." The man's eyes darted upward from his bowed head. He straightened his back, releasing a threatening blue aura of power as he spoke. When the Mo family sends an invitation, no one has ever dared to refuse. Seeing this, Feng Lang smiled and stepped in front of him, saying, "Steward, let's talk this over." He ignored him and angrily strode toward Ye Tian, saying, "You, surnamed Yi." He got right in his face, his eyes turning cunning, and said, "I advise you to accept obediently. Don't be so ungrateful." Ye Tian looked at the hand on his shoulder, his expression darkening. He leaned back and shoved the man's arm away, catching him by surprise. Ye Tian grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground as a yellow aura of power erupted, his face contorted in rage. Seeing this, Feng Lang immediately shouted to him, "Brother Ye Tian, stop." The man screamed as he scrambled away, "You just wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you." Feng Lang said, "A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold." Ye Tian replied, "It's fine, don't worry." He looked up at the sky, clenching his fist, and thought seriously, "With my top-tier strength talent, I broke his arm without even really trying." Elsewhere, Mo Yuan was tearing a piece of paper with his hands. He collapsed to the ground, fuming. "How dare you provoke me?" He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his furious face, and seethed. "I will absolutely not let you get away with this, Ye Tian." In a large building of the Mo family estate, a black-shoed foot paced across the floor. Mo Changqing walked back and forth in the house, in front of an old man sitting in a chair. Mo Changqing had his eyes closed, breathing out a puff of smoke. A man ran up to the old man and shouted, "Family head, ancestor. It's that Mo Yuan." He crawled and knelt obsequiously, saying, "My lords, you must seek justice for your subordinate." Mo Changqing looked down from above with contempt and said, "I told you to invite someone, not to go kill them. What happened?" Mo Changqing, head of the Mo family, an elite martial artist and son of Mo Changqing, the Mo family's ancestor. Wiping away tears with his hand, he said, "Your subordinate went to invite him, and I was very respectful when I met Ye Tian. But for some reason, the moment that Brat heard I was from the Mo family, he immediately told me to get lost. Hearing this, Mo Changxing said angrily, "What?" Mo Yuan stood up and continued his tale. "Not only did he injure your subordinate, he also tore up the invitation that you personally wrote. A powerful gust of wind sent him flying, knocking over wine bottles and flower pots as an angry voice boomed. What an ungrateful wretch." Hearing the story, Mo Changqing was so enraged he broke into a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Mo Changqing turned to the old man and said, "Father." The old man was furious, his eyes razor-sharp as he replied, "I'm fine." Mo Changqing turned to Mo Yuan and said, "You are dismissed for now." Hearing this, he backed away. "Yes, yes." Mo Changqing took out a medicine box, poured a white pill into his hand, and offered it to the old man, saying, "Take your medicine first, father." The old man took it and picked up a glass of water to drink. After he finished, he put the glass down on the table with a heavy sigh. He sighed and said, "Those divine power ants. Model I used a secret art, pouring all my strength into it. Cough, cough. But I never expected to damage my very core. I'm afraid I won't recover from this." Mo Changqing reached out his hand and said, "Father, don't talk like that. Everything will get better." The old man leaned on his chair, stood up, and said, "I know my own body better than anyone." He walked forward, saying, "After I die, our Mo family will no longer have a grand martial artist to protect it." He looked out the large window at the beautiful dark night sky and said that this was a devastating catastrophe. Mo Changqing said grimly, "Could it be that Ye Tian is waiting for the Lin family's offer?" The old man lowered his head and said, "We must get to him before the Lin family does." The old man's eyes flashed, and smoke puffed from his lips as he spoke. "If you can't invite him, then capture him." Hearing this, Mo Changqing immediately said, "But Ye Tian is a Yi. After all, he's an outsider. Even if we force him to come here, how could he ever truly be loyal to us?" The old man held a red vial in his hand and said, "With this potion, he will." He looked at the vial in his hand, saying, "This potion can erase a person's consciousness. I originally planned to use it at the banquet, but it seems we'll have to use it sooner." The old man handed the vial to him, saying, "Take it." He asked, puzzled, "Erase his consciousness?" A sinister look crossed his face as he stared at the vial in his hand. The old man picked up a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Elder Li, saying, "First, we'll wipe his mind clean. Then, we'll create a new identity for him and brainwash him." The old man turned back to him and said, "I heard he's an illegitimate son who's been wandering outside. We'll have him change his surname to Mo and accept his ancestry." Mo Changqing said in surprise, "Your illegitimate son?" The old man calmly drank the wine in his hand and said, "Don't overthink it. No one is going to take your position as head of the family. We can say he's your illegitimate son. It doesn't matter, as long as his surname is Mo." Hearing this, he burst out laughing and said, "Father, you're worrying too much. I was just concerned it would affect your reputation." The old man sat down and said, "All right, enough nonsense." His face turned serious as he exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking sternly, "Get it done. Quickly." He bowed his back slightly and said, "I'll dispatch the family's 10 great elders to go together." He looked at his father, his face grim, and said, "I refuse to believe we can't capture one measly Ye Tian in this city." Night fell, and dark figures zipped swiftly across the buildings. Each one was a hulking, muscular man, completely cloaked as they moved through the air, their eyes filled with killing intent. Their footsteps landed silently on the ground. One of them whispered, reporting, "I'm inside Ye Tian's house." The man on the comm said, reminding him of the plan once more, "First, capture his sister, then force him to surrender." The infiltrator replied that he understood. Several men surrounded the house on the rooftop outside. Down on the street, one man said, "We've set up an ambush outside. We'll report any movement immediately." The man inside the house replied, "Okay." He reached for the door handle and opened it a crack. Inside the room, a person was sleeping, completely covered by a blanket. The intruder walked over quietly. Only a small tuft of hair was visible on the bed, not the face. The intruder saw this and said, "Target spotted." His eyes sharpened, veins bulged on his face, and he said, "Move in." He reached his massive arm towards the body completely hidden under the blanket. His eyes were vicious. He pulled up the blanket, drew his sword, and a green energy swirled around the blade. He emotionlessly slashed, cutting the blanket in two. His eyes widened at what he saw. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple, veins popping. A hand suddenly appeared right in front of his face. That hand shot out and grabbed him by the neck, a golden power enveloping the veiny arm. Ye Tian choked the intruder, lifting him into the air. He gave a dangerous smile, his voice sharp as a blade as it echoed, "I've been waiting a long time for you guys." On the other end of the comms, someone heard the noise and yelled, "Have you got Ye Yu? Acknowledge if you can hear me." Ye Tian's gaze grew even sharper as he glared furiously at the man before him. The man's face contorted in agony from the chokehold, his eyes bulged, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His earpiece fell to the ground. Ye Tian dropped him, and he collapsed in a heap. A voice came from the earpiece. "The two elders, if you can hear me, respond quickly." Ye Tian picked up the device. He put the earpiece in his ear and said with a cold expression, "I got him. I'll toss him down to you." The man on the other end heard the unfamiliar voice and reacted, asking, "Who are you?" A large figure was thrown from the high floor, along with shards of glass. Ye Tian said, "Here, catch." The intruder's body plummeted from his apartment through the air. A man standing on a rooftop saw it and shouted, "What's happening?" A hand reached out to check the body of the man who had just fallen. 2 or 3 men from outside ran over and heard him say the man was no longer breathing. He screamed a warning to the others, "Everyone, be careful. This kid must have called for backup." The group wondered, in a base as large as Linhai, besides the Yi family, who would dare to stand against the Mo family. On the highest point of the rooftop, these men heard a noise, looked in that direction, and said, "Who's there?" 6 men stared at one spot, asking, "Who's over there? Show yourself." One of them said, "Could it be an illusion?" A green light flashed in their eyes, making them widen. In an instant, the head of the man who had just spoken was sent flying into the air by Ye Tian's slash. The others didn't even have time to react. Ye Tian smiled, looking at his next target, and said, "Number 2. The remaining men immediately scattered, shouting, "A shadow assassin. The kid hired a shadow assassin. Everyone, spread out, now." Ye Tian extended his hand, and his weapon pulsed with more power than ever before. Speed talent. In an instant, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, cutting down the men who were fleeing in chaos. The few who were left trembled in fear, their voices shaking. What kind of speed is that?" Ye Tian turned to look at them, his eyes chillingly cold and terrifying, as he dashed like a flash of lightning through the air, followed by a surge of his immense power. He slashed at one man, causing him to cry out in pain as his body was sent flying. Another man jumped down from above, saying, "He's revealed his true form, he's left an opening." Just as he swooped down to attack, Ye Tian effortlessly dodged, causing the ground where he had been standing to explode into fragments. The man glanced at Ye Tian, thinking, "So fast." Immediately, Ye Tian rushed forward and struck him with his weapon, catching him completely off guard. He continued to cut down the remaining men, while another dodged a blow, flying up before crashing down. Shadow Blade. He soared into the air, his power enveloping a vast area. The other men fled in terror. Shadow Kill. He swooped down, swinging his sword at the fleeing men, who fell to the ground in a heap. Down below, they heard the unusual commotion on the rooftop and asked, "What's the situation up there? Acknowledge if you can hear me." He leaped down from above, landing on the ground. He was barefoot, his feet touching the pavement. He crouched down, his eyes glowing red, muscles tensed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous smirk. One of the men shouted, "It's Ye Tian." That man pointed a finger at him and said, "Get him." They rushed towards him like a flash of lightning, their eyes gleaming, muscles bulging with power. He loosely gripped his weapon as it gradually retracted and disappeared. Immediately after, his hands grew larger. His weapon and body had merged. He clenched his fists together. His legs surged with immense strength. In the darkness, he flew up, his eyes glowing red, his terrifying face flying towards the men. A strength-based talent. The 2 men faced his 2 hands. He planted his feet and used his power to deal with them. One of them thought, sweating bullets in fear, "He can block both of our attacks at the same time? How is that possible?" He sent both men flying, then threw his chest out and roared. They were sent flying, crashing into the ground and leaving craters where they landed. He stepped towards them. Another one slowly backed away, stammering in fear. How can this be? Isn't he just an elite martial artist? He walked silently through the night, his face hidden in the shadows. He looked at the man before him and asked, "You're Mo Xiaobei's father, Mo An, right?" The man was terrified, panicking, and said with a sycophantic smile, "Yes, but please don't kill me. We can negotiate anything." He stood there, silently watching him, then said, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm the one who killed your son, Mo Xiaobei." Instead of getting angry, the man dropped to his knees and said, "It's fine. He must have offended you, Lord Ye Tian. Death was too good for him. I have money. I'll give you anything you want. Just spare me. Please don't kill me." Power flared in his hand. He lowered his head, his eyes glowing red again as he said, "Sorry." Hearing this, the man was petrified, his mouth agape, speechless. He instantly appeared before him, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the ground. The force was so immense that the ground shattered into 100 pieces. He growled, "I like to pull out the weeds by the root. Chapter 41. In the quiet of the late-night city, a crescent moon still hung high in the sky. Not far from where Ye Tian and his brother lived, on a road fractured by the battle, Ye Tian stood beside Mo An's corpse, with stray arcs of lightning still crackling around his body. Pulling the cloak off Mo An's body, he declared that revenge couldn't wait overnight. As the cloak whipped through the air, Ye Tian's voice continued, "If you dare touch my family, I will slaughter your entire clan." With that, Ye Tian threw on Mo An's cloak, pulled the hood over his head, and turned to walk into the night. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Across the rooftops, a shadowy figure moved at high speed. Meanwhile, at the Mo family's villa, the lights were blazing, and the sound of Mo Changqing's constant coughing could be heard. With one hand on his forehead, the old man was quietly waiting for news about Ye Tian. He said wearily, "Why haven't the 10 great elders returned yet?" In the main hall, also awake, was Mo Changqing's son, Mo Changsheng, not far from where his father sat. Mo Changsheng spoke up to reassure his father, "Don't worry, father. There's no need to be concerned." He was very confident in the strength of the 10 great elders, so he smiled and said, "With all 10 great elders mobilized, there's no mission they can't complete in Lin High Base." Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, flying towards the main hall with the speed of lightning. Mo Changqing sensed it immediately and leaped out of his chair. A split second later, he would have been killed by that sword. The chair exploded, sending dust everywhere, with sparks of lightning still visible. Looking towards the dark figure standing on the walkway, the old man roared in anger, "Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble? The Mo family is considered one of the great clans, yet someone dares to attack us here." The sword was still embedded in the ground, vibrating from the impact, with arcs of lightning faintly flickering around its blade. As if hearing a summons, it shot back up, flying backward with incredible speed into an outstretched hand. Ye Tian planted a foot on the railing, looking down at Mo Changqing and his son. He rested the sword on one shoulder, put his other hand in his pocket, and gave them a mocking smile. "You're the ones who sent people to kill me, and now you're asking who I am. How ridiculous." Mo Changsheng of the Mo family was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. As soon as he heard Ye Tian speak, he demanded, "You're Ye Tian. Why are you here? Where are the 10 great elders?" Ye Tian smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you'll all be reunited soon enough." "In hell." Mo Changsheng's face darkened as he asked, "What did you say?" Ye Tian didn't want to waste any more time. He didn't answer Mo Changsheng, but instead launched himself forward, moving like the wind, straight towards him. As he got close, he flipped his wrist and pointed the sword's tip directly at Mo Changsheng. The blade crackled with fierce lightning. At Ye Tian's current speed, how could Mo Changsheng possibly dodge? He barely had time to widen his eyes before Ye Tian decisively swung his sword, cutting a straight line across Mo Changsheng's body. His eyes rolled back as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Watching Mo Changsheng fall heavily to the floor, Mo Changqing rushed over, shouting, "Son." He cradled the lifeless body of Mo Changsheng, covering his son's face with his hand and closing his eyes in anguish as he called out his name, Kangsheng. Having witnessed his son's death, Mo Changqing threw his head back and screamed, "You bastard," while activating a secret technique that enveloped his entire body in lightning. Ye Tian remained calm, a cold smile on his face. "A secret technique. I've seen it before. You used it when you ran away." Mo Changqing was now on the verge of madness. His hair stood on end, the lightning around him grew denser, and a bright bolt of energy appeared on his forehead. He clutched his head with a ferocious expression, repeating, "You dared to kill my son." His body suddenly expanded, causing his outer robes to start tearing. He roared in fury, "I want you dead." At the same time, his body transformed rapidly. The clothes he wore could no longer contain his bulging muscles and ripped apart. His aura was steadily rising. After using the secret technique, his speed skyrocketed. With a savage look, he shot towards Ye Tian. Sensing the danger, Ye Tian frowned. Mo Changqing raised his fist, preparing to strike with all his might. With a loud bang, he landed a powerful punch squarely on Ye Tian's face, knocking him backward. He didn't stop there, following up with another punch to the stomach. It sent Ye Tian flying backward, along with chunks of shattered stone. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself by planting one hand on the ground. The old man stalked towards him, seething, "You little brat, prepare to die." Everything in the main hall was destroyed, the ground torn apart. Mo Changqing was radiating killing intent, his face vicious as he snarled, "Tearing you limb from limb won't be enough to satisfy my hatred." Only now did the Mo family's other martial artists notice the commotion in the hall. They came rushing in, wary of an assassin, to protect their ancestor. One by one, they poured in from all corners, surrounding Ye Tian. Seeing this, Ye Tian's gaze sharpened. He tightened his grip on his weapon, readying his fighting stance. but didn't forget to mock the Mo family members. I've already killed your family head, and you're only now getting on guard. The Mo family is nothing but trash, from top to bottom. Looking at Ye Tian, Mo Changqing ordered, cut him down where he stands. All the Mo family members responded in unison, and the two sides charged at each other. Ye Tian leaped high into the air, swinging his sword straight ahead, and unleashed his shadow kill attack. The sword strike carried astonishing power. He slashed through a group of Mo family warriors, sending them flying before they crashed to the ground. He massacred them all in a single move, leaving no one alive. Looking at Ye Tian's back, Mo Changqing was bewildered. How is this possible? The lightning mark on Mo Changqing's forehead flashed, and he roared in anger as he charged towards Ye Tian. This animal actually has the combat power of a martial artist. With that, the two clashed again. Ye Tian gave a cold smile. Old dog, let's see how long your secret art can last. Suddenly, a large, gleaming blade appeared in Mo Changqing's hand, looking terrifyingly sharp. Gathering lightning, he bellowed, "You arrogant brat." He swung the blade toward Ye Tian, and its collision with his sword produced a series of resounding booms. The two waves of energy met, causing the surrounding air to explode and sweep outwards. The ground shattered, and the entire main hall was leveled. While the sounds of battle at the Mo estate had yet to cease, not far away, two figures stood on a high branch, looking toward the large mansion where the fight was unfolding. The two mysterious figures were cloaked in black with their hoods pulled up. One of them spoke. The Mo family actually has a great warrior engaged in battle. This level of combat power is truly extraordinary. The other replied in an aged voice, "Young master, shall this old servant go take a look?" The other person replied, "Lindsay, no need to rush. We'll adapt as the situation demands." As he spoke, he pulled back his hood, revealing a rather familiar face. Lin Mingji, the son of the current head of the Lin family. He gave an unreadable smile as he looked toward the Mo family estate. The battle between the two showed no signs of cooling down. Ye Tian slashed forward with his blade. Mo Changqing also swung his blade toward Ye Tian. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in just a few short seconds. Mo Changqing's expression suddenly changed as sweat dripped down his face. "He's so fast. He completely blocked my attacks." At that moment, Ye Tian gathered his strength for an extremely powerful slash down at Mo Changqing. Mo Changqing immediately retreated to dodge Ye Tian's blow, but unfortunately, he was still grazed by it. Mo Changqing started to cough up blood. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Mo Changqing gathered his strength for a slash. A powerful blow from above aimed at Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly leaped into the air to dodge. Mo Changqing's attack slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and stone. Ye Tian jumped back. Mo Changqing was furious. He dodged it again. This can't go on. Instead of continuing this battle of attrition, I might as well use the time before my secret art wears off to go ask the Lin family for help. By now, Mo Changqing was starting to feel exhausted. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Ye Tian looked at him with a devilish smile and said contemptuously, "Keep fighting. Unless you can't anymore." Mo Changqing suddenly took something out and summoned a smoke bomb. He pulled the pin and threw it hard at Ye Tian's position. The smoke bomb obscured Ye Tian's vision. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that Mo Changqing had resorted to a smoke screen. He waved his hands forcefully to clear the smoke. By then, Mo Changqing was already fleeing in a hurry. Seeing this, Ye Tian shouted. Trying to run, he used all his strength to shoot straight toward Mo Changqing. Ye Tian chased him with a look of contempt. Mo Changqing was drenched in sweat. He glanced behind him. This guy was really hard to deal with. It didn't take long for Ye Tian to catch up to Mo Changqing. Their paths created two streaks of light across the sky. Ye Tian quickly shot past Mo Changqing, appearing in front of him. "Where do you think you're going?" Mo Changqing's face immediately contorted. Damn it, this beast must have a high-level speed talent. He realized he couldn't outrun him in a straight line. He made the decision to reverse course, quickly turning around and running back the way he came at full speed. Seeing this, Ye Tian flashed a triumphant grin. If you want to play, I'll play with you." Ye Tian immediately flew straight toward Mo Changqing. After a while, he began to weaken. The lightning-shaped mark on his head gradually faded. Oh no, the secret art is about to fail. By then, the mark had nearly vanished before disappearing completely. The moment the mark disappeared, he plummeted to the ground, unable to run any further. He collapsed, completely drained of energy. His appearance reverted to his original state. His body trembled with exhaustion as he gasped for breath, his hair disheveled, and his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it! Damn it! It's over. Ye Tian landed on the ground. He then advanced towards him with a thunderous presence, his body radiating a powerful, oppressive aura. He said loudly, "Go, have your reunion in hell." The old man scrambled backward in fear, stammering, "Young master, young master." Hearing this, Ye Tian paused for a beat. Ha! The man immediately began to kowtow, sincerely begging Ye Tian for his life. Young master, I beg you, please spare me. I'll give you my supreme, ultimate treasure, he thought. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Ye Tian casually waved his hand. All right, take it out. Let me have a look. This is it. A circular energy materialized from Mo Changqing's palm, which then formed a red orb. Please accept it, young master. Mo Changqing suddenly flashed a devilish grin. Instantly, the orb shot out countless needles. Ye Tian quickly realized what Mo Changqing was up to. He swiftly leaped into the air to dodge. He swung his weapon to deflect the attacks as the needles rained down on the ground. When the barrage of needles ended, he landed back on the ground. But one needle had grazed his face. Poison from the wound began to spread. How despicable, as expected of the Mo family, always resorting to such low-handed tricks. At this, Mo Changqing laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's coated in a deadly poison. You're dead for sure. He stood up and pointed at Ye Tian. In the end, you'll still die by my hand, you little beast. Ye Tian immediately activated his healing talent. A wave of life force emanated from his body, and the wound healed in an instant. Mo Changqing's jaw dropped, and he screamed in disbelief. A healing talent? How can you have so many talents? Ye Tian picked up one of the needles. This thing? He flung the needles straight at Mo Changqing. The attack was not only powerful but also poisoned, causing Mo Changqing to spit up blood and fall to the ground in agony. Go ask the king of hell. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building where Ye Tian lived. Why isn't brother Ye Tian back yet? Feng Lang was crouching, sword in hand, observing his surroundings. He stroked his chin, thinking, I feel like I'm about to become his sister's nanny. A figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Lang. I heard that complaint, Feng Lang. Feng Lang, stunned, turned around. Brother Ye Tian. Ye Tian, holding his jacket, walked over and said, Thank you for taking care of Ye Yu. It must have been hard on you. Feng Lang stood up, turned around, and asked, You're finally back. Is everything settled? It's handled. From now on, the Mo clan will no longer exist in Linhai Base. Hearing this, Feng Lang trembled in fear. Cough, cough, what a ruthless man. Right, where's Ye Yu? Assassins probably won't be coming here anymore. It's very safe here. Ye Yu just took a sedative and is resting in her room. Hearing this, Ye Tian nodded, relieved. It's good that she's okay. Feng Lang gestured for him to come down. It's cold on the rooftop. Ye Tian nodded in agreement, and then they both leaped from the rooftop to the ground below. As they walked, Feng Lang asked, Now that the Mo family has been eliminated, what are your plans? I want to have Ye Yu start cultivating first. Hearing this, Feng Lang was stunned. Cultivating? Right, is there any method that works quickly for ordinary people? Ha ha ha, what kind of miracle method do you think there is? The two entered the house. You just have to be willing to spend a fortune on resources. That's how all the children from the great families are raised. Is it that simple? First, let's check on Ye Yu. She's sleeping in the upstairs bedroom. Ye Tian raised his hand. Thanks. He quickly opened the door and entered Ye Yu's room. Ye Yu was sleeping soundly inside. He walked over and sat beside where she lay. He called out, Ye Yu. She heard her brother's voice. She rubbed her eyes and woke up. Suddenly, she saw her brother. She rushed forward, crying out, Brother, I was so scared. I thought you weren't coming back. He stroked her head to comfort his sister. I will always be by your side. Promise me, you can't lie to me. Tears streamed down his face. Absolutely not. The next day, at the Mo family's mansion, a crowd gathered, gossiping. The great Mo family was actually wiped out. How powerful do you think this person is? A man in a white shirt spoke up. Some big shots have arrived. It's the young master of the Lin family, Lin Mingji, and the grand martial artist, Lin Ze. Yu Ling and her companion had also come to join the commotion. Her maid said, Miss, look, the Lin family is here. She looked at the two from the Lin household. Lin Mingji looked at Mo Changqing's corpse, clicking his tongue. As he looked, he sighed. To think the Mo family's old ancestor would end up like this. Then he picked up a sphere, observed it, and said, This must be the Mo family's secret weapon. Their clan's treasured iron caltrop pearl. This type of hidden weapon is extremely vicious. It can be used as a last resort to counterattack. Its damage range is extremely wide, and its destructive power is immense. Used in a surprise attack, even a grand martial artist wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Mingji's hand tightened, causing the iron caltrop pearl to crack. But this time, not only did the opponent escape, they even used the needles from the iron caltrop pearl to counter-kill Mo Changqing. According to the survivors, the killer was alone. This means they are at least at the peak grand martial artist level. That's probably correct. Factions with this kind of power. I'm afraid they come from our very own Linhai base. Young master, Could it be that the Mo family's annihilation was the Iron Fang base's way of making a show of force against us? You guessed right, Lin Mingji replied thoughtfully. When the Iron Fang base proposed the passage transaction with us, the spies we sent out mentioned something. A leader of a powerful beast pack near the Iron Fang base is about to evolve into a king. The Iron Fang base is about to face a crisis of destructive proportions. Lindsay asked, so you're saying their so-called passage transaction is actually a migration route for their people? That's likely the case. So after the two bases merge, the old and new factions will inevitably split into two sides. From then on, our Lin family won't just be representing ourselves, but will become the leader of the entire old faction. As Lin Mingji spoke, a sinister look appeared on his face. Let the Iron Fang base's show of force become the very tide that carries our Lin family forward. Old Z, you know what to do, right? Lin Z immediately knelt and replied respectfully, I understand. I will personally go and inform the major families, inviting them to divide the Mo family's resources at Ye Tian's house. At that moment, Ye Tian poured out all the resources, including several vials of beast blood and countless other precious items. Feng Lang's expression instantly changed as he said in shock, so many potions? This pile of tonics is worth more than my entire villa. You're really generous. Yi Yu was also stunned and stammered. Are you crazy? Are these potions real? Hurry up and give them back to me. It wasn't easy for you to save up money for a wedding. Don't go blowing it all on these health supplements. This is the real deal, and it's very valuable. Here, try one. With that, he immediately popped a pill into her mouth. She swallowed the pill. Instantly, a wave of energy radiated from her body. She cried out, ah, that feels amazing. He stood beside her, smiling as he watched her. By now, night had fallen. Yi Yu asked, do you really have to go? Yeah. I have to go to the Little Tianye forest. There's something there I need. Recently, the Iron Fang base has been sending people to live in Linhai base because of the threat from a large number of ferocious beasts. Our 2 grandmasters aren't enough. Increasing our strength is the most important thing right now. That's right. I have to get stronger before then. Ye Tian had already prepared his things, wearing a down-filled cloak. Seeing that her brother, who had just returned, had to leave again, Yi Yu felt sad. But you just got back not long ago, and now you're leaving all by yourself again. Can you not go? Don't worry. You stay home and study the basic body-strengthening techniques with the captain. And these potions, you have to take them on time and train diligently. Then you have to be careful out there. I'll be waiting for you at home. Ye Tian smiled and patted Feng Lang's shoulder. Then I'll leave Yi Yu in your hands, Captain. I'm counting on you. Don't worry. My brother's sister is my sister. Leave it to me. With the roar of a powerful motorcycle, a convoy led by a young man with blonde hair tore down the road. Seeing the emblem on the car window, Feng Lang said, the people from the Iron Fang stronghold are here. Ye Tian was also very surprised and asked, such a large-scale operation? The leader, riding his vehicle like a warhorse, shouted, Linhai stronghold, we're here. His name is Sun Feng, one of the 4 great young geniuses of the Iron Fang base at the mid-tier elite martial artist realm. This is the Sun family's convoy. The convoy was now pushing other cars off the road. As Sun Feng passed by, Ye Tian, with a cold gaze, also scanned his talents. The guy's status window appeared. He had a high-grade cultivation talent and an insect-tier saber talent. Ye Tian looked at Sun Feng's stats and thought, his talent is really high. The convoy kicked up a cloud of dust, making Yi Yu choke and cough. Cough, cough. What are they doing? This is outrageous. Suddenly, Ye Tian had a bad feeling. Why did he have such an ominous premonition? Ye Tian quickly left, saying, all right, you 2 head home now. I'm taking off. Okay. Ye Tian activated his speed talent and shot up into the air, leaving the city. Yi Yu watched his brother's figure disappear, thinking to himself, I hope you have a safe journey, brother. In the Little Tianye forest, Ye Tian quickly ventured deeper inside. The outskirts were filled with wild trees and overgrown grass. He couldn't help but remark, it's truly desolate out here. He suddenly noticed a large footprint on the ground. After examining it, he realized it was likely the track of a black dragon leopard. If I can just find the black dragon leopard, I can upgrade my speed talent. A loud noise echoed from deep within the forest. He also felt waves of elemental power radiating out. Such strong energy waves. A vicious beast must be fighting. I'll go check it out. He then dashed towards the source of the energy. A giant ape was frantically attacking 2 leopards. He stopped on a large rock and looked down. That's. Yi Tian suddenly realized they were golden thread dragon leopards, a rare and more powerful variant than the black dragon leopard. Their speed is definitely a top-tier speed talent. The great ape is probably a high-level beast, with combat power equal to a peak grand martial artist. The 2 golden thread dragon leopards were mid-level beasts. Despite having a top-tier speed talent, they were still struggling to defeat the great ape. Over here, the ape slammed a powerful blow onto the ground. The aftershock sent surrounding rocks and dirt flying. Both leopards were hit and severely injured. Ye Tian fell silent, thinking, with such an intense fight, how am I supposed to replicate their top-tier speed talent? Suddenly, a small paw appeared, and a leopard cub licked his body. He turned around, surprised and confused. A cute leopard cub meowed, meow, meow. Startled, he immediately backed away. There's a little one here too? What do you want? A powerful soul light emanated from the cub's body towards Ye Tian, and suddenly, a voice rang out. Master, I am willing to offer you my soul light to form a master-servant contract. From this day forward, I will be your most loyal servant. Ye Tian recognized the soft, feminine voice. Are you the one talking? The little leopard looked at him and replied, Yes, master. Why do you want me as your master? The leopard joyfully approached him. I smell the aura of speed on you, master. It feels close to nature. He checked the leopard's status window. Species, golden thread dragon leopard. Talents, top-tier speed. Mid-tier endurance, basic self-healing. After seeing its talents, Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaim, Speed, endurance, and self-healing. What powerful talents. This is a divine beast. Compassionate master, my parents are in danger, and my mother is still pregnant. I beg you to save them. So that's what this is about. He understood the situation now. Petting its head, he said, Little guy, from now on, I'll call you Xiao Jin. You will be my very first tamed beast. Thank you, master. The notification panel then appeared, successfully replicated top-tier speed talent. Do you wish to fuse? With a determined gaze, he immediately chose to fuse. After the fusion process was complete, he stood on a large ledge with Xiao Jin and looked towards the ape, saying, Since you've placed your faith in me, Ye Tian. He summoned his short swords into his hand. Then, of course, I will do everything in my power to help. Man and beast stared down with murderous intent. At that moment, his talent panel updated. High-tier cultivation talent, top-tier speed talent, mid-tier blade talent, basic shadow talent, top-tier self-healing talent, high-tier strength talent. Ye Tian quickly activated his top-tier speed talent. An immense force erupted from his feet. He shot straight towards the ape's head, aiming for its weak spot first. He swooped down from above, aiming directly for the ape's eye, and then slashed his blade straight into its left eye, causing it to scream in pain. Instantly, he teleported to the ape's right side and slashed its other eye, blinding the great ape completely. It roared in agony. As he landed on the ground, the pair of golden thread dragon leopards approached Ye Tian, baring their fangs and growling as a warning that if the stranger came any closer, they would attack. Ye Tian panicked, waving his hands defensively and said, Xiao Jin, I don't have your mother's soul light. Quickly tell her I'm not an enemy. Xiao Jin then bowed its head and meowed, explaining the situation. The other golden thread dragon leopard understood and stopped threatening Ye Tian. He took out a small elixir from his hand and said, This is a healing pill. You should eat it first to protect the fetus. It's okay. Go on and eat. He then knelt down, holding the pill closer. The golden thread dragon leopard approached and sniffed it. It swallowed the pill and meowed. Immediately, a wave of energy began to heal its body. The other one also growled, signaling something. Xiao Jin said to him, Master, my father is saying. Ye Tian understood and turned his head. You want one for him too, right? Xiao Jin wagged its tail. Thank you, master. The ape, after being blinded, began to flee. Ye Tian glared at it with a hateful gaze and shouted, trying to run. The golden thread dragon leopard pair, having recovered, also unleashed their power, baring their fangs and growling. Ye Tian saw this and understood they had no intention of letting the great ape go. All right, if I'm going to help, I'll see it through to the end. I refuse to believe that 3 top-tier speed talents can't kill 1 high-level beast. Just then, Xiao Jin said, Master, it's not 3, it's 4. Xiao Jin was learning to fight too. Hearing this, Ye Tian gave a cold smile. Right, you're not wrong. Immediately after, the 3 of them activated their top-tier speed talents and chased after the ape. In the blink of an eye, Ye Tian and the 2 golden thread dragon leopard couple caught up to the ape. He thought to himself, this top-tier speed talent is so fast. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. The ape's hand swiped at them. Seeing this, they all dodged in an instant. He changed direction and appeared in front of the ape, used his strength, talent, and punched it in the snout, sending its body flying. The golden thread leopard pair then rushed in, tearing and biting ferociously, making the ape howl in agony. Ye Tian then activated his strength talent again, swinging his fist straight at the ape. The powerful punch made it scream in agony before it collapsed to the ground. The impact of its fall sent dust and smoke everywhere. shaking the entire area. The golden thread leopard pair also moved in, looking for an opportunity to strike. Ye Tian hovered in the air, watching the ape. It moved quickly, looking for a chance to launch a surprise attack from within the dust cloud. It's still not dead, Ye Tian thought. Its body is really tough. He started moving again. He flew right in front of it. Although the ape's eyes were injured, it managed to force them slightly open. Just then, Xiao Jin bared its fangs and shot straight from his shoulder, piercing through the ape's head and causing it to explode. After that attack, the ape's fangs were broken. After that attack, the ape fell to the ground. Xiao Jin quickly jumped back onto Ye Tian's shoulder and said excitedly, Master, did we win? Ye Tian then hugged Xiao Jin and smiled in satisfaction. We won. He stroked Xiao Jin in his arms, letting out a happy sigh. He never thought he'd one day be fighting side by side with a ferocious beast. The mother golden thread leopard's legs began to tremble, and unable to stand, it collapsed. He suddenly realized something was wrong. The mother leopard was injured. In a dark forest, a scream echoed from somewhere. Mom. Ye Tian looked at the leopard. Perhaps the recent battle had injured its heart. The worried cubs circled around it, calling out, Mommy. He then took out a bottle of medicine. Luckily, he had a habit of carrying various healing potions. He opened the bottle cap. It seems this will come in handy after all. He poured a purple liquid into the leopard's mouth. This is a medicine for internal injuries. She'll be fine after drinking it. The mother leopard gradually recovered. The cub said, Thank you, Master. Mom is feeling much better. Ye Tian smiled. That's good. There was a rustle in the bushes. The black wolf leopards growled. The cub told him, Master, be careful. It's the black wolf leopards. They were the ones who lured the great ape here earlier. So that's what happened. He gave a slight smile as purple lightning crackled around him. Looking at the situation, it seems you all want to replace her parents as the lords of this forest, right? The cub replied, Yes, Master. The purple lightning intensified as he spoke apologetically. Well then, I can't allow that. He then did a backflip and slammed his fist down on the back of a black wolf leopard, making it scream in agony. The other black wolf leopards stared in shock, and their bodies began to tremble in fear of his power. The black wolf leopard he had just struck was already dead. The others started to back away as he picked up the cub. He declared, From now on, he is your new master. The next morning, the mother leopard's body had only recovered a little, so she probably couldn't travel far. The mother leopard turned to speak to her cub, and the cub then relayed the message to him. My mother says it's okay. She wants to give you a gift as a token of her gratitude. He accepted the gift. They crossed through forests and arrived at a cave. After they entered, he asked it, Are we there yet? The cub replied, We're here, Master. It's in the cave up ahead. Inside the cave, numerous bones were scattered on the ground, and on top of a rock, there was something sparkling brightly. On top of the spirit grass was a blue flower. So this is that spirit grass. The cub replied, That's right, Master. This is the gift my mother wanted to give you. But she said the fruit will only ripen after 30 days, so you'll have to wait a bit. He looked at it and said, 30 days from now? He touched the top of the spirit grass, wondering to himself what kind of effect it would have. This is truly something to look forward to. The scene changes, and it's now dark outside. He is helping the mother leopard give birth. He shouted, Push! The head is out. Just hold on a little longer. Finally, the mother leopard gave birth to an adorable little leopard cub. He smiled. Another lord of the forest has been born. A month later, the top of the spirit grass had turned from blue to red. He sniffed it. It smells so fragrant. It must be ripe. He was overjoyed. He plucked the fruit from the spirit grass. The cub beside him urged him on. Master, hurry up and eat it. He laughed out loud. Look how impatient you are. He put it in his mouth and swallowed it. A bit of red juice was still on his lips when he suddenly clutched his chest, screamed, and collapsed. The cub beside him panicked, calling out for its master. It was late at night when he groggily woke up. He clutched his head. My head hurts so much. I feel a kind of spiritual power in my mind. Spiritual power is an ability that only a great martial artist can control. Could it be? I've broken through to the great martial artist stage. His pupils turned red, and purple rings emanated from them. The range at which he could inspect others' abilities had increased to 50 meters. Furthermore, he could emit a purple energy from his palm. It seems he now had a spatial replication ability. A notification panel appeared. The status window showed species golden-haired dragon leopard. Bloodline talent, peak grade. Speed talent, peak grade. Endurance talent, mid-grade. Self-healing talent, low grade. Do you want to replicate the mid-grade endurance talent? Yes or no? He chose no. He stood up. An endurance talent is useless to me. I should probably prioritize upgrading my cultivation talent. As he walked, he thought, all right, it's time to go home. This trip's harvest wasn't bad. He said to the leopards, let's say our goodbyes here. Thank you very much for your gift. It was a great help to me. The leopards growled in response. The little cub was reluctant, running and crying. Master, I want to go too. Xiao Jin doesn't want to leave you. Master, he smiled and said, in that case, I'll take you to meet someone. I'm sure she'll like you. The little cub replied while still crying, thank you, master. Ye Tian was using his power to run towards a neighborhood as the cub spoke up. Ah, master, the outside world is so interesting. I've never seen scenery like this before. He replied as he ran, you silly thing, the outside world is very dangerous. When he arrived, everything before him was in ruins. This is the 5th Academy. There are so many dead bodies here. He was horrified when he saw Zhang Bao sitting with his head down. He rushed over to him, shouting, Zhang Bao, are you okay? What on earth happened? The boy slowly opened his eyes. Ye Tian. He was overjoyed. That's great, you're still alive. He handed him a bottle of medicine and helped him drink. First, you need to replenish your energy. This is high-level ferocious beast blood. So, you guys are the martial artists from the Iron Fang base? Zhang Bao replied, that's right. The Iron Fang base was destroyed by ferocious beasts. 10,000 people have fled to the Lin Hai base. It's complete chaos outside Long Hang now. Ye Tian looked at him and asked, so who's calling the shots in the base now? He answered tiredly, the Lin family is still the leader in name, but in reality, they're nothing more than puppets. He looked up at the sky. As expected, things have changed. In a certain neighborhood, 2 people were practicing their swordsmanship. The masked person lunged at the man with a sword, but he dodged it. Then, with a single strike from his own sword, he shattered the masked person's blade. The masked person said, I still lost. The man replied, you did very well. You're very talented. It's all because you're such a good teacher. The masked person took off her protective gear, revealing a beautiful young woman named Yi Yu. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. She looked over and saw Ye Tian. She exclaimed, brother. She ran over and hugged him. You're finally back, he replied. Don't get so excited. The little leopard cub crawled out of his shirt, and she asked curiously, what's the kitten's name? He replied, Xiao Jin. Before he could react, she quickly scooped up the little leopard, exclaiming, Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin. Hey, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Gets a pet and forgets all about her big brother. I bet you didn't see that coming, did you? He turned around. Feng Lang, a tall and burly man, was walking towards him. Yi Yu has already reached the martial apprentice realm, hasn't she? I'm so sorry to have troubled you. The man replied, it's nothing. Don't be so formal. You've heard about the Iron Fang base being invaded, right? Ye Tian answered, I have. Is everything okay at home? The man replied, don't worry. It's always been very safe here. He continued, after you left, a young lady came by and gave us this, saying she was from the Iron Fang base. She said that with this, they wouldn't dare bother us anymore. The Martial Pavilion token. He let out a sigh of relief. That was thoughtful of her. The two of them talked as they walked. So we can use the monster tokens even though we don't have them, but is there anything else going on? There's a guy named Sun Feng who's been coming around looking for you, challenging you to a life or death match. He thought for a moment. Sun Feng. I remember that name. I even checked his talent back at the city gate. This guy calls himself one of the 4 great geniuses of the Iron Fang base. After entering the city, he went around challenging. Feng Lang continued, you have to handle this carefully. He's not someone to be trifled with. Hey, Ye Tian, are you even listening to me? The look in his eyes and the expression on his face at that moment were terrifying, accompanied by an intriguing thought. Just then, a young man was flying down the road on a motorcycle at breakneck speed. He sped towards Ye Tian, then popped a wheelie right in front of him. Woo! But he still seemed completely unfazed. With a cold expression, he glanced at him. The man stopped his bike and got off. He was riding a green motorcycle with slicked-back blonde hair. He wore a rather large earring, and most notably, he had a scar running from his eyebrow down across his eye. He glared at him. You're Ye Tian, right? He replied coldly, that's me. You're finally back. The man tilted his head up, a smirk on his face. I'm sure you know what's going on. Then, he started to turn his bike around to leave. 10 a.m. tomorrow, a duel at Minghui Square. The bet is a bronze-grade saber technique manual. He just kept rambling on, while he stood there silently and listened. I wonder if you'll even dare to show up. He sneered, shooting him a contemptuous glance as a status window appeared. Human, Sun Feng. Cultivation talent, high grade. Saber arts talent, mid-grade. At that moment, he began to channel his internal energy as purple energy started to swirl around his hand. He answered slowly, of course. At that moment, he straightened his hand, preparing to strike. He raised his hand and said, I'll be happy to oblige. He smiled as he watched him prepare to leave. Successfully replicated high-grade cultivation talent. The man revved his engine, and before leaving, he glanced back and said, "Then I'll be waiting with the utmost respect." And with that, he sped off on his bike, once again at breakneck speed. Feng Lang, who had been standing behind him and heard everything, finally spoke up. "That was too reckless. Sun Feng's strength is unfathomable. At your current level, you're sure to lose." He was silent for a moment, his vacant eyes still staring in the direction the man had sped off. "That's not a given," he said with certainty, clenching his hand into a tight fist, the veins on the back of it bulging. That evening, back at home, he was reviewing his own status window. Human, Ye Tian. Cultivation talent, high grade. Speed talent, peak grade. Saber talent, mid grade. Shadow talent, elementary grade. Healing talent, peak grade. Strength talent, high grade. He sat there, considering it for a moment. My cultivation talent is already high grade. Let's try adding it today. The status window appeared. Replicate high-grade cultivation talent? Yes, no. He closed his eyes and answered, waiting for the status bar to finish replicating. After the replication, human, Ye Tian. Cultivation talent, peak grade. Speed talent, peak grade. Saber talent, mid grade. Shadow talent, elementary grade. Healing talent, peak grade. Strength talent, high grade. He got out of bed and walked outside. He went out to the balcony, opened the door, and slowly stepped out, leaning against the railing. The wind blew, running through the strands of his hair. He placed both hands on the railing, looking up at the moon. "I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow's duel." Minghui Square. The place was bustling with stalls all around, and people were crowding the area. Sun Feng was sitting next to a stone stele inscribed with words commemorating the virtues of the Lin family. He sat there waiting for Ye Tian, his katana by his side. He waited calmly, enjoying the moment with his eyes closed. But all around him, people were whispering. Sun Feng has chosen a new dueling spot again. He's never lost. I heard the unlucky guy this time is named Ye something. I've never heard of him. A goateed man said, I heard this. Ye Tian fellow is very young. I don't know why he agreed to a duel with him. Another person added, as the crowd continued to buzz with conversation. I think this time, it's not just Sun Feng's opponent who's unlucky. I'm afraid the Lin family's commemorative stele is going to be destroyed too. They continued to gossip about him. A white-haired man walked by. Every time, he uses a duel as an excuse to destroy a family's commemorative stele. That Sun Feng is definitely doing this on purpose. The Iron Fang base wants to diminish the prestige of the great families. It's finally the Lin family's turn, the person behind him added. Not far away, Yue Ling and Xiao Yu were standing and assessing the situation. Xiao Si, do you think Ye Tian will show up? I'm a little worried about him, Yue Ling said, resting her chin on her hand as she looked towards him. Don't worry. With Ye Tian's abilities, even if he can't beat Sun Feng, he can still protect himself. Elsewhere, wow, why are so many people here to watch? A young girl said, looking at the crowd. He always makes a big spectacle of his fights. What he wants is influence. But why so many people? How are we going to get through? It was none other than Feng Lang and Ye Tian's sister, Yi Yu. Brother, maybe we should just go home. It's better not to fight. It's too dangerous. She looked back at him worriedly. He patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll be back in a bit. He immediately leaped high into the air, flying straight towards Sun Feng and landing in front of him, to the amazement of the surrounding crowd. Who is he? Is he the one in the duel? People whispered among themselves. At that moment, he was wearing a suit, looking incredibly imposing. Been waiting long? Just then, his opponent slowly began to open his eyes to look at him. He started to stand up. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Suddenly, he shouted, the bronze-grade Azure Wind Saber slash technique. If you win, you can take it. As he spoke, he pointed towards the manual sitting on his stand not far away. At that moment, another book materialized in his hand. He held the book that had just appeared, a bronze-level blade technique manual that suited the terms of the wager. He immediately threw it at the book the other man had offered, knocking it to the ground. The two books now lay neatly on the ground. The other man started to get angry, his eyebrows furrowing. How arrogant. As he spoke, he drew his sword, leaped up, and lunged straight at him. From a distance, Yi Yu cheered for her brother. Brother, be careful. His expression didn't change as he glared at his opponent with killing intent. Sun Feng brandished his sword, let out a shout, and charged towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian looked up, his gaze fixed forward. With a slight pivot of his foot, he gracefully sidestepped the slash Sun Feng had just delivered. So fast, Sun Feng thought, glancing at Ye Tian in surprise. He angrily swung the long saber in his hand repeatedly, shouting, Damn it! Were you born in the year of the rat or something? All you know how to do is scurry around. Ye Tian wasn't provoked by his words, easily dodging all of Sun Feng's slashes. Sun Feng swung his sword back to gain momentum, then slashed at Ye Tian once more. He ducked, narrowly avoiding Sun Feng's attack in an instant, but the slash still managed to cut a few strands of hair from the top of Ye Tian's head. He clenched his fist, and while still ducking, took advantage of the opening to punch Sun Feng hard in the chest. The punch was so powerful that the sound of ribs cracking in his chest could be heard. Sun Feng was sent flying back a good distance by Ye Tian's punch, crashing into some nearby wooden barrels. The people watching the fight from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. He sent Sun Feng flying with a single punch again. Who on earth is this kid? Ye Tian clenched his fist, looking down from above, and asked Sun Feng with a smirk, "Still think I'm a rat now?" Sun Feng quickly scrambled to his feet, facing Ye Tian from a distance and raising his voice. "You've got some skill. In that case, I won't hold back anymore." With that, he bent his knees. Spreading his arms wide with his sword, he took an attack stance. Sun Feng gripped the sword with both hands, exerting so much force that the veins on his arms bulged. He slashed out violently while shouting, "Azure Wind Slash." A series of spinning sword lights formed sharp, circular blades that shot forward. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he raised his guard, leaning back to dodge the waves of sword chi that came at him. Having missed their target, the waves of sword chi shot straight ahead and split the Lin family's stone tablet in two. The stone tablet crumbled into a pile of rubble. Lin Mingji gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. He broke the Lin family's merit tablet again. That animal. Having just dodged the attack, Ye Tian couldn't help but be impressed. That was close. A truly powerful blade technique. Sun Feng couldn't believe it and exclaimed. He dodged the Azure Wind Slash again. Ye Tian walked towards Sun Feng and said, "After all that waiting, you finally decided to use a blade technique?" Sun Feng was taken aback. "What did you say? You weren't fighting back just so you could see me use my blade technique?" Ye Tian gave a disdainful smile. "Ha ha ha, I never considered you an opponent. Of course, you're not worthy." He continued. "It was all for the sake of that blade technique." Sun Feng couldn't help but get angry. "You're taking this too far." He bent his knees and launched himself high into the air, gripping his sword with both hands, intending to slash down at Ye Tian below. Sun Feng roared in anger. "Go to hell." With a flash of the blade, Ye Tian shattered Sun Feng's descending sword with a single bare-handed punch. The broken tip of the blade flew up, spun in the air, and then plunged deep into the ground. Ye Tian reached out, grabbing Sun Feng's entire face with one hand. He forcefully slammed Sun Feng's whole body into the ground, the impact so strong it created a large crack. That attack made the onlookers gasp in astonishment. Ye Tian stood looking down at the unconscious Sun Feng on the ground. He dusted off his hands and smirked. Just too weak. Sun Feng lay on the ground, the whites of his eyes showing, completely unconscious. Standing on the sidelines, Xiao Yu cheered excitedly, as expected of Lord Ye Tian. So powerful. Yue Ling, standing behind her, remained silent with her head bowed, but then Yue Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes holding a determined smile as she looked at Ye Tian. "Ye Tian, sooner or later, you'll belong to the martial pavilion. You can't escape." Ye Tian walked over to the long bench next to the bisected tablet. He knelt down, lifted the bench, and searched underneath. Before long, he was holding a book with a golden cover. Ye Tian smiled with satisfaction as he flipped through its contents, not forgetting to sarcastically thank Sun Feng. "Thanks for your Azure Wind Slash." Yi Yu exclaimed happily, "Brother." Ye Tian glanced at her, and Yu buzzed around him, excitedly praising him non-stop. So amazing, she kept repeating. "When did you get so strong?" Flattered by the praise, Ye Tian threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. "Heh, you think so?" Yu clung to Ye Tian's arm, saying excitedly, "You have to teach me when we get back. I want to be stronger too." Ye Tian lowered his gaze slightly, looking at her happily. Lin Mingji watched as Ye Tian's group left. "Young master, Ye Tian won." One of Lin Mingji's subordinates reported with a bowed head, but Lin Mingji was looking at the shattered stone tablet of the Lin family. "But our Lin family has lost, because the Lin clan's merit tablet has been destroyed. What are we going to do?" The subordinates glanced up, awaiting instructions from Lin Mingji. He thought for a moment and said, "For the next few days, you don't need to protect me. Go and secretly protect Ye Tian's little sister. The Sun family won't let this go." Above was a blue sky with white clouds, and below, a small canal divided two banks, connected by a small, simple bridge. The home of Feng Lang was a multi-story brick house built in a modern style. Ye Tian sat leaning back on a vintage-style sofa, holding the manual for the Azure Windblade technique. As Ye Tian read, he couldn't help but marvel. This Azure Wind Slash can actually increase attack power by 6 times. He rubbed his slightly stiff neck, continuing to read while thinking back on his experience in the recent battle. No wonder Sun Feng's slash was so powerful. He casually tossed the manual onto the table, then let out a big yawn and stretched. Ye Tian got up from the sofa and walked over to the window. The room he was in was very spacious, and everything was luxuriously decorated. Ye Tian raised his hand to open a virtual screen. He stared intently at the information displayed, noticing a problem. He still had another 30 days before he could replicate a talent. Forgetting about that was a real pain. Ye Tian looked at his status window, calculating silently. That meant he'd have to wait for the cooldown to finish to get his hands on Sun Feng's high-level blade talent. His status screen was currently displayed. Human status window, Ye Tian. Peak-level cultivation talent, peak-level speed talent, mid-level blade talent, low-level shadow talent, peak-level healing talent, high-level strength talent. Below that, the screen showed a countdown. Talent replication cooldown, 30 days. Ye Tian stroked his chin and continued to think. He needed to unleash the full power of his Shadow Kill and Azure Wind Slash. Then, he'd have the strength to fight a Grandmaster. To jump 2 levels. Ye Tian's eyes instantly became firm. Only then could he be considered a true expert. Ha! A wooden sword swung through the air. Ha! Yi Yu shouted as she struck a training dummy. Behind her, Feng Lang stood with his arms crossed, supervising. He watched Yi Yu, a worried feeling growing inside him. He couldn't help but remember Sun Feng's malicious smile. Although the match was over, knowing the Sun family, they would definitely seek revenge. Feng Lang's face darkened as he thought. He looked at Yi Yu, who was bent over in front of the dummy, seemingly exhausted. He worried again, what would happen to this kid when the time comes? Yi Yu opened a bottle of water and tilted her head back to drink. She let out a refreshing sigh. She turned to Feng Lang with a cheerful smile. Captain, why do you keep staring at me? Her words unintentionally made Feng Lang a little embarrassed. He froze for a moment, his face turning red. He waved her over. Yi Yu, come here for a second. What is it, Captain? Yi Yu obediently walked over to Feng Lang. He handed her a necklace, instructing her carefully. You have to wear this. Don't take it off. Yi Yu excitedly fiddled with the cross-shaped pendant in her hand. What is this? It's beautiful. Feng Lang didn't answer directly, only repeating his warning to Yi Yu. Just think of it as a protective charm. Absolutely do not lose it. Yi Yu smiled and agreed. Thank you, Captain. I'll take good care of it. A foot slammed onto the pavement as a woman rushed down the street. She ran through an intersection, past a man standing next to some trash cans on the side of the road. Captain. A voice called out from outside the door. Captain, I found something out, she shouted as she ran in. Seeing her, Feng Lang immediately asked, well, any movement from the Sun family? While the two talked, Yi Yu watched from the side. The newcomer didn't beat around the bush and reported what she'd heard. The Sun family has been busy looking at storefronts today, buying up properties everywhere. Hearing this, Feng Lang couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. Buying up properties? It seems the Sun family hasn't settled down yet. They won't make any major moves until they've secured their footing. On a street corner, a shabbily dressed man in orange was opening trash can lids. His posture was grim, and his face was partially hidden by a low-pulled baseball cap, but the part of his expression that was visible was very serious. He was the subordinate sent by Lin Mingzi. 1 month later, under the blue sky and white clouds of Yeping City, next to the trash cans on the street, the man in orange was still rummaging through the garbage. Ye Tian casually strolled down the street, a half-eaten pastry in his hand. Today, he was wearing black sweatpants and a light gray hoodie. Ye Tian glanced at the man rummaging through the trash bags on the roadside. His gaze turned hostile. The man immediately frowned, gritting his teeth as he realized the kid was using spiritual power to probe him. The old man watched Ye Tian's back as he walked away, the remnants of spiritual power still lingering in the air. He was shocked. How could that kid wield spiritual power? That's an ability only a great martial artist should possess. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was also surprised. He pulled his hood forward. Sending a great martial artist to watch my door. Lin Jiang is quite generous, isn't he? The martial artist market was an area on both sides of a canal, where many colorful sun umbrellas were set up on an open plot of land. Ye Tian moved silently through the crowded market, his face hidden by his hood. He kept walking as he reviewed what he knew about the Sun family. Over the past month, Captain Feng had uncovered some inside information about the Sun family. To ensure the purity of their blade talent's bloodline, the family had resorted to inbreeding for several generations. If a child was born intellectually disabled or physically handicapped, they were secretly put to death. As this was explained, an image of a weak newborn being cruelly deprived of its life was shown. Truly insane, Ye Tian cursed under his breath. A massive building stood before him. This was the Sun Corporation's new store. Sun Feng, dressed in his shirt and trousers, stood happily at the entrance, welcoming guests. Grand opening sale today. All products will be 50% off. A portly man with a scar over his left eye approached, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he congratulated him. Congratulations, young master Sun. May your fortune be endless. Sun Feng laughed heartily, graciously accepting the well wishes and inviting the man's group inside. Haha, please, come in. Another person came forward to congratulate young master Sunday. Sun Feng smiled and thanked them. You're too kind. From a distant street corner, Ye Tian was hiding, watching. His eyes were dark as he stared at him. His status window had opened at some point, displaying Sun Feng's condition. Status window, human, Sun Feng. High-level cultivation talent, mid-level blade talent. Ye Tian held out his hand, and purple lightning immediately crackled around it. He said, I have a gift to congratulate you, too. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing streams of dark purple electricity. Ye Tian gave a cruel smile. Go to hell. His words were merciless as the purple light around him grew denser. Ye Tian's status window showed a change in his blade talent. Status window, human, Ye Tian. Peak-level cultivation talent. Peak-level speed talent. High-level blade talent. Low-level shadow talent. Peak-level healing talent. High-level strength talent. Ye Tian walked to Nanshan Cemetery, carrying a bouquet of flowers. He placed them in front of a large tombstone. Looking at the headstone, he said with a choked voice, Mom, Dad, I've come to visit you. After placing the flowers, he stood up. Ye Tian stood before his parents' grave and said, I'm planning to leave Linhai Base and take Yi Yu to a better place to live. Something seemed to appear in the sky, but Ye Tian paid it no mind and continued, I came to visit you one last time, so you could see your son. Ye Tian smiled gently, letting them see how much he had grown. From the cemetery gate, a figure rushed forward. The person dashed straight towards Ye Tian, then stopped on the headstone behind him. A middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard also appeared. Ye Tian immediately spun around, his hands reacting instantly to summon his weapon. The two immediately rushed forward and exchanged blows. The man flashed a sinister smile. To be able to defeat Sun Feng, you really do have some skill. Ye Tian gritted his teeth in anger. So you're a dog from the Sun family. I've been waiting for you. After speaking, both of them raised their blades. The other man swung his blade at Ye Tian, unleashing a powerful slash in his direction. Instantly, Ye Tian used his speed talent to retreat backward and dodge the blow. The assassin, now holding a short blade, spoke with a sharp gaze. If the match had ended back then and I had just killed you, at least it wouldn't have caused so much gossip. Letting you live for a month, you should probably thank me for that. Ye Tian charged at the assassin, shouting, You talk too much. The assassin also charged forward to attack Ye Tian. The two clashed head-on, and the energy radiating from them affected the entire surrounding area. The two figures moved like lightning, leaving no openings for each other. Every move they made created whistling winds and the sharp sound of clashing steel. Every one of the assassin's attacks was as fast as the blink of an eye, but Ye Tian held his own, parrying the blows and continuously countering. At this point, they were fighting near the tombstones of Ye Tian's parents. He immediately noticed the bouquet of flowers. The bouquet he had just placed there had been knocked aside and was completely ruined. He immediately launched a powerful strike, pushing the assassin back, then slowly walked towards the flowers. The assassin looked at him with eyes full of killing intent but didn't forget to introduce himself. I am Sun Feng's master, Master Kai Meng. Our bond was like that of a father and son. Since you hurt him, you must die. He ignored him and went to pick up the flowers. But this place isn't so bad, Kai Meng continued. A cemetery. It's a fitting place for you to die. Ye Tian carried the bouquet towards his parents' tombstones. He placed the bouquet down at his parents' grave. If you get on your knees and beg me, I'll be merciful enough to dig up your parents' graves, so your whole family can be together. His eyes narrowed as he taunted him. Oh, that's right. You still have a little sister, don't you? Don't worry, you'll all be reunited very soon. As soon as he set the flowers down, his hands clenched into fists. The veins on his arms gradually began to bulge. He channeled power into his legs, his eyes now radiating a powerful killing intent. You're courting death. Before he even finished speaking, he activated his peak-level speed talent, his entire body seeming to teleport instantly. Kai Meng was stunned when he saw his speed. Ye Tian launched a powerful kick at Kai Meng, who didn't even have time to process what was happening. He cried out in pain. Ye Tian's kick sent him flying straight into the sky. But with his speed, Ye Tian instantly appeared right where Kai Meng was. He grabbed Kai Meng by the shirt. Ye Tian gathered his strength and threw Kai Meng with all his might. Kai Meng was sent flying straight toward a nearby mountain. The attack sent Kai Meng's body flying a great distance. The force of the impact created a cloud of dust. At that moment, Kai Meng couldn't move, sprawled out on the ground. Ye Tian slowly walked toward him. Kai Meng gradually opened his eyes, stammering repeatedly. You are? Who are you? Kai Meng saw Ye Tian's ice-cold face and a terrifying smile that made him tremble in fear. A Grandmaster. You have the combat power of a Grandmaster. After a long while, Ye Tian sat down on the ground and began to search Kai Meng's body. He picked up a skill book that Kai Meng was carrying. Tomb Blade. This blade skill book probably isn't too bad. He picked up Kai Meng's knife and smiled. This weapon is also much higher grade than my old one. They're all mine now. After he finished looting, he looked up at the sky. It's so late. He quickly ran home. I better hurry back for dinner, or you will start nagging again. At that moment, in front of Feng Lang's housing complex, a janitor was sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. The old man who had been a scrap collector before was now a janitor. Ye Tian was also hurrying back and walked past the old man. The old man suddenly stopped, and Ye Tian stopped as well. He turned around and said, Old sir, it's been a month. Shouldn't you come in for a drink? The old man laughed loudly and took off his hat. Haha, he revealed a bald head. Well then, don't mind if I do. At Feng Lang's house, the two of them quickly went inside. Please, come in. Just then, Feng Lang, who was sitting on a chair, noticed him. Yi Yu, who was playing with Xiao Jin, also realized Ye Tian was back. She turned and greeted her brother loudly. Ye Tian gestured toward the old man and said in a loud voice, Yi Yu, make some tea. We have a guest. Yi Yu was surprised that her brother had invited someone over. Oh, okay. Feng Lang immediately approached and asked, Brother Ye Tian, who is this old gentleman? The old man stroked his beard and replied, This old man is from the Lin family. My name is Lin Zi. Feng Lang pondered for a moment. Someone from the Lin family. Then, he suddenly gasped in shock. Lin Zi, are you the legendary Lin Zi? Lin Zi stroked his beard and smiled. I'm flattered, I'm flattered. Just then, Ye Yu finished making the tea. The tea is ready. Feng Lang rushed to take the tray from Ye Yu. Let me. Feng Lang gave him a warm welcome, pouring tea and serving fruit. Ye Yu thought to herself, I never knew my master could be so thoughtful. Haha. Lin Zi accepted the teacup. Thank you. As Lin Zi sipped his tea, he said, Little brother Ye Tian, you called this old man over. I assume it's for something important, right? Indeed, there is something. Ye Tian walked over to Ye Yu, pulled her forward and said, I must trouble Lin Zi to take my sister to the martial pavilion and leave her in the care of Miss Yu Ling. Ye Yu was surprised. Huh? Lin Zi, who was enjoying his tea, thought to himself, the martial pavilion? I didn't expect Ye Tian to have connections with them. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Ye Yu's neck. And she even has a token from the martial pavilion. He gently placed his teacup down on the table. He replied softly, Rest assured, my dear friend Ye Tian, this old man will personally deliver your sister into Miss Yue's hands. Ye Tian also glanced over at Feng Lang. Before I leave Linhai Base, I want to give the captain a fortunate opportunity. Feng Lang was looking back into the kitchen at that moment. These tea leaves aren't good enough. Let me get better ones for Lin Zi. Then, Ye Tian pulled Feng Lang in front of Lin Zi and said cheerfully, This big brother of mine is named Feng Lang. He is unparalleled in loyalty and bravery. If he could join the Lin family, he would surely become one of your greatest assets. Feng Lang exclaimed with a surprised and slightly flustered look. Join the Lin family? Lin Zi laughed heartily and replied, Haha, a small matter. My Lin family has always been eager to recruit talented people. From now on, you are this old man's disciple. Feng Lang couldn't seem to believe what he had just heard. Ye Tian immediately pushed Feng Lang forward. What are you waiting for? Go greet your master. Feng Lang understood and knelt down on both knees. Feng Lang bowed respectfully. Master, please accept this disciple's kowtow. Lin Zi laughed heartily. He held out his hand. Good disciple, rise. Thank you, master. He knew in his heart that by doing these two small favors, he could get on good terms with Ye Tian, which would be a great contribution to the Lin family. Ye Yu immediately sensed something was wrong. She walked up, pointed at Ye Tian's face, and demanded, Brother, you're entrusting us to someone else. What are you planning to do? Hearing his sister's question, Ye Tian gave an awkward, dismissive laugh and explained, I'm just going to take care of a few small things. Yeah, right, you're lying. Ye Yu shouted. It's not a small thing. Don't you dare try to fool me. If it were really a small thing, you'd be coming right back. Ye Tian tried to explain, Xiao Jin will protect you while I'm gone. Hearing this, she looked at Xiao Jin in her hands. Xiao Jin, is it really that strong? Ye Yu sighed. Ha, forget it. It's useless no matter what I say. She petted Xiao Jin, saying, You're not going to listen to me anyway. Ye Yu then smiled, but you have to take good care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Your safety is the most important thing. Ye Tian smiled back and replied, I will. Meanwhile, at the Kong Corporation headquarters, 2 guards were shooting the breeze. Night shift again. Not that having guards here really matters. I mean, who would dare to cause trouble on the Sun family's turf? Suddenly, one of them noticed Ye Tian's approaching figure. Humph, he yelled. Hey, you blind idiot. Scram. Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed here. Ye Tian immediately used his innate ability. He activated his speed, and in a flash, he zipped past them, causing both guards to fall. Ye Tian then walked inside. The guard from before looked at his back and staggered forward, asking, What do you want? Ye Tian, now wearing a hood that gave him a mysterious aura, gave a sinister smile and replied, Nothing much. Just here to take out the trash. Immediately, the alarm blared loudly. A manager ran frantically into the boss's office. Boss, we have a problem. He reported breathlessly. Someone broke into the company and injured our men. A man in a red suit was sitting on the sofa, with disheveled hair, still holding a half-empty beer bottle. He spoke mockingly. May, and here I thought everyone in Linhai base was a pushover. He squinted and smirked. Did someone finally come knocking on my door, looking to die? By now, Ye Tian was walking further inside. The henchman spotted him and yelled, Kill him. The henchman charged wildly at Ye Tian, rushing forward. At the same time, the boss was casually making his way outside. Ye Tian kicked the first man away. He then lunged at the remaining henchmen. The boss continued to approach slowly. To him, these ordinary people were nothing more than buzzing mosquitoes. The boss arrived and clicked his tongue. Teask. The big boss stepped forward, witnessing his men lying all over the floor. To think you've injured so many of my men. He wore a contemptuous expression. Brat, what's your name? This big boss was Sun Kong, head of the Sun family, father of Sun Feng, and a peak grand martial artist. Ye Tian, holding a henchman in one hand and radiating an oppressive aura, faced Sun Kong and said loudly, Ye Tian. Sun Kong gave a cold smile. Ha, quite impressive. Sun Kong then shouted, Elders, make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people, both old and young, appeared from above, radiating powerful auras as they charged. Ye Tian glanced up, realizing the man had set an ambush. An old man suddenly appeared behind him. Ye Tian saw the old man behind him and instantly summoned his weapon. But before he could strike, the old man shouted, Freeze! The old man's palm emitted a special field. He used the skill, Heavenly Net, which instantly restrained Ye Tian's body and hands. He only had time to realize it was a control-type ability before he was thrown to the ground. The other 4 landed at the same time. 3 men and a woman stared down at the restrained Ye Tian on the ground. The man in green spoke with a disdainful look. We waited all these days, only for some nameless brat to show up. The other 2 men also looked at Ye Tian with contempt. The one-eyed woman chimed in, How boring. The old man who had used the control technique slowly approached. I don't make my move lightly. He looked at Ye Tian and said, To be caught in my Heavenly Net formation can be considered an honor for a brat like you. Sun Kong then walked out from the building, saying loudly, Thank you for your hard work, elders. I see this brat probably has a few treasures on him. He gestured, treating Ye Tian like a gift. Consider them a small gift for your troubles. Take whatever you want. The man in green then noticed the treasures on Ye Tian. Humph. He recognized the dagger in Ye Tian's hand. That's Elder Qing, he's dagger. He immediately slapped Ye Tian across the face, then grabbed him by the hair and demanded, Where's Elder Qing He? He was probably with young Master Sun Feng. What did you do to them? He grabbed Ye Tian's shirt and roared, Speak. Despite being restrained, Ye Tian just laughed nonchalantly. Ha, he chuckled. What do you think? Sun Kong grew furious and ordered a servant. Go to the shop and find the young master. You must find him for me. Yes, sir. The man in blue shoved Ye Tian's head down and dragged him before Sun Kong, asking, Boss, what should we do with this brat? Ye Tian flashed a bizarre smile. Sun Kong gave a vicious grin. First, cripple the tendons in his arms and legs, then throw him in the dungeon. Chapter 54. A Sun family elder grabbed the collar of the fallen Ye Tian, shoved him down, and dragged him forward. Hurry up! Suddenly, the heavenly net restraining Ye Tian shattered. With a lightning-fast strike, he effortlessly slit the elder's throat, causing the man to let out a choked cry before falling silent. Sun, stunned, quickly warned everyone. This kid was hiding his true strength. Spread out. The 2 who had just been fighting him leaped back together, using their hands and feet to break their momentum. The remaining elder, who seemed to be the strongest, landed gracefully on his feet with ease. He fixed Ye Tian with a sharp gaze, silently assessing him. This guy, his killing intent is incredibly strong. Ye Tian slowly stepped forward from the shadows. A flash of insight struck him, and he dashed straight towards Sun Kong, his body crackling with powerful purple lightning. Seeing this, Sun Kong also gathered his strength, deciding to face him head-on. "You want to take me on directly?" he shouted. "Then I'll show you what I'm really capable of." Ye Tian charged at him with a surge of purple energy, and though a purple light flashed in Sun Kong's eyes, he couldn't react in time. Ye Tian landed a devastating punch to his stomach, making him gasp in astonishment. "This kid, he's strong." Another wave of purple energy from Ye Tian struck, painfully lifting Sun Kong into the air. He crashed down behind a wall, blasting a huge hole through it. Though in pain, he struggled back to his feet. He yelled, "Stop watching the show and attack him together." 3 rings of power formed in a burst of speed, and one of the men instantly charged toward Ye Tian, clashing directly with his blue light energy, blue light on one side, and yellow on the other. The two pressed their palms together, face to face in a stalemate. They were evenly matched, creating a powerful shockwave. "He's pretty strong," Ye Tian remarked. The elder lunged forward, placing a hand on Ye Tian and muttering a binding incantation, but Ye Tian saw right through it. He kicked them both several meters away, sending the elder tumbling. Ah! Ye Tian stood between 2 opponents, the fight causing cracks to spread everywhere. He spoke, "Same trick. I won't fall for it a second time," he said to the elder who was using the Tianluo net, a triumphant look on his face. The elder smirked. Such insolence. Look at your feet." Only then did Ye Tian realize his left foot was tightly bound to the ground. The other elder, having recognized his strength, decided to strike at that moment. "The death energy is quite plentiful," she said. "Now, it's my turn to treat you." Black smoke began to emanate from the bodies of the fallen, swirling around her. Beside her, 2 powerful serpent heads materialized, radiating a formidable dark aura. Realizing the danger, Ye Tian quickly broke free from the restraint and tried to retreat. Gotta retreat first. That secret art feels extremely dangerous. But to his surprise, the serpent heads were even faster, instantly blocking his path. They're so fast. One opened its pitch-black maw, lined with sharp teeth, and lunged at him. Ye Tian exclaimed, "This is bad." A death key explosion art technique detonated, creating a terrifying explosion in the sky. Yue Ling stood on a building, looking down. She said, "Who is this, daring to be so audacious in the city?" Xiao Yu approached her. "My lady, great martial artist Lin Zi of the Lin family requests an audience." She sighed warily. "What is that old man doing here? I won't see him." Xiao Yu replied. This time, he brought Ye Tian's younger sister with him. "I'm not sure what it's about." She turned to look at Ye Tian's sister. In a room, a maid was pouring tea for Lin Zi and Yue Ling. "Please have some tea," he replied. "Thank you." Yue Ling looked quite weary. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was plummeting from the sky toward the ground. He hit the ground with a loud crash, cracking the earth. The masked man and Mo Changxing said, "Not even a grandmaster-level martial artist could escape your death key explosion art." Sun Kong clutched his head as he walked over, saying, "We were really lucky to have you this time, Elder Sunday." The Sun family elder looked at him and said, "Family head, what do we do now? This brat is gravely injured. He's not going to make it." Sun Kong replied, "Finish him off. Right here, right now." Suddenly, a sword flew toward Mo Changxing, who couldn't react in time. It pierced right through him. Just then, Ye Tian's voice rang out, "Self-healing talent." The masked man, Sun Kong, and the Sun family elder were all horrified by the sight. "What?" The masked man looked down at the ground and saw that Ye Tian was no longer there. He was gone. "Is that kid still alive?" He heard a sound behind him, but before he could react, Ye Tian slammed a punch into him, knocking him flat on the ground. The impact shattered his mask. "Now then," Ye Tian said, recalling his sword. He then channeled his power and slashed at the Sun family elder. She had no time to defend herself and fell unconscious. Sun Kong saw this, glanced at her, and muttered, "Elder Sun Ling." Ye Tian then said, "Now, it's your turn." His words made Sun Kong back away in fear. He then summoned his weapon. "Damn you," he screamed, rushing to attack Ye Tian with incredible speed. "Go to hell." But before his attack could land, Ye Tian had already struck him with his sword, causing him to scream in agony as blood spurted from the wound. Just then, his son, Sun Feng, who was standing behind him and had witnessed everything, screamed in anguish, "Father." Ye Tian turned to look at him, his eyes filled with a sinister and terrifying light. Sun Feng stared in shock as his father died a horrible death at the hands of Ye Tian, the same person who had defeated him just over a month ago. By now, Ye Tian's clothes were tattered from the battle. He shot a cold glance at Sun Feng and sneered. "Well, if it isn't." Young Master Sunday Sun Feng didn't seem to hear Ye Tian's words. He was still in a state of shock, calling out for his father. Ye Tian placed a foot on Sun Kong's corpse, turning his head to look at Sun Feng, who stood not far away. Perfect timing. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down, father. Seeing the scene before him, Sun Feng couldn't hold back his tears, and he flew into a rage, leaping high into the air and charging at Ye Tian. Sun Feng roared, "Get your filthy foot off him." At the same time, he swung his fist, bringing it crashing down from above, intent on killing Ye Tian to avenge his father. As Sun Feng's fist was about to land, Ye Tian showed no fear, merely smirking. Ye Tian unleashed the power of his talent. He clenched his fist, gathering all his strength, and launched a powerful blow into Sun Feng's stomach, causing him to double over in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Sun Feng fell, but he couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed to his knees. His entire body trembled with uncontrollable rage, and he slammed one fist into the ground. Sun Feng's other hand clenched so tightly that the ground beneath it shattered. He thought resentfully, "Damn it. Why? Why is the gap in our strength so huge?" Sun Feng's gaze darkened as he looked at Ye Tian. This guy's a monster. In Sun Feng's eyes, Ye Tian now looked like nothing less than a sinister monster, his aura soaring around him. His clothes were in tatters, yet he didn't have a single injury. Sun Feng knelt on the ground before Ye Tian. He bowed his head, blaming himself in anguish. "I'm sorry, father. I'm just too weak." Ye Tian smiled cruelly and said, "Just give up already." At the same time, he grabbed Sun Feng's hair with one hand, forcing him to look up. He raised his blade high, laughing as he said, "In that case, I'll send you on your way." Suddenly, a streak of light shot down from the sky. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed, and he leaped back to dodge as a bolt of lightning struck the spot where they had been, causing the ground to explode. The earth shattered. Startled by the lightning, Ye Tian leaped onto a lamppost to get a better view. Looking up at the sky, a dark cloud crackled with lightning as thunder rumbled. Ye Tian was puzzled, then the dark cloud parted, revealing a shadowy figure hovering in the air. Ye Tian recognized the man's status at a glance. The aura emanating from him was far beyond what any great warrior could possess. He was completely unaffected by the lightning flashing around him. The old man was dressed in black with his hands clasped behind his back, his white beard and eyebrows fluttering. His face was wrinkled, but his gaze was sharp and severe. A glint appeared in the old man's eyes. To hunt someone down without mercy. What a vicious little demon. At that moment, Sun Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, turned and recognized the newcomer as Great Elder Yao Ye. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Sun Feng lifted his head and shouted his accusations at Yao Ye. "Great Elder, kill this man immediately. He's the one who killed my father. You must bring justice to my Sun family." Ye Tian gritted his teeth in regret. "Damn it. If I'd known, I would have killed you with that one earlier strike." Yao Ye spoke. "If that's the case, then you must die." As he finished speaking, the old man pointed a finger at Ye Tian. A bolt of lightning crackled from his fingertip, shooting straight toward the lamppost where Ye Tian stood. The lamppost exploded, but he leaped up, dodging the attack. He used the momentum to jump to a nearby building, but the moment he landed, countless lightning bolts shot towards him. A thunderous roar echoed. Ye Tian instantly accelerated to his maximum speed, flinging himself out of the way. Truly, if he had been just a second slower, Ye Tian would have been blown to bits. The spot where he just stood was blasted apart by the lightning, turning into a ruin of dust and smoke. Lightning still crackled around Yao Ye's hand. He said dismissively, "All who are beneath a grandmaster are mere ants. Give up your resistance." Seeing the battle unfold, Sun Feng quickly turned to flee. He knew this was no place for him and quickly retreated. When a grandmaster attacks, an entire city could be wiped out. But would Ye Tian let him get away so easily? He landed in front of Sun Feng, blocking his escape. Sun Feng broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he was done for. Ye Tian gave Sun Feng a sinister smile. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It slammed down where Sun Feng was standing, causing the ground to explode. As for Sun Feng, his entire body was charred black. His eyes rolled back, and smoke billowed from his mouth. Struck by lightning, Sun Feng's body smoked as he staggered, on the verge of collapse. Furious, he looked at Yao Ye and complained, "Great Elder, could you please try to aim a little better?" Yao Ye laughed in response. "Haha, my apologies. I'm getting old, my eyes aren't what they used to be." At that very moment, Ye Tian suddenly appeared above Yao Ye, launching an attack with all his strength. Ye Tian laughed maniacally, certain of his victory, but his punch felt like it hit a barrier. His eyes widened in shock as he failed to break through. The barrier blocked the full force of his punch. Ye Tian realized this was the protective aura of vital energy, something only a Grandmaster-level expert could possess. Yao Ye's eyes flickered, his calm expression suggesting he was only just now paying attention to Ye Tian. As Ye Tian's attack was blocked by his protective aura, the old man's eyes glinted as he glanced at him. He suddenly unleashed his power, and a burst of vital energy slammed into Ye Tian. Under the immense pressure of the Grand Master, Ye Tian screamed in pain. Arg! With no strength left to resist, he plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, Yao Ye didn't even bother to turn his head. Falling from 1,000 meters, Ye Tian crashed hard into the ground with a tremendous boom, but this only further ignited his will to fight. Ye Tian pushed himself up with both hands and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! He sat up straight and remarked, "The power of a Grandmaster truly is on another level." He grabbed his tattered shirt with one hand. Time to go all out. With that, he ripped the shredded garment from his body. Ye Tian threw the shirt forcefully to the ground. Just then, Yao Ye's feet touched down. As he stood opposite Ye Tian, the pressure around them skyrocketed. Their fighting spirits blaze, neither willing to back down, perfectly matched. On one side was Yao Ye, one of the two great grandmasters of the Iron Fang base. Representing the dominant faction, which primarily suppresses the Lin Hai base, he was at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. On the other side was Ye Tian, who had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm but could fight above his level. Ye Tian looked at the status window displaying Yao Ye's information. Besides his name, there was only a single line indicating high-grade cultivation talent. He said mockingly, "Ha, is this supposed to be a useless talent? Turns out this is just a regular Grandmaster." Ye Tian looked down and touched his nose in disdain. For someone with a high-grade talent, he had only cultivated to the initial stage of a Grandmaster. Ye Tian no longer held him in high regard. Hearing Ye Tian's contempt, the old man became furious, his eyes fierce as he shot back. "What did you say?" Ye Tian rubbed his neck and chuckled. "I said, it's not easy to reach the Grandmaster realm at your age. I'd advise you to stop doing bad deeds. If we fight and you end up losing an arm or a leg, there'll be no one to take care of you in your old age." Sun Feng, who still hadn't fled, was kneeling on the ground. He turned to Yao Ye, adding fuel to the fire. "Lord Grandmaster, this brat is too arrogant. He's practically spitting on our Iron Fang base." Hearing Sun Feng's voice, Ye Tian glanced over, suddenly remembering him. This guy is still not dead? Old and new hatreds welled up, and Sun Feng screamed in defiance, "I'll make sure you're torn to shreds." It was clear Yao Ye was ready to respond. If at first Yao Ye had only intended to act on behalf of the Iron Fang base, Ye Tian's complete and utter disrespect had now thoroughly enraged him. With that, he launched his attack. Pointing a finger at Ye Tian, he sent a bolt of energy hurtling toward him with lightning speed, forcing him to leap backward to dodge. The energy bolt exploded right in front of Ye Tian. Yao Ye was slightly surprised, but that was all. His previous attack had been merely a probe, not a serious move. He laughed, assessing, "Your speed isn't bad, to be able to dodge my surprise attack." Unfortunately for him, Yao Ye had underestimated Ye Tian. Or rather, he had never taken him seriously from the very beginning. How can a mere martial artist possibly stand against a Grandmaster? Suddenly, he appeared behind Yao Ye without the old man even noticing. He replied, "Thanks for the compliment." Ye Tian maxed out his speed talent, moving so fast that only after images were visible. He channeled all of his strength into his left leg and unexpectedly unleashed a thunderous kick on Yao Ye, sending the old man flying straight into the building across the street with a powerful, resounding crash. The impact created a huge hole, the dust not yet settled. Yao Ye lay in the rubble, still unable to process what happened. What's going on? To be able to increase his power in an instant, the old man immediately pushed off his feet, his body lunging forward out of the crater, ready to fight. "It seems you're not just some ordinary cultivator." Just as the old man sensed something was off, a car came flying straight at him, its metallic surface gleaming. It turns out Ye Tian had lifted the car with his bare hands and hurled it right where Yao Ye was standing. The old man jumped into the air to evade it. As soon as he dodged the attack, the old man turned and raised his hand, unleashing an attack with his spiritual energy. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. He recognized the spiritual power of a Grandmaster. Seizing the opportunity while Ye Tian was still slightly affected by the spiritual energy, Yao Ye leaped back, gathering all his strength into his left arm. He threw a punch that connected with Ye Tian's cheek, sending him flying backward with a cry of pain. "Ugh! Truly worthy of a Grandmaster. Your combat experience is impressive, and you're not done yet." Yao Ye viciously grabbed Ye Tian's ankle with just one hand and, with immense force, slammed his entire body into the ground. The impact shook the earth. With his other hand, he began to execute his myriad thunder guide technique, and a purple orb of lightning materialized in his palm. The orb pulsed with power. The moment Yao Ye finished speaking, it exploded violently. The sky lit up as countless bolts of lightning crisscrossed, illuminating the entire Sun family mansion, shaking the city as if it would destroy everything in its path. A massive explosion erupted high in the air, sending out streaks of blue and pink lightning in all directions. When the explosion subsided, the surroundings had been turned to ash, which slowly drifted down. A large, deep crater had formed in the ground, with cracks spreading out from it. In the center of the crater, he lay motionless. The Great Elder glanced down at him with a terrifying gaze. It looked like it was all over. The man was radiating killing intent. He clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the unmoving body on the ground. Sun Feng, his face now covered in grime, was grinning with delight. He was so overjoyed he felt like he could fly. He's dead. Ye Tian is dead. The Great Elder is mighty. The Great Elder is just too powerful, he shouted, running around and cheering the Great Elder's name. Meanwhile, the Great Elder suddenly covered his mouth, coughing violently. When he pulled his hand away, he stared in shock at the blood staining his palm. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was injured. A hint of panic set in, and he quickly passed the remaining task to Sun Feng. The rest is up to you. I have to get back and heal immediately, or it will damage my cultivation foundation. Yes, sir. Sun Feng was also a bit bewildered, and his knees began to tremble uncontrollably. His body stiffened against his will. Is this the aura of a grandmaster? He cast a fearful glance towards Ye Tian, his nose starting to run without him realizing. Now, only he and the motionless Ye Tian remained. He spat defiantly in Ye Tian's direction. The man still showed no signs of life. You little brat, you were so arrogant, weren't you? And look at you now, taken care of by my Sun family. In a bit, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. He laughed smugly as he stomped on Ye Tian's body. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes snapped open. He shot up, grabbed Sun Feng by the neck, and lifted him high into the air. Sun Feng screamed in hopeless terror. Ye Tian looked at him, a mocking smirk on his face. What was that you said? If you've got the nerve, say it again. But with his throat being crushed, Sun Feng couldn't make a sound. At the same time, Ye Tian picked up his sword. Utterly terrified, Sun Feng used every last bit of strength to scream for help. Great Elder, save me. Annoyed by his noise, Ye Tian disgustedly tossed him aside. Sun Feng's head slammed hard into the ground, but Ye Tian didn't spare him a second glance. The Great Elder, who wasn't far away, heard the commotion and instinctively turned to see what was happening. He was shocked to see that Ye Tian was now on his feet, and the one lying on the ground was Sun Feng, a healing talent. Ye Tian's body was automatically regenerating. Gradually, the countless wounds that had covered him just moments ago began to disappear. The Great Elder was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This kid, he's still alive. He stood there as if going mad, shouting in disbelief. His wounds, they're completely healed. How is that possible? How can he possess the regenerative talent of a jellyfish? His world turned upside down. He asked in a panic, "Just what in the world are you?" Seeing the old man's utter confusion, Ye Tian answered him. Me? I'm just an ordinary guy who happened to awaken a low-level talent. As he spoke, he activated his technique, and arcs of blue electricity began to crackle around his body. He then launched an immediate attack on the Great Elder. Green Wind Slash. The attack split into multiple, disc-shaped energy blades that shot towards the old man at incredible speed. The old man scowled at the approaching projectiles. This is the Sun family's secret technique, the Green Wind Slash. But the number, it's just too many. There's no way to dodge them all. He decided to throw caution to the wind and face the attack head-on. The first slash flew past, tearing through his outer robe and slicing the flesh on his arm. Then, one after another, the rest of the slashes arrived, piercing directly into the Great Elder's body, sending him stumbling backward. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn it. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." He then began to transform, his body swelling in size and muscle. His torn robes barely contained his new, more defined physique. Ye Tian used a flash step, moving so fast that he vanished, leaving only a trail of pink lightning in his wake. In an instant, he reappeared behind the Great Elder, striking the old man's head with his palm, catching him completely off guard and slamming his face straight into the fractured ground. A terrifying smirk played on Ye Tian's lips. "This is for what you did to me earlier." The Great Elder writhed on the ground, glaring at him with pure hatred. You bastard! You bastard!" he seethed, gritting his teeth. Displeased with the old man's defiance, Ye Tian walked up and stomped directly on his face. He asked arrogantly, "Did I give you permission to move?" Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, the old man screamed. "Old Man Li, at a time like this, are you still just going to stand there and watch the show?" Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. "I told you before, we of the Iron Fang base are guests here. As guests, we should respect our hosts. You should have shown the Linhai base the proper courtesy. Why wouldn't you listen?" On the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, a figure was standing. No one had noticed when or how he had appeared. Ye Tian was intrigued by this mysterious person. He heard someone land behind him after a long jump, their footsteps approaching. "I am Li Mu, a grandmaster from the Iron Fang base. Young friend Ye, your talent is truly extraordinary." Just then, an old man approached, dressed simply, fanning himself with a fan as he introduced himself. A brief introduction. Li Mu, also known as Old Man Li, one of the two great grandmasters of the Iron Fang stronghold, represents the moderate faction. He advocates for friendly relations with the Linhai faction and is the political enemy of Yao Ye. His cultivation is at the initial stage of a grandmaster. At this point, he was a bit interested in this old man. "Another grandmaster. You want to test your strength too?" With a cold expression, he looked down at the great elder, pinned under his foot, and asked Old Man Li, "Another grandmaster. You want to join the fight too?" Old Man Li just chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "There's a saying, help reason, not relations. I won't interfere. Although Elder Yao Ye is from the Iron Fang stronghold, his ideals don't align with mine." One of his feet was planted squarely on the great elder's face. At that moment, Old Man Li casually continued, "Feel free." The great elder was now furious beyond measure. He transformed instantly. Seeing him transform, Ye Tian was surprised for a few seconds. "Then let's die together." He had now turned into a tall, muscular figure, surrounded by raging red flames. "Poison Flame's secret art?" Old Man Li exclaimed. "He wants to commit suicide." He leaped over near Old Man Li. What a ruthless guy. Then he gave the man a sinister smile. "But with me here, you don't get to decide how you die." He sprang towards him. Chaotic blade dance. He unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes around the man, but from the look on his face, it seemed to have no effect. He smiled confidently, and then the old man immediately collapsed to the ground. He jumped to the side, panting, as his blade gradually disappeared. Suddenly, he sensed a new source of energy. This feeling came from the sky, where an enormous golden light instantly shone straight down. A moment later, Old Man Li looked at Ye Tian from a distance. That kid. Streams of power were now coursing all over his body. He delighted in the new power surging through his body, slaying a grandmaster to break through a realm. "I've advanced to the great martial artist realm." Old Man Li stood behind him, applauding. "Impressive, truly impressive. I never thought young friend Yi could defeat a grandmaster while only at the elite martial artist stage." The old man continued, still from a distance. "Your combat prowess truly puts this old man to shame." He turned back and asked him, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush." Old Man Li chuckled and replied, "Young friend Ye, you're quite impatient. Yao Ye's faction has always held views opposite to mine." Old Man Li turned to leave, but as he did, power radiated from his feet. He released bursts of energy from under his feet as he walked. "They advocate for using harsh methods to establish roots in Linhai stronghold, while I advocate for coexisting with the local powers here on equal terms." He looked towards Old Man Li, a bit surprised. "So fast." The old man walked towards the great elder. The man was now lying motionless on the ground. "Young friend Ye, you've annihilated the entire Sun family. I hope your anger towards the Iron Fang stronghold ends here as well." The old man continued to advise him. "From now on, the Linhai and Iron Fang strongholds should coexist peacefully and develop together." He calmly turned back and asked him, "What do you think?" "Ha, so that's how it is." He gave a wry smile. "So that's it." He turned to speak directly to the old man. "As for any cooperation, you can just discuss it with the Lin family. They're the big bosses of the Linhai stronghold now." The old man replied, "Don't you have any intention of ruling a stronghold yourself, young friend Yi?" He waved dismissively at Old Man Li. "The one thing I hate most is trouble." Then he immediately left. "Oh, young friend Yi, let's discuss this further. I have other things to do. Goodbye." He walked away without a single glance back. Once he was a certain distance away, he leaped high into the air and vanished. The old man remained, fanning himself, watching him leave with a gentle expression. "This kid," he thought to himself, "his future is boundless." The scene shifts to the Lin family's villa. A cherry blossom tree is being meticulously cared for by someone. It's Lin Wanzi, the head of the Lin family. He's pruning his cherry blossom tree. A moment later, he stroked his chin, looking at his tree with satisfaction. Perfect. Just then, someone entered from outside. It was his son, Lin Mingji. He walked in and said, "Father, we've investigated the cause of the explosion in the city last night." The old man calmly continued pruning his plant and said, "Go on." It was the Sun family. The skyscraper housing the Sun family's company headquarters was attacked. He frowned in annoyance. The old man calmly replied, "Impossible. The Sun family has a grandmaster protecting them." He didn't believe the information his son had just told him. Lin Wanji added, "Father, I remember you once mentioned an elite martial artist named Ye Tian. I think I have some impression of him." The old man still didn't pay it much mind. In a slightly fearful tone, his son looked at him and said, "He killed the entire Sun family, including Grandmaster Yao Ye." Only then did the old man feel a sense of dread, unconsciously dropping the shears he was holding. His eyes widened in disbelief at his son's words. "What did you say?" he asked. Still finding it hard to believe, it was truly unexpected. He slowly stood up. To think the struggle between the hardline and moderate factions of the Iron Fang stronghold would end at the hands of this young man named Ye Tian. "This means the Lin Hai stronghold and our Lin family," he said as he stepped down, "are safe now." He clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked past his son. Lin Mingji continued, "There's one more thing, Father. Grandmaster Li Mu from the Iron Fang stronghold has requested to negotiate with us this morning. As for Old Man Li, he was leisurely drinking tea and eating watermelon. He's already waiting for you in the tea room," Lin Mingji informed his father. "Model. So, you're here? You really don't give a guy time to think." "Well then," the old man rubbed his head, "I guess I'll go meet this Grandmaster." With a solemn expression, he stared ahead, lost in thought. "Go and relay my orders. All forces at the Lin Hai base must carefully protect Ye Tian and his family. If Ye Tian intends to build his own force, then all of you must help him with all your heart." He clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the tea room. As he left, he didn't forget to give his son a few words of advice. The young man walked behind him, listening to his father's words, still not forgetting to give his son one last reminder. In short, you must not, under any circumstances, offend him. He was also a bit wary. Yes, obediently following his father's instructions. At the martial pavilion, Xiao Jin was lazily yawning, gazing down at her beloved cat relaxing at her feet, when she started to wonder, how is my brother doing right now? She was a little worried about him. "Please, have some tea." At that moment, a server came out to offer the teacher a drink, and he asked her impatiently, "Tea? We've been drinking tea all evening. What in the world are your masters doing?" "I'm so sorry. I really don't know about the master's affairs. It seems he's getting angry," the staff member replied with an awkward smile. "I've come to do business a few times, but it's a shame I've never met your master. I heard she's a great beauty." He then lowered his voice. After that, he walked over to the table where she and the Grandmaster were sitting. "Should we keep waiting, Master?" The old man replied calmly. "Don't be impatient." He picked up his teacup and continued. "To be honest, I've actually met your master before," the Grandmaster said, raising his teacup to smell its aroma as he informed him. The man was confused. "Yes, we met a long time ago." The old man stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. You've met her too?" She asked him in confusion. "I have." Just then, a staff member's voice came from outside. "Apologies for the wait. Our master has returned." Click, clack. The sound of high heels grew closer. At that moment, from the doorway, a girl with black hair and a stunning figure approached them. It turned out to be Yue Ling. When Yue Ling walked in and saw the girl, she was a bit surprised. Turning to the teacher, his eyes went wide as he stared at Yue Ling, even rubbing them a few times. He quickly glanced at Yi Yu, then back at Yue Ling, his face a mask of complete shock. "How are you two?" he stammered, unable to finish his sentence. "You look exactly alike." Yi Yu and Yue Ling looked remarkably similar. The only difference was that Yue Ling had a mole under her left eye, while Yi Yu did not. The staff member who had been sitting to the side watched them, bewildered. "I noticed it when they arrived last night. Could she be the master's long-lost twin sister?" While everyone was still reeling from the shock, someone suddenly stepped forward. "Master Yue, it's been a while. This was Ye Tian's younger sister. Ye Tian asked me to bring her to the martial pavilion for protection." The Grandmaster stepped forward to ask for Yue Ling's help. "Elder Lin, there's no need to be so formal. I already know everything that happened at the Lin Hai base last night." Yi Yu stood there awkwardly, looking down at the floor. Yue Ling stood before her, looking her up and down. A younger sister who looked just like her. She couldn't believe something like this was happening. Yue Ling clenched her fists in anger. Yue Ling's mind started racing. When he saved me before, was it because he saw me as a sister? Damn it. And he even carried me. How humiliating. The thought of their past encounters made her heart ache. Returning to the present, she calmly asked, "You're Yi Yu, right?" "Yes," she answered nervously. Yue Ling then stepped in front of Yi Yu and suggested, "Call me Big Sister." The girl let out a surprised gasp. "Huh?" Elsewhere, the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in a soft, gentle yellow. This place was bustling with people passing through, selling all sorts of items. At one stall, a vendor called out, "Step right up. Don't miss out. Selling the blood of ferocious beasts here." A mysterious-looking person appeared. He said one sentence. So this is the Marshall Valley. Back to the twilight scene. Two people were standing and talking in an area of the valley. Humph, why are you here? It was Ye Tian, asking a woman. Why? To respectfully await your arrival, of course. You're the celebrity of Lin Hai Base now. It was Yue Ling, leaning against a wall and looking at him. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear. I wouldn't dare be disrespectful. Right, Sir Ye Tian? Just then, the wind blew through his hair, and he struck a cool pose with his hands in his pockets. Ye Tian glanced over at Xiao Yu, who was running and panting. Slow down, miss. Yu Ling walked ahead, followed by Xiao Yu. Nearby, Lin Zi and Feng Lang stood by a car. Ye Tian and Yi Yu were holding the car door handles. Yue Ling was already in the car, and looking out, she said loudly, What are you staring at? Get in the car already. Ye Tian stood outside, looking in through the car door. He asked Yue Ling, What's this? You're coming too. Yue Ling answered irritably, Of course. Why else would I be sitting in the car? Ye Tian chuckled lightly and said, All right, fine. He looked back at Xiao Yu and Ye Yu. Xiao Yu was stroking the cat in Ye Yu's arms. Xiao Yu praised it, It's so cute. Yu replied, Ah, yes. Ye Tian called out to them, Ye Yu, Xiao Yu, you two can sit in the back. Inside the car, Ye Tian glanced over at Yue Ling. He asked, Why the sudden decision to come to the Mo High base with me? Yue Ling propped her arm on the door, her hand trembling slightly as she replied, Don't ask. Because I want to. That's why. Placing his hands on the steering wheel, Ye Tian smiled and said, If you wanted to come train with me, you could have just said so. No need for all this. Yue Ling turned and shouted angrily, I told you. I'm going because I want to. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just hitching a ride because it's convenient. Understand? Ye Tian feigned innocence and replied, Understood, understood. The car started moving. Ye Tian waved his hand and shouted, Goodbye, Elder Lin, Captain Feng. Watching the car drive away, Lin Zi said to Feng Lang, His future is truly something to look forward to. The car sped down the road. Holding the steering wheel, Ye Tian looked out with a hint of nostalgia. Goodbye. Ahead, beyond the hills, were dozens of houses in a row. Arriving at the new place, Ye Tian quietly bid farewell. Lin Hai Base. Waves of energy emanated from Ye Tian's eyes. He stared intently at Yue Ling, and a faint status window appeared above her head. Human status window. Name, Yue Ling, Cultivation Talent. Top tier, Swordsmanship Talent, mid-tier. Speed Talent, sub-tier. Reading Yue Ling's information left Ye Tian stunned and surprised. He couldn't believe her cultivation talent had broken through from high tier to top tier. Now, Yue Ling's information was clearly visible. Human status window. Name, Yue Ling, Cultivation Talent, top tier. Swordsmanship Talent, mid-tier. Speed Talent, sub-tier. Reading this, Ye Tian couldn't help but admire her silently. I don't even need to ask. It's definitely related to that Lake of Demise treasure. She's truly a formidable woman. Ye Tian thought to himself. Lost in contemplation, Yue Ling blushed, looking at Ye Tian uncomfortably and calling out, Hey. Ye Tian's eyes widened. Yue Ling grabbed his shirt and yelled angrily, Don't you know it's incredibly rude to stare at a girl like that? Caught. Ye Tian quickly panicked and apologized. Sorry, I was distracted. Hearing his apology, Yue Ling let go and walked away, deciding not to press the issue. She wasn't angry anymore. A few steps ahead of him, Yue Ling turned back to look at him and extended an invitation. It's not dark yet. Want to go for a walk? Ye Tian happily agreed. Sure. They were surrounded by large, ancient towers. Yue Ling started the conversation. I heard from Lin Zi that the Lin family wants to help you build your own force. What do you think about that? Blending into the crowd on the street, Ye Tian and Yue Ling strolled along. As they walked, he replied, I'm really not interested in that. Yue Ling asked curiously, Not interested? So what are your plans now? Continue training alone. Pausing for a moment, Ye Tian replied, I'm planning to leave here and go to the Mo High base. Hearing Ye Tian's intention to leave, Yue Ling turned to look at him. She repeated the 3 words he had just said, Leave this place. Ye Tian looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Yue Ling, feeling a bit flustered, quickly replied, No, it's nothing. On the road, Ye Tian walked a few steps ahead of Yue Ling, both of them lost in their own thoughts. Looking at Ye Tian's back, Yue Ling secretly wished she could leave this place. Ye Tian stopped and turned around, asking Yue Ling, Why'd you stop? Weren't you the one who wanted to go for a walk? Yue Ling let out a sigh. It was late afternoon, and the sparse branches of the trees swayed gently in the wind. Yue Ling quickly replied to Ye Tian, This is far enough. As night quickly fell, A crescent moon shone brightly in the sky. As soon as Yu Yu saw Ye Tian return, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, happily calling out, "Brother Ye Tian." Ye Tian looked at Yu Yu and flicked her forehead. "You're all grown up, yet you still want to be all clingy the moment you see me. Try to be a little more ladylike." Yu Yu rubbed her forehead where her brother had flicked her and said resentfully, "Humph, that's just because I miss you so much." Yi Yu clung tightly to her brother's arm. Ye Tian looked at Lin Zi and Feng Lang. "Thank you both. I'm sorry to have troubled you with taking care of Yi Yu." "Thank you all," Lin Zi said humbly. "You're being too polite." Yue Ling stood there, and next to her, Xiao Yu was engrossed in her phone. Yue Ling frowned, turned to Xiao Yu, and ordered, "Xiao Yu, summon Elder Yue Zhang to my office. I need to discuss something with him." Xiao Yu asked for clarification before complying. "Elder Yue Zhang." "Yes." In the dark room, faintly lit by a candle, a voice suddenly spoke. "Is that so?" Yue Zhang asked again, "Miss, are you certain about this decision?" "The one before you is Yue Ling," she said. "I've made up my mind." Giving Yue Zhang one last instruction, Yue Ling told him she was leaving the rest to him. By now, the sun had risen. Lin Zi stood with Feng Lang. He looked at Ye Tian and asked one last time, "Brother, if you stay, you could definitely establish the Yi family here. Won't you reconsider?" Next to Ye Tian, Yi Yu was petting a cat. Ye Tian heard Feng Lang's proposal and simply laughed. "Ha ha ha, there's really no need." While Yu Yu was still playing, Ye Tian pointed to his car and thanked them again. "Thank you all for helping me buy this car. It'll make things much more convenient." Lin Zhe looked at Ye Tian and said with a smile, "A young hero with lofty ambitions. This old man is truly impressed. If I were a few decades younger, I would definitely follow you into the fray." Feng Lang looked toward the gate and asked in surprise, "But aren't the heads of the house coming to see you off? Aren't you two friends?" A gentle breeze blew. Ye Tian stood in thoughtful silence. Looking towards the Yue family estate, it seemed Ye Tian was still waiting for Yue Ling. Gripping the strap of his bag tightly, Ye Tian said, "All right, I'm not waiting for her anymore." Ye Tian looked at everyone and said his goodbyes. "Farewell, everyone." Feng Lang looked at the two of them, then at Ye Yu and advised her, "Ye Yu, you need to cultivate diligently, too. Don't be lazy." Ye Yu waved her hand and replied, "I'll do my best. Goodbye." Lin Zi also gave some final words of advice. "Take care of yourselves." Just then, Yue Ling appeared, shouting as she walked, "Wait." The car sped along the road, rounding a curve. Inside the car, Ye Tian gripped the steering wheel seriously. Yue Ling sat silently with her arms crossed, looking out the window. The car was quiet, but with Xiao Yu and Ye Yu there, it quickly became noisy. Xiao Yu pointed an accusing finger at the cat Ye Yu was holding. "And you wouldn't even let me hold him. You naughty thing." Sitting beside her, Ye Yu just gave a wry smile and explained, "Xiao Jin is a little shy." Yue Ling glanced over at Ye Tian and asked, "In 3 months, the Mohai base will be holding a secret realm trial. Ye Tian, are you interested in participating?" Ye Tian looked at Yue Ling and asked curiously, "What's a secret realm?" In the back, Xiao Yu overheard Ye Tian's question about the secret realm, and couldn't help but ask, "You don't even know what a secret realm is? How on earth did you cultivate to the grand martial artist realm?" Up front, Ye Tian was left speechless by Xiao Yu's comment, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Yu raised her hand to explain. To put it simply, a secret realm is a type of subdimension that has separated from Earth. They say it's related to the cataclysm from 100 years ago. Before entering a secret realm, participants must enter a large circle called a spatial rift. Xiao Yu continued. Grand martial artists pass through the spatial rift to enter the secret realm and search for treasures. Dozens of people stood before the rift, ready to enter battle. It's one of the most important ways for martial artists to raise their cultivation level. Glancing down at Xiao Yu, Ye Tian asked, "Can anyone enter that secret realm?" Yue Ling, who was beside him, immediately answered, "No, secret realms are also ranked. For example, the one opening in 3 months can only be entered by grand martial artists." He thought about the immense power emanating from the spatial rift. With that kind of power, not just anyone could enter. A martial artist whose realm was higher or lower would be obliterated by the secret realm's restrictions if they tried to force their way in. With his hand on the gear stick, Ye Tian said, "So that's how it is. This is the first I'm hearing of this." The road ahead was empty as the car sped along. Not many people get to enter the secret realm. If I use my connections to get you in, it means someone from the Yue family will have to stay behind. Leaning on her hand, Yue Ling looked at Ye Tian and made her offer. "This is a rare opportunity. So, are you interested?" With his hands on the wheel, Ye Tian smiled and said, "Is it that much trouble? Then I won't go. The last thing I want is to cause trouble for others." Yue Ling was not at all pleased with Ye Tian's answer. She gritted her teeth and cursed in frustration. This guy. The car had been driving in a straight line, but as Yue Ling scolded Ye Tian, he jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve to the right. Why are you being so difficult? Act like a man. Hey, don't grab my steering wheel. In the evening sky, birds flew all around. Ye Tian got out of the car and looked ahead. This was an abandoned campsite. Everything here was old and dilapidated. Ye Tian told the others, "This is an abandoned campsite. Let's spend the night here." He turned on the water and splashed his face to wake himself up. After washing his face, he stretched, feeling refreshed. A gentle breeze blew around them. Ye Tian took a deep breath of fresh air, and his mood improved, feeling at ease. He walked up the stairs, almost reaching the top. Ye Tian said to himself, "I should go see how Yi Yu and the others are doing with dinner." After walking a short distance, Ye Tian heard Yue Ling's voice. He turned to look at her. Yue Ling asked him again, "Hey, are you really not going to the secret realm?" She walked towards Ye Tian. Standing there, she continued to persuade him. "You should really think it over. If we miss this secret realm, who knows when we'll get another chance like this." With her hands on her hips, Yue Ling said, "Opportunities are incredibly important for us martial artists." Ye Tian let out a small cough, then replied to Yue Ling, "How should I put this? Actually, I really want to go." Ye Tian looked over at the car, where Xiao Yu and Yi Yu were. He continued, "But this is also the first time Ye Yu and I have left the Lin High base." Over there, Xiao Yu was tasting some food while Ye Yu was laughing and talking happily. Ye Tian added, "A moment ago, if I wasn't right beside her, I honestly wouldn't feel at ease." Hearing this, Yue Ling covered her face and chuckled. "Ha ha ha, so that's what this is about." Ye Tian turned to scold Yue Ling. "What's so funny?" Placing a hand on Ye Tian's shoulder, Yue Ling asked him, "Do you really not know what my family does?" Looking at Ye Tian, she continued, "The Martial Pavilion also has a branch at the Mohai base. As for Yi Yu, you can leave her to me without any worries." Hearing this, Ye Tian was overjoyed and asked, "Huh, you can do that?" Tucking her hair aside, Yue Ling said playfully, "It's a piece of cake." Ye Tian scratched his head and said with a smile, Then let's go together." Ye Tian gently pushed Yue Ling forward. Yue Ling turned her head back, wanting to make sure he was certain. "All right then, don't you go flaking on me later." As he pushed her, Ye Tian said, "I know, don't worry." He grinned to himself, thinking, "Heh, this saves me a ton of money again." Raising her index finger, Xiao Yu asked everyone, "Everyone, I have something I need your opinion on." With one hand on her hip and the other holding a map, Xiao Yu continued, "We still have over 3,000 kilometers to go to get to the Mohai base. Do you all want to rush ahead, or do you want to take our time and sightsee along the way?" On the side, Ye Tian and Yue Ling were walking next to each other. After hearing Xiao Yu's question, they answered in unison, "I'm fine with either." Xiao Yu looked at them and teased, "Whoa, why are you two so in sync?" As soon as Xiao Yu said that, both of their faces turned red and they quickly looked away, thinking, "What is this damn chemistry?" Reaching out her hand, Yu Yu called out to Xiao Yu, "Sister Xiao Yu." Yu scratched her head, shyly saying to Xiao Yu, "I'd like to take our time and sightsee, to see the world outside. I don't know if that would be okay." Xiao Yu happily agreed. "Of course, it is." She then turned to ask Ye Tian and Yue Ling, "So, we'll go with Ye Yu's idea. Does anyone have any objections?" Both Yue Ling and Ye Tian said in unison, "None." By the time they finished discussing, it was late afternoon. "All right, we'll rest for one night and set out tomorrow morning." Both Xiao Yu and Ye Yu's eyes went wide, their mouths agape. So this was their sightseeing trip. A giant monster held a weapon, its eyes glowing red as it looked down from above, where a white car was flying through the sky. And of course, that was Ye Tian's group in the car. A status screen appeared, replicating Intermediate Endurance Talent. Xiao Yu and Ye Yu were once again dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they then took in the river scenery. A giant white creature burst from under the sea, sending water splashing everywhere. High above, Ye Tian was struggling to keep his car steady. Yue Ling was also hovering in the air from a distance. A status screen appeared, replicating Intermediate Defense Talent. 3 months later, a boat carved a path through the water. The large vessel sailed between two shores of rock and earth. Aboard the boat were clearly 4 people: Ye Tian, Yu Ling, Yi Yu, and Xiao Yu. Ye Tian shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand and said, "We finally arrived. The Mohai base." The sunlight shone down everywhere. This was the Mohai base, a vast and fortified stronghold. The base was massive, with a population of 10 million. After countless hardships, Ye Tian's team had finally reached the Mohai base. An old boatman with blonde hair, a long beard, and a green hat shouted, "We've reached the Mohai base. All passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion." Dressed in a purple shirt and black pants, Ye Tian stood outside watching Yu Ling's group, casually putting his hands in his pockets and waiting with a smile. Stepping into this unfamiliar place, he couldn't help but marvel. This place is huge. It must be several times bigger than the Linhai base. Yue Ling, in a form-fitting top and long black pants, stretched her arms out to breathe in the fresh air. As they walked and talked on the street, she replied, "That's right. It's divided into many districts here." Suddenly, a white car pulled up in front of them, drawing the attention of everyone around. Humph! A mysterious hand opened the door, and a voice introduced, "I am the driver from the Mohai Base Martial Pavilion. I have been waiting here for a long time." A middle-aged butler with neatly styled silver hair and an elegant, luxurious suit stood with his arms crossed. He said respectfully, "Young miss, welcome to the Mohai Base." Looking around, he couldn't help but be amazed by the opulence. The Martial Pavilion is really rich. Yue Ling, with an indifferent expression, changed the subject and gestured to Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, take Ye Yu to the Martial Pavilion to rest first." Xiao Yu winked with a smile and put her arm around Yi Yu, pulling her along. "Yes, miss." A confused little Yi Yu was pushed along, not understanding what was happening. She turned to look back at her brother and called out. Ye Tian looked at his little sister reassuringly and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about me. Just go on ahead." She was still worried about her brother. Yi Yu frowned and reminded him, "You have to be safe. I'll be waiting for you to come back." He smiled and replied, "Don't worry." After watching the car drive off into the distance, he and Yue Ling began to warm up. She walked ahead and turned to tie up her hair. "All right, it's time to make a big move." Elsewhere in the Mohai base, a helicopter was patrolling rapidly through the air over a certain district as he and she stealthily entered the town's center. The town was crowded with people, all talking animatedly. As he walked and observed, he remarked, "A lot of ordinary martial artists are gathered here." She replied, "They're probably here for the excitement, right? After all, there aren't that many grand martial artists around." A bright spot suddenly appeared in the sky, catching the attention of the townspeople. An old man looked up, his face filled with shock, and shouted, "A spatial rift has appeared again." The bright spot became clearer, emitting waves of origin energy. The surrounding clouds began to dissipate, revealing a small, brilliant circle of light. He looked up curiously and asked, "Can you even enter something that small?" She looked down and chuckled softly, knowing he would ask such a simple-minded question. "Of course, not right now." As she finished speaking, Yue Ling calmly looked up. "It needs to be broken open by someone." He was surprised to hear that, breaking out in a sweat as he glanced at her. His mind filled with doubt. Broken open? By human strength? From the crowd, a tall man in a fur coat calmly leaped high into the air, stunning everyone. An old man with slick-back hair suddenly recognized him and yelled, "It's the Cloud River King." The entire town watched his figure ascend into the sky, hovering in midair, and they all shouted in unison, "The Cloud River King is making his move." Yue Ling stepped forward, pointing in that direction. He followed her gaze, focusing as she began to explain the man's background. "See that? Flying high in the sky. That's a king-level expert." The two words king-level made him frown in deep thought. He wondered to himself, so, the realm above Grandmaster is the king level. The man with a buzz cut and a muscular build stared at the brilliant circle of light before him, his face showing no fear as he casually put his hands in his pockets. He was Yun He, an expert from the Yun family of the Mohai base, a king-level expert known as the Cloud River King. He watched with fascination, feeling a surge of excitement. So the Mohai base even has an expert like this. "I'd like to see for myself just how you're going to break open this spatial rift." He took his hand out of his pocket and began to activate his ultimate technique. A powerful wave of primordial energy enveloped his body, then manifested as a giant, golden finger. It caused the crowd below to stare in awe. What kind of secret art is that? He enhanced his strength and speed, channeling all his power into his hand as his eyes began to glow with an intense light. The summoned giant finger began to shatter the spatial rift. The crack widened and then crumbled, revealing a mystical secret realm. Witnessing this event, the people were astounded. Their spirits soared, and with radiant smiles, they shouted in unison, "He broke through. King Yun, he is mighty." He landed lightly on the ground, causing Ye Tian and Yue Ling to follow his figure with their eyes. Ye Tian activated his spiritual power and thought to himself, what kind of talent does this guy actually have? The information quickly appeared before his eyes. Status window, human, Yun He. Cultivation talent, superb. Spatial talent, elementary. He watched intently as the man basked in the praise and cheers, and finally understood. So, above peak level talent, There was a superb level. His fingers twitched slightly as a plan began to form in his mind. A smirk played on his lips. Well then, I won't be holding back. A ding sound was heard. The status window has successfully replicated the superb cultivation talent. The secret realm began to expand as a powerful wave of primordial energy flashed continuously. It made the sky turn gloomy, but that couldn't stop the great martial artist's desire to level up and hunt for treasure. The loudspeaker began to make an announcement. The secret realm tunnel is now open. Everyone, please prepare. You will enter the secret realm in 5 minutes. After completing his task, it was time for him to leave. He walked away slowly. His appearance and aura were incredibly powerful and imposing, accompanied by the endless praise and adoration of the people. We respectfully send off King Yun-hee. King Yun-hee is mighty. King Yun-hee is mighty. King Yun-hee is mighty. Unlike them, he and Yue Ling just watched the man from a distance, their faces expressionless, not joining in the cheers. Ye Tian lowered his head, using his hand to hide his cold eyes and sinister smile. He thought to himself, he also has a spatial talent. I wonder what mysteries it holds. It's a shame I can't replicate it again. His heart was filled with regret for not being able to copy it. A calculating desire surged in his mind. I'll just have to find a chance next time. At that moment, his status window appeared. Human, Ye Tian. Cultivation talent, superb. Speed talent, peak level. Saber-type talent, high level. Shadow talent, elementary. Healing talent, peak level. Strength talent, high level. Compression talent, mid-level. Defense talent, mid-level. Defense talent, mid-level. Yue Ling took out 2 items and handed them to him, explaining their uses. This is a spatial storage bag and a positioning watch. The spatial storage bag can hold a lot of things, and the positioning watch can display both of our locations. She spoke with genuine care, giving him meticulous instructions. Put these away. They'll be useful in the secret realm. He replied happily. Wow, this is great equipment. Thanks. Yue Ling couldn't hide the anxiety in her heart. She added, after we enter the secret realm, we don't know where we'll be thrown, so we need to regroup as quickly as possible. He listened calmly, putting on the watch, his face showing no fear at all. She looked at him, her face turning serious. Because this isn't a game. If you don't get out within a month, you'll have to wait until the secret realm opens again in 10 years. When Ye Tian heard this, his expression changed, losing its earlier indifference. He replied, 10 years. I understand. A pair of mysterious feet appeared, stomping down with a loud thud. A man with a huge belly, bulging muscles, a fierce face, and a prominent scar on his cheek stood behind him and asked in a loud voice, this rookie is the expert that Sister Ling invited. He looked at him with disdain, as if he wasn't even worth a glance. He continued, this little punk has the strength of a great martial artist. Did he use some trick to deceive Sister Ling? His rough words and fierce appearance caused the people nearby to start whispering in fear. Another person spoke up, this guy's aura is really strong. That kid is so unlucky to be targeted by him. The companion next to him replied, let's get away from here, quickly. She couldn't stand the insult and began to activate her power, a wave of primordial energy radiating from her body. With a stern face, she replied, Yue Chao, this is my friend. Please show some respect. He burst out laughing, clapping Ye Tian on the back as he replied, a rookie from some backwater town not only stole my brother's spot, but you want me to respect him? No can do. After Sister Ling finished speaking, he turned to look at Ye Tian, raised an eyebrow, and smirked contemptuously with a teasing tone. Can't even dare to fart. What a coward. Ye Tian started to get angry. His eyes became dangerous, radiating killing intent in response to the foul words spewing from the man's mouth. If she weren't there, he probably wouldn't have just stood by and let this foolish oaf off so easily. The boorish man waved his hand mockingly, his tone arrogant. Hurry home to drink your milk, and don't let me run into you inside. Ye Tian wore a fed-up expression as he looked at her and asked, is he always this much of a blowhard? She held her head and just smiled silently, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, the participants were ready. The loudspeaker announced again, the secret realm is now officially open. We wish everyone a bountiful harvest and a safe return. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone rushed into the secret realm without hesitation. Yue Ling looked at Ye Tian, who was warming up, and said, shall we go in too? He replied, let's go. The two of them started sprinting towards the secret realm, causing the people on the street to look up and shout, more people are going in. Yu sat in the car, hugging Xiao Jin, feeling her heart fill with unease. She silently prayed for him, you have to come back safely. By now, he and Yu Ling had successfully entered. The sky inside the secret realm was as red as blood, and the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. Before Ye Tian could even brace himself, he fell from a great height, causing the ground to shake violently as a massive cloud of dust erupted. He sat up in pain, rubbing his sore backside and couldn't help but groan. Oh, it felt like his butt had been split in 8. He stood up and looked around, realizing everything was incredibly strange. He muttered to himself, "So this is the secret realm." The sky held a blood-red moon, with scattered dark clouds over an ancient palace. Everything was completely different from Earth. Ye Tian was about to head inside when he accidentally stepped on a small flower, causing him to stop, pick it up, and take a closer look. He recognized it at a glance. It was a 100-year-old spirit ginseng. He looked at the ginseng garden in front of him, his eyes wide with astonishment, and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many." Ye Tian grinned from ear to ear. "Ha ha, I've struck it rich." He immediately took out his storage pouch and collected all the spirit herbs. "Got 'em all." He chuckled gleefully. If that money grubber, Yi Yu, saw this, she'd probably faint from shock, right? Ha ha ha. After taking everything, Ye Tian decided to head somewhere else to see what he could find. He hadn't been walking for long when he spotted something else. It was a dead body. This person was probably ambushed by a beast right after entering the secret realm. "It seems you can't let your guard down in here." Suddenly, the watch on Ye Tian's wrist signaled him. Ye Tian looked at the watch Yue Ling had given him, which was now sending out a signal. Ye Tian saw on the watch that Yue Ling was surrounded. She was in danger. At that moment, Yue Ling was sent flying. The one who hit her was a monster with green legs. She stabbed her sword into the ground to keep herself from falling. Yue Ling was struggling badly, her whole body covered in wounds. In that moment, her only hope was for Ye Tian to hurry and get there. While she was facing off against the monster, a figure was running at high speed. Following the watch's directions, Ye Tian was sprinting towards her location. It seemed to be in this direction. Ye Tian leaped across the rooftops of buildings to get to Yue Ling as fast as possible. He jumped down and ran towards her. Right in front of him was where Yue Ling was fighting. Ye Tian thought to himself, "Hang on, Yue Ling." At that moment, the monsters were roaring as they charged at her. Yue Ling was in deep trouble, fighting against this horde of monsters all by herself. She noticed a monster attacking her from behind. It struck her on the head, slamming her face into the ground. Its club even had a sharp point on it. She tried to stand up, but the monster closed in on her again. She looked up to see it standing right in front of her. She thought in fear that this was the end for her. The monster swung its club to strike her. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the blow. The person she thought of in that moment was Ye Tian. Suddenly, Ye Tian appeared out of nowhere and saved her with a swift kick to the monster. Her jaw dropped when she saw Ye Tian appear. The monster's jaw was shattered by Ye Tian's kick. It was sent flying far away, crashing into a wall with a loud thud. She was stunned that Ye Tian had appeared to save her. Ye Tian stood in front of her, letting out a small sigh of relief. He glanced back at her and said, "Stay put. Don't move. You can leave the rest to me." With those words, he suddenly moved at an incredible speed. He summoned his sword and charged in, beginning to slash the monsters to death. Seeing this, the terrified monsters shrieked and began to flee. He glanced over at the ones surrounding them. He smashed the mouth of the monster right in front of him. He dodged to the side, then stomped his foot with all his might and charged toward the fleeing monsters. On the side, Yue Ling was thinking, with Ye Tian here, the dream my father couldn't fulfill all those years ago. Perhaps it can finally come true, right? She watched as Ye Tian single-handedly wiped out all the monsters. Ye Tian walked over to Yue Ling and asked, "What happened? With your strength, how could these weak little beasts injure you like this?" She gave a self-deprecating smile. "Of course, it wasn't them who injured me." She pushed herself up with her hands, explaining with difficulty, "I was injured by a giant bronze-eyed python. It's a high-level beast that possesses a bronze-eye innate talent." A high-level beast? As she spoke, she turned her back to leave. "I had to use a secret technique just to escape. I didn't expect to run right into their ambush just after getting out. So that's what happened. This secret realm holds priceless treasures, but at the same time, the risk of death." Ye Tian watched as Yue Ling slowly walked away. This was only just the beginning. Outside the building, the sky was dark, and lightning and clouds created a terrifying scene. At that moment, inside the secret realm, rain was pouring down. Yue Ling summoned a healing potion. She immediately drank the healing potion and sat down cross-legged. She began to regulate her body's state to heal her wounds. Ye Tian walked closer to her. He asked, "Yue Ling, you seem to know so much about this secret realm." He looked at her healing but still asked, "So what exactly is the most valuable treasure here? And you know the locations of a few other natural treasures, don't you?" Although she was healing, she still answered Ye Tian's questions. "The most valuable thing is probably the origin chi or vein, but a huge resource like that was claimed by the Yun family long ago." He turned to look at her. "The Yun family? You mean the Yun He King's family? So, is your goal this ore vein as well?" Yue Ling sighed. It's not. She suddenly opened her eyes, her tone becoming firm. I want to find the treasure my father left behind. Ye Tian was surprised to hear her say that. The treasure your father left behind? Yue Ling began to recount the story. 20 years ago, when my father came here, he discovered an extremely rare natural treasure. But unfortunately, it was guarded by a beast that possessed a teleportation talent. He couldn't get it. Yue Ling's eyes showed her determination. So, getting it this time is my goal. Hearing her mention a beast, Ye Tian became cheerful. You mean a teleporting beast? She confirmed. That's right. She closed her eyes to continue healing. According to my father's speculation, it's an extremely dangerous beast that possesses an intermediate-level spatial talent. From what she said, this was an incredibly powerful beast. According to her description, it's a beast with bat wings. It also has very sharp claws and 4 arms. Hearing this, Ye Tian fell into deep thought. An intermediate-level spatial talent. Even the Yunhei King only has a primary one. He shivered and chuckled to himself. I absolutely have to get it. After speaking, she stopped healing and reached for her foot with her hand. She performed a split, then a spinal twist. Finally, she did a full-body stretch. All right, my body has recovered enough to move. Ye Tian asked curiously. Right, so what exactly is this treasure that you two are so obsessed with? Would you mind revealing it? Yue Ling answered casually. You're my partner now, so I suppose there's no problem telling you. Yue Ling said while stretching her limbs. That treasure is called the Heaven Soul Flower. It's a natural treasure that can upgrade a person's cultivation talent to the highest level. To put it simply, one Heaven Soul Flower is an artificially created genius. One Heaven Soul Flower is a peak-level Grandmaster. One Heaven Soul Flower is enough for someone to dominate your Lin High base. Ye Tian feigned interest. Is it really that amazing? Yue Ling pointed a finger straight at him. This thing isn't just something I need. You and your sister also need it very much. Ye Tian thought it over. I definitely can't use it, but Yi really does need it. Ye Tian held out his hand and asked, how many Heaven Soul Flowers are there in total? Do you know? Yue Ling thought for a moment. 20 years ago, there were about 10, but some may have been lost during that time, and it's also possible that more have grown. At that moment, Yue Ling spoke to Ye Tian with a serious tone. The biggest taboo for treasure hunting partners is not splitting things evenly. That's why I'm willing to split everything with you evenly, no matter how much there is. But in return, you have to promise to use your full strength to deal with that fierce beast. Ye Tian agreed. Of course. The two high-fived to seal the deal. At that moment, it was still raining in the secret realm. They talked as they leaped across the rooftops. Ye Tian asked, Hey, do you know the exact location of that treasure? Yue Ling said confidently, Don't worry, just follow me. Ye Tian watched Yue Ling from behind, thinking to himself, The Heavenly Soul Flower is truly a great item, but compared to the flower, I'm more interested in that spatial talent. Ye Tian's expression grew serious. The two arrived at a forest, leaping through the treetops. Ye Tian asked about her plan. Your father has been planning this for 20 years. He must have come up with a countermeasure by now, right? She confirmed that, of course, there was a plan. With that, Yue Ling took out a strange item. Yue Ling then tossed it back to Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly caught it. He looked at the object in his hands, puzzled. What is this? Yue Ling glanced back and explained, This is called an array disc. My father spent a fortune to hire an array master to create it. The inscription on it is called the Space Sealing Array, and it can greatly reduce the effectiveness of teleportation. Ye Tian looked at the intricate patterns on the array disc and asked again, So it can even counter teleportation, right? Yue Ling confirmed. Of course. Everything in this world has something that counters it. Nothing is truly invincible anymore. Only its natural enemy might go undetected. His gaze deepened as he thought, a natural enemy. In that case, what is the natural enemy of this talent of mine? Ye Tian recalled their earlier conversation. But don't think the array disc is perfect. It only works for 3 seconds, and its effective range is only 800 meters. Yue Ling explained her plan. My original plan was to open the array disc and then use a secret technique in coordination with you. Unfortunately, to escape the demonic-eyed giant python, I had to use my secret technique early. I can't use it again for a short while, and we can't delay our fight for the treasure. Ye Tian stated firmly, Say no more. I'll give it my all. He smiled as he listened to her. She glanced back at him and couldn't help but smile to herself. By now, night had returned. Yue Ling landed in a certain spot. Seeing her stop, Ye Tian stopped as well. Seeing her halt, he asked, Why'd we stop? She replied, We're here. Yue Ling gestured with her eyes. See that mountain cave? The mountain cave looked very simple. The Heavenly Soul Flower and the Space Beast are both in there. Ye Tian looked at Yue Ling and asked, So what's next? I'll go first. Yue Ling said, Not so fast. Setting up the array takes some time. Wait until I'm done, then you can lure it out. The beast was sleeping next to a pile of bones when it suddenly shot up, its eyes snapping open as it sensed someone's arrival. Ye Tian was startled, realizing the beast had already discovered them. A ball of light suddenly appeared in the air behind Ye Tian and Yue Ling. Ye Tian turned his head to look, and they both saw the fierce beast hovering in the air. It found us. It must be the sensory ability that comes with its space talent. The beast was also staring intently at the two of them. At that moment, a status window appeared. Species: Void Shifting Bat, Peak Level Bloodline Talent. Mid-Level Space Talent, Mid-Level Gigantification Talent. Ye Tian looked at the status screen in surprise. A space talent. Impressive. Ye Tian shouted, "I'll hold it off. You activate the space sealing array." "Got it. I'm counting on you." Yue Ling ran towards the forest, leaving Ye Tian to face the beast alone. The beast charged toward Ye Tian, injuring him. It wounded him on his left shoulder. Ye Tian looked at the injury and remarked, "As expected of teleportation. It's fundamentally different from a speed talent." The beast charged forward again and struck Ye Tian with another blow, sending him flying backward. Ye Tian was knocked back to the entrance of the cave. He got back on his feet. "If that's how you want to play it, I'm done holding back. I'll see this through to the end with you." Ye Tian activated his healing talent while also summoning his weapon. On the other side, Yue Ling put her hands together and began to use the array disc. The array disc hovered above her head as a blue aura enveloped her. Yue Ling tried to speed up the array's formation. "Just hold on a little longer, Ye Tian. Almost there." The array disc was slowly activating. At that moment, the beast hovered in the air, staring at him. The beast's wings twitched slightly, and it used its space talent to charge straight at Ye Tian. "Here it comes," Ye Tian sensed. The beast swung its sharp claws toward Ye Tian's back. Ye Tian immediately activated his peak-level speed talent. The beast lashed out with a kick towards Ye Tian, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the ground was covered in a web of cracks. But Ye Tian was nowhere to be seen. Having activated his peak-level speed talent, Ye Tian had dodged its attack. He said, "You're not the only one who's fast. My speed is nothing to scoff at." The beast glared at him. With fury in its eyes, it charged at him again. He saw it appear right in front of him, his eyes darting to its approaching claws. He activated his peak-level speed talent, dodging to the side before launching his own attack. Ye Tian swung his knife, and the beast raised its arm. The two clashed violently. He turned and yelled to Yue Ling, "How much longer until the array is ready?" Yue Ling shouted back hastily, "3 more seconds." Suddenly, the beast used its space talent and teleported away. Seeing this, Ye Tian knew something was wrong. This was bad. As the seconds ticked down, the beast flew towards Yue Ling. 3. She stared in horror as the beast flew towards her. 2. Just then, Ye Tian activated his top-tier speed talent. He dashed forward and kicked it, stopping it from lunging in to kill her. 1. Yue Ling immediately activated the formation disc. Flight suppression art. She slammed her hand on the ground and shouted, "Activate the array and send it up." It flew towards the beast. The beast noticed the array had been activated. A complex formation diagram appeared in the sky. The formation suppressed it, making it unable to fly. The array caused its body to become incredibly heavy, and it roared in anger. "Arg! Arg! Arg!" Yue Ling let out a sigh of relief. It worked. The beast used its hands to try and lift its body. It immediately used its gigantification talent, causing its muscles to swell. The beast transformed, growing gigantic. It stood up and let out a roar. Roar! The ground trembled. Yue Ling screamed. This is its gigantification talent. She saw the formation disc slowly beginning to crack. This is bad. The formation disc is about to break. She turned and shouted at Ye Tian. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian suddenly swung his blade at the beast's mouth, cleaving half of its head clean off. Ye Tian had just used his shadow blade skill. The beast's head fell to the ground. Yue Ling watched in astonishment, shocked at how powerful a single strike could be. The formation disc was also falling. It crashed to the ground and shattered in two. Ye Tian landed and picked up a piece of the broken disc, feeling regretful. What a waste. Such a great treasure, and it could only be used once. Just then, Yue Ling ran over, calling his name. She asked angrily, "Spit it out. Have you been hiding your true strength? If not, how could you have taken care of that void bat so quickly?" Ye Tian made an X gesture with his hands to signal no. No, not at all. It was just fast. When it got bigger, it actually made it an easier target for me. To be honest, it was all thanks to your formation. He quickly changed the subject. But right now, the most important thing is to see how many heavenly soul flowers are left. She wasn't satisfied. Humph. She turned away, but not without adding one last comment. "Don't even think about hiding things from me. I'll deal with you later." She tossed her hair and ran through the forest, over the hill, thinking to herself, it's been 20 years. I hope there are a few more stalks. She put on a serious face. If not, she really wouldn't know how to face Ye Tian. Elsewhere, Ye Tian took out his storage bag. He stuffed the beast's corpse inside the storage bag. Holding it in his hand, he felt pleased. Hey, this was a huge score. Elsewhere, Yue Ling cried out. Whoa! Before her were the very flowers her family had been searching for 20 years. The heavenly soul flowers were all here. She began to count them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She was overjoyed. Perfect. Exactly 8 stalks, just enough to split. She began to uproot each flower one by one. She felt a sense of relief holding them. 4 for each of us. That way, no one gets shorted. We're so lucky. Just then, Ye Tian caught up to her. He looked around the cave and suddenly caught a familiar scent. Why does this cave smell so familiar? Yue Ling then handed him 4 of the heavenly soul flowers. Here, take these. This is your share. He took them. Thanks. He placed each heavenly soul flower into his storage bag, feeling ecstatic. This trip was a massive success. Suddenly, Ye Tian smelled that scent once again. He was suddenly reminded of something. I remember now. This is the scent from when Xiao Jin led me to find that spirit fruit. He was certain there was another treasure here. He began searching around the cave. What are you doing? We already got the heavenly soul flowers. Aren't you going to leave? If you're in a hurry, you can go on ahead. I'll leave later. Yue Ling glared at him. Were the heavenly soul flowers not enough to satisfy you? Greed is a taboo when treasure hunting. Don't you understand the principle of moderation? She yelled in frustration. Hey, I'm talking to you. Suddenly, as he touched the stone wall, he felt something strange. He looked back at the spot he had just touched. It seems to be right here. He placed his hand on the stone wall. Ye Tian then activated his power talent. He threw a powerful punch at the wall. The wall exploded inward. Seeing this, Yue Ling shouted, Whoa, Ye Tian, what are you doing? Ye Tian stood there, watching the rock fragments fall away, revealing a new passage. Yue Ling said in surprise, I can't believe there's another cave here. So there really was another hidden passage. She stepped inside, and the dust made her cough. Cough, cough, cough. She then looked up in amazement. Huh. One look, and she immediately recognized the flower in the middle of the pool. It was a golden earth lotus. It's a golden lotus flower. Ye Tian grinned widely. That's it. Yue Ling uttered the name of the glowing lotus. The golden earth lotus. Ye Tian turned to ask her, You know about it? Ma'am, I know a little. She said, This thing is even rarer than the heavenly soul flower. On the market, it's worth 5 times as much. It's just a shame its valuation is so high that no one actually buys it. Ye Tian was surprised to hear her say that. What do you mean its valuation is so high that no one buys it? Yue Ling began to explain. The golden earth lotus affects a person's innate talent, but it can't fundamentally upgrade it. She said that it can only cause the innate talent to produce a new variation, and whether that new variation is useful or not is completely dependent on the original talent. For example, someone once used it to turn the lightning from their speed talent into a pair of wings. It was completely useless. However, there is a small chance it could turn into a very useful ability, maybe a 1 in 1,000 chance. She waved her hand dismissively. In short, its price is just too high. A rich person might buy one to test their luck, which is why not many people buy them. Ye Tian looked at the flower, deep in thought. He then stroked his chin, smiling to himself. My innate talent is replication. I wonder what kind of new variation it will produce. He then turned to Yue Ling and said, Yue Ling, how about we make a deal? She looked at him, confused. He then crouched down, preparing to jump. He told her to wait a moment. He suddenly launched himself towards the flower and plucked it. From above, Yue Ling yelled, Hey. Ye Tian used a lotus leaf as a foothold to leap back up. He landed next to her, and she immediately asked, Hey, why did you just pick it without asking? She said, I get a share of that golden earth lotus. Don't you dare try to take it all for yourself. He chuckled. Not so fast. He then took out 3 of his heavenly soul flowers. You said this lotus is worth 5 times a heavenly soul flower. By that logic, I also have a half share in the lotus. So, he gave her a choice. How about I trade my 3 heavenly soul flowers for your half share? Are you willing? Hearing his offer, Yue Ling's jaw dropped. What? 3 heavenly soul flowers are worth far more than the beast's corpse and this golden earth lotus combined. Is this guy an idiot? She quickly covered her mouth to hide her smug grin. He. This so-called schemer needs to be taught a lesson. She then feigned reluctance. All right then, seeing as you work so hard to help me, I'll let you have the better end of the deal. Ye Tian didn't hesitate for a second. Then thanks, I'll take them. After getting the items, she couldn't stop smiling. This was a huge win. It was like getting 3 stocks for free. She looked into her storage bag. From this trip to the secret realm, she had obtained a total of 7 heavenly soul flowers. She clutched the storage bag tightly, her expression turning serious. This should be enough to use as a bargaining chip with that person, right? Meanwhile, Ye Tian prepared to absorb the spiritual herb. A golden aura began to radiate from his body. Holding the golden earth lotus in his hand, he began the process of absorbing it. As he absorbed it, a golden aura spread around him. The surrounding scene was indescribable. He suddenly saw a status window appear and was surprised to realize what it was. Congratulations, the second replication function has been successfully activated. He was terrified of himself having a second replication. In other words, he could now replicate twice a month. He stood up, feeling brand new. He happily stretched his muscles. I like this. He decided to test his strength, trying out the replication distance. With Ye Tian at the center, a pink wave emanated outwards. He watched the distance reach 200 meters, 400 meters. His abilities range kept expanding, finally reaching 500 meters. He laughed gleefully. How could it have gotten so much stronger? This is insane. He smiled smugly to himself. A second replication ability, plus a 500-meter range. This was worth more than 3 heavenly soul flowers. Even 10 of them would be worth it. Ye Tian suppressed his excitement for a moment. There was one more thing to do. He opened his storage bag, and the beast's corpse fell out in front of him. The status window appeared. Mid-tier space talent. Replication successful. Do you wish to merge? He flashed a smug grin. Merge? Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock, his red pupils shrinking in astonishment as a ray of light flashed within them. The system displayed a notification. Status window. Successfully merged space talent. At the same time, a brilliant light flashed, enveloping everything. Ye Tian suddenly felt exhausted. He bent over, resting his hands on his knees and panting heavily. The status window continued to provide new information. Human, Ye Tian. Talents, superhuman cultivation, top-tier speed. High-tier blade talent, top-tier healing talent, high-tier strength talent, mid-tier compression talent, mid-tier defense talent, mid-tier space talent. Ye Tian stood up and wiped the sweat from his chin. The system continued, blink, spatial perception, spatial mark, personal space. Hearing this, he said, this space talent is the most powerful one I've ever encountered. Ye Tian raised his hand, and a swirling vortex appeared, forming a dazzling blue sphere. Spiritual energy from all directions was sucked into the vortex. In an instant, the sphere transformed into a beautiful cube with a 1 cubic meter personal space. He looked solemnly at the cube floating in his hand. He raised it with both hands, and a small bag flew out from it, surrounded by tiny sparks of lightning. Ye Tian's face broke into a smile. This spatial storage bag only has 30 cubic meters of space, and it can easily be stolen. With a personal space, my supplies are finally safe. Those sparks of lightning, though small, looked incredibly fierce, exuding considerable power. He raised his hand, palm facing the floating bag. Take it all back. Ye Tian's expression turned grim with a hint of menace, a cunning smile on his face. Now, it's time for some new plundering. The scene shifts to a dark mountain where a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The trees were still, and the landscape was strangely silent. From above, a small girl could be seen lying in a large clearing, a sword resting beside her. Yue Ling was leaning against a cliff wall with her eyes shut, arms and long legs crossed. Her head was slightly bowed. Suddenly, footsteps approached, stopping near the young woman. It was Ye Tian. He stood there, watching the girl sleeping soundly, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. He studied her face closely. The girl's expression didn't change. She remained in a deep sleep. She really looks like Yi Yu. Ye Tian's gaze fell, a touch of sadness in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder what she's doing right now. Suddenly, Yue Ling's eyes snapped open, and she looked up at the man who had been standing there all this time. She stood up, lightly brushing the dust from her hips, a pose that revealed an indescribable charm and a well-proportioned figure with a slender waist. She turned her head to look at the person beside her. Are you done resting? As she spoke, she raised her hand, and as if drawn by a magnetic force, the sword flew up. It quickly landed in her palm, the entire blade crackling with terrifying lightning. Ye Tian smiled cheerfully. Mum, thanks for guarding the cave entrance for me. Yue Ling then asked for his opinion. I've got what I needed. This time, I'm really leaving the Mystic Realm. Are you coming with me? He was puzzled. You want to leave the Mystic Realm now. She turned her back to him, and as she was about to leave, he put a hand to his head, signaling that he didn't want to go yet. He explained, Actually, I still want to train a bit more in the Mystic Realm. Who knows, I might find another opportunity. Hearing this, she spun around in surprise, her jaw dropping. Yue Ling strode towards him, urgently pointing a finger in his face. She said loudly, "You're not familiar with this place. It's very dangerous to be alone. It's not as simple as you think." Ye Tian waved his hand with a radiant smile. "With my strength, I guarantee it won't be a problem. You can rest easy on that." He smiled, turned, and said to her, "Let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation point. We should be able to make it before dawn." She sighed helplessly. Although she looked reluctant, she agreed to follow him. In her mind, she was already scheming, "I have to find a way to get Ye Tian to leave the mystic realm with me." She pondered this with a grim expression, lightly biting her index finger. In the silent night, a man and a woman moved toward their destination. "It's just up ahead. We're almost there." Ye Tian ran swiftly in front, leading the way, with Yue Ling following behind. Her ponytail swayed in the wind. Suddenly, an explosion erupted ahead of them. Smoke billowed out, and a white haze enveloped the entire area. Ye Tian, who had been running, was forced to a halt, skidding across the ground. They both took defensive stances. He noticed something and shouted, "Someone's fighting." The explosion had come from high up on a cliff and was still going, with fire and smoke spreading in all directions. It seemed to be a terrifying amount of power. Yue Ling speculated, "They're probably fighting over some treasure. It's a shame we're too far away to sense who it is." A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. This is a perfect chance to test out this space talent, spatial perception. His eyes shot open. From within those sharp pupils, crimson, circular waves of energy radiated out, looking incredibly magical. A blurry image began to form. It was the intersection of a sword and a uniquely patterned axe. Everything was cast in a classic dark gray hue. "I see it now. This is an auxiliary ability of my spatial talent. How impressive." The image sharpened, showing the sword and axe clashing relentlessly, sending out blinding flashes of light. On the other side, Li Kang and Zhang Kai were locked in a fiery battle. Just as Li Kang swung his sword, Zhang Kai parried with his wooden shield. They were perfectly matched. A moment later, the two were thrown apart. The dragon-like, bird-beaked beast lay motionless on the ground. The monster was dead, and now the two humans were fighting each other. Li Kang pointed his sharp Zhuo Qing blade at his opponent. "Zhang Kai, the treasure is mine. Give up now." Zhang Kai refused to yield, fiercely holding his defensive stance. "Humph, we'll see who's still standing in the end." With that, they both charged simultaneously, their feet kicking off the ground with such force it created a flash of light. Over here, Ye Tian and Yue Ling calmly chatted as they watched the other two fight ferociously. Zhang Kai rushed forward, shoving Li Kang back with his shield. Ye Tian suddenly exclaimed, "So that's Li Kang and Zhang Kai." He looked surprised. "You know them." With her hands on her hips, she spoke calmly to him. "The Li and Zhang families are on pretty good terms. Why would they be trying to kill each other?" Hearing that, his eyes narrowed, turning a dark gray. Spatial talent. Spatial perception. They must be fighting over some treasure, but where could that treasure be? Suddenly, a faint light glowed in the darkness. The monster remained silent and still on the cold earth. Suddenly, as he scanned the area, he noticed something. "Wait a second. There's something in the beast's mouth." Sure enough, nestled inside the creature's beak was a small flower. The stalk had 3 lovely blossoms that looked like roses. The whole plant emitted a magical glow. The sharp axe suddenly flew through the air, its blade nicked and scratched from countless hard-fought battles. Zhang Kai let out a cry. "Ha ha!" His opponent, Li Kang, refused to give in, swinging his treasured blade with a sharp yell of his own. "Ha ha!" The fight was reaching its peak. Li Kang leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick, which streaked through the air like lightning and struck Zhang Kai squarely in his chiseled chest. He managed to block it with his shield, swinging it violently towards his opponent's head. It appeared both men were struck by the tremendous power of each other's blows. Filled with a thirst for victory, Li Kang, with one eye covered by a black eye patch and the other a horrifying pure white, let out a massive roar that sent earth and stone flying. Not to be outdone, Zhang Kai squeezed his eyes shut and howled in apparent pain. And just like that, they were both sent flying to opposite sides. They still held their axe and sword, but Zhang Kai's shield had been smashed into large and small fragments. They tumbled to the ground, sprawling out awkwardly as dust and rocks flew up around them. Seeing this, Yue Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. She and Ye Tian had been standing off to the side, watching everything unfold. She pointed at the aftermath of the fight. 2 men and a beast lay strewn across the cold earth. The current scene was the complete opposite of when they first arrived. It was utterly silent. A creepy silence. Yue Ling cried out in alarm. "They're dead." Did they end up killing each other? Leaving Ye Tian behind on the high cliff, Yue Ling suddenly jumped off without hesitation. She tucked her legs in, her hair streaming upwards against the wind in her reckless descent. From the top, Ye Tian shouted down to her, "Hey, What do you think you're doing? Aren't we supposed to be rushing to the teleportation gate? Yu Weiling glanced up at him, a mischievous grin on her face. I'd be a fool to pass up free stuff. Instantly, Ye Tian jumped down too. One chasing the other, they navigated the sheer cliff face with incredible ease. As he ran, he called out, "We're not splitting it this time. Whatever you find is yours. Is that so? Fine, let's do it that way. Just make sure you don't regret it." Absolutely no regrets. Ye Tian's brow furrowed, and he gritted his teeth, his face set with determination. He scoffed to himself, "If you manage to find that spirit herb, then I'll admit I lost." Yue Ling, leading the way, leaned forward, with her arms swept back to cut through the wind. She glanced back at him. "Good. No regrets, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Trailing behind, Ye Tian was utterly baffled. Whoa, where'd that burst of speed come from? Before he could even register his shock, she had already touched down at the scene of the fight. She landed hard, bending her knees and spreading her arms for balance. She casually raised a hand, and faint sparks of lightning danced off her fingertips. She knelt down next to Li Kang, who was lying motionless on the ground with his eyes clamped shut and mouth agape. She reached for his small bag, and lightning from her palm instantly surrounded it. "First, I've got to stash their things in my spatial storage pouch." At that moment, Ye Tian finally landed. And there was the other person. Still on her knees, Yu Ling pushed herself up with one hand, the other still fizzing with tiny white lightning sparks. The pouch had now been duplicated. One version was ethereal, the other was real. Yue Ling put her hands on her knees and grinned, celebrating her victory. "Haha, all this loot is mine now." Suddenly, a hand slammed down. "Hey," a voice said. Ye Tian was sitting nonchalantly atop the purple-bodied monster, one leg bent, one hand resting on the creature's flank and the other on his own knee. He calmly asked, "You want this thing? That thing is huge and worthless. If you want the corpse, be my guest. I don't need it." Hearing this, Ye Tian immediately jumped down. "Are you sure?" Yue Ling spun around, annoyed. "When I say I don't want it, I mean it. Do whatever you want with it." Ye Tian smirked slyly, smiling as he turned away. "Then it's mine. Don't you go regretting it." Behind him, Yue Ling picked up the treasure blade to inspect it. "God, he talks so much. It's just a dead monster. Why would I want it?" He then placed his hands on the beast and gripped its jaws, his muscles tensing. With a surge of strength, he effortlessly pried the creature's massive jaws open. The beast's mouth gaped, revealing dangerously sharp teeth slick with saliva. And there, inside, was the flower from earlier. It was small, just a single crimson bloom, but it glowed and radiated an incredible energy. At that sight, Yue Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. The treasure blade she was holding fell from her hand with a thud. Ye Tian stood up, holding the treasure triumphantly. "Looks like my luck is pretty good, finding a spirit herb in its mouth." Yue Ling screamed, "Wait a second." She rushed over, her voice a low, angry growl. "Hurry up, let me see that spirit herb." Ye Tian quickly tried to wave her off. "Hey, what are you doing? This is mine." Yue Ling instantly grabbed his wrist and brought her other hand up to gently cradle the spirit herb along with him. It really is a heavenly talent spirit blossom. So she does know what this is, Ye Tian thought to himself. He promptly moved the herb away from her, pretending he didn't know a thing. "Oh, is this really that valuable?" Seeing her chance, Yue Ling put on her most dazzling, yet obviously fake, smile and spoke hesitantly. "Well, how about we trade for it?" Ye Tian just sighed. And so, the two began their negotiations under the cover of the still, quiet night. "In that case, you have to tell me, what on earth does this thing do?" Two great families slaughtered each other over it. "All right." Yue Ling hesitantly raised her index finger. "Actually, its ability is very simple. There's only one." Suddenly, dangerous flames erupted behind her. Her expression turned serious as she frowned and said, "It allows a person to awaken the fire talent." Ye Tian was completely unfazed, his expression unchanging. "Is that all?" Seeing his reaction, Yue Ling yelled in frustration. "Do you have any clue what it means to gain an entirely new talent? Some of the king-level experts in the great families. He just has an extremely high cultivation talent, but lacks a special auxiliary one. That's why having a flower spirit talent, this kind of high-level attack ability, is incredibly valuable to the major families." Ye Tian put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. "I can create any kind of talent I want, so this thing is completely useless to me." Yue Ling calmed down and continued seriously. "To be honest with you, one of the king-level ancestors of my Yue family is in that exact situation. He's missing a special talent. If he could obtain a fire-type talent, his combat power would increase tenfold." She pictured the king-level ancestor, bald, with white eyebrows and wrinkled skin from old age. The old man wore white robes and was enveloped in a mystical purple aura. Ye Tian held out his hand, the flower branch still hovering above his palm. If you want it that badly, then I'll give it to you. Yue Ling stared in surprise at the flower in his hand. Huh? You're giving it to me? He answered nonchalantly. Of course. I have no use for it, and neither does my little sister. Giving it to you is much more practical. Yue Ling hesitated, but seeing this, Ye Tian turned away, putting a hand behind his neck. She watched him intently. I want to see if I can find anything else. Yue Ling carefully picked up the small flower branch with her fingertips, thinking to herself, is this the gap between people? Some would consider this a treasure worth sacrificing their lives for, while others are completely unfazed and can just hand it over to someone else. The heavily injured Li Kang lay struggling on the cold ground. Looking at Ye Tian's back, she came to a conclusion. Ye Tian is truly a man destined for greatness. Meanwhile, he was smirking inwardly, making a cold calculation. This thing is completely useless to me. If I give it to Yue Ling, she'll owe me a favor. Maybe I'll get a hefty discount when I go to the Martial Pavilion later. I never make a losing deal. Heh. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Everything around them was dark, with a range of rolling hills and a glowing circle in the center. We're here. This is the teleportation portal out of the secret realm. The scene was surreal, with the two small figures standing before a massive spatial vortex. The vortex swirled with dark purple mists that gradually began to glow from within. They were surrounded by a dense black fog, making it impossible to see the path. Yue Ling looked at the person beside her. Let me ask you one more time, she said. Are you sure you're not leaving with me? Ye Tian smiled, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand while the other was casually tucked into his pocket. Yeah, he hummed. I want to stay a while longer. Hearing this, Yue Ling had no other choice but to sigh. She raised her hand, where two storage pouches sparked with electricity, along with a small flower branch, hovered above her palm. In that case, take these storage pouches, and here's the heaven soul flower your sister needs. I'll give you one of the stalks, she said slowly. In any case, I can't just take your things for free. Ye Tian happily accepted the treasures. He held out his hand, and they flew into it. Well then, don't mind if I do. With that, she turned to leave, but not before tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and looking back at him. One more thing. Within this 1 month period, especially towards the final days, it gets more dangerous near the teleportation point. You need to be careful then. Ye Tian replied, Yeah, I know. Hearing that, she felt more at ease and quickly prepared to leave. Well, I'm off. Before she could even take a step, she stopped again. Oh, right. If you run into anyone from the Yun family, do not start a fight. Do your best to go around them. They have a king-level expert overseeing things. She glanced at the person next to her, imagining an aggressive brute with a wide mouth, pale white eyes, and a face full of bulging veins. Ye Tian rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. The family of King Yunhei. While he was pondering, a voice called out, snapping him back to reality. He followed the sound with his eyes. High above, Yue Ling looked down and smiled. I'll be waiting for you on the outside. He smiled back, his hair fluttering in the wind as he raised a hand to wave goodbye. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Ling pushed off the ground. She shot straight up into the air, her body going limp as her eyes remained fixed on the spatial vortex. She thought to herself, it probably won't be long before he leaves me completely in the dust, will it? Ye Tian shoved his hands in his pockets, watching the girl's fading silhouette disappear into the spatial vortex. As she traveled through the portal, Yue Ling frowned with determination. I have to train harder. Otherwise, I'll only be able to watch him from a distance. Yue Ling's figure vanished completely into the mystical space. Ye Tian placed a hand on the ground as purple lightning like magic coiled around his arm. Finally, the person holding me back is gone. He crouched down, his hands and feet on the ground as his entire body was enveloped in magical energy. He yelled, Now, this is my playground. His eyes narrowed into a condescending squint, his captivating purple irises standing out against his jet-black hair. Then, he shot upwards, creating a streak of light that connected the ground to the sky, as if an explosion had just gone off. Purple lightning followed the beam of light, back in the city. The spatial portal now appeared in the clear blue sky above a modern metropolis. While before, the spatial vortex had been menacing and mysterious, it now had a gentle and beautiful color. Two people were the first to spot the vortex, and they were stunned in surprise. The secret realm's exit is fluctuating. It's only been 2 days. Has someone come out already? Suddenly, something shot down from the spatial vortex in a bright streak of light. It crashed straight into the ground, creating an explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The people nearby were terrified and on high alert. Two men were talking to each other. One had a long, black beard, a ferocious face, and a scar running down his eye. The other was younger, but both looked equally menacing. You think she has any treasures on her? Anyone who comes out after only 2 days has to be weak. They probably didn't manage to get anything good. But if she does, now is the perfect time to snatch it. Yue Ling lay on the ground, covered in injuries, with no idea what had happened. She was lying on her side, with wounds on her face, hands, and legs. Her clothes were tattered, and she looked absolutely pitiful. The two unsavory men from before were staring intently at her. She lay still and motionless, her eyes shut tight, still unconscious. Suddenly, a man rushed over, shouting, "Make way, make way. You gawking bystanders, what are you pushing for?" It turned out to be Yue Ben, an elder who managed the headquarters of the martial pavilion. He strode forward and looked in panic at the girl sprawled on the ground, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Yue Ling!" He rushed to her side, knelt down, and helped her up, his mouth spewing a series of worried questions. "How could this happen? How did you get so seriously injured? What on earth happened in there?" She weakly placed her scratched and bloody hand on his shoulder. Yue Ben's eyes widened in fear as he looked at her. "Model." Yue Ling forced herself to speak, her voice weak. "Let's return to the clan first." While the crowd was murmuring in confusion, down below, a bald-headed man was witnessing the entire scene. He seemed to recognize the girl, a junior from the Yue family. That man is Yun He, an expert from the Yun family of the Demon Sea Stronghold. He stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper, hands shoved in his pockets as he looked down below. His coat billowed in the wind, and he gave off the aura of a scheming villain. Judging by her injuries, she must have run into a vicious beast and was forced to escape. She definitely didn't find any treasure. Then, his expression darkened into a savage grin. A dark aura radiated from him, his eyes glowing like headlights in the night. "Humph, an easy target. Hurry up and come out now. Don't make my efforts go to waste." The scene changes to a bustling market, crowded with people and stalls full of merchants and customers. Inside a stone room, Yue Ben suddenly shouted, "What? You only suffered external injuries? It wasn't serious at all? What's going on?" Yue Ling, her face covered in wounds, calmly took a swig from a bottle of wine and replied, "Near the exit of the secret realm, many high-level experts were lying in wait for treasures." After taking a drink, she sat on a wooden chair, holding the bottle in one hand and propping her head with the other. She looked up at the elder who was standing before her. "So I had to fake a serious injury and act like I was forced to escape just to fool them. So that's what happened." Yue Ben wondered aloud. "Could it be that you actually found the ultimate treasure?" That's right." As she spoke, Yue Ling raised her hand, and a flower materialized, hovering in her palm. "I found the fire spirit talent grass." Gazing at the small, beautiful flower emitting a captivating light, he stammered. "This," he said, "I can't believe it's the legendary herb that can grant the fire talent. The fire spirit talent grass." After showing the treasure to the elder, she closed her hand. The flower instantly vanished into a swirling vortex of indistinct blue and red light. "Uncle Ben, regarding the fire spirit talent grass, there's something I need to ask for your help with." Elder Yue Ben turned around, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Finding the fire spirit talent grass is a great service to the Yue family," he said. He turned his head back to look at her. "Go on, what is it?" Yue Ling placed both hands on her knees and pushed herself up. "I have only one request." She stated her demand slowly, her gaze firm and serious as she looked at Yue Ben. "I want to meet the old forefather." Hearing this, Yue Ben yelled in utter shock. "What? You want to meet the old forefather?" She closed her eyes, facing the elder and bowing her head slightly to show her sincerity. "I know that with my status, I'm not qualified to meet the old forefather, but this is incredibly important to me. I hope you can help me, Uncle Ben." Looking at his serious young niece, he thought, this girl certainly has guts. Yue Ling, still bowing, looked up, her gaze sharp and resolute. "If I can't meet the old forefather, I will not hand over the fire spirit talent grass, even if it means destroying it." She straightened her back, standing tall and solemn, and said firmly, "This is non-negotiable. I only want to meet the old forefather." Yue Ben felt helpless against the girl before him and let out a long sigh. "All right, fine. I'll make the arrangements." At a certain estate, the moon hung high in the sky over the tranquil scene. Yue Ling stepped barefoot onto the cold stone floor, reaching for her slippers. She had just finished bathing, with a white towel wrapped around her body, holding it in place at her chest. With her other hand, she gently dried her long, silky black hair, a look of pure bliss on her face. "Ah, that feels good. It's been so long since I've had a hot bath." The wooden room door slid open. Yue Ling stood there in quiet contemplation, gazing at the scene outside. Her eyes, filled with worry and sadness, looked up as she wondered, "I wonder how Ye Tian is doing." Outside, the full moon was high and clear. A flock of swallows glided across the sky, passing in front of its bright face. The same peaceful sky, the same moon, the same swallows. But in another realm, Ye Tian was exhausted and covered in blood. His clothes were in tatters as he held a small dagger, warily placing his foot on something orange and blood-soaked. He rested a scraped hand on his knee. This is getting boring. Not a single one of these things is a decent challenge. The scene was horrifying. Vicious beasts lay scattered about, dead. It seemed Ye Tian was standing on the head of a colossal monster, its eyes glowing a terrifying, fiery red. Back to the peaceful morning at Yue Ling's residence. The morning sun shone down on an old-style house as a hand knocked gently on the wooden door. A neatly dressed young woman called out, "Young miss, Elder Yu Ben has summoned you to the guest hall." From within the room, a pair of slender legs in low-heeled slippers walked over and opened the door. Yue Ling cheerfully stepped out, wearing a dress with a side slit, and called out, "Coming." In a certain large hall, the sky outside was full of swallows. Inside the hall, smoke billowed from an incense burner. Yue Qing, the old forefather of the Yue family, was seated on the floor, his hand resting on a small tea table beside him. He casually lifted a teacup. "To think you actually found the fire spirit talent grass. You've done well." There were 3 people in the great hall now, with Yue Ling standing before him. Yue Ben stood to one side, on the floor below Yue Qing's raised platform. "Speak," the old man said, slightly opening his wrinkled eyes. "What reward do you desire?" Yue Ling closed her eyes, thinking with a solemn expression. She clenched her fists, which trembled slightly as she gathered the courage to say what she needed to. Then, she opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and resolute. "I wish for one chance to comprehend the enlightenment stele." Outside, the scene was peaceful, with morning sun and chirping birds, but inside, the atmosphere was tense and suffocating. A startled cry rang out. "What?" Yu Ben's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You want a chance to comprehend the enlightenment stele?" He immediately rushed over to the audacious junior and began to lecture her. "The enlightenment stele is the very foundation of the Yue family. Your request is far too unreasonable, Yue Ling." Yue Ling immediately dropped to one knee, her hand resting on her other thigh to show her sincerity. This junior also obtained 6 stalks of heavenly soul grass in the secret realm. "I am willing to offer all of them to the disciples of the clan, and I beg the old forefather to grant my request." Yue Qing said nothing. He gently raised his cup and took a small sip of tea, then placed the nearly empty cup back on the table. He replied slowly, neither too fast nor too slow. The aura of the enlightenment stele was about to completely dissipate. The few remaining opportunities for enlightenment had already been claimed long ago. The old man's head remained bowed, his appearance aged and weary. "Make another request." Yue Ling remained resolute, showing no sign of budging as she looked up with a stern face. "This junior has only this one request. I'm not interested in anything else." The old man looked on with disdain, radiating a bone-chilling and strangely gloomy aura. Suddenly, the door exploded, sending splinters of wood flying from all directions. Yue Ling was thrown backward by a terrifying force, so powerful that she instantly coughed up blood. The impact slammed her onto the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Yue Ben turned in horror to look at the cruel man, who nonchalantly placed his foot down on the floor. He stammered, "Ancestor." As the old man's foot landed, smoke billowed from the floor. He calmly and slowly walked down, his fists clenched, his entire body radiating a terrifying purple-blue magical energy. Just then, Yue Ling struggled to push herself up with her hands. She whispered weakly, "No matter how much I cultivate my gift, I'll probably only ever reach the Grandmaster level." She collapsed to her knees, one hand on the ground, the other clutching her aching stomach. "I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed with all her might, "I want to become stronger." The old man floated in midair, higher than the first floor of the building, still enveloped in an unknown power. He crossed his arms arrogantly, not even deigning to look at the suffering girl kneeling on the ground. Then, he opened his eyes, glanced down, and uttered a single, insolent sentence. Yue Ling's eyes widened and her face darkened as she looked up. She slammed her knees onto the ground so hard that the concrete cracked in multiple places, sending fragments flying. She had no other choice but to kowtow repeatedly, slamming her head on the floor, her face a mask of frightened resentment. Is this the pressure of a king-level expert? Seeing how bad the situation was, Yue Ben rushed over, shouting, "Ancestor! Ancestor!" He knelt and kowtowed, begging for his young niece. "Ancestor, Yue Ling is still young. She offended you. Please don't hold it against the child." Yue Ling remained kneeling on the ground, her head bowed toward the old man, who had been standing with his back straight and his expression unchanging this whole time. "Uncle Ben, this has nothing to do with you." Then she started to stand up. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't straighten her back. She remained hunched over, facing the old man, stammering inaudibly. Finally, she managed to stand up straight, her miserable appearance now holding a trace of strength. "I must comprehend the stele of enlightenment. The old man, Yue Qing, looked at the young girl with a hint of surprise. To think you could resist my pressure and stand up. Yue Ling gritted her teeth and let out a grunt of effort. The crushing power in his voice vanished. She collapsed onto the floor, covered in scratches, unable to believe her own strength. The pressure was gone. She stood up and hugged herself as Yue Ben rushed to profusely thank the old man. Thank you, ancestor, for showing mercy. The old man raised his hand and a glowing golden token appeared. A nation has its laws and a family has its rules. I will not break the rules for you. The old master held the token and looked at Yue Ling. This is my personal command token. With it, you will be able to comprehend the steel of enlightenment. Take it. The token flew toward Yue Ling. She reached out and caught it, clutching it tightly in her hand as she pressed her lips together and let out a sigh of relief. At a 3-story building, late in the afternoon as the sun was about to set, the scenery was a mix of light and shadow, with flocks of birds flying across the sky. A man in strange clothes held a spirit-opening herb, which had 1 red flower and 6 glowing purple stalks. He said, Ancestor. Yue Lian sent someone to deliver 6 heavenly soul herbs and a fire spirit gift herb. In the study filled with books, Yu Ben approached. The old man, Yue Qing, who was tending to a potted plant, answered casually, Just leave it on the table. Yes, sir. Yue Ben clasped his hands behind his back, standing behind the old man, and respectfully asked the question on his mind. Ancestor, at first you didn't agree to let Yue Ling study the Stele of Enlightenment, so why did you change your mind? The old man picked up a small ladle, poured water on the plant, and explained, I like her stubbornness. The beautiful flower pot now shimmered, its green leaves and vibrant red flowers glowing. He continued to speak gently, a satisfied look on his face, as if he saw his younger self in her. The scene changes to a mountain at night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky as a rough, callous hand, covered in scratches, gripped the cliff face tightly. Ye Tian was climbing a 10,000 zhang high cliff. In front of him was a small bush bearing shimmering red fruits. He saw the bush. Ye Tian quickly uprooted it, his face beaming as he laughed loudly. Ha ha, another spirit herb. Suddenly, he lost his footing and yelled out, Whoa! He was flung backward, falling down the cliff. Despite his fear, his hands still gripped the spirit herb tightly. Luckily, there was a cool river below. He landed with a huge splash. He thrashed around in the cool water, not forgetting to toss the spirit herb onto the bank. He struggled to pull himself up, then collapsed onto the bank, panting heavily. He picked up the spirit herb, stepped onto dry land, and tossed it to one side. He raised his hand, and suddenly a cube appeared, floating in his palm. A spatial gift, a portable space. A stream of spirit herbs, large and small, from mushrooms to flowers, flew out of the cube and landed on the ground. Ye Tian sat tiredly on a flat rock, sighing as he looked at the pile of spirit herbs before him. It's only been a few days, and I've found so many spirit herbs. My luck isn't bad. He closed his eyes, picturing the mountain of beasts he had slain, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Plus all the beasts I've killed. I've really struck it rich this time. Then he put his hands on his hips and slowly stood up with a click of his tongue. Tease, I stink. I need to change my clothes. I remember you telling me to bring a few spare sets to wash up and change. In the silent night on the high cliff, the figure of a tiny mouse appeared. The mouse was pitch black with a long tail, its eyes glowing bright red in the late night, its breath turning into white mist. Ye Tian put on a green shirt and slowly tied his shoelaces. He happily raised his hand, and all the spirit herbs were sucked into the spatial vortex in his palm. He nonchalantly stuck his hands in his pockets and said, Guess I'll just rest up a bit tonight. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He quietly looked around. I need to find something to eat. Suddenly, he noticed something. The footsteps of a beast stomped on the ground, its hooves, like those of a pig or cow, radiating magical energy. It was a wild boar, with 2 long, sharp tusks and sharp spikes on its back. Long red fur ran from the top of its head, around its mouth, and down its back. Its whole body emitted a sky-high demonic aura, and it looked terrifying as it drooled and breathed out smoke. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the beast before him, slightly afraid. A light white mist spread through the area. Now, the beast was unrecognizable. Its bones were scattered everywhere, and its meat was roasting over a smoky fire. Ye Tian sat on the flat rock, looking very calm. He took a small knife and cut off a slice of meat. The quality doesn't look too bad. He held up a piece of meat as big as both his hands and bit into it like a child, chewing noisily and praising its taste. This is delicious. Suddenly, something flashed by. It leaped from the mountaintop, jumping again and again, creating a streak of light as it rushed towards him. It was the mouse from before. It shot forward and snatched the piece of meat from Ye Tian's hand before he could even react. He exclaimed in surprise, Ugh, that little mouse just snatched the piece of meat and ran off with it. Ye Tian stood by the fire dumbfounded, then shouted in anger, "That's my meat." And with that, he immediately gave chase, yelling, "Stop right there." On the cliffside, the trees were overgrown, the moon was high, and in the dead of night, all was still. Ye Tian peeked out from behind the foliage, hiding behind a bush to watch the mouse happily devouring his meat on a large flat rock. He screamed internally, "How dare you eat my meat? You're dead." Suddenly, from behind the leaves, his eyes widened as he noticed something. Wait a minute. As he watched the cute little mouse nibble on the meat, he became sure of his suspicion. That's an innate treasure-seeking talent. A status window appeared with a notification, Species, Purple Gold Treasure Mouse, Bloodline Talent, Top Tier, High-Level Treasure Hunting. Suddenly, a dark figure shot up from the ground into the air. With a soot-covered face and two glowing red eyes, he landed with his legs spread apart, aiming straight for the mouse, gnawing on the meat and yelling, "Found you." The meat went flying onto a nearby rock, while he tumbled and landed face first, causing the mouse to panic and flee in all directions. He quickly flipped back over, planting his hands on the ground and gritting his teeth. Trying to run? A glowing pink portal appeared right in front of the mouse. Using his spatial shift talent, Ye Tian burst out of the portal and snatched it, causing it to shriek in despair. "Let me go, you stupid human." He held it up, surprised by its feminine voice. Wait, it's a female? Pervert, the mouse thought. Pervert, where are you looking? Ye Tian raised a knife with a fierce expression, threatening it. "Speak up. Are you going to accept me as your master, or do you want to become barbecue?" Terrified, the mouse trembled and pleaded, "Sob, don't kill me. I'll accept you as my master." Both he and the mouse closed their eyes. A ray of light shone between them, the light of the soul. He gently set it down on the ground and said, "Look at your purple markings." Then Ye Tian crouched down to have a heart-to-heart with it. "From now on, I'll call you Xiaozi." The mouse agreed with Ye Tian. "Yes, master." Xiaozi then turned toward a corner. Ye Tian thought to himself, "A purple gold treasure mouse with a top-tier treasure hunting talent will be incredibly useful to me." Yue Ling once said the most valuable thing in this secret realm is the chi blood or vein that the Yun family is after. Even though the Yun family is powerful, now that I have a treasure hunting mouse, I might just have a chance. It's worth a try. With a thoughtful look, Ye Tian turned to speak with Xiaozi. "Xiaozi, do you know where the secret realm's primordial chi or vein is?" Xiaozi then jumped onto a rock and replied, "Of course I know." Standing on the rock, Xiaozi said to Ye Tian, "I have a top-tier treasure hunting talent, you know. I can clearly sense the location of the primordial key ore." Surprised, Ye Tian leaned his face closer to Xiaozi. "Really? Take me there now." Hearing this, Xiaozi replied, "As you command, master." It hopped onto Ye Tian's arm. Purple lightning sparked around Ye Tian's feet as he said, "Sorry, Yue Ling. You told me not to cause trouble with the Yun family before you left, but it looks like that's unavoidable now." He cracked his knuckles and smirked. "I'll just have to snatch the food right from the tiger's mouth." The scene then shifts to a dark, gloomy mountain forest. From a high mountain peak, Ye Tian leaped down, then landed spectacularly on his hands. He used his strength to bound from one hill to the next. Xiaozi suddenly notified Ye Tian, "Master, the primordial chi or vein is very close, but I can smell humans. It might have already been claimed." Hearing this, Ye Tian asked Xiaozi in surprise, "What? Someone's already there?" Ye Tian closed his eyes, and a light emanated from them as he activated his spatial sense talent. In his mind's eye, he saw bodies strewn everywhere. So many corpses. A fierce battle had taken place there. He then opened another pink portal and rushed into it. Spatial shift. Ye Tian flew through the wormhole and once again landed on his head. He quickly jumped up onto some rocks, eventually hiding behind a boulder to scout the situation. He thought to himself, "This is the place." He thought, "The battle is still going on." A magic circle was formed. Earth System Forbidden Spell, Ice Rock Rain. Soldiers holding swords were flung into the air one by one, then quickly plummeted down the towering cliff, each one spurting blood. At that moment, an orange-haired soldier launched a kick into the air, yelling, "There's an opening." On the other side, the mysterious figure slammed his staff into the ground, creating a magic circle and chanting, "Earthen Spike." Instantly, a sharp rock spike shot up and impaled the orange-haired soldier, not even giving him time for a final word. He grunted and coughed up blood before being sent flying a great distance. A white-haired man nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, very impressive." The area all around was littered with bodies, as expected of the He family's former genius. To think he could kill so many people from my Yun family. At this moment, the system window displayed the stats for the human He Lian B. He Lian B Cultivation Talent, Top Tier, Exploration Talent, Mid Tier, Speed Talent, Low Tier, Earth System Talent, High Tier. Yunfeng used her power to summon her blade. "Now then," she said, resting the blade on her shoulder, "let me play with you." Her eyes took on a strange glint as she smirked. With a bizarre laugh and her blade on her shoulder, Yunfeng charged toward He Lianbi, taunting, "Your treasures now belong to the Yun family." He Lianbi replied with a sinister smile, "We'll have to see if you have the strength to back that up." Immediately after, He Lianbi chanted a spell, causing the boulders to rise from the ground and hurl toward Yunfeng. Earth System Forbidden Spell, Diamond Wall. Yunfeng was not to be outdone. She channeled her power into her blade and shattered the large rock. Wind-splitting rings slash. The huge boulder crumbled to pieces, much to He Lianbi's astonishment. He was shocked. She infused her weapon with a wind system talent. Even my toughest diamond wall was sliced to bits in an instant. The rock fragments crashed to the side, making a loud noise. Seizing the moment while He Lianbi was off guard, Yunfeng's eyes sharpened as she swung her leg high into the air, then swiftly kicked him in the face. The surprise attack sent He Lianbi flying straight into a mountain, shattering the rock around him. The rock shattered into countless small pieces. From amidst the smoke and rubble, He Lianbi managed to get to his feet, raising his staff to cast a spell. Earth System Forbidden Spell, Ice Rock Rain. A magic circle immediately appeared in front of Yunfeng. She glanced over, and instantly, from within the circle, countless rocks of all sizes shot out. Immediately, Yunfeng reacted to the situation. Wherever a rock flew, she would swing her blade to cut it down. Then she laughed contemptuously and said, "Is that all you've got?" The rocks were thus smashed to pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing this, He Lianbi pointed his staff towards Yunfeng and chanted a command, "Forbidden Spell, Earth's Heavenly Crash." A terrifyingly large boulder came hurtling down from above, about to fall on Yunfeng. Her eyes widened, unable to react in time. "It's huge." This is a top-tier Earth elemental skill with a speed talent. The massive boulder crashed to the ground, creating a tremendous noise. Fortunately, Yunfeng was agile enough to leap aside just in time to avoid it. He Lianbi was astounded. She actually dodged it. Yunfeng roared, "Have a taste of this." Her furious scream, combined with the slash, was amplified 100-fold, sending He Lianbi crashing to the ground. Wind's Forbidden Art, White Ring. Earth and rock flew everywhere. Afterwards, a heavily injured He Lianbi struggled to his feet. Seeing this, Yunfeng landed and said, "Humph. The ore vein is in that mountain cave behind you, isn't it?" He Lianbi weakly got to his feet, then quickly planted the staff next to him into the ground for support. He leaned his entire weight on the staff and said, "I spent 10 grueling years searching for this ore vein in this secret realm." He ground his teeth, creating sparks of lightning. "I will never let anyone else get their hands on it." Standing on a nearby peak and observing the situation, Ye Tian thought to himself, "So the ore vein is in that cave." Ye Tian's eyes narrowed in thought, but his spatial sense couldn't detect it at all. Was it because of some kind of restrictive spell? Yunfeng laughed smugly. "Not letting anyone touch it. Ha ha. You think you can stop me?" A soul-tempering herb materialized in her hand as she spoke. "I didn't originally plan on using this here. Swallowing this herb directly is incredibly dangerous." Then she clenched the soul-tempering herb, gritted her teeth, and shoved it into her mouth, chewing fiercely as she endured the pain. "But right now, I want you dead." He Lianbi's eyes widened in shock. "That's a soul-tempering herb. It's a heaven and earth spirit treasure that can enhance one's talent." From his vantage point, Ye Tian thought, "Eating a spirit herb like that will make your body explode. You'll die." "She's insane." Veins started bulging on Yunfeng's neck. The blood cells in her body were going wild, causing her eyes to roll back and glow intensely. Yunfeng planted her feet wide, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Ah!" A massive beam of purple light shot up from the ground into the sky. He Lianbi braced himself against the wind and debris generated by Yunfeng's power. He squinted, thinking. Her talent. Yunfeng stood majestically, holding her blade in one hand. She smirked, "I've broken through to the transcendent realm." Immediately, the system displayed Yunfeng's status. Human, Yunfeng. Cultivation Talent, Transcendent. Heavenly Wind Blade, Peak Level. Speed, Talent, High Grade. After witnessing Yunfeng directly consume the herb, not only did she not explode and die, but she actually used it to level up, which left Ye Tian stunned. Transcendent. I can't believe she managed to upgrade her cultivation talent to the transcendent level. Now, with her greatsword slung over her shoulder and her body overflowing with energy, Yunfeng walked step by step toward He Lianbi. She smiled wickedly. "He Lianbi, if you beg for mercy now, I might consider giving you a clean death." But He Lianbi wasn't one to give up. He angrily unleashed a forbidden curse to halt Yunfeng's advance, roaring defiantly. Even if you've upgraded to a transcendent talent, that doesn't guarantee you'll beat me. Yunfeng's expression suddenly turned serious. She stomped her foot, launching herself forward with enough force to crack the ground beneath her. Yunfeng's normal speed was already fast, but now that she had leveled up, her movements were impossible to follow. All that could be seen were afterimages. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of He Lianbi. She swung her blade at him, simultaneously shattering the staff in his hand. Yunfeng's blade pierced through He Lianbi, grievously injuring him. He coughed up blood in agony before being thrown backward, slamming into a boulder. At this point, the fight had reached its conclusion. The winner was clear. Yunfeng turned her head and laughed mockingly. High-grade speed talent, supplemented by a peak-level wine system talent. You completely underestimated the power that comes with a talent upgrade. Have your combat instincts really dulled this much? It seems the former genius of the Hylian family has truly become trash. By now, He Lianbi could no longer even get up. He clenched his fists and retorted through gritted teeth. On this path of cultivation, so-called geniuses are a dime a dozen. Even if you defeated me today. Kneeling on the ground, with his staff broken in two beside him, he continued, one day, you'll just be a stepping stone for someone else. Seeing He Lianbi's pathetic state, Yunfeng suddenly burst out laughing, full of contempt. Ha! How unsightly. Just admit you lost. Why spout such worthless philosophies? With that, she slung her blade over her shoulder and turned toward the cave, not forgetting to remind He Lianbi. Don't you forget. My Yin family is the strongest in the Sea of Demons territory, presided over by a king-level expert. In the face of absolute power, her expression was triumphant, confident, and arrogant as she said, there are no enemies. She looked up at the clear blue sky, where flocks of birds were circling. At that moment, He Lianbi lay on the ground, his clothes tattered, his body covered in wounds. He thought in despair, is this it? The end of my life? Suddenly, a young man's face appeared in his line of sight, and a voice cut through his thoughts. Senior, are you all right? Startled, He Lianbi shot up and stammered at the young man standing before him. Who are you? It was, of course, Ye Tian. A vial of healing medicine appeared in his hand. He spoke up. Who I am isn't important. Ye Tian then crouched down and offered the vial to He Lianbi. He continued, Senior, drink this healing medicine first. It might be able to heal your injuries. But He Lianbi just lowered his head and replied, it's useless. He looked despairingly at the deep wound on his body. Her attack destroyed my internal organs. I'm beyond saving. As he spoke, He Lianbi immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He asked Ye Tian, are you also here for the ore vein? Ye Tian answered frankly, yes. He Lianbi gave a bitter laugh. Ha ha, you're certainly honest. Ye Tian continued, this ore vein must have some other secret, right? Otherwise, you would have already mined it all, Senior. Glancing at Ye Tian, He Lianbi replied, that's right. Just thinking about the terrifying beast in that cave. It has 5 large, sharp fangs and dozens of smaller, pointed teeth crowding its mouth, attached to a massive body. He Lianbi kindly warned Ye Tian. Inside that ore cave lives a peak-level beast that guards the origin stone vein. It's not just the beast. The complex, interconnected maze inside the cave is also a huge headache. It has dug countless tunnels, and anyone who enters is bound to get lost in there. Only with a purple gold treasure rat, with its talent for finding treasures, can one find the true location of the origin stone vein. He had wandered everywhere searching for a purple gold treasure rat, but he had to sigh and say, but the purple gold treasure rat is an extremely rare beast. I've been in this secret realm for 10 years and still haven't found one. Hearing He Lianbi mention the purple gold treasure rat, Ye Tian looked down at the little rat crawling on his arm and asked with a smile, are you talking about him? This caused He Lianbi to stare in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the little creature as if it were a dazzling treasure. It stood proudly on its 2 hind legs, looking up at He Lianbi. He Lianbi's eyes widened, unable to believe that before him was the exotic beast he had spent 10 years searching for. How could it be the violet gold treasure rat? He thought. Overwhelmed with agitation, he clutched his chest and coughed relentlessly. Cough, cough. The coughing aggravated his wounds. This caused He Lianbi to clutch his stomach in pain. He gritted his teeth and said in shock, I can't believe you actually managed to tame the violet gold treasure rat and even form a soul contract with it. Seeing this, Ye Tian called out with concern, Senior. The little guy also curiously hopped onto He Lianbi's lap. Looking at the creature, He Lianbi couldn't stop sighing. He truly never expected to see it before he died. His hand trembled as he reached out to touch it, suddenly feeling that his 10 years in this secret realm were a complete joke. Just as He Lianbi's fingers were inches away from the little guy, His arms suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. He took his last breath, thinking, a tear welling in the corner of his eye but never falling. Fate is truly a cruel mistress. The sky remained just as blue, and a gust of wind caused leaves to drift down gently. Ye Tian looked emotionally at He Lianbi's body lying there and softly uttered a single word, Senior. In the pitch-black cave, where not a single ray of light could penetrate, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Their owner was none other than Yunfeng. She was struggling, thinking to herself, why are there so many caves here? She carried her blade on her shoulder, facing countless caves of various sizes. Scattered at the mouths of the caves were the bones of humans and fierce beasts alike. The sound of wind howling from the caves whistled in her ears. Since she didn't know which way to go, she decided not to overthink it. Then, Yunfeng smiled confidently and sped into one of the caves. Might as well just pick one at random. She chose the cave directly in front of her, its walls covered in patches of green moss, with boulders strewn about, obstructing the entrance. At the same time, outside the entrance to the mineral vein, it was pouring rain. Ye Tian used the surrounding stones to bury He Lianbi's body. Then, he spoke softly, Senior, may you rest in peace here. After finishing, Ye Tian stood up with the little guy and looked towards the unmarked grave, where only a broken staff was stuck in the ground, a testament to the identity of its owner. Though his clothes were soaked, Ye Tian stood silently in the rain beside the grave, his thoughts a mystery. The rain poured down relentlessly on He Lianbi's final resting place, marking the end of a generation's genius from the Hellion family. Inside the passage beneath the mineral vein, Yunfeng was still making her way forward when another cave entrance appeared before her. She frowned slightly and said, another fork in the road? This is like a maze. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the ground beneath her feet. Then, those cracks spread wider in all directions, causing everything to collapse. Just as Yunfeng leaped high into the air, from the very spot where she had been standing, the jaws of a monster, filled with sharp teeth, shot up, trying to swallow her whole. Yunfeng reacted instantly, dodging the monster's attack by leaping backward. The moment Yunfeng landed firmly on the ground, the monster fully emerged. It had 5 large, sharp fangs and dozens of smaller teeth packed inside its mouth. Its body was covered in countless, small, scythe-like legs, exactly as He Lianbi had described. It stared intently at the human standing before it. In that moment, as Yunfeng was still reeling in shock, she recognized the monster's level and thought in terror. This is a top-tier monster. The intel didn't mention this at all. Then, without any warning, the monster launched an attack. A ball of light began to form within its grotesque mouth. Yunfeng's pupils contracted. Outside, the rain was still pouring. The cave suddenly began to tremble, and small rocks started falling from the ceiling. Noticing this, Ye Tian gave a cold smile and said in a low voice, So, the fight has begun? Ye Tian was now standing right in front of the cave entrance Yunfeng had entered. He put his hands in his pockets, looked towards the cave entrance, and said casually, Well then, help me keep it busy, Yun family. At this moment, the violet gold treasure rat was on his shoulder. Little guy. Ye Tian smirked, speaking without looking at it, I'm counting on you for what comes next. The creature's voice echoed in Ye Tian's mind. As you command, master. As soon as he finished, it leaped down and activated its treasure-seeking ability. The little guy scurried all over the cave, not missing a single spot. It sniffed everything on the ground relentlessly. This made Ye Tian wonder if the sheer number of caves was affecting the little guy's senses. After a while, the creature suddenly stopped in one spot. Its excited voice rang out in Ye Tian's mind. Found it. The real passage is here, master. The little guy had not disappointed him. Ye Tian joyfully ran over to it and said happily, That was fast. When he saw that the spot was a pool of water, he was filled with doubt. Is this an underground spring? It was just an ordinary, small pool. Nothing more, nothing less. The surface was calm, without a single ripple. It was surrounded by rocks and sparse patches of grass, and the air was gloomy. At that moment, Ye Tian fell into deep thought. The caves were just a decoy to mislead intruders, while the real entrance was this unremarkable pool of water. Without the violet gold treasure rat, it would have been incredibly easy to be fooled. So, Ye Tian quickly dipped his hand into the pool and felt that there was nothing wrong with the water. He sat by the edge, peering into the bottomless pool, then glanced at the little guy with a smile. Let's go down and have a look, little guy. The little rat replied, Yes, master. Ye Tian then leaped up and quickly jumped into the pool. He puffed up his cheeks to take in air, then dived deep toward the bottom. The little guy quickly clung to the shoulder of his shirt. After diving for a while, Ye Tian suddenly noticed something. He saw it. Right in front of Ye Tian was a dark cave, hidden away in a corner. Streams of energy were flowing out of it. If you weren't paying close attention, you'd probably miss it completely. Ye Tian quickly swam towards the cave entrance, certain in his mind that this had to be the place. After battling the ferocious beast for a while, the sword shattered and plunged into the ground. Yun Feng, her face covered in blood, let out a helpless sigh. Ha! Even the clothes she was wearing were torn to shreds, her body covered in injuries. She collapsed to the ground, a pitiful sight, murmuring to herself that she was no match for it at all. Even so, she refused to give up. After coming all this way, how could she return empty-handed? She struggled back to her feet, dragging her heavy steps, as she stared at the monster before her, constantly assessing it. She never expected this beast's power to be so immense. As if reborn, her combat power suddenly skyrocketed. With heroic spirit and courage, she faced the giant beast before her, which opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs as it moved in to pounce on its prey. She quickly took out her magic artifact, something she had treasured carefully. Her voice was full of regret. Looks like I have no choice but to use this. At that moment, the king-tier artifact began to activate its full power, and waves of spiritual energy started radiating outward. A shimmering light enveloped her entire body. Yun Feng held the treasure in her hand excitedly. Now, feel the power of a king-tier artifact. The beast looked at her, as if sensing the danger. It quickly summoned its magic, and a green orb immediately formed in its mouth. Not giving it a chance to attack, Yun Feng gripped the artifact tightly and shouted, "Wind-piercing demon spike." The secret technique was unleashed, and a stream of magic enveloped a sharp stake, piercing straight into the beast, catching it completely off guard. It could only roar in agony. A rich source of magic was released, growing stronger and stronger, breaking through the cave walls, shattering boulders, and shooting straight up into the sky, creating a powerful tremor that shook the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Tian was still calmly swimming along the current, searching for the ore vein, oblivious to what was happening. The little creature on his shoulder seemed to sniff out trouble and spoke up. "Master, the ore vein is about to collapse." Hearing the warning, he also realized something bad was about to happen. His intuition screamed at him. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. He thought to himself, such a powerful energy wave. Isn't that the power of the Yun family? Something's not right. I need to hurry. Ye Tian quickly activated his speed talent and dashed forward. At that moment, the beast, despite taking a fatal blow, still hadn't fallen. It broke the stake and pulled free, revealing its pierced internal organs. You could see right through it. Not even a scrap of skin was left. It struggled to escape the binding magic, growling and roaring in pain. Yun Feng stared at the weakened beast trap before her, swearing to herself that she wouldn't let it off so easily. Instantly, a barrage of lightning bolts struck its body, causing it to collapse to the ground. It writhed in agonizing pain until its entire paralyzed body stopped moving. The battle was over. The energy waves began to fade. Yun Feng used her last bit of strength, leaning on the beast's corpse beside her to stay balanced, her voice filled with joy. "Thank goodness, the family head gave me this protective artifact, or I would have died here." With her hands covered in wounds and her eyes hazy, she knew her body had reached its limit. Exhausted, she wondered, where on earth are the origin energy stones? The water's surface glittered. Ye Tian and the little creature had finally arrived. He looked at the lake before him, his eyes filled with anticipation. It was the exit. He burst out of the water and landed on the ground. The little creature on his shoulder looked at the treasures before them and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Master, look, quick." Giant, brilliant blue jadeite stones were sparkling beautifully all around the cave, countless in number. His face filled with astonishment as he stared at the mountain of treasure, unable to believe it was real. It felt like a dream, and he couldn't help but marvel. So many origin energy stones, and in such an insane quantity, they were scattered everywhere, in every nook and cranny, in no particular order. The look in his eyes changed. The corners of his mouth turned up in a slight smirk, his heart blooming with joy. "Ha! I'll be taking all of these. Thank you very much." He looked at the little creature, then walked over to the nearest pillar and said, "Let's start here." The little creature replied, "Master, the origin energy stones are very hard. Please be careful when you're mining them." He warmed up his body, then channeled his strength into the pickaxe in his hand and replied, "A trivial matter." His innate powers surfaced in his mind. A series of lightning bolts coursed through his body, channeling into the pickaxe in his hand. He swung a powerful blow against the jewel pillar in front of him. With a loud crash, a small piece of the stone broke off. He raised the pickaxe high, preparing to focus on mining the rest. He busily gave orders, "Little one, time is short. You come help too. Stack up the ore that I mine, and I'll collect it all into my storage space in a bit." The little creature went over to the jewel fragment and replied, "As you command, master." It looked at the shard and sniffed it, seeming to notice something different. He was focused on mining when he noticed the little creature's odd behavior, causing Ye Tian to stop and turn to ask, "Little one, where are you going?" It replied as it walked, "Master, follow me quickly. I've made an important discovery." Hearing this, he quickly tossed the pickaxe aside and rushed after it. Curious, he wondered. An important discovery? Isn't the most valuable thing here the origin energy stones? The creature quickly replied, "I smell a golden treasure. It might be the legendary one." They arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned temple. There were cracks everywhere, giving it an ancient look, estimated to be hundreds of years old. Right in the center, on a pedestal, was a jade stone shining with a mystical, ethereal light. It looked incredibly mysterious, and both he and the little creature stared at it, captivated. The creature suddenly spoke up, "Master, this is the origin energy core. All the other origin energy stones are merely its companions. This is the most precious treasure in the entire secret realm." Hearing this information, his expression changed instantly. His face was a mask of shock, because this was something no one had ever known, and he had never heard of it before. He unconsciously spoke aloud, his voice full of shock, "The most precious treasure in the entire secret realm." The little creature stood beside him and calmly replied, "That's right. It can help you break through to the king tier in the future." The entire temple was shrouded in a gloomy gray, adding to its mystery. Neither he nor the little creature said a word, and the space suddenly fell into a strange silence. He finally snapped out of it after hearing the creature's words, his eyes still wide with astonishment. "Say that again. King tier?" In his mind, countless images of king-level masters flashed by. Powerful warriors with extraordinary strength and terrifying magic, they were the rulers of the Demon Sea. But now, he would stand on equal footing with them, shedding his current title of Master, he said with conviction. "Ascend to the ranks of the strongest on the entire continent." He took a step forward, getting closer to the gemstone that was shimmering as if to invite him in. The young man watching couldn't help but worry, and reminded him, "Master, don't get any closer. The power of the origin chi core is immense. If you touch it directly, you'll be disintegrated, with not even ashes remaining." The magical power radiating from within was continuous, and the aura of the gem was so strong that he only dared to look. Ye Tian waited for a moment, but the light rays and energy waves around it didn't subside, putting a lot of pressure on his spirit. He wiped the sweat from his brow, replying tensely, "No wonder it suddenly felt so hot." Feeling uncomfortable, he stomped his foot hard on the ground and muttered, "Good thing I copied the endurance talent and defense talent on the way to the Demon Sea base. They're coming in handy right now." He looked at the treasure before him, its presence successfully igniting his boiling desire to fight. With an excited expression, he activated his full power. He confidently retaliated, activating all his defensive and endurance talents as a protective shield materialized around him. A rich stream of magic flowed from him, shocking and confusing the little guy. How is this possible? How could his master possess so many talents? Even as his skin was flayed and torn to shreds, he was determined to seize what he wanted. He risked his hand, which was covered in peeling wounds, reaching for the gem directly in front of him. Suddenly, the stone cracked, and shards flew past his cheek, stunning him. A purple-pink light pulsed with power, its strength growing significantly, far beyond what it was initially. The flickering flames moved with incredible speed, trying to break through the sturdy defense he had built. Ye Tian's body was covered in injuries, and he couldn't fight back any longer. His strength was nearly depleted. The shield shattered, and the flames rushed in, scorching his hands and then engulfing his body, causing him to cry out in agony. "Oh, ah, ah." The little guy ran, worried, calling out to his master in distress. The gem seemed to have lost control, its flames erupting violently with a surge of raw fury, flinging the little guy far away and making it whimper. Ah. It looked at the scene before it and made an observation. The power of the origin core is immense. Ordinary defensive talents can't possibly withstand it. If this continues, Master will be burned to ashes. His arm was being continuously burned until it was a mangled mess. Though the pain was bone deep, his will did not falter. Ye Tian regained his focus. His desire to win surged, and his spirit blazed, ready for a life or death battle right here. He shouted, "Healing talent." He controlled his body, flying forward and struggling into the suffocating magical space. He used all his strength to grasp the stone, the veins on his face bulging from the effort. He told himself, "I just need to touch it. I'm almost there." His hand successfully touched the stone, and a thought suddenly sparked. "I have a way." He used all of his magic to summon a secret ritual circle. A shimmering light emanated from beneath his feet, covering the ground and illuminating the entire temple. The talent personal space appeared in his mind. Ye Tian's eyes burned with the desire to claim the item. He painfully bit his lip, trying to overcome the searing numbness, and just as he thought absorb, a loud boom suddenly echoed. The flames erupted so violently that he had no time to prepare. His body was thrown 100 meters, slamming hard against a wall and causing cracks to spread around him. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the little guy grew anxious and ran over, calling for its master. He wearily sat up, panting as he replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ye Tian looked at the gem in his hand, which was surging with magical power. As expected, a rare treasure isn't so easy to obtain. His expression then changed, becoming gentle, and a happy, relieved smile spread across his face. "I've finally got the origin core." Hearing this, the little guy cheered with joy. "Master, you're amazing." The gem had been tamed. It no longer posed any threat. Instead, it emitted a wondrous, sparkling light. Suddenly, the temple rumbled. The ceiling shook as if it was about to crack and collapse, making him look up in alarm. He wondered, without the core supporting it, is this place about to fall apart? All the stones from above fell straight into the lake, creating a huge splash. Feeling that everything was about to be submerged, he placed the little guy on his shoulder, quickly activated his power, and shouted, "Let's go." On the other side, she also seemed to notice something unusual. Numerous cracks appeared in the cave, creating rustling sounds that made her look up uneasily, thinking, "What is this tremor? Is the ore mine collapsing?" She stood there stunned, her mind racing with suspicion. Could it be? The origin core has been. Yunfeng hurriedly ran to find out, her heart burning with anxiety, unable to shake the thought that there was someone else in this ore mine. After escaping the danger, Ye Tian returned to the old cave, which contained many mineral stones. Looking at the treasures before him, his greed flared up, and he said, "I can't let these remaining half-formed origin stones go to waste." He immediately channeled his power into the pickaxe in his hand. A powerful wave of origin energy began to radiate from his body. The energy flowed into the pickaxe, which he held high above his head, his face showing clear satisfaction at the thought of possessing all the treasures here. He exclaimed with delight, "I'll take everything, leaving nothing behind." Yunfeng ran at lightning speed, her mind filled with disbelief. Impossible. There shouldn't be anyone else in this mine but me. A large rock suddenly fell, blocking her path. Without hesitating, Yunfeng leaped up and kicked the boulder, thinking, if the origin core was taken. The large boulder was shattered into small pieces that rained down. Yunfeng then landed and pushed off the ground, leaping forward. In an instant, she was already far from her previous position. She thought to herself, it'll all be over. All around her, rocks continued to fall from the cave's ceiling. Yunfeng was moving at an incredible speed when she saw a wall ahead. A massive stone wall completely blocked her path, forcing her to a stop. At that moment, a stream of energy gathered in Yunfeng's hand. She gritted her teeth, and her fist crackled with lightning. She shot forward and delivered a powerful punch to the wall. The stone wall cracked under the impact, the fissures spreading rapidly, and the sound of the massive stone barrier crumbling echoed loudly. A large hole was created in front of Yunfeng. Stones from the wall tumbled down. By now, Yunfeng had lowered her hand, but the power she had just gathered still lingered. The space before her was also filled with stone walls, but several stone pillars stood close to them. The large walls had been punched through from the outside by Yunfeng, so the ground was now covered in rubble. The small, jagged rocks made the area look even more devastated. Yunfeng slowed her pace, observing her surroundings, wondering, how could a place like this exist inside the ore mine? Suddenly, her shoe stepped on a sparkling fragment. She bent down to pick it up, then brought it closer to examine it. Yunfeng's eyes widened in shock. This is an origin stone. She looked up at the fractured ceiling and speculated. Could this be the location of the origin stone deposit? But as she looked at the completely empty surroundings, Yunfeng became suspicious again. But why isn't there even a single origin stone left? She lifted the origin stone fragment to her nose and sniffed. Instantly, Yunfeng was shocked to discover the scent of a human on it. She gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. This place has already been cleaned out by someone else. The origin stone fragment fell from Yunfeng's hand. She collapsed to her knees, planting her hands on the ground and lowering her head as she thought, it's over. It seems someone took advantage of the fight between me and the beast to get here first, and took all the half-formed origin stones and the origin core. She bit her lips so hard it could bleed, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. If I fail this mission, the family head will definitely kill me. Right now, Yunfeng's fingers were clawing at the ground as he seethed with resentment. Damn it. How dare you touch something my Yun family claimed? I will find out who did this. Yunfeng threw his head back and screamed furiously at the sky. I will kill you. Outside, a heavy rain began to pour. The sky was dark and gloomy when a loud laugh echoed from the dense forest. So refreshing, truly refreshing. The voice couldn't hide its glee as it spoke. Kid, this was a huge haul, and it's all thanks to you. A humble voice replied, this was all because of your good luck, master. I never expected to find a primordial energy core inside. A flash of purple electricity shot through the forest. The person running through the downpour was none other than Ye Tian. He tore through the forest at incredible speed, streaks of purple lightning radiating from his body. Ye Tian tried to persuade the little one, "Come on, leave this secret realm with me. There's tons of grilled meat outside, more than you could ever eat." The little mouse hopping behind him replied to Ye Tian, "This little one will follow master's every command." He smirked and made his decision. "All right, it's time to go." Outside, at the Yue family estate, sunlight shone on the eaves of the pristine, ancient architecture built with vibrant red wood. Just then, a woman was carrying a wooden food basket when another female servant walked by and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" The woman with the basket replied, "I'm bringing a meal to the young miss." After the young miss paid her respects to the old ancestor, she came back and locked herself in her room. She hasn't come out or eaten in days. Hearing this, the other servant gave a serious reminder. Elder Yue Ben has given an order. No one is to disturb the young miss, not even to bring her food. The woman with the basket grew worried. But if she doesn't eat for so many days, her body will become weak. Hearing this, the other servant casually yawned and said, "Why are you worrying so much? Just do as Elder Yue Ben says." That night, the moon hung high over the Yue family's medicine hall. The space around Yue Ling was silent as she sat in cultivation, a deep purple aura emanating from her body. With her hands resting on her lap, her thumb touching her middle finger, she thought to herself, "The last time, I used all of my spiritual energy just to withstand a single blow from the old ancestor." In that state of depleted primordial energy, the barrier to the next level actually loosened. Yue Ling's eyes were shut tight as she continued to ponder. This is the sign of ascending from great martial artist to Grand Master. This time, with so much high-grade beast blood and the help of these heavenly treasures, I'm sure to succeed in a single attempt. In the Yue family's medicine hall, ancient vases stood in the background, with dried medicinal herbs to one side. Yue Ling was covered in sweat, but her determination was unshakable. As she tried to break through to the Grandmaster level, a stream of purple energy shot out towards a burning candle. A powerful gust of air erupted, causing the candle flame to flicker wildly. All the purple light converged, with Yue Ling at its center. Her body absorbed the light as she snapped her eyes open, a single thought flashing through her mind. It's time. In the courtyard, a cocoon on a gnarled tree trunk began to crack open. A butterfly with stunningly beautiful purple wings emerged from within. Dark clouds swirled in the sky as a pillar of light shot downward. The butterfly gently flapped its wings and flew up. People outside stared at the sky in astonishment. "Isn't that direction the Yue family estate?" Another person guessed. "A commotion like this must mean someone is breaking through to the Grandmaster level. The Yue family is incredible. They've produced yet another powerhouse." A calligraphy brush moved gently across the paper. Yue Qing, who was writing slowly, paused. A smirk played on his lips as he praised, "Humph, I didn't expect the girl to have such talent." Back in the Yu family's medicine hall, the purple energy continued to swirl. Yu Ling had risen to her feet, a steady stream of purple aura radiating from her body. Right now, Yue Ling's presence was somewhat intimidating. She lowered her head and sensed the power. So this is the Grandmaster realm. Her body was like a white silhouette amidst the surrounding primordial energy that was constantly drawn to her. Yue Ling marveled, "I don't even need to meditate to cultivate. Primordial energy floods my body with every breath. It feels like my soul is connected to nature itself." Yue Ling tilted her head slightly, her eyes able to track the movement of a tiny insect flying past. As the insect flew higher, she could feel her senses becoming incredibly sharp. Yue Ling turned towards the tea table. Most importantly, when she focused her gaze on a cup of water, it levitated and flew right to her. She reached out and caught the cup, smiling. The unique spiritual power of a Grandmaster. She then took a sip of water. A few rays of light now pierced the dark room. Tomorrow, the entrance to the secret realm closes. Holding the cup in one hand, Yue Ling brushed her hair back with the other as she leaned against a cabinet and came to a decision. "I'll go pick him up myself." Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm, a pink vortex, crackling with lightning, appeared against the deep blue sky. Someone outside exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, more people are coming out." Two figures leaped down from the entrance. As one of them planted a foot on the ground beneath them cracked from the sheer force of the impact. The surrounding people started gossiping. Based on past experience, this last group to emerge must have obtained quite a few treasures inside. The red-haired man holding a large axe asked his companion, "Where should we go to trade?" "Big brother," the man with frizzy black hair and green pants replied, "let's just go take a look first." When they reached the trading area, a merchant greeted them with a friendly smile, revealing a missing tooth. "I wonder what treasures you two gentlemen have brought back from the secret realm. I buy at high prices, and everything is negotiable." The frizzy-haired man pulled a root out of thin air. Perfect timing. "Take a look and tell us what this is worth." The merchant examined it. This spirit-gathering grass isn't very old, and on top of that, it's damaged. The three of them stood on the busy street, surrounded by passers-by. The merchant smiled and named his price. The absolute most I can offer is 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, the red-haired man with the axe flew into a rage, grabbing the merchant by the collar. Are you messing with me? This is an aged spirit gathering grass. If used in alchemy, it's worth at least 10 top-grade gold coins. Are you treating me like a beggar? The merchant stammered in panic. If you're not satisfied, sir, we can renegotiate the price. The man with the frizzy black hair warned, second brother, calm down. This isn't the place to start a fight. The red-haired man snorted before finally releasing the merchant's collar and walked away, cursing. To run into a crooked merchant right after getting out. What rotten luck. If we were in the secret realm, that guy would have died 800 times by now. The merchant, his face still pale with fright, collapsed to the ground. The frizzy-haired man said, "Forget it. Let's find somewhere else. There are plenty of other vendors around." A figure, completely wrapped in a black cloak, suddenly appeared behind the merchant. The merchant looked up in terror. The little creature, peeking out from the edge of the cloak, sent a curious telepathic message. "Master, is this the outside world? There are so many people. This is fascinating." Ye Tian, the one in the black cloak, reminded it. "Little one, don't go out. Hide your aura well." He frowned, his spatial talent sensing a king-level expert staring at this place. The golden sunlight shone brilliantly on the city. "Merchants, if you're passing by, don't miss out." A stall owner saw someone appear and continued his pitch, buying all sorts of treasures from the secret realm at high prices, guaranteed fair deals for young and old alike. Ye Tian stood there, pondering why a king-level expert would be monitoring the secret realm's exit. He decided to head to the Yue family first. With his decision made, he vanished on the spot using his spatial talent's instant teleportation. The deceitful trader looked around in confusion. "Huh, I swear someone was just here. Why did they suddenly disappear?" The passers-by around him paid him no mind. The trader rubbed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if he was seeing things. He turned back to the other two. A cheerful red-haired man was carrying an axe. "Big bro, we struck it rich this time. With all the good stuff we got from the secret realm, we're sure to make a fortune." The man with shaggy black hair frowned and warned, "Stop your nonsense. Be careful. Someone might be watching." Suddenly, his foot landed on a magic circle. The shaggy-haired man's eyes widened in shock at what he'd stepped on. The two of them vanished without anyone around noticing. They reappeared in a dark place, with several large iron cages hanging from above. The two men fell from the air, crashing straight onto the ground. Dust billowed up as they coughed a few times. The shaggy-haired man, lying on the ground, pushed himself up with trembling hands, gritting his teeth as he realized. Spatial teleportation. This is a spatial talent. He tried to stand, his legs still shaking uncontrollably from the hard impact. He turned to look for his companion and shouted in shock, Why are there so many bodies here?" Hearing the shout, the red-haired man also looked over. A voice spoke up, so noisy. Behind them sat a bald man in a white fur coat, looking nonchalant. "You were the one saying you found a lot of treasures in the secret realm, weren't you?" The shaggy-haired man turned to look behind him, his eyes widening in terror as he yelled, "Sea Cloud River King. It's the Cloud River King." Sitting there was indeed Yoon He, the expert from the Yoon family of the Demon Sea Base. He flashed a ghastly smile, one hand propping up his head while the other held a bottle of wine as he sat there leisurely. Seeing Yoon He, both men's faces turned deathly pale. The red-haired man asked in terror, "Why is a king-level expert here?" His eyes suddenly filled with anger. So annoying, just like flies. A spray of blood erupted into the air, and a body collapsed into a pool of blood that slowly spread across the ground. Yoon tilted his head back, pouring wine into his mouth, then casually wiped his lips with his sleeve. He let out an ugly laugh. Hey, what kind of treasures did you bring with you?" The sunlight on the rooftops was beginning to fade. Ye Tian was feeling a bit troubled. This demon sea base is so huge. Where on earth is the Yue family? He walked down a deserted street, lined with rows of tightly packed houses. I should have written down the address. Ye Tian rubbed his nose and decided he'd just have to ask someone for directions. A flash of lightning zipped across the rooftops, and Yue Ling appeared behind Ye Tian with lightning-fast steps. He was startled by the movement behind him, but before he could even get a clear look at his assailant, he took a kick straight to the face. He was lucky he didn't lose a few teeth. The whites of Ye Tian's eyes showed as he was sent flying. Yue Ling panicked. Oh no! Ye Tian crashed into a wooden crate behind him, finally coming to a stop. He rubbed his head and complained, "Ouch. I don't have any enemies in the Demon Sea Base, so why am I still getting attacked just walking down the street?" Yue Ling rushed over in a panic when she saw he was still on the ground. "Why, Ye Tian? Are you okay?" Ye Tian immediately looked up, pleased. Why Yuling? She clasped her hands, bowed before him, and gave a strange smile. Sorry about that. I just advanced to the Grandmaster level and couldn't resist testing my strength against you. I didn't expect you to have your guard down completely. Hearing this, Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock. You've already become a Grandmaster? Yue Ling covered her mouth and smiled humbly. It was just a stroke of luck. The trees had lost all their leaves, leaving only bare branches with a few golden leaves fluttering in the wind. Ye Tian spoke up. I can't believe you advanced to the Grandmaster level so quickly. The two of them talked as they walked, with Yue Ling leading the way. She replied, I just happened to have a fortuitous encounter that brought me to the threshold of a breakthrough. With that luck, plus the various rare treasures from my family, I was able to break through smoothly. You probably get it. So that's how it was. Yue Ling turned back. But on the other hand, I've surpassed you now, you know, she smiled. Cheer up, you have to try harder. Ye Tian pondered. As expected, the Yue family's foundation is nothing to scoff at. But the most important factor in Yue Ling's advancement to the Grandmaster level was her own powerful talent. The Demon Sea base has countless experts. If I want to secure a foothold here, I have to seize every moment to improve my strength. The little creature poked its head out of his collar and sent a telepathic message. Master, I'm so hungry. When are we going to get some barbecue? Ye Tian looked at it, surprised. Hey, why did you come out? Yue Ling, who was walking ahead, also glanced over in surprise. She couldn't believe it and leaned in, pointing at the little creature. This is a purple gold treasure-hunting mouse. Ye Tian had no choice but to take it out and hold it in his hand. You know what this is? Is it a famous spirit beast? Yue Ling couldn't contain herself and retorted. It's not just famous. It's priceless and incredibly rare. Something that 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy. You don't need to go to the Martial Pavilion. Just sell it to me. Name any price you want. The little creature looked up at him pitifully and pleaded telepathically. Master, please don't sell me. Ye Tian scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Sorry, it's my spirit pet. It's not for sale. The little creature quickly scurried back into his collar. Yue Ling didn't insist and let out a sigh, saying, that makes sense. Who would be foolish enough to sell such a precious spirit beast? The two walked for a while longer until they stood before a large, multi-story building. Yue Ling spoke up. We're here. Yi Yu lives right upstairs. Ye Tian asked in surprise, aren't you going to stay and hang out for a bit? Yue Ling explained, you two siblings haven't seen each other in so long. I won't disturb your conversation. Maybe next time. She turned to leave but didn't forget to add, tomorrow, I'll send someone to pick you up and take you to the Martial Pavilion headquarters. She gave a confident smile. You must have gathered a lot of good things in the secret realm. When you get there, I'll give you the member's price. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll be counting on you then. Ye Tian watched her figure walk away into the distance as she turned to wave goodbye to him. Ye Tian smiled genuinely as a few golden leaves drifted past his handsome face. He walked up several floors of the building, raised his hand to knock, and called out, Yi Yu, open up. I'm back. The doorknob turned and the door swung open. A dazed Yi Yu appeared behind it, her hand still on the knob. Ye Tian stood right in front of her and smiled. Have you been well, Yi Yu? After her initial surprise, Ye Yu's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth. Then it was Ye Tian's turn to stare blankly as his little sister slammed the door shut in his face. His eyes widened in confusion. He started banging on the door repeatedly, shouting, What are you doing? I'm your brother? Come on, let me in. Inside, Ye Yu slumped down, her back against the door. She yelled back in a sulky tone, Oh, so you finally remember you have a sister? We just got here and you immediately rushed into that secret realm, and you're only coming back now. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Living all alone in a strange place like this. Outside, Ye Tian kept knocking, his voice softening as he tried to coax her. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Just let me in first. But Yi Yu was still furious. She huffed coldly. Just stay out there. Don't even think about coming back. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. If that's how it's going to be, time for my spatial teleportation talent. A flash of light emanated from where he stood in the hallway, and Ye Tian vanished on the spot. A second later, he appeared inside the room with a bright smile. Hello. Startled by his sudden appearance, Yi Yu let out a loud scream. How did you get in? Ye Tian explained, It's an ability I gained in the secret realm. She put her hands on her hips, marveling, You can go through walls? That's incredible. Ye Tian smirked to himself. This spatial talent really is useful. He held out his hand, and on it was Xiao Zi. He coaxed. Here, this is a present for you. Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Yi Yu clasped her hands together happily. Wow, this mouse is so special. What's its name? He introduced. Its name is Xiao Zi. It has the ability to find treasures. It's really good at it. She scooped Xiao Zi up, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, you're that amazing." Seeing her so happy, Ye Tian smiled to himself. "You'll take care of it from now on, okay?" Then he thought to himself, "She's so easy to please." A small, golden paw gently nudged his leg. Ye Tian looked down at his feet in surprise. "What's this?" he asked in astonishment. "Since when did you get a pig?" Hearing this, the fat golden cat's face scrunched up in annoyance. Yi Yu crouched down to pet Xiao Jin. "That's Xiao Jin," she said. Yi Tian was stunned. "Xiao Jin?" As she petted him, the cat happily sent a telepathic message to him. "Master, you're too much. I just gained a little weight. There's no need to call me a pig." Yi Tian looked at it, rubbing his temples with a slight headache. How is it supposed to fight when it's this fat? Xiao Zin looked down at the little mouse at its feet. "You're Xiao Zi, right? From now on, you'll follow me. Call me Big Bro." Xiao Zi obediently squeaked, "Big Bro." Soon, night fell and everything grew quiet in the apartment Yue Ling had arranged for Ye Tian and his sister. The sound of the shower could be heard, washing away all the fatigue and filth from the secret realm. Ye Tian closed his eyes, enjoying this rare moment of refreshment. As the water cascaded down his strong, perfectly sculpted body, he finally finished and turned off the faucet. Ye Tian wrapped a towel around his waist. He dried his hair with another towel, his powerful chest still glistening with droplets of water, a sight that would make anyone's nose bleed. Ye Tian walked out, shirtless. He walked towards his bed, deciding that Xiao Zi would be in Ye Yu's care from now on. Ye Tian sat down on the bed, leaning back on his hands and relaxing his body. He opened his status window and said with a smile, "Now, I can copy the treasure hunting talent." The status window displayed Xiao Zi's information. Species: violet gold treasure hunting mouse. Top-tier bloodline talent, copyable. High-tier treasure hunting talent, copyable. Yi Tian thought, copy. His eyes sharpened, copying complete. Yi Tian's status window updated with a new talent. Name: Yi Tian. Talents: superhuman cultivation, top-tier speed, high-tier blade mastery, low-tier shadow, high-tier strength, mid-tier endurance, mid-tier defense, mid-tier spatial, high-tier treasure hunting. Meanwhile, at the Yun family estate, birds glided through the sky. The space was silent until an angry roar, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass, shattered the peace. "Useless trash, you failed such a simple mission, and you still have the nerve to show your face to me." Yun, he was absolutely furious, pointing a finger at a battered Yun Feng, who was kneeling on the floor. She no longer had the arrogant demeanor she wore when she defeated He Lianbi. Yun Feng clutched her head, trying to explain. "If I don't make this clear, death is the only thing waiting for me. I was set up. That person took advantage of my fight with the fierce beast to snatch everything. They stole the origin keystone and the origin key core." "Yun," he glared down at her. "Did you get a look at who it was?" Yun Feng lowered her eyes and replied, "That person was too fast. I've never seen them before. I only found traces that the origin keystone had already been mined." Hearing this, Yun Yi roared in anger at the trembling Yun Feng, who was still kneeling on the ground. She could only keep her head bowed in fear, not daring to look up. "Are you telling me you don't even know if your opponent was male or female?" Yun Feng stammered in reply. This subordinate does not know." Seeing Yun Feng with her head bowed, He angrily placed a hand on her head. He violently grabbed her hair, forcing her to look up at him. Yi gave a vicious smile and growled. "And you call yourself the #1 genius of the younger generation at the Demon Sea base? You were played for a fool. And in the end, you don't even know if they were a man or a woman. Tell me, do you even deserve to live?" Yun Feng squeezed her eyes shut in pain and begged, "Ancestor, please give me one more chance. I will definitely retrieve the origin chi core." After staring at Yun Feng for a long moment, he snorted and threw her to the ground. He adjusted his cufflinks and said, "Someone with the ability to outsmart a member of the Yun family can only be a disciple from one of the other major families. Start your investigation there. Find out who they sent into the secret realm." Then, he shot a fierce glare at Yun Feng, warning her, "If you fail again, I'm sure you know what the consequences will be." With that, he turned and walked out of the room. Watching his retreating back, Yun Feng trembled and replied, This subordinate understands." As soon as he left, Yun Feng stood up, clenching her fists. With a dark expression, she vowed to herself that she would find him. The next morning, as the sun peeked through the trees in a cool, clear sky, a voice rang out in front of the imposing Martial Pavilion building. "Oh, so this is the Martial Pavilion headquarters. It's built in a traditional ancient style. The Lin Hai base can't even compare." The owner of that voice was none other than Ye Tian. With his hands in his pockets, he casually followed behind Yue Ling. The sheer grandeur of the Martial Pavilion made even him exclaim, How impressive. Yue Ling, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. She crossed her arms, not even bothering to look around, and replied, "Ha, what's so surprising about it?" The gears in Ye Tian's mind started turning. He thought to himself, this is the perfect chance to test out just how powerful Xiao Zi's treasure hunting talent really is. Yue Ling pushed open the door to the VIP room of the Martial Pavilion headquarters. The moment he looked inside, Ye Tian was stunned. "That's a lot of stuff," he blurted out. Rows of shelves were lined up next to each other. Dozens of bottles filled with potions and solutions packed the shelves. Above them were various artifacts and weapons of all kinds. Against the wall was a staircase with stacks of secret manuals and ancient books piled on every step. Ye Tian stepped into the room, looking closely at the bottles of gemstone solutions, each emitting a different colored light. Yue Ling stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the nearest shelf. She asked, "So the items aren't too bad, right? You can try them out." Ye Tian listened while carefully observing the items on the shelves. He noticed a sword and thought to himself, most of these are blue. It feels like there's nothing really good here. It turned out Ye Tian was activating his treasure-seeking talent. The light emitted from an item represented its tier. Low-tier treasures were white, mid-tier treasures were blue, high-tier treasures were purple, peak-tier treasures were red, and transcendent treasures were golden. Suddenly, Ye Tian picked up the sword he had been looking at. He swung the sword forward, and a small crack suddenly appeared on the blade. Ye Tian's face darkened as he thought in a panic, how did it break so easily? He became flustered. "Quick, put it down before anyone notices." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the doorway. This must be the friend Yue Ling had mentioned. "Ye Tian, is it?" Hearing someone arrive, Yue Ling turned and walked lightly toward the door. "Uncle Ben, you're here." She pointed to the newcomer and introduced him to Ye Tian. "This is Elder Yue Ben, who is in charge of the Martial Pavilion headquarters." Ye Tian also took a few small steps forward to greet him. "Hello, Elder Yu. See anything you like here. I can give you a discount." As he spoke, Yue Ben pointed toward the shelves of items and suddenly caught a peculiar scent. Following Yue Ben's finger, Ye Tian was stunned by his own thoughts. This is... Ahead of me is an item covered in a golden light. Golden. The aura of a transcendent treasure. The light was coming from a red egg placed on a stand. A status window suddenly appeared. Species: Warblood Heavenly Dragon. Bloodline Talent: Unknown. Strength Talent: Unknown. Flight Talent: Unknown. Speed Talent: Unknown. Defense Talent: Unknown. Yue Ling placed a hand on Ye Tian's shoulder. Ye Tian was startled. She said, "What are you spacing out for?" He said to Yue Ben, "Sorry, I got distracted for a moment." She turned to him and said, "Honestly, just say what you need. Elder Yue is very busy." The man replied, "It's no problem." He began to speak. "Elder Yue, these are all low-tier gifts. I want the really good stuff. Money is not an issue." The elder chuckled. "This kid's got some nerve, huh?" She warily placed a hand on her head. "Since when did this kid learn to put on such an act?" The elder continued to laugh. "Heavenly treasures, cultivation techniques, peerless divine weapons. We at the Martial Pavilion have it all. As long as you have the money, we can help you find anything," he replied happily. "Really?" He materialized a crystal with blue electric sparks crackling around it. The crystal was slowly transformed by the blue sparks into a beautiful, sparkling sapphire blue crystal. He said, "Uncle, take a look. How does this work for a trade?" Both of them were stunned, their eyes widening in shock. This is an origin chi stone." The elder cried out in alarm. "My God, an origin chi stone this large is incredibly rare." She was just as shocked. "Ye Tian, he actually has an origin chi stone. Where did he find it?" He smiled and said, "I got lucky and happened to pick it up in a secret realm." The elder asked him, "So, Mr. Ye Tian, what is it you're looking for, specifically?" "I will go to the treasure vault to retrieve it for you. I guarantee it will be the best," he answered him. "I need a cultivation technique that can help me cultivate to the Grandmaster realm, and a weapon, something like a short sword." The elder replied with full confidence, no problem at all." He said cheerfully, "This one origin chi stone is more than enough. Please wait here for a moment." As he walked away, he laughed to himself. "An origin chi stone. I've hit the jackpot this time." Ye Tian thought to himself, if a small origin chi stone is valued this highly, then that origin chi core must truly be a priceless treasure. Yue Ling ran up behind him and asked, "Hey, Ye Tian, be honest with me. Where did that origin chi stone really come from? There's no way you just happened to pick it up." He turned to look at her and said, "If you knew the truth, it might bring you a lot of trouble." She retorted, "Are you trying to make me die of anger? Spit it out." He sighed and told her, I snatched the origin keystone from the hands of the Yun family. She stammered. The Yun family? She ran up and grabbed him by the collar. Are you crazy? That's something the Yun family has its eyes on. How much did you steal? If it's just this one, you'd better return it quickly if you want to save your own skin. He answered nonchalantly, I haven't really counted how many there are. He continued, anyway, it was a whole mine's worth. She was horrified. What? An entire mine? She sank to the ground, her face pale and dazed. It's over. It's over. We're done for this time. I bet it won't be long before the Yun family investigates and finds us. She screamed, you clearly don't know the methods of King Yun-hee. He's not someone you can afford to provoke. He walked on, saying, relax, I was very clean about it. They won't find out. She sighed and said, fine, have it your way. But when things go south, don't say I didn't warn you. He walked over to a display cabinet and saw an egg placed on a stand. He rejoiced internally, found it, the golden, transcendent treasure. Yue Ben placed the two items he needed on the table and said, this is the purple cloud body tempering art and the mystic purple ring. Legend has it that these precious treasures were found in the tomb of a king-level expert. He asked, what do you think? Are they to your liking? He picked up one of the items and activated its power. A red energy field enveloped it. He thought to himself, these red items are all peak-tier treasures. Model, it must have been used by king-level experts. He said to Yue Ben, I want all of these. Then, the man handed him a card and said, the excess value from the stone, besides the hidden weapons, has been converted to cash here. This is a VIP card. From now on, you can enter and leave the Martial Pavilion as you please. He asked, confused. There was actually some left over. The man chuckled and said, this VIP card is quite valuable. No matter where you are, as long as you have this card, you'll get a 30% discount. He replied, oh, really? In that case, I'd better keep it safe. He walked over to the shelf and asked, oh, by the way, Elder, how much is this? The man replied, let me see. Then, the man reached up, grabbed the egg, looked at him and said, this thing? He replied, yes, that's it. How much is it? The man answered, if you've taken a liking to it, then I'll just give it to you. He asked again, give it to me. The man replied, let's just consider it a friendly gesture. Just remember to do business with the Martial Pavilion next time you have an Origin Energy Stone. He scratched his head and thought, to just give away a transcendent treasure like this for free. She really has no eye for these things. Yue Ling said, this is a dragon egg that can't hatch. I just keep it as a decoration. He asked, a dragon egg? She replied, yes, a dragon egg. The story goes that a rogue cultivator sold it to the Martial Pavilion a long, long time ago. But we tried countless methods and could never get it to hatch. We were probably scammed. It's just a worthless dud. He looked at the egg and thought, no, this isn't worthless. My treasure-finding talent can sense that it's a transcendent treasure. This is definitely the real deal. I'll try to hatch it myself. In a city, with birds soaring through the sky, Ye Tian said, I managed to buy a lot of great things this time. Thank you, Yue Ling. Yue Ling smiled and said, it was nothing. He looked at her and said casually, want to come over to my place? I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Yu is a great cook. She looked at him and said, maybe some other time. I have to get back to the clan to take care of some things soon. Hearing this, he replied, all right then. Anyway, my sister and I are pretty much settled in here now. I really troubled you, making you help me with so much. She pushed her bangs back, her eyes curving into a smile as she looked at him and said, it was nothing, and it's what I should do. We're friends now, right? He smiled back and replied, of course. If you ever need help with anything, just call me. A huffing sound came from a nearby man. The towering Yue Chao strode toward the two of them, saying, I can't believe a punk like you actually survived. Yue Chao looked him up and down, saying with contempt, did you steal some trash from the secret realm and come to our Martial Pavilion to trade it for pocket money? Yue Ling shouted angrily, Yue Chao, this is a guest of our Martial Pavilion. What nonsense are you spouting? She crossed her arms and said sternly, if you have nothing better to do, go back to the clan. Don't cause trouble here. The guy quickly explained, haha, Sister Yue, I was just joking with this kid. With a flash of movement, Yue Chao excitedly threw a punch at him, saying, all right, I'll just say a quick hello and then I'll be on my way. He narrowed his eyes, looking at him coldly. As his power flared, a faint shield materialized, protecting him from the incoming fist. He stood there, perfectly calm and composed. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened as he thought, this is a defensive talent. He pulled his fist back, unleashing even more power. His eyes turned red and his expression darkened. He looked at him and asked, are you really so eager to die? His knees buckled and he began to tremble. A terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from behind him. It formed into the shape of a horrifying, twisted spectral head that made him shake uncontrollably. Seeing the tense situation, Yue Ling stepped forward and shouted. She stood in front of Ye Tian and said worriedly, "Don't attack. This is the headquarters of the Cloud Pavilion." He closed his eyes, let out a long breath, and retracted his power. Seeing this, she turned back to warn the trembling man. "Yue Chao, you will stop right here. Do you understand?" He turned his back to leave, saying, "I'm leaving now." Seeing him go, Yue Ling chased after him, saying, "I'm so sorry, Ye Tian." She walked over to Yue Chao, who was still trembling all over, and said, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why do you always have to cause trouble for my friends?" Yue Ling was surprised to see Yue Chao collapse in fear. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Yue Chao." Yue Chao, drenched in sweat, said fearfully, "Just how many savage beasts has he killed?" The killing intent coming from him was immense, even after he retracted his power. Yue Chao said, "How can anyone have such strong killing intent?" The sky gradually darkened as birds flew overhead. Ye Tian slowly walked into his house. A wok of food was sizzling over the stove. Ye Tian called out, "Yu, I'm home." He walked up behind her and said, "It's been so long since I've had your cooking. Looks like I'm in for a treat today." Yu, who was cooking, laughed and replied, "Just a minute, the food's almost ready. You and your sweet talk. Just wait for dinner." He sat down, leaning back in the chair, put his hands behind his head, and sighed. It's always best to be home. So relaxing. Seeing the cat and the mouse sleeping comfortably with their bellies up, he said, "You two are sure living the easy life." He held out his hand and an egg appeared in it. It was orange on top and white on the bottom, with an aura of power surrounding it. He held the egg, examining it while the cat slept on a nearby chair. He thought, the Yu family held onto this dragon egg for so many years and found nothing. I'll just set it aside for now. He noticed something and thought, huh? What's happening? The egg suddenly moved in his hand. It wouldn't stop moving. He looked at it, thinking, this. As he held the egg, he could feel life within it. He thought, why is there a heartbeat? The cat, which had been sleeping on the sofa, suddenly shot its eyes wide open. It growled, its fur standing on end as it faced the egg in his hand. It then darted away quickly. Surprised, he called out, "Hey, Xiao Jin." Xiao Jin continued to growl, its mouth drooling, looking terrified. Seeing this, he asked it, "Are you scared?" The little guy on the sofa said, "Master, why do you have a dragon egg?" He looked at it and replied, "I just bought this, but it was supposed to be a dead egg. Why does it suddenly have a heartbeat?" The little guy jumped onto the table next to a potted plant, standing opposite him and saying, "Master, you probably don't know this, but their kind poses a threat to all ranked savage beasts like us." He sat down across from it, placing the egg in his hand and saying, "What's going on with you two? Is this thing really that scary?" An image of a mighty, furious dragon was depicted, surrounded by blazing fire. The little guy replied, "They are legendary beings that surpass even the king rank." Hearing this, he shot to his feet in surprise and asked, "What? Surpass the king rank? There's a rank even higher than king rank." The mouse replied, "That's right, but I don't know what it's specifically called." Suddenly, the egg stopped beating. He sensed it and said, "It stopped." He rubbed his chin, looking at the egg and thinking, how strange. The people at the Martial Pavilion clearly said it was a dud that couldn't be hatched, right? So why did it suddenly show signs of life? He used his power to create a hole in space, and the egg floated into it. He thought, well, whatever. I'll just store it away for now. The little guy suddenly said, "Master, I know. It's the core chi heart." He put the egg away and sat down, saying, "You mean the core chi heart is what reawakened the egg?" The little guy replied, "It must be." The little guy said, "Master, you placed the core chi heart and the dragon egg in your personal space. The pure life force from the core chi heart must have stimulated this discarded dragon egg, causing its heart to beat once more." His eyes lit up with excitement. He leaned in close to the mouse and said, "So that's what it was. I had no idea the core chi heart was so powerful. Little guy, you really know a lot." The little guy replied proudly, "Of course. I'm the renowned treasure-hunting mouse, after all." Xiao Jin opened its mouth wide in a yawn, showing its two sharp fangs as it meowed. It lay down, exposing its chubby belly. "You dare disturb my beauty's sleep?" He clasped his hands and seriously asked the little guy, "Little guy, what do I have to do next to hatch this dragon egg?" The little guy replied, "Master, don't be impatient. For now, let the origin energy core nurture it for a while longer. Wait for its heartbeat to fully recover. Then we'll proceed to the next step." An image of the egg cracking was described by the little guy, who continued, "When the day comes that it truly breaks out of its shell, Master will obtain a spirit pet that surpasses even the king level." He gave a dangerous and excited smile, thinking, A king-level spirit pet. This is truly something to look forward to. The table was filled with beautiful and delicious dishes. Yi Yu called out to him, "Brother, dinner's ready." She brought out a dish and told him to wash his hands and come eat. He stood up and said, "I'm coming." Night fell, and the bright moon shone over the city. He sat leaning against the bed, saying, "To advance the purple cloud body tempering technique to the Grandmaster level, 2 conditions must be met. 1. Extraordinary cultivation talent. 2. A perfect physical foundation." He rubbed the back of his head wearily. Damn, the requirements for this purple cloud technique are ridiculously strict. It needs extraordinary cultivation talent. Yue Ling only has high-grade cultivation talent, and she advanced to Grandmaster. And there's that Grandmaster from the Sun family. The purple cloud body technique is divided into 5 stages: the blood marrow technique, bone tempering technique, skin forging technique, chi infusion technique, and blood flesh bone key monument. A skeleton surrounded by power. He thought, I have to temper my internal organs to their absolute limit and then break through that limit. From there, I can forge a powerful body. But at the same time, I'll need heavenly materials and earthly treasures to replenish my essence energy. Tisk, tisk. This purple cloud body tempering technique is insane. Probably no one else would buy it, which is why he sold it to me. Why do I get the feeling I've been scammed? He studied the book and continued. Just the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for this would be unbearable for an ordinary person, let alone someone with extraordinary cultivation talent. He then noticed a mark on the book. Why is there a spatial imprint here? His eyes lit up as he thought, spatial talent, spatial awareness. A letter M clearly appeared on the book. It suddenly flared with a brilliant light, blinding the entire room. He was abruptly pulled into an infinite, dark space. He stood there alone, feeling something like water beneath his feet. He looked around and said, This is the space inside the purple cloud body tempering technique. In the distance, he saw the figure of a person with long, flowing hair. Seeing this, he wondered, there's someone here? With a flick of a hand fan, a voice called out, You have finally arrived. The figure had long, flowing purple hair and a handsome face. He flicked his fan, turned to look at him, and said, Successor. Ye Tian's eyes widened. Who are you? At that moment, a status window appeared. Human, thunderclap immortal. Cultivation talent, not displayed, uncopyable. Lightning talent, extraordinary, uncopyable. Other talent, hidden, mid-grade, uncopyable. Strength talent, peak level, uncopyable. Just then, the thunderclap immortal held his fan and said with a smile, The successor has finally arrived. He fanned himself, covering his mouth and smiling with narrowed eyes. This venerable one is the thunderclap immortal. In the dead of the quiet night, the sound of a galloping horse echoed. A subordinate of Yun Feng was racing his horse back to the capital city. Upon arriving, he pulled the reins to a halt, dismounted, and rushed inside. He called out loudly, Young miss, I've found him. Yun Feng, dressed in martial arts attire, was meditating in the middle of the courtyard. The subordinate who ran in was from the Yue family. He breathlessly reported to Yun Feng. When the secret realm opened, the Yu family was the only one to swap in an outsider. His name is Ye Tian. Yun Feng slowly opened her eyes, her voice turning sharp. Ye Tian. She stood up. To be able to establish a connection with the Yue family, who is this person? The subordinate quickly replied, I don't know the specifics of their relationship, but this person was brought back from the Linhai base by the Yue family's Yue Ling. Furthermore, I also found out that yesterday, Yue Ling broke through to the Grandmaster level. Hearing this, Yun Feng slowly walked towards him and asked in disbelief, What did you just say? Yue Ling has become a Grandmaster? Are you certain? The subordinate waved his hands frantically as he approached Yun Feng. I'm absolutely certain. The news is spread throughout the entire Mohai base. Everyone is saying she's the first among the younger generation at the Mohai base to do it. Hearing this, she replied softly, Is that so? Yun Feng's tone turned menacing. She became a Grandmaster. You seem quite happy about it, don't you? The subordinate reacted quickly, waving his hands in denial. No, not at all. Immediately, Yun Feng kicked him in the face. I am the first of the younger generation. You remember that for me. The kick sent the subordinate tumbling to the ground. He replied in pain. I will remember. Yun Feng then said, You don't need to investigate this any further. The subordinate knelt and bowed his head. As you command. She continued, I will go meet this Ye Tian myself if he truly is the one who stole the origin energy core. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, its thunder drowning out the rest of her words. Scene change. The thunderclap immortal began to walk. To be able to make it here proves you have some skill. The thunderclap immortal said as he turned and walked away. What you see before you is merely a projection left behind by a talent imprint. This entire space was formed by that very same talent imprint. Ye Tian watched him leave, thinking, a projection? Just what level is this person? Could he be a king-level expert? The Thunderclap Immortal once again fanned himself, turning his profile slightly towards him. Enough. There's no point in rambling on. He lowered his gaze, looking down at Ye Tian as if he were an ant. We should get down to business. He flinched, his eyes widening. Suddenly, the space shifted, and Ye Tian fell flat on his face. In this situation, he struggled to brace himself. This pressure is too strong. How can a mere projection feel even more powerful than the king-level expert, King Yun-hee? The Thunderclap Immortal stepped forward, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked down at the kneeling Ye Tian. Let me check something, to see if you are worthy of being my successor. Jiang Lei Xian waved his fan, channeling his power into Ye Tian to probe him. Next, he began to read Ye Tian's talents one by one. Speed talent, defense talent, endurance talent. Halfway through, Jiang Lei Xian was suddenly startled. He pulled his fan back, bewildered. How? How do you have so many talents? Ye Tian just chuckled lightly. I didn't expect you to find out. My secret. Ye Tian pushed himself up, truly surprised. He was panting as he got to his knees, his eyes fixed on Jiang Lei Xian. You can actually see my talents. Jiang Lei Xian looked at Ye Tian, struggling to his feet. You don't need to be so tense. It is indeed strange for a body to possess so many talents, but on the path of cultivation, everyone has their own destiny and opportunities. Jiang Lei Xian flicked his fan open. I have no interest in your secrets. Then what is this inheritance you mentioned, senior? And what level are you exactly? I don't feel like you're at the king level. Ye Tian tilted his head and brought a hand to his nose. Jiang Lei Xian replied, as I said, I'm not interested in your secrets, so don't you go trying to investigate me. The prerequisite to even notice the mark I left on the secret manual is to possess the space talent, a rare gift indeed. I merely wish to offer some guidance to a junior with this kind of ability. Jiang Lei Xian snapped his fan shut. Your body, with its many rare talents, is perfectly suited for my intentions. He looked at Ye Tian, raising his fan. Therefore, I want to give you a more suitable method for advancing to the Grandmaster level. Ye Tian asked, a more suitable method? He replied, that's right. A series of events showing the activation of Ye Tian's various talents flashed by. Jiang Lei Xian assessed. While your talents are numerous, they are too chaotic. Your most fatal flaw is that you have low and mid-tier talents. In a true battle, life and death, experts only use their top-tier talents to fight. If you were to use a low-tier talent at a critical moment, it would be a huge disadvantage for you. Ye Tian looked down at his hands. He was right. In a life-or-death situation, using a low-tier talent would definitely create a fatal opening. It seems I'll have to be more careful about which talents I copy from now on. Jiang Lei Xian fanned himself, placed one hand behind his back, and tilted his head up with his eyes closed as he continued. The more low-tier talents you have, the more they will limit your growth. Therefore, if you wish to advance, there is only one path. He shot a sideways glance down at Ye Tian, and that is to upgrade all of them to top-tier talents. Ye Tian was stunned. What? How is it possible to upgrade all my talents to the top tier? Jiang Lei Xian continued his grim explanation. As long as you accumulate enough combat experience, your talents can be upgraded. He snapped his fingers. Let me help you out just this once. Whoosh! The space around them changed. From a formless void, the scenery around the two transformed into a vast corridor. Ye Tian looked around. Another dimension? Jiang Lei Xian looked at him. The flow of time in this sealed dimension is different from the outside world. 1 hour out there is equivalent to 1 month in this sealed dimension. Ye Tian asked, shocked, what? 1 hour equals 1 month. Jiang Lei Xian calmly closed his eyes. That's right, but this is a one-time limit. If you choose to leave this dimension now, you will never be able to enter it again. Ye Tian closed his eyes. The most important thing right now is to advance to the Grandmaster level. If what Yue Ling said about the Yun family discovering the core origin crystal is true, then only a Grandmaster can protect Ye Yu. Ye Tian's hands trembled as he clenched his fists, veins bulging. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and serious. I choose to stay here and upgrade my talents. Jiang Lei Xian smiled with satisfaction. The young are so teachable. Ye Tian stood up, bewildered, looking around. Hey, where did he go? Jiang Lei Xian's figure was no longer visible among the motes of light in the air, but his voice still echoed in his ears. Inside Ye Tian's mind, if you're lucky, you might even advance to the king level in the future and earn the right to meet my true self. Ye Tian looked up into the empty space, king level. Jiang Lei Xian's voice rang out. I have sent a suitable opponent for you. Thud. A massive black foot slammed onto the floor. In here, you can kill to your heart's content. A Grandmaster-level fierce beast stood before Ye Tian, making him look tiny and weak in comparison. Ye Tian's eyes widened in terror. This is a Grandmaster-level fierce beast. The fierce beast standing before Ye Tian began to swing its arms. Ye Tian started to channel his power, energy erupting from his feet. He leaped into the air, his eyes tracking the beast's every move. Ye Tian landed a blow on its body. It's too fast. The corridor walls shattered from the powerful impact, sending debris flying everywhere. Crash. Boulders came tumbling down. Ye Tian stood hunched over beside the fierce beast. This thing. He wiped the blood from his face. So strong. Outside, the moon was already high in the sky. I remember it was around 12 a.m. when I entered this dimension. There are still 6 hours until dawn. Ye Tian activated his power, and lightning from his palm gradually formed into a weapon. If I'm not out by morning, Yi Yu will definitely worry when she sees my unconscious body. With that thought, Ye Tian's body heated up as power surged through him. He clenched his fist, gripping a combat knife, ready to face the fierce beast. I have to finish this thing within half a year. The first light of dawn began to appear, breaking through the dark night. Birds filled the sky, heralding a new day. At the foot of the mountain, the sun began to rise. In the neighborhood, roosters began to crow. In the early morning streets, people were bustling about. A vendor gestured with his hand, calling out, "Don't miss out, passers-by." Freshly picked and prepared spirit herbs right here. A customer stopped in front of his stall. "How much for this?" The vendor held up his hand. "Very cheap, only 5 gold coins." Thump! The carcass of a wolf was thrown to the ground. A man squatting next to the body praised, "You're really something else. You actually managed to kill a 1,000-moon wolf." The muscular man standing nearby replied, "This damn beast cost me a whole night of hunting." Back in Ye Tian's building, the windows were shut tight. Yi Yu was still curled up, fast asleep. She mumbled in her sleep, calling for her brother. Xiao Jin was also curled up in its bed. Then, at the door to Ye Tian's room, bang, Ye Tian was lying on the floor, clutching something in his hand. He was unconscious, a scroll in his grasp. Boom! In a brilliant flash of light within the dimension, the fierce beast swiped at him. Ye Tian leaped up just in time, dodging its attack. Its fist smashed into the wall. Boom! The wall was obliterated, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. The monstrous beast thrashed about wildly. Ye Tian shouted, "It's entered a berserk state." He channeled his power, clenching his hand into a fist as lightning crackled around it, a display of his peak-level strength talent. Ye Tian poured his strength into his fist and punched the monstrous beast straight on. The beast took the full force of Ye Tian's punch and lost its balance. The monstrous beast crashed to the ground with a loud thud, heavily damaging the floor beneath it, shattering it and sending rocks flying. Ye Tian landed, leaving a long trail on the floor. His lips moved. "It's time to end this." A dagger materialized. All combat-type talents have been upgraded. Ding. A status window appeared. Name, Ye Tian. Cultivation Talent, Transcendent. Speed Talent, Peak Level. Blade Talent, Peak Level. Shadow Talent, Peak Level. Healing Talent, Peak Level. Strength Talent, Peak Level. Defense Talent, Peak Level. Space Talent, Intermediate. High-grade Treasure Hunting Talent. The monstrous beast picked up a boulder and hurled it. Ye Tian's expression darkened as a crimson aura enveloped the dagger in his hand. He threw it. "Let's go." The dagger flew in a straight line toward the boulder that the beast had thrown. The dagger pierced straight through, shattering the boulder. Peak-level blade technique. Chaotic sword dance assassination. Rock fragments rained down to the ground. Ye Tian recalled the dagger, catching it as it flew back to him. With a whoosh, he shot upwards. Leaping from above, his power flared as lightning crackled around him. Ye Tian raised the dagger high and closed in on the beast. Ye Tian sliced across the beast's body. Shadow kill. Dark blue blood sprayed into the air. Ye Tian smiled. I finally won." A bright light filled the sky, illuminating every corner. The brilliant sun had risen. It was morning. Ye Tian's eyes shot open. He bolted upright, panting heavily. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he took in his surroundings. He was back in the real world. The door opened, and Yi Yu's voice called out, "Brother, are you awake yet?" She pushed the door open and stepped inside, turning her head with a yawn. "It's time for breakfast." Yi Yu rubbed her eyes. "There's a really good breakfast place nearby. Want to go check it out together, brother?" He stared at her, stunned. "Yi Yu." Ye Tian rushed forward and pulled her into a tight hug. Yi Yu was taken aback. "Brother, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Ye Tian replied, "No, it's just. I feel like it's been a very long time since I last saw you." Yu Yu's cheeks turned pink as she pushed him away forcefully. What are you doing? Even if we're brother and sister, you can't just suddenly hug me like that. And what was that cheesy line you just said? Aren't you embarrassed? Ye Tian replied, I'm sorry. Ye Yu spun around and started to walk away. I'm ignoring you now. You can just starve for all I care. Ye Tian scratched the back of his neck. But didn't you say you wanted to get breakfast? We can go shopping today, too. We still haven't explored the magic sea base yet. Yu Yu's ears perked up. Shopping? She turned back, looking at Ye Tian excitedly. Really? You have time to go out with me? That's great. Ye Tian smiled fondly. You can buy or eat whatever you want. I made quite a lot of money in the secret realm. Ye Yu's cheerful shout could be heard from outside the building. Awesome. Wait for me, brother. I'm going to get changed. Ye Tian stood in the middle of his room, sensing his own power. I can't believe upgrading my combat talents to the peak level increased my strength this much. An aura of power radiated from Ye Tian, enveloping him. He was so close to the Grandmaster realm, just a tiny step away. Outside, the sky was clear and the neighborhood was peaceful. The streets were bustling with people. The magic sea-based city really is prosperous. Oh, right, brother. If you get the chance, you should invite Sister Yu Weiling and Sister Xiao Yu over to our place. As the siblings strolled through the streets, Ye Yu suggested, I'll cook a meal to thank them for all their help. Ye Tian agreed. Okay, I will. Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi peeked out of his bag, looking around. Ye Tian continued, Good. I wanted you to get to know them anyway. After all, we'll be living here in the magic sea base from now on. Yu Yu asked a fruit vendor, How much for a kilogram of these apples? The vendor replied, 2 silver coins. At another stall, Yu Yu tried to haggle. Can you give me a little discount, pretty lady? Unfortunately, the woman refused. Sorry, I can't. Ye Yu looked on with disappointment. As they passed by a fountain, she gasped in amazement. The two stood before the fountain as she asked, So this is a fountain? It's my first time ever seeing one. Golden light began to spread across the sky as dusk fell and the sun began to set behind the mountains. In a tavern, Ye Tian downed a glass of wine, setting it on the table with a clink. Ah, that's refreshing. The two were taking a break. Ye Tian said to Ye Yu, It's been a long time since I've had a drink. You're still too young to drink, you know. Ye Yu replied seriously, Don't get drunk. I won't be able to carry you. She rested her chin on her hand. But then again, it really has been a long time since we've been able to relax like this. Ye Tian sighed, You're right. The sky had grown dark and birds were returning to their nests. Today was a truly happy day. The scene changes to Ye Tian's room in his apartment building. Yun Feng was standing in the middle of the unlit, pitch-black room. She spoke, Not home? Yun Feng's eyes turned sharp as she called his name. Ye Tian. From a construction site, a sigh was heard. Honestly, my brother is so reckless. Ye Yu was walking along the street by herself, muttering nonstop, It's so late, and he's making me walk home alone. She held Xiao Jin in her arms, stroking it and whispering, He said you protect me. Is that right, Xiao Jin? Ye Yu remembered when she had parted ways with Ye Tian. He told her, I need to go buy something. You go on home ahead of me. She had stood before him and asked curiously, You're not letting me come with you? He had reached out to pat her head reassuringly. It's pretty far from home. You go back and rest first. I'll be back soon, don't worry. She had blushed, covering her mouth as she replied. Okay, then. Ye Tian had looked at Ye Yu with an affectionate smile. Ending her flashback, she walked faster, reminding herself, Oh, forget it. I'll talk to him when he gets back. Ye Yu picked up her pace and started to run. I should just get home quickly. It's so cold. Suddenly, a man in a grotesque mask was alerted by the sound. He was holding a small knife in his hand. He followed her running figure with his eyes and reported, Miss, someone is here. Ye Yu, completely unaware, kept running forward, panting. He observed her more closely, then grunted. The man shared his thoughts with Yun Feng. Miss, that's Yue Ling from the Yue family. After hearing this, her expression turned cold as she retorted, No, that's not right. She's just an ordinary person at the martial artist level. Then, Yun Feng stepped out and began following Ye Yu, nodding in agreement with his previous thought. She does look a lot like her. To think there was someone like this. I never knew. She glanced down at the bag on her shoulder. Hey, why did you come out? Ye Yu frowned, warning it seriously. Xiao Zi, get back inside, quickly. My brother said you can't be seen by other people. She reached out as if to push it back in. Go on, get in. Xiao Zi just stared at Ye Yu innocently with its big, sparkling eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yun Feng froze, her mind racing. A purple gold treasure hunting mouse. The Martial Pavilion headquarters. An essence pill sat neatly in a box on the table. A voice spoke from nearby. This is an essence pill, suitable for someone at the martial artist level like you to use. It's not worth much, so we can give it to you for free. Ye Tian picked it up to examine it, then asked doubtfully, "You're giving this to me? For free?" Xiao Yu stood behind the counter and explained cheerfully, "You're an esteemed guest of our martial pavilion now. This small item is nothing to speak of." He looked at it and shared joyfully. With this, Yi Yu's cultivation level can quickly rise by a level. Hearing this, she got excited too. "So you wanted to buy it for Yi Yu? In that case, I'll find a martial artist level technique scroll to give you." Ye Tian smiled until his eyes crinkled and replied with a bit of a tease. "Well then, I won't be polite." After that, Xiao Yu turned and gave an order to a girl nearby. "Go to the technique scroll area and find a peak-level martial artist cultivation technique." The girl nodded, yes. Just then, a warning suddenly sounded in his mind. "Master, we're in danger. The Yun family is here. Come back quickly." Ye Tian frowned and exclaimed in shock, "Kiddo." The box containing the essence pill fell straight to the ground, making a loud noise. He had no time to think, immediately turning to leave, only managing to leave a single sentence behind. "Something's happened to Ye Yu. Just leave the pill and the technique scroll there for now. I'll come back for them later." Xiao Yu ran out worriedly, asking, "Something happened to Ye Yu? What's going on?" A flash of light appeared before her eyes and then vanished. Ye Tian summoned his power, his spatial talent, teleportation. Xiao Yu, who witnessed the entire thing, was so shocked her jaw dropped. "He's gone. What kind of ability is that?" The girl who had been sent to get the item just happened to come out. "Miss Xiao Yu, I brought the technique scroll." "Huh? Where did he go?" Xiao Yu didn't explain. She turned seriously and instructed, "Go back to the Dragon Clan immediately and inform the young miss. Tell her that something has happened to Ye Tian's sister and to go check on the situation quickly." The girl nodded profusely. "Yes, yes." After everything was settled, she looked down at the box and whispered her thoughts. "I have a bad feeling about this." High above, a crescent moon shone quietly, bathing the scenery below in a layer of ethereal dust. Immediately after, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and with it, the figure of Ye Tian. He used his power to dash forward, thinking to himself, "Yun family, if you dare touch a single hair on Ye Yu's head, I'll annihilate your entire clan even if it costs me my life." Amidst the desolate ruins, a terrifying explosion ripped through the air. Xiao Jin's entire body was bathed in a sea of electric light, with crackling bolts of lightning crawling madly over its spotted fur. It let out a threatening growl, stepping forward bravely to shield Yi Yu. She looked down and calmly reassured it, "Xiao Jin." Then, Yi Yu glared straight at the group of people before her and questioned coldly, "Who on earth are you?" The subordinate standing next to Yun Feng sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Who are we? You should ask your brother that." She frowned, suspicion rising in her heart. "Are you looking for my brother?" Yun Feng cut in with a smirk. "No." Her body was shrouded in a power that seemed ready to strike at any moment, as she declared they were just looking for a little rat who had stolen something. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in from nowhere, covering the entire sky. In the small neighborhood below, people scrambled, calling for each other to escape the rain. "Why is it suddenly raining? Let's go home, quick! Let's go home." Crack! A bolt of purple lightning tore through the night, illuminating the sky. Ye Tian rode the wind, zipping across the rooftops, his heart burning with anxiety as he searched for any sign of Ye Yu from the top of a tall building. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the night. Ye Tian landed as lightly as a leaf without making a sound. He frowned and muttered, "The soul contract's senses are pointing to this place." Ye Tian looked around frantically. "Where is Ye Yu?" Suddenly, his gaze froze. In a dark corner, Xiao Jin's figure lay motionless. Ye Tian's heart clenched. He shot forward, his voice cracking, "Xiao Jin." Ye Tian supported its rain-soaked body and asked, "Xiao Jin, are you okay? Where's Yu Yu?" Xiao Jin whimpered, blaming itself as it answered, "I'm sorry, master. I was too useless." It forced its eyes open to give him the news. "The young mistress has been taken by them." Elsewhere, a large subordinate grabbed Yi Yu by the hair, a sharp knife in his other hand. He frowned, radiating a murderous aura. Ahead, Kiddo was waiting in a corner and called out, "Master, master is here." Seeing Ye Tian approach, it said, "Master." He rushed over, holding Xiao Jin, Kiddo. It bowed its head low, sincerely admitting its fault. "I'm sorry, master. My combat ability is just too weak. I couldn't do anything." Ye Tian's face remained as still as water, but his voice was heavy with sorrow. "It's not your fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Yi Yu go back alone. I'm the one who caused all of this." The night rain continued to pour, chilling him to the bone. He held out his hand, and from it, a crystalline cube condensed, glowing brilliantly. Spatial talent, personal dimension. Ye Tian placed Xiao Jin and Kiddo inside, instructing them in a deep voice. The two of you rest inside my personal dimension for a while. As the light faded, he bowed his head, thinking about the Yun family. Ye Tian clenched his fists, hot tears streaming down his face. His voice rang out like a death sentence. Now, I will go and slaughter every last one of them. The space was suddenly torn apart by a surge of blue lightning. That berserk power quickly wrapped itself around Yue Ling. She suddenly froze in astonishment. Before her, Ye Tian stood like a god of death, his crimson eyes boring deep into her mind. In the intensely tense atmosphere, Yue Ling raised a hand to fix her hair. Opposite her, a voice broke the silence. Yue Ling, the Yun family's dungeon. Yu was thrown violently to the cold, hard floor. She gritted her teeth, pushing herself up with trembling hands. Unwilling to give up, Yi rushed towards the iron bars, her hands gripping the cold metal. She screamed in panic. "Who are you people? Let me out." She banged on the bars with her hands. Open the door now." Yi clung to the bars, shouting with indignation. "My brother will not let you get away with this." Hearing the commotion, Yun Feng's subordinate clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hey. It seems you still don't understand the situation." He leaned against the bars and explained. The young miss intentionally spared the lives of those two beasts, precisely so their soul contract would alert Ye Tian. She froze. "What do you mean?" He brought his face close to the bars, flashing a savage smile that sent a chill down her spine. "It means this is a trap. Your brother is coming here to die." Outside, the rain continued to pour as if to drown the entire city. Ye Tian lay there, completely motionless. When Yue Ling approached, he was still lying there, letting the stinging rain lash against his face. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. She looked down at the man at her feet, her eyes as calm as a lake, betraying no emotion. Yu's sobs echoed in Ye Tian's subconscious. "Ah ha ha." He shot up, startled awake. Ye Tian sat up in a daze, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar place. "Where is this?" The lingering dizziness made him grit his teeth. "My head hurts so much." Ye Tian, exhausted, closed his eyes and whispered a familiar name. Yue Ling. His memory pulled him back to a sky thick with clouds, pouring down a relentless rain. That's right. Back then, Ye Tian was discussing something with Yue Ling. The Yun family must have found out I moved the spirit ore. That's why they took Yu. He was filled with endless regret, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. I was too careless." She tried to lift Yu Tian's spirits. "If the Yun family's goal is the spirit ore you have, then Yu should still be safe for now. First, calm down. We need to think this through." When Yue Ling saw him turn to leave without a word, she called out, "Hey, Ye Tian." She quickly stepped forward to block his path. "You stop right there." Yue Ling, losing her patience, yelled, "Are you insane? Can't you see this is a trap? They're just waiting for you to walk right into their hands. If you charge into the Yun family's territory now, it's a death sentence." Ye Tian was so panicked he'd lost all reason. "But that's my little sister, my only family. This has nothing to do with you. If you want to help, then come with me. If not, then don't stand in my way." Her face hardened, feeling she had no choice but to use force. Yue Ling took out a stun needle that crackled with electricity. When the current was strong enough, she lunged forward and jabbed the sharp needle right into him. A brilliant blue current flared from the needle, activating its effect. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he suddenly froze on the spot, his body completely paralyzed. His vision blurred in the rain before fading to black. Yue Ling returned to the present. A reinforced door creaked open. Yue Ling walked in from outside. "You're awake." Ye Tian staggered, leaning against a cabinet. "What did you do to me?" She answered casually, "Relax. It was just a paralysis needle. There are no side effects." He shuffled to the edge of a table and asked, "Where is this?" Yue Ling had to keep reassuring him. "This is a Yue family safe house. Don't worry, it's very secure." Ye Tian, still half-dazed, was fixated on one thing. "I have to go save Xiao Yu." He suddenly buckled and fell to his knees. She was out of ways to talk sense into him. "The toxin in your system hasn't fully worn off yet." Yue Ling explained to Ye Tian that it was absolutely impossible. "With your current strength, forget about rescuing Xiao Yu from the Yun family. You couldn't even handle their man Yun Feng, let alone Yun He." He pushed himself up on one knee, trembling helplessly before a man like Yun He, who could so easily manipulate the entire situation. She was extremely concerned. "Can you even fight against a king-level master?" But the stubborn Ye Tian didn't understand. "So I'm supposed to just sit here and do nothing? It's just about the primal energy ore, isn't it? As long as they don't hurt Xiao Yu, I'm willing to hand it over." Yue Ling crossed her legs. You're oversimplifying things. Calm down and listen to me. I've actually already made a few moves. My sources have already sent word. Everything is normal at the Yun family estate. Just as I thought, they're waiting for you to fall into their trap. If you don't go, Xiao Yu might be safe. But if you take the bait, Yue Ling declared firmly, you and Xiao Yu will both die at the Yun family's hands. Hearing this, he froze. But her knowledge didn't stop there. The Yue and Yun families, along with the Mo High base, have been fighting for years. The Yun family has wanted to get rid of the Yue family for a long time, but they've always lacked a reason. Yue Ling revealed more. This time, the Yun family's original goal was to recruit an expert in primal energy ore, then seize the martial pavilion and destroy the Yue family, but no one could have expected. She gave a faint, wry smile, that you would be the one to get it. Yue Ling finished the story. They must have investigated, and found out that you entered the secret realm using a slot provided by the Yue family. Because of that, they've identified you as one of our people. Kidnapping Xiao Yu was just a way to target you. Their real goal is to declare war on the Yue family. Ye Tian asked in shock, declare war? Yet, she stood up calmly. That's right. This is no longer just your personal problem. It's war. Yu Ling looked him straight in the eye. A war between king-level masters. Ye Tian's brow furrowed in pain. But, Xiao Yu, she's done nothing wrong, yet she's been dragged into all of this. When it came to this issue, even she couldn't help. There's nothing to be done. Yue Ling looked on with a cynical gaze. What can you do? We live in a world where the strong devour the weak. There are some things we are powerless to change. Outside, the rain poured down, seemingly trying to engulf two figures trudging through the street. A little girl on her father's back nuzzled her cheek against his cold jacket. I'm so hungry, Daddy. The father, exhausted and frail, whispered, just a little longer. We'll be home soon. The two of them, one carrying the other, pushed onward because they had a home to return to. But life's struggles never cease. He clenched his teeth, trying to endure it, but his heart was burning with impatience. Ye Tian finally decided to yield. So, what should I do? I'll listen to you. She turned her head. Now that's more like it. Yue Ling began to lay out her plan. Listen to me. First, we do this, and then we do that. He nodded along. Got it, I understand. She carefully instructed, remember what I said, don't act recklessly. Ye Tian replied, don't worry. Just then, Yue Ling's secretary arrived to report, Miss, that esteemed guest has arrived. Yue Ling suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. There's one more important thing. Tomorrow afternoon, you're going somewhere with me. Ye Tian looked confused. Where? She turned back mysteriously. To a place where you can advance to the Grandmaster level. An ordinary morning at the Yue family estate. A complaining voice echoed from underground. Didn't you say this afternoon? Why are you here so early in the morning? Ye Tian asked as he followed behind Yue Ling. Hurry up and tell me, where are you taking me? She replied coldly, less talking. Just follow me. Yue Ling sighed and thought to herself, that guy is never on time. I guess I'll take care of Ye Tian's business first. Slow footsteps glided down a long, winding staircase. In a flash, she was standing at the top of a stone staircase in front of a room, calling to him. We're here. Go on in. As Ye Tian walked up from the bottom of the stairs, a strange, foul odor wafted up. The further he walked, the more the stench assaulted his senses. Ye Tian wondered to himself, what is that disgusting smell? Don't tell me this is the Yue family's septic tank. The unbearable smell made him wrinkle his nose and cover it. A cauldron of steaming green liquid and a brightly burning wood stove came into view. Yue Ling called out to an old man standing in front of the cauldron. How is it? Are you done yet? The hoarse voice replied respectfully, almost. Just the last jar to go. This batch of body-tempering liquid is a huge success. She walked closer to the medicinal jar and praised, not bad at all. The man let out a self-satisfied laugh. When it comes to my skills, you have nothing to worry about, miss. Yue Ling turned and ordered Ye Tian, take off your clothes. He was shocked. Why are you suddenly telling me to take my clothes off? She snapped. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Seeing how aggressive Yue Ling was, Ye Tian got scared and quickly said, I'll do it myself. Don't touch me. A few minutes later, having stripped off his clothes, he hesitantly asked what was next. She pointed to the jar of medicine and said, get in and sit down. Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked, soaking in there will help me advance to the Grandmaster level? Yep. Yue Ling slowly explained, don't underestimate this jar. It's filled with top-grade spiritual herbs, made from my Yue family's unique and secret formula. She looked at the raging fire and gave an order. You need to absorb all the medicinal power from these 4 intermediate-grade spirit herbs within 2 days. Yue Ling said with stern determination. I'm certain you'll advance to the Grandmaster level. After a long silence, Ye Tian soaked himself in a vat of hot medicinal herbs, sweat pouring down his body. Yu Ling and the old man stood watching him with their arms crossed, and she called out, Ye Tian, how are you feeling? He writhed in pain and stammered, it hurts like hell. Veins popped out on his forehead from the pain. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and added, it feels like every blood vessel in my body is being stabbed with needles. She looked at him and gently advised, that's because the medicinal power from the spirit herbs is spreading through your meridians. Try to endure it for a little longer. She also added a reminder, if you give up now, all these spirit herbs will go to waste. His face was a mask of endurance. He hesitated, then said, don't worry, a little pain like this is nothing. I can handle it. Finally, Yue Ling started to leave the room. She instructed the old man, all right, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving. If anything happens to him, you must inform me immediately. The old man bowed respectfully to Yue Ling and replied, yes, young miss. She walked away, but her gaze lingered, filled with endless worry. Yue Ling silently cheered him on. You have to reach the next level, Ye Tian. Ye Tian sat still, enduring the pain from the herbs. Suddenly, high above, a streak of bright light flashed across the clear blue sky, slowly descending upon the Yue estate. A tall man stood on the bow of a giant flying ship. Below, Yue Qing and his attendant were waiting. He looked at the man and thought to himself, he's finally here. Yue Qing focused on the man, and a name popped into his head, Ni Kai. It turned out this man, Ni Kai, was a formation master. A close attendant rushed over. The great ship once again soared high into the blue sky and shot away in an instant. On behalf of the entire Yue family, this old man, welcome the grand arrival of Great Master Ni. He spoke in a polite tone. At that moment, the man's hand was still emitting a blue magical light. Ni Kai slowly stopped his magic and approached him. His voice was stern as he said, let's get down to business. Yu Qing politely said, please, this way. He and his attendant walked toward the main hall of the Yue estate. Behind them, two servants were gossiping. Who is that? Even the clan leader is being so polite to him. The other replied, I heard he's a formation master. Hearing this, the first one was shocked, his voice jumping an octave. What? You mean the legendary, incredibly rare formation masters? In a dungeon of the Yun family, Yu sat huddled in a corner, quietly calling out, Big Brother. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was still immersed in the vat full of spirit herbs, being heated by a fire, with the old man dozing off in the distance. These high-grade spirit herbs caused him excruciating pain, but he had to endure it. Suddenly, something inside Ye Tian started to change, making his body itch. An egg covered in dragon scales appeared. He wondered, a dragon egg? Just as he thought that, the egg cracked open. Great Master Ni, your grand arrival truly brings light to our humble home. A raspy voice, belonging to Yue Qing, echoed in the Yue family's meeting room. He adopted a serious and polite demeanor, speaking to Ni Kai, who was being served a glass of fine wine. We had to trouble you with a visit this time because our Yue family is in an urgent situation. Hot wine was poured into the cup, causing a thin wisp of steam to rise, accompanying Yue Qing's low, raspy voice. We hope that the great master will lend us his aid. Ni Kai arrogantly held the wine cup. He blew on the steam rising from the cup and said thoughtfully, Old man Yue, you know I'm usually a very busy man. I'm not interested in these family squabbles. Yue Ben, standing beside the clan leader, suddenly frowned, feeling annoyed. This guy is so arrogant. Yue Qing clapped his hands. He called out, servants, bring it in. At Yue Qing's command, the man's eyes lit up with curiosity as he glanced toward the door. He saw a servant bringing something inside. Yue Ling called out, wait. The servant heard her and turned to respond. Yes, young miss. Yue Ling walked over to the girl, took the tray, and said, you may leave. I'll take it from here. Yue Ling's footsteps were steady as she entered the meeting room. She strode forward and opened the wooden box on the tray. The mystical blue light of a gleaming pill appeared before their eyes. Ni Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. He wondered, is this a spirit-gathering pill? The brilliant blue light of the glowing pill struck his eyes. Ni Kai reached for the wooden box, certain this prize was his. He was silently reassessing the Yue family's clan leader. To think the Yue family even has a pill that can help one advance to the king level. Their foundation is truly deep. He held the spirit-gathering pill in his hand and grinned. Yue Ling glanced at him and smirked inwardly. Faced with a spirit-gathering pill, even a formation master can't say no, can he? After observing from a distance, he spoke up. Well, his great master Ni satisfied. The raspy voice made Ni Kai unconsciously turn his head. He laughed heartily and replied instantly. Since old man Yue is so sincere, how could I possibly refuse? As soon as he finished speaking, Nikai quickly used his magic to absorb the pill. After accepting the bribe, he sat down and asked patiently, Yue Qing. All right, tell me what you need, old man Yue. He slowly stepped down from the wooden platform, explaining as he walked that arrogant people like Yun He of the Yun family and He Yi have repeatedly clashed with his Yue family, stealing the Yue family's business and injuring our descendants. We can no longer tolerate it. Yue Qing continued, walking closer to Nie Kai. He persuaded him gracefully, I hope Great Master Ni can join forces with our Yue family. At this point, Yue Qing's eyes widened as he growled, to annihilate the Yun family. In a secret underground room of the Yue family, Ye Tian was confused and suspicious of the changes in his body. What's happening? He hesitated. Could the dragon egg be hatching? The red egg slowly began to crack. Ye Tian thought in a panic. Is it crazily devouring the medicinal power of the spirit herbs? After a moment of thought, an idea popped into his head. If that's the case, then I'll condense all the body-tempering fluid. As soon as he had the thought, all the spirit herbs in the urn rose up, letting the egg absorb them to its heart's content. With that thought, Ye Tian let his body float into the air with the spirit herbs. The movement of that immense power caused the very ground to tremble. That old man was also startled awake by the noise and shouted, An earthquake. What in the world is going on? He whipped his head around to look at him, only to recoil in shock. Huh? How did 4 mid-grade spirit medicines condense into one like that? He's going to explode and die. The old man quickly stood up and bolted, thinking he had to tell the young miss immediately. Suddenly, Ye Tian felt a change from the egg. Wait a minute. Why is the dragon egg suddenly devouring the energy of the core essence? His eyes suddenly rolled back in surprise. I'm about to break through. Ye Tian's heart was pounding in his chest. The world seemed to shake, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. The warm wine in the glass sloshed, about to spill over. The old man's frantic voice rang out. Young miss, this is bad. He ran into the conference room, panting as he spoke. That kid, he. From a distance, Nikai asked in surprise, An earthquake? Did something happen? The old man yelled, and a look of worry and panic crossed Yue Ling's face. Meanwhile, deep underground, he had set foot on the cold ground. I've finally broken through to the Grandmaster realm, and I got an unexpected bonus, too. A tough exterior appeared, and on Ye Tian's shoulder was a small red dragon. Ye Tian gently touched Xiao Long's nose. An unexpected feeling stirred within him as he said, I can't believe it, he said, looking gently at it, hovering in front of him. This dragon egg really hatched. Xiao Long opened its mouth wide and cried out for food. Roar. Master, I'm hungry. Ye Tian rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and asked, Hungry, huh? What should I feed you? Spirit herbs or the meat of ferocious beasts? He scratched his cheek, analyzing. You hatch partly by devouring the energy of the core essence. Core essence? Ye Tian trailed off, an idea flashing in his eyes, and materialized a spirit stone. He said, That's right. Let's try this. He tossed the stone and said, Catch. It eagerly flew over, and with a single bite, shattered the spirit stone to pieces. Watching the little dragon happily flap its wings, Ye Tian couldn't help but marvel, thinking, Good heavens, it can even crush a spirit stone that hard. That's incredible. It turned back and roared, Master, I want more. Stunned, his eyes widened as he said, You finished it that fast. He reluctantly took out another stone, sighing helplessly. If you keep eating like this, my entire supply of spirit stones will be gone in a few days. Ye Tian sat down to feed Xiao Long and asked, But then again, what level of human combat power are you equivalent to? Great warrior or grandmaster? Just then, a woman's voice calling his name echoed from afar. Yue Ling was rushing deep into the corridor. He glanced coolly at the wall behind him, already guessing who had arrived. Ye Tian quickly took out a cube and mumbled to himself, This Xiao Long is too special. I should put it in my personal space to avoid any trouble. She burst through the door and shouted a warning. Ye Tian, you can't absorb that much medicinal power at once, or else you will. A look of utter shock and amazement filled Yue Ling's eyes. Watching him calmly put on his shirt, she was stunned, thinking, He's already advanced to the Grandmaster realm. Ye Tian calmly pulled his shirt down while Yue Ling, still in a daze, whispered, I can't believe this is happening. She walked into the room, looked at the empty medicine containers, and said worriedly, That was a 2-day supply. 4 whole vats. If a great warrior absorbed that much, they would explode and die. But not only are you fine, you even successfully broke through. Yue Ling turned and demanded urgently, What method did you use? Tell me now. But he just smiled casually and replied, Maybe it's just my natural-born talent. She pointed at Ye Tian's face, annoyed, and scolded him. That's impossible. Stop pretending and tell me the truth. He scratched his nose, his eyes darting around evasively. Well. Yue Ling pressed him impatiently, spit it out. But Ye Tian thought to himself, I can't tell her about Xiao Long right now. It's my most important trump card at the moment. The doctor rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Young miss, is he all right? She looked at him and answered calmly, he's fine. More than fine, actually. He even successfully broke through. This made the doctor repeat in surprise, He broke through? He smiled cheerfully and thanked the doctor. It's all thanks to your medicinal liquid. Thank you very much. Yue Ling glanced at him, annoyed, thinking, this guy is completely ignoring me. Oh, whatever. He must have his own secrets. She remembered the people waiting in the room and snapped back to reality. The most important thing right now is to get back to the negotiations with the Yun family. Yue Ling spoke up. Well, I have to go back to the meeting room. Ye Tian, you should go to the guest room to rest for a bit. Get something to eat, too. Hearing this, he asked impatiently, so when are we going to rescue Yi Yu? She reassured him in a soft voice. Don't worry, and don't be impatient. We've already finalized the strategy. As soon as the negotiations are over, I'll let you know. Ye Tian asked again, still skeptical. Really? Yue Ling affirmed with certainty to put him at ease. Of course. This matter is extremely important to my Yue family as well. Reassured, he followed the doctor, who gestured and said, Mr. Yi, this way, please. Meanwhile, she was staring intently at the empty vats in Ye Tian's room. Yue Ling looked at the 4 large vats scattered across the floor and was dumbfounded, thinking, he really absorbed all 4 vats of medicinal liquid. She looked around with indescribable suspicion. It's only been a few short hours. What method could he possibly have used? After a while, he finally arrived at the Yue family's dining hall. Ye Tian skillfully cut a piece of steak into small bites. He brought the food to his mouth, slowly savoring the wonderful flavor. Ye Tian praised aloud without hesitation, the food at the Yu family estate is really not bad. Suddenly, a wooden box flew towards him at lightning speed. But this didn't startle him. He managed to make it stop and hover in midair. The wooden box, as if held by an invisible force, floated silently beside Ye Tian. Yue Ling slowly walked over, looking at him with certainty. Looks like you've already grasped the spiritual power of a grandmaster. He took the wooden box, opened it curiously, and asked, what is this? She answered his question. This is a teleportation talisman. You'll use it during the operation. Ye Tian stood up, eager to leave immediately. Can we go rescue Yi Yu now? Yue Ling replied decisively. Yes, we're leaving right now. He looked at the talisman in his hand and asked, so, where can this teleportation talisman take me? She pointed behind her and answered confidently, you don't need to worry about that. We've already set up the entire route. They think they're trapping a turtle in a jar, but we're going to give them a taste of their own medicine. That night, a bright moon illuminated the tranquil night sky. Its silver light cast down, making the atmosphere even quieter. A soldier approached, his weary voice echoing in the night. Time to change shifts. The other guy took out his watch to check the time. Glancing at it, he replied, ah, so it is. The other guy stepped closer, eager to gossip. That's right, have you heard? There's a rumor going around lately that someone wants to make a move on the Yun family. I don't know if it's true or not. In the blink of an eye, a blurry figure zipped past, leaving only a faint streak of purple light in the air. He laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with contempt. Are you kidding me? This is the territory of the king-level Yun He, daring to come here. Isn't that just asking for a death wish? The man opposite him nodded and chuckled along. That's true. Unless the person who comes is also king-level, they'd just be asking for trouble. The white-haired man continued enthusiastically, completely oblivious to anything unusual. Oh, right. A new bar just opened in the West District. I hear the drinks in the atmosphere are great. How about we go for a few drinks there tomorrow? Ye Tian zipped past the two of them at lightning speed, just as the one who came to change shifts finished speaking. All right, it's my treat this time. He leaped nimbly onto the roof, his figure quickly melting into the shadows as he moved deeper into the estate. The force of his landing was so strong that the tiles beneath his feet cracked and shattered. He observed silently from above, his eyes quietly scanning the surroundings. Before him, the entire vast landscape of the Yun family estate was revealed under the moonlight. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, silently chanting, Spatial Talent, Spatial Perception. When Ye Tian opened his eyes, deep red circles rippled out from his pupils, one after another. They were like silent radar waves, scanning every structure in the estate. Every nook and cranny became clear. Ye Tian didn't miss a single spot. His gaze stopped on one house, and his heart stirred. I found her. Yi Yu is over there. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tian leaped off the roof, his body shooting straight towards the target. As he ran, he marveled to himself, as expected of the Grandmaster realm. My perception range has increased tenfold. In a room, candles were still burning brightly, indicating the owner had not yet rested. He was meditating in the training room, the aura around him calm yet dangerous. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The mouse has fallen into the trap. At the same time, Ye Tian was flying towards the door of the house where Ye was supposedly being held. With the door just a few steps away, Ye Tian quickly chanted in his mind, "Spatial talent, spatial blink." Using his spatial ability, his body passed through the wall and went straight inside. A fist carrying a fierce killing intent suddenly flew towards Ye Tian. He quickly leaned back to dodge, letting the punch slam into the pillar behind him. A knee strike followed in the blink of an eye. In that instant, he still had time to think. My spatial perception didn't detect this guy just now. Could he be using some kind of secret art to hide his aura? As he thought, Ye Tian raised his hand, neatly blocking the attack. He calmly brought up his other hand, his lips moving as he chanted a binding spell. The demon mask on the man's face immediately shattered, revealing a face covered in scars. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his trembling voice exclaiming, "This is the spiritual power of a grandmaster. You're a great martial artist." But it was too late. Ye Tian easily took him down in an instant. He stood still, silently looking at the man lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to fight back. Ye Tian quietly wiped a speck of blood from his chin, thinking coldly, the Yun family only sent one great martial artist to stand guard. Seeing a figure appear outside, she immediately cried out with joy, "Brother, is that you?" He instinctively turned to look at Yi Yu. Yi Yu rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "You finally came." She sobbed, choked with emotion. I thought I'd never see you again." Ye Tian stroked his sister's head, his voice low and reassuring. Don't be afraid. It's all my fault that you had to suffer." He took Yi Yu's hand and led her out of the cell. "Let's get out of here first." Ye Tian directly punched a large hole in the wall, creating an escape route. He carried her on his back, his figure quickly dashing out into the night. Lying on his back, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, thinking, when did he become so strong? He must have gone through so much hardship. A powerful spear suddenly shot down from above, embedding itself right in front of them and blocking their path, forcing Ye Tian to a halt. A girl slowly beckoned with a slender finger, a clearly provocative gesture. Yun Feng stood under the moonlight, the corners of her lips curling up into a greeting. "This must be the first time we've officially met, right?" She raised her hand, neatly retracting the spear into her palm. Yun Feng's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared straight down at him as her cold voice rang out. "Where is the origin chi core?" "Hand it over obediently." Around Ye Tian, the wind began to swirl violently. Ye Tian carefully set Ye Yu down. "Ye Yu, find a place to hide first." When she saw Yun Feng, she immediately recognized her. "Brother, she's the one who brought me here. She's also the one who injured Xiao Jin." His eyes, filled with rage, stared at her. "I know." Powerful bolts of lightning, representing her strength, crackled around Yun Feng. She really is a bit difficult to deal with. The two of them then charged into battle. Yun Feng aggressively thrust her spear towards Ye Tian. Although he managed to block it, he was a little surprised by her speed. So fast. A spark of interest flashed in Yun Feng's eyes. "You've reached the Grandmaster realm too? It seems UAW gave you quite a few good things, huh?" He impatiently slashed at her. Enough with the pointless talk. As Yun Feng twisted to dodge, she easily repositioned her spear. She gathered her momentum, preparing to attack. The two, wielding opposing streams of power, struck at the same time. Down below, Yi Yu was extremely anxious. "Brother, you can do it." As she was intently watching the fight, Yi Yu suddenly sensed something. Behind her now stood a burly man. His eyes burned with viciousness. Yep. Yu was so scared that sweat poured down like rain. He shoved him, forcing Yi Yu to his knees. From above, Ye Tian looked down with worry. Yi Yu's eyes widened in anger. It was the Uni King. He looked at Ye Tian with a clearly provocative expression. While everyone's attention was still on Yi Yu, a stream of power was secretly aimed straight at Ye Tian. It turned out to be Yun Feng, taking the opportunity to attack. Although he dodged it, he still got a scratch on his face. She taunted Ye Tian, "Don't get distracted now." His rage reached its peak, and the power caused Ye Tian's muscles to bulge intensely. With his strength talent, he charged like a wild beast, slicing Yun Feng's staff in two. The staff couldn't withstand the blow and broke apart. She gritted her teeth, staring at her weapon. How did his power suddenly surge like that? Without wasting any more time on Yun Feng, Ye Tian immediately dove downwards. Yi Yu was now enveloped by Yun, his power. She collapsed in agony. Yi Yu weakly tried to call out to Ye Tian, "Brother." Seeing her suffering, he couldn't bear it and roared, "Stop it. Spatial talent. Teleportation." Ye Tian quickly caught Yi Yu and pulled her into his arms. Yuni stood motionless, doing nothing. He glanced lightly in his direction. Ye Tian then took out a bottle of medicine and anxiously fed it to Yi Yu. Hang in there, Yi Yu. After drinking it, she coughed up blood continuously. Ye Tian tried to suppress his grief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it. Her internal organs are completely destroyed. The beast's blood is completely useless, and I didn't bring any healing medicine. My healing talent can't be used on others. Yun, he stood with his arms crossed, mocking him. Bastard, you're an animal. You're a king-level fighter, and you use your spiritual power on a normal person. He was so furious that his foot shattered the floor. Strength, speed, and even a spatial talent on top of that. Yun, he couldn't help but feel jealous of him. To have so many talents gathered in one person. Just how did you do it? Ye Tian's hateful gaze locked onto him. Then, Ye Tian burned a piece of a talisman, not forgetting to issue a warning to Yun He. Old dog Yun He, I will definitely repay this debt. The talisman in his hands slowly burned away, and a magic circle immediately formed around Ye Tian. He and Yu Yu prepared to teleport. Yun, he recognized the teleportation talisman at a glance, but he wasn't about to let them go so easily. Yun, he formed a giant hand, trying to grab them both. Don't even think about running. Ye Tian wasn't scared at all, his eyes held only hatred. Sooner or later, you will die by my hand. The giant hand missed and smashed the wall behind them to pieces. A guard heard the loud noise and ran out. What's going on? Dust filled the air everywhere. Yun, he slowly walked over to inspect the area, but where Ye Tian had been sitting was now just an empty space. He let him get away. Teleportation talismans. They really live up to their reputation. Yun Fang had also landed safely by this point. She ran after Yun He and urged him relentlessly. Family head, don't let that brat go. He doesn't just have a core chi, but also possesses many different talents. If we let him develop further, he'll be a great threat to the Yun family. He calmly touched the empty air. Unexpectedly, cracks began to form in space itself. Yun Feng was stunned when she saw this, shattering space. The family head is furious. Within that space, another dimension appeared. The two of them then stepped inside. The scene changes to a location 300 kilometers away, at an abandoned train station. A teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the station. The siblings, Ye Tian and Yi Yu, had teleported to this place. Xiao Yu was also there at the same time. Ye Tian. She was shocked to see Ye Yu in such a critical condition. Why is Ye Yu so badly injured? Ye Tian didn't have time to explain and quickly asked for her help. Xiao Yu, it's a good thing you're here. I don't have any healing medicine on me. Please, take Ye Yu to the Yue family for treatment immediately. Xiao Yu immediately took Ye Yu. Yes, leave it to me. But wait, your speed won't be fast enough. Ye Tian then took out a bead, which immediately transformed into a leopard. I'm entrusting this mission to you, Xiao Jin. It quickly obeyed. Yes, I will definitely protect the young mistress well. Xiao Jin stood ready to take the two of them for treatment. Yu bit her lip, trying to endure the pain. Just then, someone's footsteps could be heard slowly emerging from the void. So, Yun He and Yun Feng had arrived. I didn't expect you to have a precious treasure like a teleportation talisman on you. He threatened him. I suppose this is the grave you've chosen for yourself, isn't it? Ye Tian replied without a shred of fear. We'll see whose grave it is. Then, Yun He rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a terrible battle. Then let me see just how many aces you have up your sleeve. Ye Tian didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he provoked him. If you want to find out, then come on. Then, suddenly, someone appeared. Shu King Formation Array. Yun, he froze when he saw it. Snow? Before his eyes were two swirling vortexes of snow. The Infernal Bureau of Cold Prison. Yun Feng anxiously realized, family head, we've walked into an ambush. The snow vortex continued to advance and attack them. Yun, he exhaled a frosty breath and said, it's a formation array. That kid set this up a long time ago. He suddenly grabbed Yun Feng's arm. Her eyes had already turned completely white. Helplessly, they were frozen solid. The area around the train station had now become incredibly cold. Ye Tian thought to himself seriously, the power of this formation is incredible. Even a king-level fighter would suffer heavy losses if hit by this move. He was trying to stand firm against the terrifying gusts of wind. Then, someone's voice slowly rang out. I didn't expect the plan to go this smoothly. It turns out Yue Qing and two others had arrived to eliminate Yun He, and it's all thanks to young friend Ye for luring Yun He to this place. He's frozen solid now. Even if this move doesn't take his life, it will definitely leave him unable to fight. The sky had now grown dark. Inside the train station, Yue Ling took the initiative to introduce the two of them. Ye Tian, let me introduce you. She gestured towards them in turn and said, This is the ancestor of my Yue family, and the other is Master Ni, a formation array master invited by the Yue family. Yue Qing was extremely pleased and praised him. Young friend Yi, you've cultivated all by yourself, and at such a young age, you've already reached the Grand Master realm. Your talent is truly extraordinary. You've done the Yue family a great service this time, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Ye Tian scratched his head in embarrassment. Ancestor, you're too kind. It was the Yue family who helped my sister and me. At that moment, countless thoughts were racing through his mind. Yue Qing's cultivation talent is quite ordinary. It seems he only reached the king level thanks to various natural treasures. This flame talent of his must have come from using a fire. Spirit talent grass from Yue Ling, right? Ye Tian's eyes grew cold for a moment, but then Yue Qing turned to praise Yue Ling. Your martial pavilion has done well, Yue Ling, to befriend a young hero like Ye Tian. If this operation succeeds, it's in no small part thanks to you. She bowed politely to thank him. Thank you for the praise, ancestor. This is all just what I should do. But at this moment, his attention was drawn to Ni Kai. This Master Ni's formation array talent. I find it quite interesting. A system panel then appeared with information. Name, Ni Kai. High-level cultivation talent. High-level formation talent. Copy formation talent, yes or no? Ye Tian cracked a slight, amused smile. Successfully copied formation talent. Ni Kai finally spoke. All right, the job the Yue family asked of me is done. The rest is for you all to handle. He looked at the block of ice before him and added a reminder. The body of a king-level expert can be considered a hidden treasure. You know. Just then, the block of ice began to melt. Yue Qing didn't forget to turn and thank Ni Kai. Thank you for your assistance this time, Master Ni. If there's anything the Yue family can help with in the future, just come find me. He replied courteously, Elder Yue, you're too kind. As long as the payment is sufficient, I am more than happy to help you. Ni Kai said his farewells, then snapped his fingers. My mission is complete. If fate wills it, we shall meet again. I'll be taking my leave. He vanished instantly, leaving Yue Ling completely astonished. He's gone. The power of a formation master is truly incredible. Then, Yu Qing slowly approached the block of ice. He observed it carefully, then gave an order to Ye Tian and Yue Ling. You, two, step back. Leave the rest to me. Suddenly, cracks began to appear one after another on the ice. Yun, he fiercely shattered the ice to escape, sending shards flying everywhere. Yue Qing stood with his arms crossed, filled with excitement. You escaped that quickly? It seems I underestimated you, King Yun He. Yue Ling anxiously tried to rush forward. Patriarch, be careful. Ye Tian tried to stop her, but it was too late. Suddenly, a barrier blocked Yue Ling's path. It was a spatial talent, space cage. She recognized it instantly. This is King Yun. He's spatial talent. He sneered at them. You two just stay put in there and wait. Unwilling to do nothing, Ye Tian slammed his fist into the barrier. Strength talent. But unfortunately, it remained intact. Damn it, I can't break it. Yu Qing, however, showed no fear. As expected, you're not someone who can be dealt with easily. But the fact that the formation was able to injure you means it has served its purpose. He began to take off his robes, revealing a dense wall of muscle. I anticipated this might happen. One by one, from his robes to his sandals, Yue Qing removed them all. He had now transformed into an incredibly muscular man. I was prepared to fight you to the end from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Yun Feng was still clutching the floor in agony. Patriarch. She tried to reach out, begging, save me. But Yun, he merely glanced at her before knocking her farther away. Suddenly, a childhood memory flooded back. Get the hell away from me. A young thug relentlessly cursed at Yun Feng. You stinking beggar. Don't you see where you are? How dare you wander in here? This is Mohai Academy. If you want to beg, go do it somewhere else. He brushed off his clothes in disgust. You got my clothes all dirty. What rotten luck, first thing in the morning. Fortunately, the girl next to him intervened. Oh, that's enough. Let's go, or we'll be late. Yun Feng huddled in a corner, shivering in pain, clutching her empty stomach. So hungry, so cold. Just then, a pastry fell before her eyes. It was a younger Yun, he who had given it to her. Eat. She hastily snatched the pastry and devoured it. Yun, he kindly knelt down and asked, do you want to come with me? Yun Feng hesitated for a moment. With you? Will I get pastries every day? He chuckled softly and said, of course. But from now on, your life will belong to me. Do you agree? Without hesitation, Yun Feng happily agreed. Okay. Back in the present, Yun, he slowly approached Yue Qing. Come on, let's see what you're made of. He called him Old Man Yue with an amused look. Yue Qing shot back a merciless taunt. Using your own Grandmaster disciple as a shield. You're truly cruel. Yuan, he replied with a disdainful expression. To die for me gives that brat's life value. You can't break through, can you? Yue Qing glanced over, worried. Looking at the solid cube, he sighed softly. The gap in power between them and a king level's imprisonment was just too vast. Suddenly, a hand appeared, reaching for the hilt of a sword surrounded by crackling lightning. In an incredibly graceful pose, the Thunderfall Fairy perfectly executed a magnificent sword strike, sword talent. She struck the cube with all her might, but it was completely useless. The slashes barely even left a scratch on its surface. To think he can deploy his spatial talent to this degree. Qingyun, his power is not to be underestimated. The Thunderfall Fairy collapsed to the ground, her voice laced with exhaustion. Oh man. I used my full power and it did nothing. Elder Yue might be in trouble. Ye Tian's eyes now held a hint of frustration, but more than that, an indescribable worry. A hand slowly rose, gathering power. Spatial talent, devouring domain. Yun, he spread his arms wide, summoning his own spatial talent, causing the space around him and Yue Qing to distort. Yue Qing gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this guy is a monster. Even after being worn down by a king-level formation, he still has this much power. Yun, he increased the gravity in this space by more than 10 times. He stomped a foot down, and the ground around him shattered as if in fear. Yue Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. A loud bang erupted as Yun, he landed a direct hit to his face. So fast. Does this domain also eliminate his own weight? This is practically teleportation. His mind was filled with utter astonishment. He didn't even care about the image he cut, saliva flying from the impact. But don't you dare underestimate me. Yue Qing sprang high into the air and kicked Yun, he square in the chest. A hand shot out, precisely covering Yun, his entire face. Then, just like that, he lifted Yun he into the air like he weighed nothing. Yue Qing slammed Yun, his entire body into the ground, grinding his head against the floor. The aftershock of the blow spread out in all directions. Suddenly, a pair of feet landed on his shoulders, putting him instantly on guard. Yun, he sprang up, throwing Yue Qing off, then rushed towards him to strike again. A venomous glint flashed in his eyes. The force of his blow was so strong it made Yue Qing cough up blood. Another earth-shattering sound echoed across the field, accompanied by a massive shockwave. Yun, he landed, standing proudly amidst the ruins. Stretching his limbs, he said with satisfaction, "For an old man, your strength is quite impressive, truly worthy of being the patriarch of the Yue family." Within the thick screen of smoke, 2 points of light suddenly flared up. The 2 fireballs shot like darts straight towards where Yunhee was standing. Yunhee was momentarily startled. One flame grazed past, forcing him to tilt his head to dodge. He leaped into the air as the spot where he had just been standing erupted into a sea of flames. He wiped his face. Where did that old geezer get a fire-type talent? Ah, he must have gotten it from the fire-type talent grass in the secret realm. Wait, there's more. His heart skipped a beat. He watched helplessly as his second flame shot towards the cubic cage. The cage began to crack the moment the flame touched it. Inside, Jiang Lei Xian stared intently at the cracking cage. Then she shot up, pointed at the crack, and shouted, "Ye Tian, the ancestor is here to save you. Let's work together with all our might to break this seal." Ye Tian replied, "Understood." Jiang Lei Xian raised one hand to form a seal. Sword talent, secret technique, mirror harmony. Her hair suddenly turned pink, and flower petals began to swirl around her from out of nowhere. Peak level strength talent. Ye Tian's muscles bulged to their absolute limit. He raised his hand high and shattered the cage with a single punch, sending shards of crystal flying everywhere. Jiang Lei Xian lowered her eyes, thinking of these 2 kids, while Ye Tian's gaze had become incredibly serious. Yun, he smirked in praise. This is getting interesting. Jiang Lei Xian and Ye Tian stood defiantly amidst the swirling crystal fragments. A beam of light suddenly tore through the space. The beam shot straight down towards where Jiang Lei Xian and Ye Tian were standing, creating a massive explosion. From within the flames, a mouth curled into a smirk. Flame talent, full power. Yue Qing clenched his fists, getting into an attack stance, and said, "Yunhee, turn to ash beneath my hands." Yunhee looked down from above, crossing his arms and mocking. How ridiculous. A nobody who used drugs to gain a postnatal talent dares to dream of defeating me. Now, I'll show you. Yue Qing looked worried. He was covered in a layer of golden armor, his tone filled with arrogance. Just how vast the gap between king levels truly is. Could it be that the Yunhee king still hasn't used his full strength? Thinking this, Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Lei Xian, standing to the side, also snorted coldly. Such a show-off. A flash of light shot towards Yunhe. Chin extermination heavy fist. Yue Qing threw a punch with all his might, Space talent, devour the void. Yun, his eyes narrowed. He clasped his hands behind his back, standing as proud and unmovable as a mountain as Yue Qing charged towards him. Yu Qing's voice was stunned with disbelief. My flames. Jiang Lei Xian's eyes also widened in shock. Why did they disappear? This is impossible. Even Ye Tian was dumbfounded. Space talent. Void reflection. A perfect smirk formed on his lips. Yumi stood there as Yue Qing frantically charged at him. Yue Qing suddenly screamed and fell straight from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust and rock. Jiang Lei Xian cried out worriedly, "Ancestor!" Yue Qing's condition was now dire. He clutched his chest, spitting blood, but still kept muttering, "Impossible. I still don't believe it. How can a king-level space talent comprehend so many abilities?" Jiang Lei Xian rushed over to check on him. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Yue Qing looked up and struggled to speak. "Could it be? You've surpassed the king level." Seeing this, Yunhei laughed mockingly. "You finally noticed?" He stood there with his hands in his pockets, his voice full of arrogance. "But to say I've surpassed it isn't entirely accurate. I've simply comprehended a higher realm." Yue Qing still couldn't believe it. Impossible. As far as I know, it's fundamentally impossible for humans to break the king-level limit. Ye Tian, who was listening from behind, was shocked and thought, Yunhei has surpassed the king level? Yu Qing struggled to his feet. In front of him, Jiang Lei Xian held her sword protectively and said, "How did you do it? You're all going to die here anyway, so I don't mind telling you. It's thanks to the Origin Qi core." Yunhei rubbed his chin, speaking as he thought, "It takes hundreds of Origin Qi or veins to condense a treasure the size of a fingertip. A few years ago, I happened to find a small piece in a secret realm. I never expected it would help me break through the king-level limit so easily. That's why that kid, Ye Tian, is such important prey for me." Ye Tian thought of his own stone and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. A piece the size of a fingertip let him break through the king level. Then the piece I have must be absolutely massive. A foot stomped hard on the ground, accompanied by a slightly envious voice. "To think such a supreme treasure of heaven and earth exists." Yue Qing shielded Jiang Lei Xian behind him and said, "I was truly too naive." Then, he suddenly pushed Jiang Lei Xian far away. Jiang Lei Xian was sent flying, but luckily, her sword managed to save her. She screamed through her tears, "Ancestor, you!" Yue Qing used his own body to hold back the still smirking Yunhei and yelled towards Ye Tian and Jiang Lei Xian, "Both of you, run. I'll stay here and hold him off." A hand lightly touched Yue Qing's body as he was about to self-destruct, and a scornful voice spoke, "Did I give you permission to self-destruct?" "Yun," he casually flicked Yue Qing's hand away, stunning him. Yue Qing suddenly felt something was wrong, and he collapsed with a thud. Yue Qing was in agony, screaming as he clutched his face. Sword talent, flowing river, setting moon sword style. Jiang Lei Xian gripped her sword and slashed down at Yunhei, but she was knocked back by something. Jiang Lei Xian was hit head-on, with no time to dodge. Blood spewed from her mouth. She was thrown far away, slamming into the ground. A powerful attack was heading straight for her. Jiang Lei Xian's eyes widened. She stared at the attack and said, "It's over." Out of nowhere, Ye Tian appeared, shattering the attack with a single kick just as it was about to strike Jiang Lei. "Yun," he shot Ye Tian a look and said angrily, "Trying to interfere?" Ye Tian returned his gaze with an ice-cold glare. Yu Ling stared blankly at Ye Tian's powerful back. Ye Tian stood there, fists clenched, seething with rage. He growled, "Spatial Teleportation Talent." In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside Yue Qing. He quickly hoisted the man onto his back, completely ignoring Yunhei, who was standing nearby, and vanished in a flash. Ye Tian flew over to Yue Ling with Yue Qing on his back, while Yunhei could only stand there, stunned. He glared hatefully at the three of them. Teleportation? That brat. Meanwhile, Yue Ling was urgently giving the old ancestor a potion to temporarily sustain his life. "This is the rebirth elixir, a treasure of the Yue family," she explained to Ye Tian. "This will keep the old ancestor alive for now." Yue Ling knelt beside him, her voice heavy with emotion. "But I'm afraid he won't be able to continue fighting Yunhei anymore." Feeling guilty for getting Ye Tian involved, she spoke apologetically. "There's really nothing more we can do now. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." Ye Tian wanted to face Yunhei in Yue Qing's place, and he told Yue Ling to get the old man to retreat. "Yue Ling, get the old ancestor out of here first." Yue Ling was worried about Ye Tian. While comforting Yue Ling, Ye Tian shot a hateful glare at Yunhei. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. I know a thing or two about instant movement, you know." Yun, he clasped his hands behind his back arrogantly, facing Ye Tian with confidence. Looking at the man before him, "Yun," he scoffed, I know a thing or two about instant movement myself. Then, without giving Ye Tian a moment to react, Yunhee lunged forward and kicked him squarely, sending him flying backward. The blow from He was truly terrifying. Ye Tian immediately coughed up blood, his face twisted in agony. This power, Ye Tian slammed hard into the wall behind him. With a massive impact, the wall instantly shattered into pieces. Crawling out from the rubble, Ye Tian yelled at Yue Ling, "Get out of here." Witnessing the scene, Yue Ling was frozen to the spot. He turned and shot her a dangerous, threatening glare. Yue Ling had no other choice. She immediately transformed, carried Yue Qing on her back, and flew high into the air to escape. But would he really let the two of them leave so easily? He stomped his foot once, and the rubble on the ground began to levitate slowly. He stood with his hands clasped, completely at ease, as if dealing with the two of them would take no effort at all. He commanded the stones forward. Obeying his order, the stones shot up toward Yue Ling and Yue Qing. The situation was desperate when a powerful flash, like lightning tearing through space, shot past. It was Ye Tian. He used his own body to block the stones, his fists moving swiftly to shatter them to pieces. Yue Ling turned back, and her pupils immediately contracted when she saw Ye Tian risking his life to shield her and the old ancestor. Ye Tian directed a furious gaze down at Yunhee below, and without hesitation, he shot downward. His ice-cold eyes were locked on Yunhee, as if he wanted to tear him to shreds before even making contact. But suddenly, his own pupils contracted, and before he could react, he slammed into the pile of rubble below, causing another massive impact. Yue Ling was helpless to do anything. She knew the most important thing now was to keep the old ancestor alive. Gritting her teeth, Yue Ling could only silently pray for Ye Tian's survival. "I'll be waiting for you, Ye Tian." After that massive collision, Ye Tian was seriously injured, his blood pooling on the ground. He sat on a slab of rock, casually watching Ye Tian struggle to his feet, unable to resist mocking him. "You can still stand up after all that." He assessed Ye Tian with the confidence of a victor. "So young, yet you possess so many gifts, and your strength isn't half bad. I truly can't think of a single reason to let you live." After a great effort, Ye Tian finally managed to get back on his feet, but his arm was injured. He didn't know how much longer he could keep fighting. Is this the power of a transcendent king? The gap is just too wide. "I only have enough stamina left to use my healing talent one more time." His vision began to blur from the blood loss. Ye Tian reluctantly resorted to his final plan. "I guess I have no choice but to use that." He regained his strong, resolute posture and stared intently at Yunhee. Ye Tian took out a glistening stone, taunting Yunhee. That being said, he held the stone up high for him to see clearly. "Isn't this the core essence you're looking for?" Yunhee's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the very thing he'd always wanted right before him, the core essence. "I never thought it would be this large. This will definitely allow me to break through the king rank." The more he thought about it, the wider his grin grew. Ye Tian had finally found his weakness. "If you want it that badly." Without a moment of hesitation, he threw the stone high into the air. "Then you can have it." His only thought was to get that stone. Without a second thought, he shot straight up to snatch it. He was filled with joy as his hand was about to close around his long-held desire. "It's mine." But then, his hand froze, his eyes wide with shock. Since when was there a dragon in front of him? It opened its mouth and swallowed the stone whole before his astonished eyes. A dragon. What the?